Chapter 2301. Causing trouble will lead to your downfall. Carnage Source looked at Evil Source while cursing her to himself. He had not said anything out of consideration that she would be embarrassed. Yet, she had not hesitated to strike up a conversation with him. Did she not feel awkward? Where else can I be going? I'm obviously going to see 10,000 Source. I heard that pregnant poison crawled over to meet with 10,000 Source. Did you get to see her? You. Before Carnage Source could finish speaking, Evil Source cut him off coldly. Carnage Source, I am now a member of the Alliance as well. Do you really think you can beat me just because I lost the treasure? Hehe, you have already learned how to bully by relying on the power of another. Rather than bringing up pregnant poison, why don't you spare some thought for your subordinate Tyrant Lizard? If memory serves, you even had some blood relation to Tyrant Lizard. He was killed by 10,000 Source, who now possesses his Source Totem. Why aren't you doing anything about this? Do you think that Tyrant Lizard deserved to die? Evil Source had been furious because of her current circumstances and because of the traitorous pregnant poison. She dared not vent her anger on Lin Yuan, but this did not mean that Carnage Source was safe. Evil Source needed someone to spread the word about her joining the Alliance. No one would be more suitable than Carnage Source. Thus, Evil Source unleashed the full force of her fury on Evil Source and did not spare him even a hint of courtesy. In fact, she even slightly challenged him to fight. If she wanted to obtain Source-type power from Lin Yuan, she needed Source Totems. The best way to obtain Source Totems would not be to search for them but to kill and take them. One needed a reason to kill apostles and dictators. Otherwise, Eternal Source would be sure to interfere. Evil Source could not think of a better reason than a fight. As long as she could manipulate Carnage Source into a fight, everything would become above board. Once she obtained the 50,000 units of Source-type power from Lin Yuan 2 months later and absorbed them, it would still be difficult to catch and take Carnage Source's Source Totem while he was fleeing, but not impossible. With this, Evil Source started seeing Carnage Source as a punching bag as well as prey. When he heard what Evil Source said, Carnage Source's face sank. If Evil Source had not joined Lin Yuan's alliance, Carnage Source would have immediately started brawling with Evil Source. But now, she was a part of the alliance. If he fought her, he would have no support to fall back on. With Evil Source's prestige, Carnage Source had no choice but to listen with fear. Evil Source could not help but chuckle when she saw Carnage Source's efforts to restrain himself. I thought that you had grown, but you're still as useless as ever. Boring. Boring. If any one of the 7 of us should be eliminated, it would be you. After repulsing Carnage Source, Evil Source felt much better. Now that she felt good, she did not care how Carnage Source felt. Carnage Source never expected Lin Yuan to allow Evil Source to join the alliance after she had insulted him. She should be paying the price for her actions. Lin Yuan's actions allowed Carnage Source to understand the logic behind his thought processes. He did not want to make an enemy out of anyone or ruin the current structure. All he wanted was to earn profits through the alliance. Carnage Source could understand Lin Yuan wanting to accept Evil Source into the alliance, and so could the others. Carnage Source had always maintained the hope that the peace in the Marsh world would not be broken. But for some reason, Carnage Source's spirits sank after confirming this matter. Peace meant that nothing would change. If nothing changed, he would remain the weakest of the 7 figures. It would not just be Evil Source, but the other 5 figures would also be able to kick him around. He could swallow such a life if he was only kept under the foot of power. After all, he was already used to such a life. Suddenly, a light bulb turned on in Carnage Source's mind. If the wind did not kick up, he could find another way to breathe some life into the wind. But this would require Lin Yuan, the one who had suddenly disrupted the balance, to participate and attract the attention of others. The banquet in Marsh Abyss would be taking place in a year. At that time, he could use that item to create confusion. After all, he had no use for that item. He might as well use it as bait. After Carnage Source made this decision, he did not say much to Lin Yuan. All he did was place an order for the big and small Source fruits, just like Mountain Ridge Source and Hornless Dragon Source had done. He then left. Carnage Source went to tell Hornless Dragon Source and Mountain Ridge Source that Evil Source had joined the alliance. Lin Yuan did not know that Evil Source and Carnage Source had run into each other. He also did not know that both of them had begun rolling out schemes. One of them saw the other as prey, while the other wanted to create chaos. But even if Lin Yuan did know, he would not care. Or rather, he would not insert himself into what they were planning. The most important thing for him to do now was to remain alone. After all, his power was a fact that could not be overturned. He did not have a samsara realm dictator who he could boost. If he boosted everything, the highest level she could reach was barely crossing the turning wheel realm. She would not be able to truly reach the samsara realm and would be a far cry from a true samsara realm dictator. Since Begin Lady was a fairy, Lin Yuan could not boost it with Dark Blue's ability. The only powerhouse he possessed in the marsh world that was comparable to the samsara realm was Begin Lady. Lin Yuan could come up with a plan to recruit several samsara realm dictators. However, he did not know them well, and all of them had thoughts of their own, as well as wide interpersonal networks. If he acted impulsively, things would go awry. Pregnant Poison saw how Evil Source had humbled herself in front of Lin Yuan and how Carnage Source had bootlicked Lin Yuan while she had been kneeling on the ground. Now, Lin Yuan was no different from a god in Pregnant Poison's eyes. She dared not keep any stray thoughts in her mind. This was exactly the effect that Lin Yuan had wanted to achieve. Evil Source will be trading with me in the future. You will be in charge of managing and organizing the apostles and dictators she sends over. If you don't perform well, I'll let Evil Source take you with her after the trade is done. But if you do well, you will become White Speak's subordinate and will be in charge of liaising with Evil Source. Lin Yuan's words caused everything's eyes to light up. Because of her domineering personality, Pregnant Poison never did what she was told, regardless of whose subordinate she was. Chapter 2302 Green Vine Unlocked. Lin Yuan had designated Pregnant Poison to receive the apostles and dictators under Evil Source who were going to be sent to Lin Yuan as payment for Evil Source's profits. They had provided so much faith power yet were not going to receive anything in return. The dictators had transformed from apostles into dictators, yet they were still used as sacrificial lambs because they had given their loyalty to Evil Source. After learning of all this, Pregnant Poison would be able to see Evil Source's mercilessness and harshness even more clearly. Dictator Pregnant Poison was well aware of what the consequences would be if Dictator Evil Source got her hands on her. Thus, she would have to do her best and make no mistakes. When she eventually interacted with Evil Source, she would spend every day feeling as though she was walking along the edge of a knife. She would have no choice but to run to Lin Yuan to take shelter. Everything felt that this method of manipulation was so perfect that it should be studied as a science. She was not skilled in such a science. Otherwise, she would never have ended up in such a pathetic state after becoming a turning wheel realm dictator regardless of how scheming and intelligent Secondborn was. Pregnant Poison finally knew what it was like to receive a new lease of life. She now knew why all of the apostles she had toyed with were overwhelmed to the point of tears when she said that she would set them free. When her feelings shifted from intense fear to relief, Pregnant Poison felt the urge to crumple and sink to the floor. But she quickly got a hold of her emotions and kowtowed to Lin Yuan as she said, "Lord 10,000 Source, I will definitely do well." While she was speaking, Pregnant Poison remembered that Lin Yuan needed faith power and immediately exposed her faith power as she said, "Lord 10,000 Source, my life is in your hands. I have some faith power here. If you don't mind, please accept it." Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony and immediately started to extract Dictator Pregnant Poison's faith power. A few hours ago, Lin Yuan had heard from Truth that a few single-cell organisms had appeared in the sea in the Divine Kingdom. This meant that derivation had begun in the Divine Kingdom. Thus, Lin Yuan needed to collect even more faith power. For the next 10 days, Lin Yuan took in even more apostles as followers while making a record of all that he had received. Among all of Lin Yuan's followers, the hardest worker was undoubtedly East Glow. East Glow had already collected enough marsh soil for Lin Yuan to nurture the land-lifting marsh turtle. He would not have to worry about needing marsh soil for the foreseeable future. He had also collected almost 100 source totems. However, the source totems did not just come from Evil Source but also included the source totems from Tyrant Lizard and Might Thread. The others all came from apostles. If these source totems were brought into the main world, they would send all the factions into a frenzy. There might even be this many sacred source life forms in all of the treasure vaults in the Radiance Federation. Time flew by quickly, and Lin Yuan was busy throughout. 3 days ago, Lin Yuan had used the marsh soil to carefully nurture Lift Marsh. After being nurtured by such a large amount of marsh soil and Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, Lift Marsh's body was now large enough to hold up Lin Yuan's current territory. The bodies that had branched out could even hold up Lin Yuan's plant breeding bases. Lin Yuan sent Celestial Sight to escort Lift Marsh. In spite of Lift Marsh's enormous size, it possessed about as much combat abilities as the island whale. It could only rely on its brute strength and tough body. Thus, it needed to be protected by strong experts. With Celestial Sight's protection, Lin Yuan would be able to set his mind at ease while Lift Marsh transported his territory to Marsh East Palace. The Marsh East Circle and Marsh East Palace was where most resources were. Moreover, there were no dictators in the Marsh East Circle. Hence, Lin Yuan would not meet with any resistance even if he took over Marsh East Palace. Furthermore, even if there were some veteran apostles in Marsh East Palace who opposed, they would never dare to make their opinions known. By now, Lin Yuan had assumed control of the entire Marsh East Circle. Just as Lin Yuan was done absorbing the faith power of another batch of apostles, Morbius' voice appeared in his head. Lin Yuan immediately smiled in delight when he heard Morbius' voice. Morbius had only slept for 3 days when it absorbed the last endless gem. But this time, it had slept for a full 14 days. If Morbius had not already warned Lin Yuan that it would sleep longer this time, Lin Yuan would have worried that something had gone wrong. Lin Yuan's delight only appeared on his face for a fleeting moment before he restrained himself. The apostles who were in Marsh East Palace dared not meet his eyes. In the Marsh world, it was seen as a sign of disrespect when one met the eyes of a superior without first being called on. Hence, no one noticed the flash of delight on Lin Yuan's face. He hurriedly told the apostles whose faith power he had not yet absorbed to leave. Now that Morbius was awake, it meant that it was done absorbing the second endless gem. Lin Yuan remembered Morbius saying that once it absorbed the second endless gem, there would be no more endless gems in the Marsh world and that there was a high chance that the ancient emerald green tree in the Pure Land of Bliss would transform into a life form. However, he did not know if Morbius' guess was right. The endless gems could unlock Morbius' consciousness. Thus, they had to be special and connected to the entire Marsh world. Lin Yuan was curious to see what the life form produced from the 2 endless gems would do. The ancient emerald green tree was already able to boost Marsh dimensional life forms. Just as Lin Yuan was about to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he heard Morbius' voice in his head. "Partner, are you sure that the second life form you want to unlock is Green Vine?" Lin Yuan firmly replied, "That's right. I choose Green Vine." After hearing Lin Yuan's response, Morbius said in a voice that dripped with happiness, "Partner, your wish shall be granted." Just as Morbius was done speaking, Lin Yuan sensed Green Vine's aura growing significantly more concentrated. The aura caused Green Vine's vitality to burgeon and overflow. Green Vine's abilities were thereby unlocked. Green Vine was surprised at the changes as it experimented with its new and stronger aura. Chapter 2303 Avoidance Wedge. Fey name, Perfect Touch Wisteria. Fey species, Strong Armor Wisteria species / Long Wisteria species. Fey grade, Sovereign, 2/10. Fey type, Wood. Fey quality, Creation V. Abilities. Forbidden Growth. After contracting any life form, it can break the limit that comes with the contract. As long as it has sufficient energy, it would be able to continuously increase its power. When it has absorbed the maximum amount of energy, it will be able to comprehend a required willpower rune. Peak Sturdiness. A large amount of the absorbed energy can be used up to increase the durability of the vines. When injured, the energy can also be used to repair the vines. Long Vine Application. Choose 2 vines that will be applied to 1 vine. The vine with the 2 vines applied on it will be able to gain the 2 vines' abilities. Paralyzing Vine Sap. When damage is sustained, the vine sap with paralyzing effects can be sprayed out from the wound. Brutally Pushing Out of Soil. When faced with the opponent's defenses, the seed's sprouting strength can be activated to help to break past the opponent's defenses. Roots Parasitic Restraints. Pick a target, and the target's body will become soil where roots will grow. The roots will absorb the target's vitality to cause harm to the target. Splitting Illusionary Spikes. When the illusionary spikes pierce a target's body, the illusionary spikes will turn into a seed that will germinate in the target's body and produce even more illusionary spikes. Avoidance Wedge. Every time the Perfect Touch Wisteria is injured, a wedge will grow over its surface. Every 3 layers will turn into a sharp spike that will be able to increase the vine's effects while boosting them. Exclusive Skill. Swallow Same Source. Every vine will have the same grade and quality, but they can be separated to act as individual entities. Every vine can consume something and take control of its attributes. The swallowed entity cannot be spat out, but it can be replaced by an even higher level item. Once it gains attributes, the vine cannot be separated again. Broken Vine Replacement. When a vine is destroyed during combat, another vine can be picked to take on the damage instead to save the first vine. Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn. The energy within the vines can be gathered at a certain spot. An illusionary thorn composed of energy will sprout from this spot. The illusionary thorn will be undetectable. Tactile vine wood world, all of the wood elemental energy and vitality stored within the vines will be released. The wood elemental energy and vitality will transform into a large number of vines. The vines will intertwine and form a world of vines. The main body will fuse with this world to attack targets. Before the wooden world is broken, all the damage sustained by the main body will be reduced and shouldered by the wooden world. Lin Yuan was not disappointed by Green Vine. After being locked, Green Vine was much stronger than before. It also had many more techniques that it could use for combat. Lin Yuan was already aware of Green Vine's elite abilities. When he contracted Green Vine, it had already been bronze grade. Green Vine's elite ability, Peak Sturdiness, was a triggered ability that had been boosting Green Vine from the sidelines. The silver ability, Long Vine Application, would allow two of Green Vine's vines to boost another vine. This vine's power would be increased, and it would also gain the effects of the other two vines. This gave Green Vine a lot more options during combat. Although only 3 of Green Vine's vines had gained abilities from Swallow Same Source, the other vines would eventually also gain abilities as Green Vine continued to grow. When the 3 vines were used in conjunction, they would produce a different effect, allowing Green Vine to use different types of attacks against different enemies. Long Vine Application's effects appeared to be weak, but when used alongside Green Vine's other abilities, it would be able to unleash much more power. The Gold Grade ability, Paralyzing Vine Sap, gave Green Vine another way of causing damage even when it was injured by a stronger opponent. Paralysis was very effective at restraining movement. It could put not only a clamp on the target's physical abilities but their elemental abilities as well. Moreover, paralysis was also effective against the spirit and soul. The Platinum ability, Brutally Pushing Out of Soil, strengthened the explosive power of Green Vine's physical attacks. This ability was very suited to Green Vine's combat style. A seed's germination power was hundreds of times stronger than its own power. When such an explosive power was given to 3 of Green Vine's vines, they would be able to cause far more damage than Green Vine usually could. This raised the limit of Green Vine's power. Lin Yuan could not imagine what Root's parasitic restraints would be like when it was actually used. Green Vine's original body was gigantic. If Green Vine was hosted within another life form, it would seem as though it was a giant monster that had gotten its clutches on a small boat. Given Green Vine's craving for vitality, it would drain the other phase of the same grade dry when it attached itself to them. As for splitting illusionary spikes, it perfectly complemented Green Vine's Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn. Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn was an ability that allowed for rolling grades, and it would be difficult to detect. This made Green Vine into a natural assassin. Splitting illusionary spikes allowed Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn to cause more damage inside a target's body. This ability turned an attack into a living creature that could breed within the enemy's body. This would turn the first puncture wound into tens, hundreds, or even thousands of holes. When Green Vine faced a stronger opponent, it could pair the ability with Brutally Pushing Out of Soil. Once the opponent's defenses were broken through, it would be able to continue attacking the target. But what caused Lin Yuan's eyes to light up the most was the sovereign ability, Avoidance Wedge. With the exclusive skill, Tactile Vinewood World, every time Green Vine sustained damage, the damage would be diminished. Every time Green Vine sustained damage, Avoidance Wedge would cause a wedge to be formed on the surface of Green Vine that would raise Green Vine's defensive ability. Once 3 layers of wedges were formed, they could even boost the effects gained through Swallow Same Source. This would expand Green Vine's limit even further. This also made Lin Yuan's investment in Green Vine even more meaningful. Lin Yuan had already been in the marsh world for some time. Chapter 2304 Abundance Treasure Tree. When Lin Yuan was injecting resources into the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush Federations, he had requested that Yi Huailong, Luo Lan, and Jin Kyungsun had to send the experts with feys who had reached Myth Breed or had evolved their grades to Thick Soil City and wait for Lin Yuan to be present for the evolution. Each person who had lived in Thick Soil City for more than a month would receive compensation from him. Lin Yuan was the savior of the 3 federations of the Startling Lines continent and the one who enabled Yi Huailong, Luo Lan, and Jin Kyungsun to attain their positions of power. Thus, they would not question his requests. All they did was rack their brains to try to meet his satisfaction. Thus, 3 of them had all set clear rules for the factions in their federation. This ensured that Lin Yuan would have a steady supply of Spirit Chi crystals. Green Vine was a sovereign 2/creation V Fey, and Lin Yuan intended to evolve it to Eternal within a year. Once he was done looking through Green Vine's data, Lin Yuan sent White Speak, East Glow, and everything away and brought Begin Lady into the spirit lock spatial zone. The moment he entered, he immediately felt a strange ripple of energy coming from the pure land of bliss. The ancient emerald green tree had become almost 100 times smaller than it had originally been. It was now a tiny tree that was less than 15 centimeters tall. The small tree glowed with jade light and had a thick marshy aura. The slender branches were covered with green spotted leaves that were smaller than bottle caps. When light hit the leaves, they became glowing embers. Morbius' voice sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. "Partner, my guess was right." After absorbing the 2 endless gems from the marsh world, a second ancient emerald green tree did not appear. Instead, the 2 ancient emerald green trees fused to form a new life form. This life form can be regarded as a fey or the true gateway into the marsh world. With this tree, we hold the only true key into the marsh world. When Lin Yuan heard what Morbius said, he did not comprehend it immediately. He used true data to check on the tree. Fey name, Abundance Treasure Tree. Fey species, World Tree Species / World Genus. Fey grade? Fey type, Marsh. Fey quality, Normal. Abilities. Soil roots. As the mother of the world, the roots can steal and control the ground it birthed and turn anything on the ground into fruits. Abundance fusion. After taking control of the world it birthed, the soil roots will combine the world with the roots. Unactivated. Lin Yuan saw that the data about the abundance treasure tree was very different from the usual information that he saw on true data. He could see the abundance treasure tree's abilities clearly, yet he could not see its grade. Moreover, the abundance treasure tree's abilities had shaken Lin Yuan to the core. Could the marsh world have come from the abundance treasure tree? If that was the case, it meant that every life form in the marsh world, from the most inferior dimensional life form to the most elite dictators, could all be turned into fruits by the abundance treasure tree. If an external force broke a fruit, the life form it represented would also lose its life. When this thought appeared in Lin Yuan's mind, he heard Morbius say, "Partner, the abundance treasure tree can be equated to the marsh world. I only presented it in data form. I call it a fey because it is truly alive. If I have to define it, I would say it is the world tree of the marsh world. It is considered the mother of the marsh world and won't harm its fruits, and doesn't have any attacking abilities. Its body will only be harmed when all of the fruits represented by life forms are dead and it doesn't have a single fruit left. For example, its current state. In order for it to unleash its true effects, it needs to be shifted into the marsh world. Marsh soil will be able to speed up its expansion through soil roots. If you want to, you can use Begin Lady's Spirit Fire or Green Vine's flaming roots to burn it to ashes before it grows any fruits. Then, the marsh world will start to erode. As long as the marsh world's dimensional life forms remain in the marsh world, they will all go extinct eventually. The main reason for my equating it to a fey is that it can actually be contracted." Morbius paused before it said seriously, "Your body contains the Mermaid Emperor bloodline. It is clearly beyond the water world dimensional life forms level but somehow still exists in the water world dimensional life form. With this bloodline, you stand an even higher chance of contracting the abundance treasure tree. However, there will be danger. But with me around, I can add in my bloodline to prevent the abundance treasure tree from draining your blood. Once you have successfully contracted the abundance treasure tree, all of its fruits will belong to you. The abundance treasure tree will designate you as the father of these dimensional life forms, and you will have the right to do whatever you want with them." Lin Yuan did not hesitate to give it a try. Although there were dangers to this opportunity, Lin Yuan would never give it up, much less when Morbius was around to ensure his safety. A thought immediately struck Lin Yuan. Could all of my hard work in the marsh world have been for nothing? Morbius sensed what Lin Yuan was thinking and said, "Partner, you haven't been working for nothing. There's no way that the dimensional life forms are aware of the existence of the abundance treasure tree. You might be able to control the marsh world and the lives of all the life forms that live in it, but you will still need to trade with them in order to receive their faith power. They must give it to you willingly." Lin Yuan gulped. His mouth went dry. When the abundance treasure tree used soil roots to take control of the ground, it would be using the world's root power. This was not something that the life forms in the world could stop from happening. Lin Yuan realized that he had found a reason to go to Marsh Abyss. When the abundance treasure tree took control of Marsh Abyss, Lin Yuan would be able to control the marsh world's core. Chapter 2305 Lin Yuan loses blood. When Lin Yuan acted now, he needed to take the 7 dictators in Marsh Abyss with the word source in their names into consideration. But besides the 7 of them, there were also other Samsara realm dictators in Marsh Abyss who Lin Yuan could not afford to casually cross. This was because any Samsara realm dictator could be of threat to him. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not willing to put Begin Lady in the way of a powerful enemy because of him. Once the Abundance Treasure Tree took control of the powerful Samsara realm dictators and they became fruits on the Abundance Treasure Tree, they might not show him respect during their interactions and still end up in conflict with him. But as long as Lin Yuan squeezed the fruits on the Abundance Treasure Tree that represented these dictators, he would be able to get rid of these issues with ease and without any risk. However, before any of that happened, Lin Yuan needed to complete his contract with the Abundance Treasure Tree first. During his communication with Morbius, Lin Yuan learned that he would make the Abundance Treasure Tree his companion when he formed a contract with it. The way for the Abundance Treasure Tree to recognize its master was for Lin Yuan to feed it his fresh blood. Lin Yuan had the Jasmine Lily to heal him and replenish his vitality. Moreover, the Earth Center fine milk had already cleansed his body. Thus, he did not believe that anyone would be better than him at giving away blood. Lin Yuan had done something similar numerous times when he had been contracting universe. The source sand produced a feather that sliced Lin Yuan's palm, and he fed his bleeding palm to the Abundance Treasure Tree. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt a powerful sucking force on his palm. It was as though the Abundance Treasure Tree had become an animal that had been dehydrated for some time. The tree sucked and swallowed from Lin Yuan's palm, letting out both slurping and gulping noises. After just 3 seconds passed, Lin Yuan summoned the Jasmine Lily and instructed it to heal him to replenish his blood. The Jasmine Lily's abilities had also been unlocked. The mountain jade imprint started to form continuously on Lin Yuan's body. But after half an hour had passed, it was as though nothing had happened. Only the slurping and gulping noises remained. The Jasmine Lily had already reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. But just healing Lin Yuan had caused it to use up almost all of its spirit qi. The contraction of the Abundance Treasure Tree was a monumental matter. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to open the Vitality imprint for the Jasmine Lily. With this, Lin Yuan was at ease again. Lin Yuan stood in front of the Abundance Treasure Tree for an entire day, during which Green Vine and Begin Lady intermittently stuffed supplements used to concoct grade 5 spirit fluids, such as the Phoenix Blood Goji, Dragon Blood Crystal Thread Dates, and Purple Jade into his mouth. If not for the Abundance Treasure Tree's rapid rate of consumption, Lin Yuan would have had a nosebleed. Nonetheless, after the day had passed, Lin Yuan's body was unable to absorb the ingredients and was at the point of crumbling. Given Lin Yuan's body condition, he needed to recuperate for a month or two to recover. When the Jasmine Lily used up all of the vitality stored in the Vitality imprint, Morbius prepared to step in to put a stop to the contraction. To Morbius, there was nothing more important than Lin Yuan. Morbius would never allow Lin Yuan to be seriously hurt, no matter what. At that moment, the blood glow of the Abundance Treasure Tree intensified, and the blood glow from the Abundance Treasure Tree now had the same aura as Lin Yuan. After the blood glow appeared, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed that the Abundance Treasure Tree had stopped sucking his blood. Instead, energy started to fill his body and seemed to be intended to heal his feeble body. However, the Abundance Treasure Tree's energy was the root of the marsh world. Lin Yuan could not handle such energy entering his body. At that moment, Morbius used its root power to envelop Lin Yuan, and he once again felt the same way he did when he had consumed the Earth Center fine milk. A torturous pain churned in his body. Lin Yuan gnashed his teeth as he fought against the pain of his body being wrecked and reconstructed. He knew that this was an opportunity for him to temper his body again. Lin Yuan could not remember how long he had been enduring the pain. When he sensed that all the pain had vanished, he noticed that his already pure body had been filtered of even more dirt. However, this dirt was not impurities but a pale yellow oil-like fluid. Lin Yuan immediately used dark blue to clean his body. He noticed that his body was completely different from before. He felt even stronger than the first time he drank the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Morbius had used too much of its root power in order to protect him. When it fell asleep again, there was no telling when it would wake up. But Lin Yuan did not think that it would be long. Morbius would have let him know if it was going to sleep for a long time. Lin Yuan touched the Abundance Treasure Tree again. The Abundance Treasure Tree gently waved its jade-textured branches in response to Lin Yuan. An exquisite friendliness and warmth filled the surroundings. Lin Yuan remembered Evil Source mentioning that there was about to be a banquet held in the Marsh Abyss and that she hoped that he would be able to attend. Every reputable dictator would be bringing their prized treasures to show them off at the banquet. The banquet was also a matchmaking event. There were many ties of matrimony in the marsh world that had been formed at this banquet. As such, Lin Yuan felt that he would bring the abundance treasure tree as his prized treasure and attend the banquet. Lin Yuan felt that when the abundance treasure tree used soil roots while it was on display, it would be able to take control of the entire area regardless of how slow its effects were. Begin Lady's gaze darkened for a moment as it looked at Lin Yuan. It recognized that everything that had just happened to Lin Yuan was beyond its comprehension. It did not ask any more questions. After all, it had already made its decision. It was likely that Celestial Sight felt the same way. Begin Lady and Celestial Sight would become stronger the longer that they remained in this space. No matter where Lin Yuan went in the future, all they needed to do was to follow him. This young man in front of them was maturing, and there could only be even more exciting events in store for him. Since Celestial Sight had gone to escort Lift Marsh, Begin Lady decided not to remain in the element well to hibernate. Instead, it changed into a pink and gold water drop and pasted itself on Lin Yuan's face, where it could always protect him. Lin Yuan continued to collect faith power from the apostles. Chapter 2306 Myth Breed. Floating Island Whale. For some reason, Lin Yuan's surges of anxiousness had become stronger of late. Truth was overseeing the derivation of life in the Divine Kingdom, which used an unbelievable amount of faith power. If Lin Yuan did not work hard to obtain faith power, he would not be able to make ends meet. If he failed to meet the demand for faith power, he would be faced with two choices. The first choice would involve stopping the derivation of life in the Divine Kingdom. There would be no way to stop the derivation of life once it began. If Lin Yuan decided to stop, all that he had already invested in the Divine Kingdom would go to waste. The second choice would take place when the Fountain of Faith ran out of faith power. If that happened, Lin Yuan would no longer be able to boost apostles and dictators. This would decrease Lin Yuan's ability to take on superior combatants. In order to prevent both of these results from happening, the only thing Lin Yuan could do was to do his best to gather faith power. Time slipped away like sand, and the days spent in the marsh world were not worth anything. Time passed quickly while Lin Yuan had been busy. The Thoughts letter paper was an amazing item. Lin Yuan used it to report his safety to the Moon Empress every few days. Due to the existence of the Thoughts letter paper, the members of the Astronomical Parliament could stay in touch despite the fact that the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting had not been held for the past 2 months. Other than Lift Marsh's one flaw, it was slow. Everything else about it was satisfactory. By the time Celestial Sight escorted Lift Marsh to where Lin Yuan's territory was located, almost 10 days had passed. This was even with Celestial Sight leading it. Moreover, once Lift Marsh had Lin Yuan's territory on its back, it would move even slower. Thus, it would only be able to reach Lin Yuan and Wenyu in a month's time. Another 2 weeks passed, and Morbius finally woke up again. After absorbing the faith power from apostles, Lin Yuan thought of something, which was that the Abundance Treasure Tree's abilities confirmed one of his speculations. The main world could actually be combined with the Marsh world through the Abundance Treasure Tree, turning the Marsh world into a part of the main world. Lin Yuan could not imagine what would happen once the main world and Marsh world were combined. Since the Marsh world contained endless gems, it meant that the same went for the other dimensional worlds. Although the endless gems from other worlds might not turn into trees, they should all be able to take control of their respective dimensional worlds in some way. If all the dimensional worlds could be combined with the main world, how big could the map of the main world become? After Wenyu and Sun Ningxiang received Lin Yuan's instructions, they planted 5,000 of the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches in the designated area, nourishing them with a large amount of marsh soil and watered with spirit fluids. This greatly shortened the storing ability white peach and deposit ability lychee branches growth period. Once Evil Source returned to Marsh Abyss, she called over all of the apostles and dictators who were under her and sent them to Marsh East Palace. None of the subordinates dared to question her. Even if her request threatened their profits and safety, none would dare oppose her. Even if they lost all of their faith power, they could gather more favored believers and begin accumulating again. But once they lost their lives, they would be cut off from the entire world. Evil Source trusted Lin Yuan. At this level, the most important thing was pride. Unless a temptation involved their power, no one would be willing to give up on their pride. Although she had already clashed with Lin Yuan, he had still allowed her to join his alliance. If Lin Yuan reneged on their deal, others would also become unwilling to trade with him. There was no way that Lin Yuan would ruin his own business. Once her apostles recovered some of their faith power, she would declare war on Carnage Source. She had already lost her treasure. If she could, she would steal Carnage Source's treasure. In order to steal Carnage Source's treasure, she would need to absorb the 54,000 units of source-type power from Lin Yuan first. Otherwise, she would be deterred by the Samsara realm source totem that Carnage Source's ancestors had left for him. Carnage Source indeed possessed extraordinary power. Otherwise, there was no way that one would be able to obtain a treasure like a Samsara realm source totem in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan had promised to deliver in 2 months. After Evil Source had sent all of her subordinates to Marsh East Palace, she did not wait and immediately left for Marsh Abyss. By now, the news would have reached Marsh Abyss. The apostles and dictators would not dare to mock her openly, but they had to be uttering horrible comments behind her back. Moreover, Mist Source might even come after her once she lost her authority. There was no question that she would be much more comfortable in the Palace of Everything than in Marsh Abyss. The Palace of Everything was now Lin Yuan's territory. If she could stay in his territory longer, she would be able to become closer with him. The outside world would also be able to see that she was on good terms with him. In truth, Evil Source was thinking the same thing. Lin Yuan probably did not have any issues with her. Otherwise, he would not have decided to give her so much source-type power. In order to shorten the time he spent trading with dictators in the Marsh world, Lin Yuan did not hold back with using potions to nurture the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee branches. By the time Lift Marsh carried Lin Yuan's territory to the Marsh East Palace's vicinity, Wen Yu and Sun Ningxiang would have harvested a batch of the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee branches. Once Lift Marsh arrived, Lin Yuan would move out from the Marsh East Palace's main hall. Lin Yuan could easily travel between the Marsh world and main world through Klein Hub, so he did not need to remain in the Marsh world. He had trained in the Startling Lines continent for almost 6 months and had just spent another few months in the Marsh world. As such, only about a year was left before the Radiance Envoy selection. At that moment, Lin Yuan was slightly worried for Universe. This was because Universe had taken longer to evolve from Fantasy V to Myth Breed than he had expected. Despite consuming all that pure source-type power and water and wind elemental energy, progress had been minimal. After communicating with Morbius, Lin Yuan felt that the reason was related to Universe's mutation. After its mutation, Universe could no longer be benchmarked against a regular island whale. Luckily, there was a way to address the issue without risk. When he sensed Universe's body expanding as it moved closer to evolving to Myth Breed, Lin Yuan summoned Universe out from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The instant Universe's willpower rune was formed, Lift Marsh noticed an enormous being almost as large as its own body above its head. Chapter 2307 Heavenly Family. Universe had never left the Spirit Lock spatial zone and was enjoying its time there. It knew that once it evolved to Myth Breed, it would not be able to return to such a small space. Universe had already been made aware of its path before it evolved to Myth Breed. It was going to take Lin Yuan's territory into the sky. During this time, Begin Lady could clearly sense numerous auras trying to spy on them to investigate the whale cry. But they all fled once the auras made contact with Begin Lady's aura. One of the auras belonged to Dictator Evil Source, who had just arrived at Marsh East Palace. In order to curry favor with Lin Yuan, Begin Lady had even enveloped the space with its own aura in order to scare off the spying auras. Evil Source was rather envious of Lin Yuan. He actually had a Samsara realm dictator as a follower while she did not. Evil Source was curious. When did Samsara realm dictators start following other dictators? This had never happened before in the Marsh world. It was likely that this was more proof of how much more powerful Lin Yuan was. If Lin Yuan was not stronger than her, he would never have been able to obtain the loyalty of a Samsara realm dictator. Rather than surprised, Evil Source was more enraged by Pregnant Poison's betrayal. The differences in the dictator's power always defined the relationships between them. A pathetic creature like Pregnant Poison would never have dared to stray if she was strong. She could have ordered Pregnant Poison to give up her life, and the latter would have had no choice but to do so, just like Might Thread had done. After all, who would willingly choose to die if they could live? However, Pregnant Poison had managed to link herself to Lin Yuan, a target that Evil Source could not cross. Otherwise, there was no way that Evil Source would have let off Pregnant Poison. It went without saying that Evil Source would not have allowed Pregnant Poison to die easily. There were times when death was a form of release. Begin Lady sensed that Evil Source was outside the barrier she had set up and immediately informed Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan heard what Begin Lady said, he realized that possessing authority in the Marsh world was not easy. Evil Source was even more humble than East Glow now that she wanted to get on his good side. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan would never believe that Evil Source truly wanted to connect with him. He knew that she was just waiting for the trade of the big and small source fruits that were worth 56,000 units of source-type power. Heaven and Earth phase had a very similar aura to dimensional life forms. Although there were no floating island whales in the marsh world, life was still evolving continuously. New life could emerge at any time. Unlike the main world, the marsh world did not have creation masters who recorded their phase based on species. Unless someone ripped universe apart to find its energy source, no one could tell that it was different from any other dimensional life form. Lin Yuan had proved this through the other dictators' reactions to Green Vine. Universe needed to absorb spirit chi and wind and water elemental energy in order to survive. Surviving was not the same as increasing one's power. Lin Yuan just needed to feed a spirit chi crystal to universe every few days, and it would be able to live comfortably in the marsh world. Lin Yuan had intended to evolve universe into myth breed in the main world. But his plan had changed now that he had formed a contract with the abundance treasure tree. Universe had already exceeded 40,000 meters. Once it reached adulthood, it would continue to grow. Lin Yuan felt a light bulb light up in his head. It seemed extravagant to continuously use pure spirit chi and wind and water elemental energy to nurture universe. But universe that had mutated from the island whale had yet to stop surprising with the size it grew to. Universe's body had started out as light green with white patterns on its abdomen that became more obvious as it stretched down from Universe's back to its belly. But as Universe grew larger, the green of its body and white patterns became increasingly faint. When one saw Universe from afar, it would look no different from the sky, with the white patterns becoming part of the wispy clouds. Universe flapped its enormous fins that seemed to span the expanse of the sky and its tail that was even larger than its fins combined. It looked like the creature that held up the sky. It was the sacred beast that belonged to the sky. When Universe was evolving to myth breed, it had a much smoother time than before it had evolved, thanks to the endless stream of spirit chi crystals and elemental pearls that Lin Yuan provided. Just as Lin Yuan thought that Universe was done evolving, Universe's body and sky started to quake. But it did not take long before Universe's body calmed down. Begin Lady observed Universe's changes and said softly, Universe's aura is now similar to that of blood love and purple love. This sky does not belong to it. Once it returns to the main world, it will be able to connect with the sky of the main world. There is a high probability of it becoming a heavenly family fey. Its world cleansing will appear once it returns to the main world. Lin Yuan looked at Universe with delight. But due to Universe's size, there was no way it could leave the marsh world unless he found a class 6 dimensional rift or the abundance treasure tree managed to take full control of the marsh world and combine it with the main world. The major federation meeting would only be taking place a year later. Once he went to Marsh Abyss and participated in the banquet there, Lin Yuan would be the sole owner of the marsh world. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to activate the full power of the marsh world to locate the Freedom Federation in the marsh world and expose them. Even if the Moon Empress guess was right in that the Mirror God and God of Fools had awakened their spirit fires, there was no way they would be able to stand up to the Samsara realm dictators of the marsh world. Lin Yuan learned from Begin Lady that the Samsara realm was similar to the level of experts who had awakened their spirit fires. However, there were many more Samsara realm dictators in the marsh world. Even if Hu Chuan recruited even more spirit craftsmen, it would take at least a year to finish building Sky City atop Universe. Thus, Universe was going to keep a low profile in the marsh world for now while Hu Chuan slowly built Sky City. Lin Yuan did not keep anything from Hu Chuan, the architect of Sky City, so the latter already knew of Universe's existence. It was likely that Hu Chuan would be filled with ideas once he set eyes on the myth-breed universe. Chapter 2308 Lashing Spirit Tail Wings. Lin Yuan would then assess Hu Chuan's designs and add to them based on his own ideas for Sky City. After Hu Chuan became a Class 5 spirit craftsman, his designs became much better than before. Lin Yuan believed that even if he left Hu Chuan alone to handle the construction of Sky City on Universe's back, he would not be disappointed with the result. At that moment, Lin Yuan lifted his head to look at the myth-breed universe while he used true data to check on it. Fey name, Floating Island Whale. Fey species, Large Winged Whale Species / Island Whale Species. Fey grade, Suzerain, 1/10. Fey type, Water / Wind. Fey quality, Mythi, Fake. Abilities. Whale blood screen, set fire to the essence blood inside its body and form a screen that can protect everything on its back. Water vapor whale feelers, transform its feelers into water vapor and use them to gather nutrients from the environment to recover itself. Whale spout empowerment, through the blowhole in its head, it can shoot out energy from its body and supply it to entities with compatible bodies to replenish their energy or fix them up in other ways. Lashing spirit tail wings. After being nourished by pure spirit chi, the wings and tail will be covered with skin that can filter out spirit chi. With every movement of the wings and tail, the spirit chi can be directed to its back to increase the concentration of spirit chi on its back. Flesh solidification. An additional mouth that is connected to the additional stomach will grow below the blowhole. The metal and rocks that enter the additional stomach will strengthen the flesh during the contraction and expansion of the additional stomach. The solidified flesh will not affect the growth of the whale's bones. Whale's breath. Gather energy that is compatible with its body and shoot it out at a target. Before the target escapes the breath's lock, the breath will lock and track the target. Floating whale sinks. When the things and life forms on the whale's back are dying, a mournful cry of grief will be released. The sky will be like the ocean, and its body and soul will be the price paid to protect all the beings on its back. Exclusive skill. Floating island secret realm. A special space will be opened within the whale's abdomen by swallowing wind elemental energy. The higher the purity of the wind elemental energy, the larger the space will be. But the space will not exceed twice the size of the body. By swallowing water elemental energy, the flesh will gain powerful fusion abilities that will enable the fats to stick to any life form, dead or alive, and drain nutrients from them. The purer the water elemental energy, the stronger the fusion ability will be. Knotted life cohabitation. Pick a life form on its back to fuse and share its life with. Before its life comes to an end, the target will not die. Before the target dies, it will be able to continue living even if it sustains a serious injury. Lin Yuan was rather shocked by what he saw. He thought that now that Universe's body had changed and its willpower rune had become a lore rune, it would have gained a third exclusive skill despite not having undergone the world cleansing yet. Alas, Universe only had 2 exclusive skills. Although it was only mythi, it did not have a respective exclusive skill. This allowed Lin Yuan to understand that the world cleansing was the reason that feys gained new exclusive skills. The marsh world could not access tests from the main world like the world cleansing and trial of world creation. This was the difference between feys and dimensional life forms. I think you should take a look at. Suppose the abundance treasure tree could be used to combine the marsh world and main world. Would the dimensional life forms, apostles, and dictators also be able to undergo the world cleansings and trials of world creation based on their grade once they entered the main world? This was just a guess, and Lin Yuan could not be certain. Even if a class 5 dimensional rift opened, dimensional life forms with the power of myth breed feys rarely emerged. Once a class 5 dimensional rift opened, experts would immediately rush in to kill the stronger dimensional life forms and prevent them from making their way into the main world. Suddenly, Lin Yuan remembered a record he had read in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. 15 years ago, a Class 5 Abyss Dimensional Rift had opened outside of Golden Edge City, and a few Abyss Demons with Myth 2 power had emerged from it. These Abyss Demons had started by looking at Gold Edge City with amusement while ordering the other Abyss Demons to invade the city. But after a day passed, the Abyss Demons became sluggish, as though they were resisting something. Even their auras became weaker. Because of this, Golden Edge City had managed to hold out until help arrived and prevented the losses from being too significant. Lin Yuan hypothesized that the sluggish behavior was similar to when the feys were undergoing the world cleansing. After he came up with this hypothesis, it was as though the door to a new world had opened in front of him. If that were the case, it meant that every powerful life form, apostle, and dictator from the marsh world would become a potential source of spirit chi crystals. After Lin Yuan carefully examined Universe's abilities, exclusive skills, and general state, he was rendered speechless. He had already been stunned by Green Vine's unlocked abilities that appeared after Morbius was done absorbing the Endless Gem. But Universe's abilities and exclusive skills could not be described as merely stunning. To Lin Yuan, these abilities were like miracles. It was the noblest and most splendid set that the main world had put together. Lin Yuan was also distressed by floating whale sinks. Just like the island whale, Universe's nature was to protect. Even if it died, it had to bless others. However, initiating a whale fall was different from causing a whale fall. A whale fall was caused when the island whale's life was ending and was a natural blessing to nature. But an initiated whale fall was when the island whale sacrificed its life. The island whale also had similar abilities. However, when it sacrificed itself and initiated a whale fall, it could only recover the injuries of those it wanted to protect but could not bring them back to life. This was a miracle that only Universe could create. However, Lin Yuan did not intend to make this miracle happen. The gold ability, Lashing Spirit Tail Wings, filled Lin Yuan with a sense of accomplishment. Universe was only able to gain such a gold ability because of his nurturing. If Universe had not received frequent nourishment from pure spirit chi, its wings and tail would never be able to grow a skin that could filter spirit chi. Chapter 2309 Main Name and Nickname. Universe needed its wings and tail to swim in the air. It was like how pedestrians needed to swing their arms when walking. Every time its wings and tail moved, the pure spirit chi on Universe's back would be replenished. If the life forms on Universe's back used up spirit chi slower than the rate at which the spirit chi on Universe's back was replenished, the amount of spirit chi on Universe's back would increase continuously. As a result, Universe would turn into a spirit chi collector. It would be like a blessed sight. Suddenly, Lin Yuan wondered if all the spirit chi in the main world would eventually disappear and be located on Universe's back as Universe's power continued to increase and filter out spirit chi. If that were the case, he would be committing a serious crime. But regardless, with lashing spirit tail wings, Lin Yuan would never have to worry about preparing resources again. While it was being nourished by spirit chi, any delicate fey could be nurtured on Universe's back. The platinum ability, flesh solidification, improved Universe's body to the greatest extent. Universe was a fey that grew with its body, which was its foundation. Red Thorn also had a similar ability. Lin Yuan had more than enough strong ores and metal spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan only needed to take out some of the food that had been prepared for Red Thorn and share it with Universe. The worst part of abilities that could solidify flesh was when they prevented the fey's bones from growing. However, this concern did not apply to Universe. The diamond ability, Whale's Breath, allowed Lin Yuan and the entire Sky City to gain a powerful combat technique. Lin Yuan had obtained a pile of the exploding spirit rock flowers from Wang Kueji. The exploding spirit rock flowers could produce large spirit chi bombs that could be used to attack targets once they were fed with sufficient spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan had already witnessed how much damage a spirit chi explosion could cause. Lin Yuan's combat abilities mainly relied on Blackie's spirit essence explosion. The exploding spirit rock flowers had a limit to the amount of spirit chi they could store up for attacks. The limit was related to their grades and qualities. With the effects of Whale's Breath and Knotted Life cohabitation, the exploding spirit rock flowers attacks could be turned into the Whale's Breath and spewed out to cause damage to targets. The stronger the vitality that the target possessed, the stronger the aura it would have. When Universe used its breath to lock a target, there was no way the target would be able to break free unless its aura was stronger than that of Universe. Whale's Breath was the final technique to strengthen Universe's combat abilities, and Knotted Life cohabitation would be able to strengthen Universe's defense to the greatest extent. With Knotted Life cohabitation, Universe could choose to share its life with the life forms on its back. As long as Universe did not die, the targets it chose to protect would not die either, and vice versa. This would prevent the weak exploding spirit rock flowers from being destroyed by enemy attacks. A weak functional fey like the sentient being Protective Dragon also would not have to worry about being injured in combat. More importantly, Grey, who was the closest and interacted the most with Universe, would also be able to raise Universe's chance of survival. Grey could hide Universe's body, but it did not have strong defensive abilities. Grey would be injured if the cloud was struck in any way when it was in cloud form. But now, Lin Yuan no longer needed to come up with ways to protect Grey. Grey's interactions with Universe would also become more comprehensive. When Grey was in its cloud form, it was much better at fleeing than Universe was. As long as Grey managed to escape and survive, Universe would be able to continue living. It went without saying that this would only happen if Lin Yuan managed to keep from reaching the end of his line. But such a thing could never happen to Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan had been working hard to increase his own and Sky City's power. Sky City's top combat power now included everything: East Glow, Return to Ruins, and Pregnant Poison. Thus, it had improved significantly from the past. Lin Yuan never saw the dictators of the marsh world as part of his strength. But now that he had the Abundance Treasure Tree, Lin Yuan saw dictators as no different from apostles. Long ago, when Universe had only been silver grade, Lin Yuan thought that Universe's attack and defense systems had already been completed. But now, Universe's attack and defense systems were better than before. Although Universe still had not gained the exclusive skill that came with it reaching Myth Breed, Lin Yuan could not identify any flaws. Lin Yuan was really looking forward to seeing what changes the Myth Breed exclusive skill could bring to the already perfect Universe. At that moment, Universe let out the low wail of a giant beast. "Dad, I have been wanting to ask you something. Is my name Universe or Sky Sea?" Universe sounded slightly hurt, and Lin Yuan picked up on how it was feeling. This caused Lin Yuan to scratch the back of his head awkwardly. He had been so busy that he had forgotten that he had already named Universe. In spite of his awkwardness, Universe called him Dad. He had to save his paternal image. Your main name will be Lin Sky C, while your nickname will be Lin Universe. It's a trend now to have both. When Sky C heard what Lin Yuan said, it instinctively moved its large body to hug Lin Yuan, but he hurriedly stopped it. My dear son, you are too filial. If you crush me into a pancake, I will probably take up a square kilometer of space. I will be so thin that even slices of beef will be thicker than me. Begin Lady was surprised when it heard what Lin Yuan said. Were children so nonsensical? But according to the information it had gained from Sujian and Bai Dong's souls, humans did have the habit of giving their children both main names and nicknames. The nicknames were usually used as pet names. Begin Lady only blocked auras and prevented spying from the outside world. However, Sky C's voice would definitely be heard by others. Evil Source was astonished as she stared at the figure of Sky C in the sky. A giant creature like the land-lifting marsh turtle was already an anomaly. Yet, it was even comparable to Lift Marsh. The giant creature had called Lin Yuan Dad. Did that mean that Lin Yuan's true body was just as large? Chapter 2310 Grey and Sky C's Cooperation. Regardless of strength, the difference in size between Lin Yuan and Carnage Source's bodies was the same as that of the big source fruit and small source fruit. With this thought, Evil Source was even more certain that she wanted to continue remaining by Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan did not know what Evil Source was thinking. But even if he did know, he would not mind. Ever since he found out about the Abundance Treasure Tree's existence and formed a contract with it, Samsara Realm dictators were no longer threats but potential resources to him. He lightly tapped the ground with his foot, and the source sand immediately formed 4 pairs of black wings on his back. Lin Yuan flew onto Sky C's back and looked down at the endless marsh stretched out beneath him. After a year, Sky C finally became a giant creature hoisted into the sky. The construction of the real Sky City could finally begin. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt very accomplished. Sky C's exclusive skill, Floating Island Secret Realm, allowed Sky C's flesh to have fusion capabilities, which allowed any living or dead creature to become stuck in the whale's fat. This was its way of nourishing the living and dead creatures. Lin Yuan summoned Grey. Once Grey was summoned, rolling mist started to spread out in all directions. Grey had been using the plant-type phase that could produce weather to increase its power. It was a struggle for the clouds and mist that Grey had turned into to hide the entire Sky Sea. After all, Sky Sea had grown larger than Lin Yuan expected. However, even if the clouds and mist were on the thin side, they still managed to cover Sky Sea's entire body. But there was a difference between hiding and covering. The outline of an enormous creature could still be seen in the sky. Lin Yuan was not worried about this. Grey and Sky Sea were symbiotic. As a heavenly family Fey, Grey's power would increase continuously. Once Grey evolved to myth breed and took to the sky, you would not be able to see Sky Sea even if it was above you. Lin Yuan took out all of the plant-type phase that could produce weather that he had. Sky Sea immediately fused all of the plant-type phase that could produce weather with the layer of fat under its skin. As the plant-type phase were nourished, they immediately started to release their weather. Grey happily started to absorb the weather. Grey and Sky Sea had known each other for a long time and had become good friends during the time they spent in the Spirit Lock spatial zone together. When Lin Yuan left Sky Sea's back and landed back on the ground, Wen Yu, Lu Ji, Sun Ningxiang, Hu Chuan, Lu Ji, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, and the rest were all looking up at the giant creature in the sky shrouded in clouds. This was not the first time that they had seen Lin Yuan create a miracle. But Sky Sea in the sky still elicited genuine amazement from them. Lu Ji smiled at Lu Ji, Wen Yu, Sun Ningxiang, and the rest as he said, a headquarters had not been formed for Sky City yet. From now on, Sky City's headquarters will be built on Sky Sea's back. While he spoke, Lin Yuan took out 3 sets of island whale bones and said to Hu Chuan, Uncle Hu, the 3 sets of island whale bones will be material for Sky City's main structure. You can use this structure to come up with a blueprint. We can talk more about the designs of the construction later. Hu Chuan nodded seriously. I thought that the underground palace I built below the Divine Wood Federation was my best work. I didn't expect you to present me with a new opportunity and surprise so soon. I am a member of Sky City. Don't worry. I will do all I can to come up with and show you the best design. You can let me know if there is anything you want to change, and I'll make the alterations. Lin Yuan nodded and said with a smile, Uncle Hu, thank you for your hard work. If you need any spiritual materials, just let me know, and I'll do my best to provide you with them. Hu Chuan patted Lu Tong's shoulder as he said, let's go. It's time to get to work. Hu Chuan had always been the active type. Once he had an idea, he had to act on it. He was only a spirit craftsman in Sky City. Thus, he needed to perform all his duties well. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Lu Ji and the rest would handle everything else. Since Hu Chuan did not have such skills, he was not going to force himself. Hu Chuan intended to put all of his energy into the construction of Sky City's headquarters on Sky Sea's back. Sun Ningxiang had not seen Lin Yuan for a few months. Although this was not a long period, she only needed a glimpse of him to see that he had become much more mature. A man's aura and appearance changed the most when they were around 19 years old. Now, Lin Yuan's aura was much more elite than when she first met him 6 months ago. His aura was even more attractive to her now. Sun Ningxiang took a step toward Lin Yuan and said, Young master, I didn't expect the marsh world to have such a large turtle. It can actually carry such a piece of land and travel through the marsh. The turtle's young is even bringing the fey breeding bases around with the territory. Many of the production plant type feys have already been harvested. Some of them have already been harvested several times with help from the marsh and due to the suitability of the environment. You told me to pay special attention to nurturing the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. All of the sprouts are planted in a designated area that is being carried by one of the turtles. With the rate of your resource investment, we will be able to harvest 25 tons of the deposit ability lychee branches and 18 tons of the storing ability white peaches every 2 months. Lin Yuan reached out and received a diamond fey storage box from Sun Ningxiang. There were enough storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches in the diamond fey storage box to complete his trade with Hornless Dragon Source. With the abundance treasure tree, there was no need for Lin Yuan to trade with any more Samsara realm dictators. However, Lin Yuan did not mind nurturing the top powerhouses of the marsh world. The life forms in the marsh world were all citizens of the abundance treasure tree. Since Lin Yuan was the abundance treasure tree's contractor, the life forms were his citizens as well. When he spent resources on his citizens, he was essentially spending them on himself. Ningxiang, you, Wen Yu, and Big Brother Lu have worked hard. Take some rest. Although the marsh world isn't as crowded as the Radiance Federation, its scenery is definitely top-notch. Sun Ningxiang, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji all shook their heads. Chapter 2311 First Astronomical Parliament Parliamentary meeting in a long time. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu winking at him as she pointed at the thoughts letter paper he was holding. Lin Yuan immediately realized that she wanted to hold an astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting. It was true that communicating solely through the thoughts letter paper would not be feasible for a prolonged period. It was indeed time for all of them to gather among the stars. This time, he would pick the one who had distinguished themselves during the recent period of development. The chosen one would be given a seat on the 4th golden throne. Lin Yuan had been in the marsh world all this time. He was due to return to the main world. However, he could not make the experts from the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush Federations wait for him endlessly in Thick Soil City. Ningxiang, I'm being serious. Let's all take a break. We should go and visit the sites in the Startling Lines continent. Although the food in the Startling Lines continent can't compare to the delicacies in the Radiance Federation, there are several dishes with unique styles and tastes. Lin Yuan stretched. It was time to balance his work with rest. He was not the only one who had been working hard. Wen Yu, Lu Ji, and Sun Ningxiang had also been pushing themselves as hard as he had. The stronger the dictators in the marsh world became, the more their perception of time faded. To those who had lived for tens of thousands of years, a month passed as quickly as a blink. With everything, East Glow, and White Speak there to handle matters, there was no way that any issues would crop up in the Marsh East Circle. Evil Source was desperate to gain his favor. If there was any issue that the three of them could not solve, Evil Source would not stand idle. Therefore, a few days of absence while he returned to the main world would have no impact whatsoever. Frankly, Lin Yuan did not want to return to the main world just to take a break. His main reason was to head to Thick Soil City. By now, the construction of Thick Soil City should be completed. He had never been to the city that he had the idea of building. This was unacceptable. When Sun Ningxiang heard what Lin Yuan said, she did not insist on staying in the marsh world to oversee matters. She did not know how Lin Yuan planned on getting to the Startling Lines continent, but since he had the ability to transport her from the Radiance Federation to the marsh world, there was no reason he would not be able to transport them from the marsh world to the Startling Lines continent. Sun Ningxiang had been hiding the way she felt and thought about Lin Yuan. Now that she had the chance to go and spend leisure time with Lin Yuan in the startling Lines continent, she was going to treasure it. After informing the others and giving them some instructions, he stored Wen Yu, Sun Ningxiang, and Lu Ji inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad before returning to the underground palace at the boundary of the Divine Wood and Iron Hammer Federations. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly no longer needed to guard Lin Yuan's territory in the marsh world anymore. Previously, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had been the strongest expert under Lin Yuan, taking up the bulk of the combat power. But now, Lin Yuan had more and more dictators becoming loyal to him. As a result, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's combat power had become one of the weakest in his arsenal. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was not at all disappointed by this. Instead, it was overjoyed. Now that it did not need to guard Lin Yuan's territory, it could spend all its time with Purple Afterglow. Purple Afterglow still could not change into human form, but this did not stop the Kill Food Sky Butterfly from being affectionate with Purple Afterglow while they were both in butterfly form. Lin Yuan could not bear to be around such displays of affection because it always filled him with a strange feeling. Purple Afterglow no longer needed to absorb venomous pollen. It said that this was because it was preparing to start a family with the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. With Purple Afterglow and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's looks, there was no way that their children could turn out to be unattractive. However, Purple Afterglow had the only bloodline of its kind amongst butterfly species feys, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had one of the 3 most elite bloodlines of butterfly species feys. It would be more difficult for 2 such elite bloodlines to produce offspring than it would be for a dimensional life form to become a dictator. Nonetheless, Purple Afterglow was keeping a positive mindset. If the first time failed, they would try twice. If both times failed, they would go for a third time. They would keep trying until they were successful. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly's only job was to be in love. After Blackie evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy V, Lin Yuan rarely rode the Kill Food Sky Butterfly when he needed to travel. As a flood dragon species fey, Blackie's bloodline had an advantage that allowed it to pass through the clouds with greater ease. Lin Yuan stationed the Kill Food Sky Butterfly next to Klein Hub. Once any issues cropped up, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly would be able to immediately pass through Klein Hub to flee. It would also be able to alert Lin Yuan as soon as possible so he could take Begin Lady into the marsh world to smooth things out. Lin Yuan opened the jeweled cave Golden Toad and let out Wen Yu, Lu Ji, and Sun Ningxiang. Sun Ningxiang was stupefied by the underground palace's environment the moment she laid eyes on it. All of the underground palace's walls were covered with intricate floating carvings. This was the work of Hu Chuan and a group of Class 3 spirit craftsmen. Lu Ji had handled all of the important parts personally. There were even jade-textured wood pieces embedded into the walls as decorations. Thanks to the plant-type phase that could produce spirit chi, the corners of the walls glowed with amber light. More than 10 of the Sunlight King lotuses were planted in the corners of the palace, making the underground palace appear as bright as the daytime. Hu Chuan had taken inspiration from bridges to build all of the paths, and there were even pools that each contained 7 to 8 types of heavy water. Besides the Sunlight King lotuses, there were also hundreds of other rare lotus species feys in the pools. Every spirit siphon goldfish in the pools had reached gold/legend and resembled beautiful blooming peonies in the water. There were also many green gems and small frog species feys that resembled topaz on the leaves of the lotuses. The Lotus Fortune Lucky Frog was an average fortuitous frog species fey. As they sat on the leaves, they let out melodious sounds. If Wen Yu had not said this was an underground palace, Sun Ningxiang would have assumed they were above ground. Meanwhile, spirit craftsmen were maintaining the underground palace daily, and 2 of them started leading Sun Ningxiang around on tour. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji then headed to a quiet room. Wen Yu took out a few rainbow fish coats and started to chew on them so she could store up spiritual energy and begin the ritual. The Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting could be held longer with the rainbow fish coats to help with the ritual. Chapter 2312 A Selection in the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. I still have around 1,500 of the rainbow fish coats. I will get some wood from fruit trees and roast them in honey tonight. The honey will make them tastier and keep them crispy longer while they're stored in the Diamond Fey storage box. Wen Yu had been with Lu Ji in the Marsh World's territory and ate the food he cooked daily. After more than a month, Wen Yu was not fat but had still gained 1.5 kilograms. She hurriedly said, "Big brother Lu, you don't have to add honey. Even soft, the rainbow fish coats are delicious. If you add honey, I'll have to eat at least 10 pieces at a time. I will have to eat half a bowl less of food a day." When Lu Ji heard what Wen Yu said, he grumbled to himself. You eat at least 6 large bowls of food every day. You eat more than me and Lin Yuan combined. So what if you eat half a bowl less each day? In the past, Lu Ji would have just vocalized such thoughts. But now, he knew it was inappropriate to be so straightforward. Otherwise, the carcinoma phase that the insect queen controlled would all dislike him once they gained intelligence. An example was Fat Dimension, which could not fly even when it flapped its wings. After swallowing his words, Lu Ji coughed and said, "Okay, I won't add honey then. Normally, it only takes me 20 minutes to roast one fish coat. This time, I'll roast it for a minute longer so that it'll be crispier." After consuming 10 of the rainbow fish coats, a cat's eye gem appeared at the center of Wen Yu's forehead, and her eyes started to shine like stars. She no longer needed to be asleep to enter the astronomical parliament. Lu Ji and Lin Yuan felt a sense of weightlessness and found themselves on the golden thrones a second later. Before beginning the astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting, Wen Yu had sent word to the other members through the thoughts letter paper. If any of them could not come immediately, Wen Yu would know to wait for them instead of having absent members during the meeting. Given the current situation, Lin Yuan would become busy again soon. There was no telling when the next parliamentary meeting would be held. Moreover, this parliamentary meeting aimed to pick someone to take the 4th golden throne. If there were any absences, they could not pick fairly. Besides Wen Yu, Lu Ji, and Lin Yuan, who already occupied the golden thrones, 8 of the north-south constellation seats were filled. Bei Su, Yin Lin, Ta Lei, and Su Yiren, who had joined first, as well as Buletin Po, Wolun, Luo Lan, and Peace, who had joined later, had all been working diligently without taking any breaks. They were all looking forward to this astronomical parliamentary meeting because it would involve deciding who from among them would be able to sit on the 4th golden throne. Yin Lin was the first to say her greetings. Long time no see, Leo, Libra, and Virgo. Lu Ji had already made it clear that he was a man. Yin Lin could not help but feel strange when she was calling a man Virgo. After Yin Lin, the rest also said their greetings to Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji before greeting each other. Once the group was done making small talk, Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. With the thoughts letter paper, all of them had already become friends. Without the thoughts letter paper, the parliamentary meeting would not have such a friendly atmosphere. Almost 3 months have passed since the last astronomical parliamentary meeting. All of you have grown during this time. I'm sure all of you remember what I said at the end of the last parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan's words caused Yin Lin, Bei Su, and the rest to shift to the edge of their seats. Luo Lan already had her hand raised. Lin Yuan could tell that she had something to say. Lin Yuan thought that she wanted to make her case for why she deserved to sit on one of the golden thrones. But it turned out that she did not have such thoughts at all. Instead, she said seriously, I have been managing the Iron Hammer Federation for the past 3 months. Although almost everything in the Iron Hammer Federation has been settled, I only made it this far with your help. But ever since I joined the Astronomical Parliament, all I've done is receive help from you. If you hadn't provided me with martial power and your support, I would never have been able to settle everything in the past 3 months. As such, I have decided to give up on my bid for the Golden Throne. Luo Lan had only said this after deep contemplation. She felt that she was the least accomplished out of the 8 of them. Even Wolun had led a team to the Great Lush Federation's harbor in the past 3 months and joined up with Lin Yuan. Although she had taken full control of the Iron Hammer Federation, it would not be fair to compare this accomplishment with the others because she had received the most aid from Lin Yuan. Almost immediately after Luo Lan was done speaking, Buletin Po hurriedly added, Leo was also the one who made me into a creation master. I was only picked by the Spirit Mother because I became a creation master. I might be the Spirit Mother's second in-line reserve disciple, but this accomplishment is also fully attributed to Leo. So, I will also be backing out of the selection. Buletin Po had only expressed his thoughts after hearing what Luo Lan said. But Buletin Po's words had mirrored the thoughts of Bei Su, Ta Lei, Wolun, Peace, Su Yiren, and even Yin Lin. Every person who had joined the Astronomical Parliament had been about to plunge into the depths of despair or were already in it. They had only managed to find the reason and a goal to continue living because they had Lin Yuan's help. All of them had started at different points on the ladder. For example, Yin Lin had started near the top, while Peace, Ta Lei, and Bei Su had begun right on the ground. If they all excluded Lin Yuan's help, all the hard work they had put in for the sake of the selection would have been for nothing. Lin Yuan sensed that the atmosphere had shifted but did not speak immediately. Instead, he waited for Bulletin Po to finish speaking, and until the atmosphere could no longer sink any further before he said, "The Astronomical Parliament is not a one-man show. It is a group made up of all of us together." Chapter 2313 Chosen Candidate. They all communicated through the thoughts letter paper, shared their progress, and witnessed each other's achievements. Lin Yuan's words warmed their hearts. It was true. The Astronomical Parliament was the family that they were all part of. This was why they all looked forward to the parliamentary meetings and were happy to chat with each other through the thoughts letter paper. But at the same time, Lin Yuan's words unblocked their minds. Voting was both the fairest and unfairest method. It would be largely related to how much they had improved, as well as their individual charm. But Lin Yuan saw individual charm as another measure of a person's capability. Frankly, he was very curious about who would be chosen. After Lin Yuan was done speaking, Wen Yu added, "Voting will begin with Bei Su, who joined the Astronomical Parliament first, and end with Peace, who joined last. Bei Su, you may cast your vote." Bei Su nodded seriously. The team he led now consisted of 2,000 members, and they had discovered a large tribe where almost 50,000 people lived. Bei Su's team had set up an ambush in the stone cave next to the tribe. There were more than 300 people in Bei Su's team who could be considered to be skilled at combat, and Bei Su had once led his team to clear out a pinnacle class 2-dimensional rift. Bei Su had started at rock bottom. The lower one started, the more difficult it would be to advance. However, Bei Su had not slacked off for even a minute. If he could vote for himself, Bei Su might hesitate. But since he could not vote for himself, he did not feel pressured at all. In all honesty, out of the 7 of them, Peace and Yinlin had improved the most. Peace was now the green continent goddess of the broiling rock continent, and her reputation had traveled far and wide. The city she lived in was expanding rapidly. When a neighboring large city heard of Peace, they sent experts to investigate and ended up deciding to form a trading partnership with Peace's rising city. Using the water-drawing heat roly-poly's ability to create water, Peace could use water, the most precious resource in the broiling rock continent, to trade for other necessary resources. She had even fetched the nomads outside the city who were living day by day in the city and took care of them. Everything she had done not only increased the city's overall power but also boosted her reputation. She was now an icon of faith. Even the people in neighboring cities regarded her as the green continent goddess once they heard of what she had done and could do. Such an improvement could not be easily replicated. The only one who could compare was Yinlin, who had started out ahead of the others. Yinlin had already used the resources she had traded from Lin Yuan to buy almost 30 islands in the Azure Federation and established an extensive trading network. She had even used her influence to enable herself to be promoted from the 4th Azure Envoy to the 3rd. She was currently trading in the Azure Federation by leveraging on her title. She hoped that her faction would gain the freedom to move in and out of a Class 6 water world dimensional rift. She was now a notable figure in the Azure Federation. But if a comparison had to be made, Peace's improvements were only possible due to Yinlin and Su Yiren's guidance. This included interactions with other large cities. Yinlin and Su Yiren were always happy to use their experience and knowledge to help rookies. Thus, Bei Su decided to cast his vote for Yinlin. Since he had a chosen candidate, he immediately said, "I've made my decision. My vote goes to Yinlin." Yinlin did not look surprised to hear that Bei Su was voting for her because she already knew that she and Peace were the only contenders based on the objective judgment of improvement. But besides improvement, she had performed better than Peace in other areas. Yinlin had the experience and shrewdness that came from being part of a large faction. Peace could not compete with that. Nonetheless, she had been sincere in helping the Astronomical Parliament's new members. If she had selfish motives, she would not have performed as well as she did. When it was time for Yinlin to vote, she generously and fairly voted for Peace. After Yinlin came Talei's turn. Talei came from a small tribe and was even more innocent than Peace and Bulletin Po. He had personally witnessed Su Yiren's contributions to Lin Yuan. Along with Luolan, they had received significant help from Su Yiren. Furthermore, Luolan had been the one communicating with him on Lin Yuan's behalf for a long time. Hence, Talei eventually decided to vote for Su Yiren. When it was Su Yiren's turn to vote, she also voted for Yinlin. Bulletin Po voted for Peace. Because of his background, Bulletin Po could imagine how difficult her path had been. Wolun did not share Bulletin Po's thoughts. He had almost died out at sea because he lacked fresh water. Thus, he knew how important basic resources for survival were in extreme environments. As long as Peace had the ability to create water, she would be put on a pedestal despite not being able to cool her environment. Moreover, more than half of Peace's achievements could be attributed to Su Yiren and Yin Lin's guidance. If they had not taught her how to control the hearts of others, she might not have gained the Green Continent Goddess title. Instead, she might have been captured and locked away, spending her days being forced to create water. Wolun had seen how black the human heart could be plenty of times. Hence, Wolun voted for Yin Lin. By now, 6 of them had voted. The vote tally stood at Yin Lin with 3 votes, Su Yiren with 1 vote, and Peace with 2 votes. Since Peace could not vote for herself, the result had emerged without Luolan and Peace's votes. Unless Peace and Luolan both voted for Su Yiren and put her even with Yin Lin, the latter would be the 4th occupant of a golden throne. Luolan did not hesitate to vote for Su Yiren. This was not because she did not acknowledge Yin Lin's improvements but because Su Yiren had been investing all her time in others. Luolan, Tale, and the entire Iron Hammer, Great Lush, and Divine Wood Federations had all received help from her. Chapter 2314 Traces. Thus, everything that Luolan, Tale, the Iron Hammer, Great Lush, and Divine Wood Federations had achieved could partially be accredited to Su Yiren. If she had not witnessed Su Yiren's contributions personally, it would be difficult to comprehend just how heavy the proportion and significance were. Since Luolan had experienced it personally, she could empathize with Su Yiren. Since every person who voted did so based on their experience, they all had their own opinions. Thus, Luolan was going to vote based on her own opinions as well. Su Yiren smiled when she heard that Luolan's vote was going to her. This was because it meant that Luolan had not forgotten all she had done. Even if she could not claim a golden throne, this was also a way of proving her worth to Lin Yuan. Once Luolan was done voting, it was Peace's turn. Peace was the last member to join the Astronomical Parliament. Because of her background, everyone in the Astronomical Parliament saw her as a little sister. Even Tale, who might be younger than her, acted the same. Her growth was a result of all of their help. Whenever she could not make a decision, she would seek their help through the thoughts letter paper. Hence, she never wanted to claim one of the golden thrones. Eventually, she made her own assessment and voted for Yin Lin. Lin Yuan had selected Lu Ji to occupy the 3rd golden throne. Baisu, Yin Lin, and the rest had all acknowledged him. Just the fact that Lin Yuan chose him to claim one of the golden thrones was proof of his value and abilities. Although they had all acknowledged Lu Ji, he was not acquainted with the members of the Astronomical Parliament's members besides Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Su Yiren. By now, he had gotten a sense of the dynamics of the members of the Astronomical Parliament. It was a similar feeling to being in the Return from Faraway Mansion. He missed this feeling, and it filled him with warmth. Once all the votes were out, Lin Yuan smiled and said to Yin Lin, "Come and pick a throne that represents a constellation. When you form a contract with the throne, you will receive a token of authority, and your contract with the Andromeda seat will automatically be dissolved." When Yin Lin stood up, the first thing she did was thank the others before she started walking toward the Sagittarius throne instead of the Aquarius throne, which corresponded with her own birth sign. From Ta, Buletin Po, Wolun, and the rest's understanding, Yin Lin might be trying to leave the Aquarius seat for Peace, who might have a chance to claim the seat in the future. But Wen Yu, who had seen Yin Lin in reality, did not agree with their thoughts. Lin Yuan sat on the Leo throne, and the seat on his right was the Virgo throne, which Lu Ji already filled. The only available seat next to him was the Sagittarius throne to his left. It was clear that Yin Lin was gunning for a seat next to Lin Yuan. When Wen Yu first saw Yin Lin, she realized that Yin Lin looked at Lin Yuan in a different way. She looked at him in the same way that Sun Ningxiang did. However, Yin Lin's gaze was much more intense than Sun Ningxiang's was. Wen Yu was not at all surprised by Yin Lin's choice of throne. However, it was not easy to occupy a golden throne. When one received a token of authority, one also had to accept the heavy responsibilities that came with it. Yin Lin walked over to the Sagittarius throne and placed her hand on the arrow sign on the back of the throne. Suddenly, the Sagittarius throne in the sky lit up. It was just as bright as the Leo, Libra, and Virgo thrones as it outlined a dazzling shape in the sky. The Andromeda constellation dimmed the moment that the Sagittarius seat lit up, and the Andromeda constellation sign once again appeared on the back of the seat that used to be filled by Yin Lin. Yin Lin slowly sat down after sending her connection to the Sagittarius constellation and the ability to make judgments that she had gained after forming a contract with a golden throne. Once she was firmly seated, she was filled with a sense of duty. Yin Lin looked at Su Yiren, who did not have as high of status but shared many of the same experiences. She knew that she would have to help Su Yiren more than the other members of the astronomical parliament. Otherwise, she would fail to live up to their reasons for voting for her. All of them were well acquainted, and there was no need to beat around the bush. Yin Lin cut straight to the point and said, "The Freedom Federation has started to initiate interactions with the Azure Federation with the hope of allying with us. The Azure Federation's inner circle is split down the middle because of all that the Freedom Federation is promising. Previously, the majority was against forming an alliance with the Freedom Federation. But now, the scales have tipped." As an Azure envoy, Yin Lin should not be saying this to outsiders. But she knew that it would not be right for the Azure Federation to partner with the Freedom Federation because it would undoubtedly cause them to be dragged into the Freedom Federation's conflict with the Radiance Federation. Firstly, Yin Lin did not want to get into a conflict with the Radiance Federation because of Lin Yuan. Secondly, the Azure Federation would end up with a powerful enemy no matter which side they joined. There was no way they could come out on top. Yin Lin told this to Lin Yuan because she wanted him to be prepared. Yin Lin's words caused everyone besides Bei Su to turn solemn. Bei Su was still an ignorant boy who lived in some corner underground. Thus, he did not have any idea of the existence of the three major federations. Lin Yuan smiled. "Sagittarius, your news is very timely. But I think that it will not be long before the Freedom Federation no longer has any attention left to spare the Azure Federation." Lin Yuan had had a good talk with everything, East Glow, Pregnant Poison, and Return to Ruins. All four of them came from different marsh circles, so Lin Yuan had sent them all out to gather information. He wanted to see if any of them could find out where the Freedom Federation was located in the marsh world. Everything, Return to Ruins, and East Glow had not been able to find out anything that he was looking for. But Pregnant Poison suddenly mentioned that there was a place in the Marsh West Circle where the favored believers and believers of apostles always mysteriously went missing. There were even numerous apostles who had gone to investigate the disappearances and ended up going missing themselves. The Marsh West Circle's dictators had been befuddled by demon desire, so their minds were all focused on trivial matters. Thus, none of them had realized these happenings. After all, the deaths of a few apostles did not matter to the dictators. Chapter 2315 Dragon Aura Solidification. When Lin Yuan heard what Pregnant Poison said, he immediately recognized that there was something wrong in the area of the Marsh West Circle that Pregnant Poison was talking about. The Freedom Federation was a human group. There was no way they would be able to live in peace with dimensional life forms unless they had suitable identities. Thus, if the Freedom Federation tried to develop in the Marsh world, they would inevitably make enemies out of the dimensional life forms. This was similar to the Radiance Federation's development in the Abyssal world. Lin Yuan had already sent people out to investigate. Once he confirmed that the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift that opened in the Freedom Federation was linked to the Marsh West Circle, Lin Yuan would immediately send apostles and dictators to make life difficult for them. At that time, the main area of the Freedom Federation's development would be affected or even destroyed. The Freedom Federation would then invest their energy and experts into the Marsh world to put up a resistance. Then, there was no way that the Freedom Federation would still be interested in the issues pertaining to the main world. For some reason, Yin Lin felt relaxed the moment she heard what Lin Yuan said. A gathering among the constellations quickly came to an end, along with Wen Yu's store of spiritual energy. After the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Lin Yuan wanted Wen Yu to rest for half a day before they left to head to Thick Soil City. Su Yiren, Luo Lan, and Tale had already expressed their praise for Thick Soil City's environment and infrastructure more than once. Despite being the instigator of Thick Soil City, Lin Yuan had never visited the completed city. This was unacceptable. Since this trip was sudden, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had not informed Tale. As the city lord of Thick Soil City, Tale was daily busy with tasks. Su Yiren had stayed with Luo Lan, so she could not share the burden with Tale. They would let Tale know once Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Lu Ji, Sun Ningxiang, and the rest were done having fun in Thick Soil City. Then, Tale could take Lin Yuan to see the experts who were about to break through so he could collect the spirit chi crystals and ley line golden pearls. Since they knew that Lin Yuan wanted to generate faith in the startling lines continent, Luo Lan, Jin Kyungsun, and Yi Huailong had all made Lin Yuan out to be a god in the federations they ruled. By having the regular people worship him daily, it would not be long before they all saw him as a god. Since they wanted to create a god that people believed in should not appear in front of them. Hence, Lin Yuan planned to wear the faceless paper while moving around in Thick Soil City. The lower the profile he kept, the better. There was no need for Tale to receive him with trumpets and a parade. Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned Blackie. Lin Yuan noticed that after not riding Blackie for a long time, Blackie's body had grown significantly. Its flood dragon species aura was also much more concentrated than before. It was so concentrated that it rippled between its dragon horns. Dragon aura could only be produced when a dragon species fey had a bloodline of a certain strength. As he looked at the solidifying dragon aura swirling between Blackie's horns, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that the Moon Empress had told him about the dragon species fey bloodline back when he barely knew anything. Once dragon aura was released, regardless of whether it was from a flood dragon species or terrifying dragon species fey, and it did not dissipate for a long time, it meant that this dragon species fey had gained the chance to form a dragon pearl. Lin Yuan always thought that Blackie would have to reach creation breed at least before it produced a dragon pearl and evolved to a main dragon species fey. But now, it seemed that Blackie would be able to produce a dragon pearl when it evolved from Diamond X/Fantasy V to Myth breed. Lin Yuan was delighted by this discovery but also felt a strong sense of accomplishment. From the beginning, Lin Yuan always put his best foot forward when it came to nurturing feys. He only used the best methods to evolve his feys. The pure spirit chi he provided his feys substantially exceeded that of all other experts. It was not because others were unwilling to pay the price but because not even Class 5 creation masters could produce such pure spirit chi. Such an investment was extremely extravagant. Such investments had not brought Lin Yuan many returns in the past, but they were finally about to pay off. With the way that Lin Yuan nurtured his feys, all of them would be able to improve by leaps and bounds once they evolved from fantasy breed to myth breed. When Blackie evolved to fantasy breed, its exclusive skill, Spirit Chi imprint, had transformed. As he continued to evolve Blackie's bloodline, the ability transformed again. Spirit Chi imprint would not only be able to pull in the Spirit Chi from dragon species feys around it who were not of higher grades but would also be able to gather the bloodline power from the dragon species feys. When it used the bloodline power it had collected to evolve itself, it would even be able to speed up the accumulation of bloodlines in the dragon species feys around it. Blackie only presented this ability after the submerged flood dragon lake was built. Lin Yuan had been taking time out of his day recently to nurture the butterfly telescopes to buff up the scale of the submerged flood dragon lake. This would quicken the rate at which Blackie's bloodline was concentrated. Lin Yuan was not the only one who had noticed Blackie's changes. Lu Ji and Wen Yu had also noticed them. Both of them had also ridden Blackie in the past. Blackie's grade had not changed, yet its size and bloodline had improved significantly. In the past, Lu Ji and Wen Yu would immediately be burdened by the heavy pressure. But now, they had both discovered their directions and could also be of help to Lin Yuan in their own capacities. They were also irreplaceable to Sky City. If they were still hung up on everything and had to compare themselves with Lin Yuan at every turn, they would already have died of exhaustion from the stress. Sun Ningxiang had never ridden Blackie in the past. As she looked at Blackie in its current state, she could not help but gasp in amazement. "Young master, your phase dragon species bloodline is so strong. Why haven't I ever seen you use it?" Sun Ningxiang always paid close attention to Lin Yuan. Sun Ningxiang's meaning of the word use was to ask Lin Yuan why he had never summoned Blackie in public and used it in battle. It was true. Ever since Lin Yuan removed his mask during the Radiance 100 sequence selection, he had exposed himself. He never summoned Blackie when he was acting under the identity of Black or when he was himself. Chapter 2316 Magnificent Sacred Item. After consuming the muscle hyperthymesia grass, Lin Yuan's combat skills and fighting techniques had reached an exceptional level. But the main reason for not summoning Blackie during battle was that he did not want to expose its exclusive skill, Spirit Essence Explosion. This was the only way to keep the secret under wraps. Even if other feys had Spirit Essence Explosion, they could not unleash it with as much power as Lin Yuan. This was because the core of Spirit Essence Explosion was the purity of the Spirit Essence Explosion. If the Spirit Chi was not pure enough, the explosion would not be able to cause much damage. When Blackie heard Sun Ningxiang praising it, it manipulated its body into a twist in the sky. As a result, Sun Ningxiang felt as though she was riding on a roller coaster. Lin Yuan could already see thick soil city in the distance. There was no question that the enormous city that even had 800-meter tall outer walls was formidable. The 1,400-meter tall inner walls of the city pierced through the clouds in the sky. The 2,000-meter tall walls of the central district of the city could only have been created by dimensional life forms like the land imp. The city with the three-wall design was completely foreign to the startling Lines continent culture. Despite there being billions of tribe members from the Iron Hammer Federation living in the city, it was not crowded. There were no such gargantuan cities in Lin Yuan's previous life either. The one comparable city in his current life was the Radiance Federation's capital. However, many regions under the Radiance Federation's capital were comparable to individual districts. They were not gathered together like they were in Thick Soil City. If the three federations in the Startling Lines continent were not under Lin Yuan's control and had already signed peace treaties to develop trading and business partnerships, it would be impossible for the cultures of the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush federations to come together so harmoniously. Wen Yu, Lin Yuan, and Sun Ningxiang had never been to Thick Soil City. Lu Ji had only seen it once when he visited Luolan. Although he had already been there before, Lu Ji was still awed by this enormous city. Lin Yuan had seen the blueprints for Thick Soil City before and had given a lot of his own input. Although he had never been to Thick Soil City, he was very familiar with the environment and various aspects of Thick Soil City. Nonetheless, there was a big difference between being familiar and seeing it with his own eyes. The closer he got to Thick Soil City and the better view he got, the greater his sense of accomplishment grew. This sense of accomplishment did not just come from having created Thick Soil City but also because Thick Soil City represented the unity of the Startling Lines continent. From now on, the people who lived in the Startling Lines continent would not have to live life on the edge and suffer through hunger and thirst. Lin Yuan did not instruct Blackie to fly directly to the Thick Soil City's palace. In order to maintain order in Thick Soil City, no one was allowed to ride flying-type feys in the city. The only way to travel quickly through the city was to ride the standard fey carriages. The fey carriages were very fast and convenient. Since Lin Yuan had set this rule, he would not break it himself. It would be fine if he broke it with his own identity, but if others saw what he did, the news would spread quickly through Thick Soil City. If that happened, it would cause serious issues for Ta Lei while he managed Thick Soil City. Luo Lan, Jin Kyungsuan, and Yi Huailong greatly respected Ta Lei. The three of them knew that Ta Lei was one of them and had to bear great responsibility. Thus, they all supported his work and management style. However, Ta Lei's age made it difficult for him to gain respect in a short time. He needed to accumulate respect over a long period. Qin Lun had been training by Lisan's side. Lisan had specially come to fetch Qin Lun when he was in the Startling Lines continent. Lisan had high hopes for Qin Lun. This was not because Qin Lun had the polar night blue sky scorpion beast pattern and had contracted the polar night blue sky scorpion. It was because Qin Lun had exceptional business talent. After receiving guidance from Lisan, Qin Lun was already able to help Lisan. Since Qin Lun was a member of Sky City, it was easier to use him than it was to use Li Yuan and Feng Jiaji. Little Flower and Little Grass had contracted the Dark Sun Send Mess butterflies and were being looked after by Master Hong Shen. Zhang Xiaobai, Xin Ying, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru fetched them to and from school if they had time outside of their competitions. The two of them were orphans and had now perfectly merged with society in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan brought them to report to the spirit guards so they could assign a spirit guard to watch over them from the shadows. In a certain way, both of them had become part of the Radiance Federation's strategic resources. Due to Qin Yu's age, he was also attending school. He was in the grade above Little Flower and Little Grass. Qin Yu did not take to school as well as Little Flower and Little Grass did. But he was very skilled at management. To children who were about 10 years old, a difference of a year did not make much of a difference. But Qin Yu was like the king among his peers, and all of his classmates hung on to his every word. Little Flower and Little Grass also trusted Qin Yu unquestioningly. This was not because Qin Yu fought often during class and beat others into submission. In fact, he had never fought with other students, and the school never had to contact his guardians. Lin Yuan never expected the awkward young boy who greeted others warmly to possess such strong leadership skills. With such skills, he would definitely be able to distinguish himself. This ability was a natural gift similar to Lisan's communication skills. Since Qin Yu did not like studying, it would be a form of torture to force him to remain in school. Lin Yuan might as well take Qin Yu to Thick Soil City the next time he returned to the Radiance Federation so he could stay by Ta Lei's side. That way, Qin Yu would be able to help Ta Lei, and his growth would also be accelerated as his talent was used to its greatest extent. Sky City was now at a key point in its development. What it needed was not powerhouses. With the abundance treasure tree and the marsh world as a treasure vault, Lin Yuan no longer needed to worry about lacking powerhouses. Instead of powerhouses, what Sky City needed was talented individuals skilled at management. These talented individuals would be able to ensure that Sky City would be able to pass through this stage of development smoothly. When Lin Yuan heard from Lisan that Qin Lun fell in a daze every night, he knew even without asking Qin Lun that he missed Qin Yu. Since Qin Yu was younger, his reactions were bigger than Qin Luan's. Chapter 2317. Back on the right track. Since Lin Yuan had changed Qin Luan and Qin Yu's lives by taking them from the small store they ran, he would have to be responsible for them to the end. Besides Qin Yu's leadership talent and Qin Luan's business acumen, both of them were geniuses who had awakened their beast patterns and thus had an advantage over regular spirit qi professionals when it came to combat. Since the Azure Federation was one of the three major federations where beast patterns were the measure of power, Qin Luan and Qin Yu would definitely be able to become Sky City's generals as long as they continued down the right track. Lin Yuan stored Blackie away when they were about 10 kilometers away from Thick Soil City. Lu Ji summoned 4 small lonely night hurricane moths, which continued carrying the group the rest of the way to Thick Soil City's gates. The lonely night hurricane moths had transformed after being blessed by the emperor core of all insects. The hurricane owlet moths had been about the size of an adult's palm. But the lonely night hurricane moths could shrink to the size of fingernails and control wind elements to easily pull the group 10 kilometers. While they were flying, the lonely night hurricane moths would adjust the height based on the geographical terrain. The thrill of moving swiftly at the same height and visual perception of walking was much more exciting than riding on Blackie's back. Moving to the gates using the lonely night hurricane moths would not only uphold Lin Yuan's rules but would still allow them to reach their destination quickly. When they were 3 kilometers away from the gates, Lu Ji, Lin Yuan and the rest saw the endless stream of people entering the city. Besides its main gates, there were also 1,444 side gates that could be used to enter Thick Soil City. All of the side gates were open at 4 am and closed at 12 am each day. The population of Thick Soil City was so large that there was not much room for people to move even in such an expansive space. When one used public transport, they could only travel within 10 kilometers of their position. The side gates acted as boundaries for the zones of action within the city, effectively separating the billions of people living there. Almost 1 million people guarded each gate, and together they formed 1,444 main streets. The main streets were further divided into side streets, which in turn branched out into smaller roads. This well-structured network facilitated the transportation of resources and contributed to maintaining peace in the city. If any person committed a crime in Thick Soil City, they would be heavily punished once they were caught. Thick Soil City's clear roads that were connected to the side gates caused the number of people walking through the main gate to decrease significantly. Although the citizens of Thick Soil City were allowed to use the main door as well, the main gate was mainly used by merchants who were transporting resources. In order to ensure that the number of resources in Thick Soil City remained sufficient, there were carts from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce entering and exiting Thick Soil City almost all day. The diamond fey storage boxes could store much more than diamond item storing walnuts could. Before heading to the marsh world, Lin Yuan had given Listen 5 of the soldier ration radishes and told him to place them in the 5 shrines in the city as icons. Su Yiren and Tale had discussed and built the 5 shrines for Lin Yuan. Every federation had different environments and cultures. The ways they offered faith and worshipped were also different. For example, the Spirit Mother Federation was a kingdom where all faith had to be dedicated to the Spirit Mother. The 3 federations of the Startling Lines continent had numerous similarities with the Spirit Mother Federation. They could also use various methods to worship Lin Yuan and offer their faith to him. Although the soldier ration radishes were newly grown, they could grow thousands of kilograms of leaves a day as long as they were watered with spirit fluids. The soldier ration radishes grown in the 5 shrines could keep almost 80 million people full each day. The way that the food produced in the shrines could sustain the citizens of the city immediately gained the faith of the regular citizens and ensured the city remained peaceful. The lonely night hurricane moths stopped on Lin Yuan and Lu Ji's shoulders. The guards at the gates had already noticed Lin Yuan's group and hurried to greet them. The citizens in Thick Soil City came from the Great Lush, Divine Wood, and Iron Hammer federations. All of them obtained identity cards when they entered the city, which had to be checked each time they entered and exited the city. As the city lord, Tale had designed the identity cards. The first identity card that was made belonged to Lin Yuan, which Su Yiren had delivered to him. Later, Su Yiren came up with a list of people in Lin Yuan's group, and Tale made all of their identity cards. Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Wen Yu all had their own identity cards. However, Su Yiren had never met Sun Ningxiang before, so the latter did not have her own identity card. After the guards checked the 3 identity cards, they looked Sun Ningxiang up and down. Wen Yu could not help but be impressed by Tale. From the way that the guards at the gates took their jobs so seriously, it was clear that Thick Soil City was managed extremely well. Wen Yu took a step forward and said, "She is our friend. Her identity card hasn't been made yet. But I can leave my identity card here with you as a guarantee." Once her identity card is made, I will retrieve my identity card from you. The guards took another look at Wen Yu's identity card and matched the photo with her face. Once they were certain there were no issues with her identity, one of them said, I will report this matter. Once your friend obtains her identity card, she can register it at the nearest office. A month later, you can retrieve your identity card from that office. After the guards allowed them to pass, the four of them stepped through the gates and walked into the city. This was the first time Lin Yuan saw carts from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce driving into the city as a side observer. After almost a year of development, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was more than qualified to enter the selection for the Radiance Federation's top faction. It was the only faction in the Startling Lines continent that had a Chamber of Commerce role. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce successfully acquired the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. The carts used by the chamber were pulled by custom-made light green flood dragon horses provided by Coiling Dragon's Valley. Upon acquiring the light green dragon horses, the creation masters of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce evolved them. Chapter 2318 Lin Yuan's Plan. When Lin Yuan watched all of this as an observer, all he felt was awe at how grand and formidable everything was. But frankly, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was only a small part of Sky City. There were many large shops along Thick Soil City's main street. All of them were rented out and managed by individuals. Almost all of the creation master resources were gathered there. The restaurants were gathered on another street. Lin Yuan and the rest turned onto a street and were stunned by the delicacies from the three federations. Lu Ji and Lin Yuan were not unfamiliar with these dishes and had tasted many of them. However, Wen Yu and Sun Ningxiang had never seen such food before, so they were very interested in them. Since the four of them were here to see the architecture in Thick Soil City, they ate and toured for 3 days as they visited every corner of Thick Soil City. All of them had high scores for the way that Thick Soil City was managed. However, there were still many issues in a city that had only been running for a few months. But these issues would soon be discovered and corrected. 3 days of rest was considered a luxury to Lin Yuan. He was planning to put an end to this vacation. Lin Yuan's group of 4 entered the city lord's residence. Tale had placed the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle node in his room. He was looking forward to the day that Lin Yuan transported himself to this tentacle node. However, he knew Lin Yuan was busier than he could imagine and did not have time to come here. Tale had been reading and gaining as much knowledge as he could. The books about the 3 federations that Su Yiren had found and brought for Ta helped him to grow quickly. At that moment, Tale suddenly noticed a faint spatial fluctuation behind him. When he turned his head back, he saw that Lin Yuan and Lu Ji had appeared with 2 females, and they were all smiling. Tale hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Master!" Wen Yu and Lu Ji were used to Tale's behavior. Lin Yuan had never admitted that he was Tale's master, but the latter was very enthusiastic when he addressed Lin Yuan. Lu Ji and Wen Yu slowly acknowledged this relationship between the two of them. This was the first time that Sun Ningxiang had met Tale, and she was slightly surprised. She had not expected Lin Yuan to have taken in a disciple in the Starling Lines continent. Given Lin Yuan's power and talent, he was perfectly capable of accepting a disciple. This young boy sure was lucky to have Lin Yuan as his master. If that were the case, this young boy would essentially be the Moon Empress grand disciple. Lin Yuan looked at the surprised Ta as he smiled and patted his head. For some reason, Lin Yuan found this scene to be very familiar. With Lin Yuan's hand on his head, Tale asked hopefully, "Master, are you planning on staying in Thick Soil City for some time? I have specially prepared a room for you, and people have been cleaning it regularly." Lin Yuan shook his head. "I came just to see you. You are managing Thick Soil City very well. Your achievement is proof of your growth." Tale's eyes twinkled at Lin Yuan's sudden compliment. His master acknowledged his effort and even praised him for it. This caused tears to well up in Tale's eyes. This was actually the first time that Lin Yuan was praising him. But at the same time, Tale was slightly disappointed. Lin Yuan's words meant that he did not intend to stay in Thick Soil City for long. At that moment, Tale noticed Lin Yuan's brows knitting for a second before they relaxed. "Tale, how many experts waiting to break through are in Thick Soil City?" Tale immediately replied, "There are a total of 217 of them. I placed them all in the martial arts hall behind the city lord's residence." Lin Yuan immediately replied, "Go and gather all of them and tell them to prepare for their phase trials." Lin Yuan had received news from the Kill Food Sky Butterfly that said that Pregnant Poison had ordered all of her subordinates in the Marsh West Circle to investigate the strange area. Eventually, they discovered an issue. Pregnant Poison's subordinates had ended up fighting with unknown experts. According to Pregnant Poison, the experts who fought with her subordinates could transform into monsters. However, the transformed monsters were very different from Source sacred bodies. When they transformed, there was no hint of faith or Source-type power from them. At first, Pregnant Poison did not think much of that. After all, there were many strange creatures in the marsh world, and it was understandable for them to have all sorts of abilities. After Dictator Pregnant Poison's subordinates reported this matter to Pregnant Poison, she had not thought much of that. She only decided to tell the Kill Food Sky Butterfly about this to express her loyalty and to curry favor with Lin Yuan. See how I immediately went to investigate, just like you told me to. Although she had not attained any results, she could leave a good impression of her attitude on Lin Yuan. Pregnant Poison had managed to gain favor with Evil Source using that method. However, Pregnant Poison had no idea that her report that was supposed to earn her favor contained the answer Lin Yuan had been looking for. There was a high chance that the experts who fought Pregnant Poison's subordinates were experts from the Freedom Federation who had combined with devils. That sure was easy. He had managed to locate where the Freedom Federation was situated in the marsh world. Lin Yuan intended to give the Freedom Federation a big gift when he returned so they would not have to waste any more energy on trying to form an alliance with the Azure Federation. As for how he would deliver the gift to the Freedom Federation, this would be a very simple matter for Lin Yuan. All he needed to do was release the news that he had lost one of the big source fruit sprouts in the Marsh West Circle and offer a reward for whoever could find it. The apostles and dictators would surely be knocking over each other as they all headed to the Marsh West Circle. Some would be hoping to obtain the reward while the majority would be trying to obtain the big source fruit sprout for themselves so they could try to nurture the big source fruits for themselves. Lin Yuan did not care what these apostles and dictators were thinking as long as they scoured the Marsh West Circle. Chapter 2319 Even larger stage. The dictators and apostles might not make the first move to attack just to obtain the big source fruit sprout or the reward, but this would send a signal to the rest of the marsh world that there was a high chance that the experts from the Freedom Federation had discovered the big source fruit sprout and were trying to prevent others from stealing it. This was exactly the misconception that Lin Yuan wanted the apostles and dictators to have. Humans naturally wanted to exclude others. Hence, unless the experts from the Freedom Federation had members of royalty among them, there was no way they would communicate calmly with the dictators and apostles. Thus, the misunderstanding would only grow. It was just like a teacher asking a student if they had stolen someone else's phone, and the student in question suddenly grabbed hold of his bag tightly. Once the conflict reached a peak, it might even catch the attention of the seven figures from Marsh Abyss. The seven figures might be even more eager to obtain the big source fruit sprouts than the other dictators and apostles were. When Tale heard what Lin Yuan said, he immediately left to make the arrangements. It did not take long for the feys of the 217 experts from the Iron Hammer, Divine Wood, and Great Lush Federations to break through with Lin Yuan's help. A large pile of spirit chi crystals appeared on the pure land of bliss, putting the wind speed rapid antelope in a whirlwind of work. Lin Yuan intended to give all of the spirit chi crystals to Green Vine so it could increase its power. Unlike Lu Ji, Wen Yu had not gone to the Startling Lines continent to train with Lin Yuan, so she had not experienced all that took place in the Startling Lines continent or formed deep ties with Yi Huailong and Jin Kyungsuan. Besides Luo Lan, Jin Kyungsuan and Yi Huailong were no different from strangers to Wen Yu. Thus, she never paid much attention to the Great Lush and Divine Wood federations. But she just watched the experts from the three federations break through with Lin Yuan's help. Now that these experts were aware of Lin Yuan's existence, his influence over the three federations had deepened. Wen Yu did not think this way because she was unable to see the big picture but because she was thinking from the stance of one of the three figureheads of Sky City and was thinking on Lin Yuan's behalf. After collecting all of the spirit chi crystals and ley line golden pearls, Lin Yuan called Listen over and handed him the long list of orders. Next, he used the Thoughts letter paper to tell Wang Kueji to immediately depart from the Great Lush Federation to come to the Thick Soil City. Genius was currently the equivalent of a pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master and was still a long way from becoming a Class 5 Creation Master. Lin Yuan intended to station Wang Kueji on Sky Sea's back to handle the tasks that were too much for the army of 100 Questions Beasts. With Wang Kueji by his side, it would be easier for Hu Chuan to bring some of his ideas to life. Wang Kueji had provided the Great Lush Federation with 2 to 3 months of Class 5 Creation Master resources. Jin Kyungsuan's phase had already reached Immortal, so nothing was keeping Wang Kueji in the Great Lush Federation. If he continued to remain there, he would ruin the balance between the three federations that had only been formed after great effort. Listen swiftly gathered the resources that Lin Yuan needed. It had taken 3 whole months for Listen to build the framework of chambers of commerce that linked the 3 federations. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce did not have a headquarters in the Startling Lines continent. The headquarters would always remain in the Radiance Federation. However, there were branches of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush Federation's capitals. Thick Soil City was the hub where all 3 federations gathered. I think you should take a look at it. But building the framework was not the only thing that Listen had done in the 3 months. He had completely changed the way that the chambers of commerce operated. Listen had planned and smoothed out the management models of all the large chambers of commerce in the Radiance Federation. He perfected the beneficial parts and got rid of those that were not. Eventually, he cemented a transparent resource transportation plan. There were clear records of how much of each resource there was in storage. If Lin Yuan ever needed anything, Listen could react immediately. Recently, the main storage area had been organized. When Listen told Lin Yuan about his framework, Lin Yuan could not help but suspect that Listen was a transmigrator. How could he turn the Chamber of Commerce management into something akin to online shopping? Lin Yuan had given Listen the chance to demonstrate his talent, and the latter had utilized it fully. Listen had fulfilled his promise and had become Sky City's first line of finance. But Sky City also had its hidden money bags in the form of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. When Listen looked at Lin Yuan, he realized that Lin Yuan was much taller and had a much more intense aura than when they first met a year ago. Listen had always been grateful that he had met Lin Yuan on Star Web. At that time, Lin Yuan had already been among the clouds while he was still struggling to pull himself out from the mud. Lin Yuan had extended a lifeline from the clouds, giving him the chance to survive. Without it, he would have met the same fate as his grandfather and father, falling victim to the Zheng family's 3rd lineage. At that time, he had not had any ability or capacity for revenge. Lin Yuan had helped him take revenge and even made an enemy out of the powerful Miao family. Now, it was finally time for him to use his ability to repay Lin Yuan. Young master, I have already set up the business framework for the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush Federations. Yi Huailong, Luo Lan, and Jin Kyungsun were all very cooperative. There was almost no conflict. In about another 2 months, the Startling Lines continent won't need me anymore. I have mentored a few assistants. With Zhou Luo here, things will go very well. So if you need me to go with you to other continents, please do so. Listen had wanted to say this to Lin Yuan for some time. However, he did not have the ability to back up his words. Listen and Su Yiren had been working together for some time. Recently, Su Yiren had been of great help when he was building the framework for the Chambers of Commerce. Listen knew about Su Yiren's identity and Lin Yuan's intention to help her recover the 7 states of darkness. This was why he had said what he said, although he knew that opening a chamber of commerce in a foreign continent was very tiring, difficult, and risky. Lin Yuan reached out and patted Listen's shoulder as he said with a smile, "Recently, Wen Yu and Sun Ningxiang have been handling the business and developments in the Marsh world. None of them can compare to you when it comes to trading. Once you're done with everything you need to do in the Startling Lines continent, I intend to take you to the Marsh world. The Marsh world is a much larger stage than any continent from the main world." Now that Lin Yuan had seen the level of the top power in the Marsh world, his horizons had been broadened. The first batch of resources he had developed in the Marsh world had already ripened. Chapter 2320 Big Show begins. It was because Lin Yuan obtained the Abundance Treasure Tree and understood the Abundance Treasure Tree's abilities that he decided to have Listen use trading to enable the dictators, apostles, and dimensional life forms from the Marsh world to make contact with resources from the main world. If he ever chose to use the Abundance Treasure Tree to combine the Marsh world with the main world, the Marsh world's life forms would not have too hard of a time adjusting to the main world. Lift Marsh needed to be nurtured, and many strong dimensional life forms had Marsh soil stored up. Rather than obtaining Marsh soil from the apostles and dictators, the real jackpot lay with the store of Marsh soil in the hands of the dimensional life forms. When Listen heard what Lin Yuan said, he immediately became excited. "I'll be as quick as I can. In 2 weeks at the most, I'll be able to settle everything in the Startling Lines continent." Lin Yuan shook his head. "You don't have to rush. You will have to wait 2 to 3 months before the Marsh world is ready for you to step in and do your work." Since he had located where the Freedom Federation was located in the Marsh world, he would have to drive the Freedom Federation out of the Marsh world first before Listen could build a large-scale chamber of commerce there. Otherwise, if the Freedom Federation found out that there were other humans besides them who had entered the Marsh world, there was a high chance that they would cause a chain reaction. Every Samsara realm dictator had the ability to take on an expert who had set their spirit fire alight. The Mirror God and God of Fools were the only experts in the Freedom Federation who had set their spirit fires alight. Given the difference in power, there was no way that the Freedom Federation would be able to hold out. If the Mirror God and God of Fools really wanted to fight it out, it would be good news to Lin Yuan because there was a chance that the Samsara realm dictators from the Marsh world would band together to eliminate the Mirror God and God of Fools. He had given his plan 2 months. This should be enough time for the Samsara realm dictators to take over the Freedom Federation's territory. Lin Yuan had never studied a Class 6 dimensional rift and did not know if it could be manually closed. Even if it could not be manually closed, all he needed to do was strike a deal with a few Samsara realm dictators for them to guard this side of the Class 6 dimensional rift. There might even be 1 or 2 Samsara realm dictators who became curious about what was on the other side and crossed over to take a peek. But even if the Freedom Federation's overall power could not match that of the Marsh world, any Samsara realm dictator who crossed over into the main world would surely end up killed after the members of royalty surrounded it. However, the experts from the Freedom Federation would also suffer heavy losses. At that time, all of their thoughts would surround healing themselves. As long as the Freedom Federation did not cause trouble, the federations of the main world would be able to remain peaceful and continue developing in harmony. Although Tower Cannon was despicable and caused scores of life forms to lose their lives, more federations had actually been destroyed due to the Freedom Federation's ploys. After giving Listen a brief rundown of the situation in the Marsh world and telling him about his plan, Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, Wen Yu, and Sun Ningxiang returned to the Marsh world. The 4 of them had already rested for about 3 to 4 days. Even if Lin Yuan wanted to rest more, the 3 of them would not allow it. No matter how quick Wang Kueji was, it would take him at least 3 days to rush to Thick Soil City from the Great Lush Federation's capital after receiving the news. Rather than waiting for Wang Kueji there, fetching him over a few days later would be more efficient. Once Lin Yuan returned to the Marsh world, he began pondering how he would carry out his plan. It was then that he heard the report from White speak, Lord Lin Yuan, in the 3 days that you've been gone, Carnage Source, Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon and the other dictators you've met were not the only ones who sent their envoys to Marsh East Palace. You have never met Eternal Source, Mist Source and Vine Source, but they also sent their envoys over. I'm sure all of them are hoping to trade with you. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He had just been thinking about how he would carry out his plan, and now there were people willing to do all the work for him. Since they had all set the stage for him, it was time for him to put on a big show for the Freedom Federation. Since the 6 figures from Marsh Abyss had not come personally, there was no need for someone of Lin Yuan's status to receive the envoys personally. Carnage Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mountain Ridge Source knew that Whitespeak was Lin Yuan's close subordinate, so the envoys they had sent over were aware as well. There was no one more suitable to receive the envoys than Whitespeak. Lin Yuan said in a low voice, Whitespeak, go and receive the 6 envoys. Tell them that I haven't been in a good mood. As for the reason, say that it's because I lost several big source fruit sprouts near the crouching precipice in the Marsh West Circle. Tomorrow, send a group of my loyal apostles to the Marsh West Circle to put on an act. Have Pregnant Poison lead them. Remember, no matter what happens, our people are not to interfere unless one of our own safety is endangered. Whitespeak was not inexperienced. Since it was born as a large and violent crocodile, it had used countless schemes in order to become a dictator. Although Whitespeak did not know what Lin Yuan's goal was, it could put on an act easily. Lord Dictator, leave them to me, and don't worry. I will leak the news discreetly. They will all think that I've committed a slip of the tongue and that they've just obtained a precious nugget of information. Whitespeak did not immediately go and see the 6 envoys after it left. Instead, it threw a large fit. Even everything, Pregnant Poison, and East Glow did not escape unscathed. Soon, all of the apostles who were Lin Yuan were called over, and all of Lin Yuan's subordinates entered a state of jittery panic. Whitespeak knew that none of the envoys was stupid. All of them had to be the cream of the crop. In order to pull the wool over their eyes, their own people also had to be fooled. Whitespeak had dragged the fit out for 2 days, so everyone thought that something had happened to Lin Yuan. That was when it plastered a scowl on its face and received the 6 envoys. The 6 envoys had done their own investigations when they first sensed that something had happened in Marsh East Palace. Chapter 2321 Provoking and Seeing It Through. When they first started investigating the situation, the 6 envoys noticed that the apostles and dictators in Marsh East Palace were all very tight-lipped. None of them even let out as much as a whisper. Thus, all of them recognized the seriousness of the situation and knew that there had to be a big problem in Marsh East Palace. 3 hours ago, the 6 of them received the news that Dictator 10,000 Source had lost several big source fruit sprouts in Marsh West Circle. These were the big source fruit sprouts that they were talking about. Evil Source had even bet the book that represented her authority for the chance to obtain that very thing. People were usually wary of news that others voluntarily contributed. But news that they only managed to painstakingly pry from the mouths of others could definitely be trusted. This was further confirmed by how Whitespeak's expression was so overcast that rain almost fell from it. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it was clear that it had not slept for the past few days. Whitespeak's emotional and physical state gave the 6 envoys even more assurance. They all intended to tell their individual dictators the secret news once Whitespeak received them. The Marsh West Circle was large but not impossible to comb through. Given the circumstances, it was obvious that the first to begin searching had the highest chance of finding the treasure. Marsh East Palace had already sent experts to begin searching. Pregnant Poison usually spent her time in the Marsh West Circle and was very familiar with the region. The fact that Dictator 10,000 Source had sent out Pregnant Poison was proof that he was panic-stricken. Over the last few days, Lin Yuan discovered that Whitespeak had been hiding its acting skills all this time. If he was not the one who had come up with this plan, he would have been taken in by Whitespeak as well. At first, all Lin Yuan wanted was to leak the news that he had lost a big source fruit sprout. But now that it had changed to him losing a few sprouts, even the Samsara Realm and Turning Wheel Realm dictators who had not been persuaded to participate for the sake of a single sprout would be shoving each other to join in. Since he had apparently lost a few sprouts, more people would be able to attain one. Who wouldn't want to try their luck with such odds? The winds of chaos from the marsh world were blowing from east to west. The east side had managed to hold out against the gales, but there was no telling if the Freedom Federation would also be able to survive. Whitespeak put on an extravagant banquet to welcome the 6 envoys. Even the small source fruits were part of the food served at the feast. The 6 envoys were stunned by the pure source type power being used as mere food. Although their own dictators had also put on such extravagant banquets, they had never been so ostensibly grand. This was pure source type power that they were talking about. It was source type power that could be used to trade for any resource. It was the only currency that no dictator would turn down. But this lavish banquet was reeking of bizarreness. The servers at the banquet all looked terrified. While Whitespeak was welcoming them, it received abrupt news and had to leave hastily more than once. It did not give any thought to keep up appearances for the sake of the pride of the event's attendees. Whitespeak was putting on an act for these 6 envoys, as well as Evil Source. Since Evil Source was in Marsh East Palace, she could not send any envoys. She needed to consider her status, so she could not attend the event along with Whitespeak and the envoys of other dictators of the same level. It was just like how Lin Yuan could not receive the envoys personally. But this did not stop her from secretly spying on the banquet. Evil Source never imagined that she would stumble onto such big news. It turned out that 10,000 Source has lost his big source fruit sprouts in the Marsh West Circle. Evil Source had been wondering why Lin Yuan had disappeared for a few days. Before she spied on the banquet, she had been utterly confused. But now, she guessed that Lin Yuan's recent disappearance was due to the missing big source fruit sprouts. Nothing tempted Evil Source more in this world than a big source fruit tree capable of producing pure source type power. If she could acquire the tree, she wouldn't have to trade with Lin Yuan for source type power in exchange for source totems. The envoys had yet to report their news. If she made a move first, she should be able to find at least one sprout, even if she had the worst luck. As long as Lin Yuan and the 6 figures from Marsh Abyss did not personally go down, no one would be a match for her, even if she had lost the book that represented her authority. Even if the 6 figures from Marsh Abyss arrived, they would not dare to touch her. After all, unless it was absolutely necessary, none of them were willing to make an enemy out of someone of the same level. Evil Source had specially gone to bid Lin Yuan goodbye before she left Marsh East Palace. Although Evil Source believed that she would be able to find the big source fruit sprouts, what if her luck was just that terrible? Moreover, Evil Source had only seen the big source fruits so far, not the big source fruit trees. Thus, she could not calculate the big source fruit trees' production quantity and rate. If the big source fruit trees' production rate was low, she would still have to rely on Lin Yuan to obtain a large number of big source fruits. As an old fox who had lived for thousands of years, Evil Source knew that she needed to leave an escape route for herself regardless of what she did. Evil Source's voluntary departure caused Lin Yuan to praise Whitespeak to himself. Whitespeak did not disappoint all the hopes and investments that Lin Yuan had put into it. Whitespeak had made such big waves because it knew what its goal was, and it intentionally wanted Evil Source to investigate. It was a blessing to have a subordinate who understood his intentions and knew how to be flexible. Whitespeak's actions proved its exceptional abilities. As for power, all Lin Yuan needed to do was provide Whitespeak with the resources to bolster Whitespeak. Evil Source had already rushed off to the Marsh West Circle. Lin Yuan even told Whitespeak to leak the exact location so it would not be long before she found the Freedom Federation's location in the Marsh world. Although there were many spatial spiritual ingredients in the main world that could block spaces and prevent spying, they would only be able to keep dimensional life forms and low-class apostles at bay, while high-class apostles and dictators would be able to sense the spatial ripples. If Evil Source sensed them, she would put up a resistance. This would definitely cause her desire to search to intensify. Moreover, ever since Evil Source lost the gamble to him, her humiliation had morphed into fury that had yet to be vented. The attitudes of the other 6 dictators from Marsh Abyss only added fuel to the flames of Evil Source's rage. Her rage would explode in an instant when she faced the Freedom Federation's strong resistance. She would take the opportunity to unleash all of her anger. Chapter 2322 Immortal Perfect Touch Wisteria. If Lin Yuan leaked the news that Evil Source had gone to Marsh West Circle first, there was no way that Eternal Source, Mountain Ridge Source, Mist Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source would send only one of their subordinates to search. They would make a personal appearance for sure. They were aware that regardless of how many subordinates they sent, there was no way they could compete with Evil Source. If Lin Yuan put in some effort, Whitespeak would not be able to hold the 6 envoys back no matter how hard it tried. They all rushed off in the direction of Marsh Abyss immediately after receiving the news, and Marsh East Palace fell quiet. Sun Ningxiang continued to nurture production-type phase. Genius led the army of 100 questions beasts to rush the ripening of the fruits on the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee branch trees, and Lin Yuan continued to harvest faith power from the apostles. He even made a trip back to Thick Soil City to bring Wang Kueji to the Marsh world. As a Class 5 creation master, Wang Kueji had traversed the other continents in his youth. When he was previously under 5th Page Truth, he was made aware of the secrets of dimensional worlds because of his close relationship with 5th Page Truth. Thus, he knew about the existence of Class 6 dimensional rifts. However, there was no way that there were any Class 6 dimensional rifts in the entire Startling Lines continent. This meant that this young man, whom he was loyal to, could enter and exit the Marsh world freely. This discovery greatly shocked Wang Kueji. But it did not take Wang Kueji long to realize that something more shocking was about to take place. The giant whale swimming in the cloud and the celestial crane that could pass through the ethereal clouds around it with ease were both heavenly family phase. There was a turtle so large that he could not see the ends of it below his feet, and it could travel freely throughout the Marsh world. Everything in front of him was beyond his comprehension as a Class 5 creation master. The giant whale in the sky clearly resembled the island whale. Wang Kueji had the job of looking after the island whales for the past few months. This whale was clearly larger than them and could even fly and manipulate wind elements. The giant whale's strategic significance was based on its ability to fly. More importantly, Wang Kueji could see Sky Sea's abilities and exclusive skills. This was the first time he was learning just how powerful this faction he only joined in his old age truly was. There was no way that 5th Page Truth, one of the 8 pages of Tower Canon, would be able to produce such great foundational resources. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to order Wang Kueji to stay on Sky Sea and to work with Hu Chuan. Lin Yuan used pure spirit qi to recover Wang Kueji's phase-injured roots, allowing Wang Kueji to find the meaning of life again. This task from Lin Yuan was a very simple one. But even if Lin Yuan saddled him with work, Wang Kueji would not complain. Lin Yuan said that he wanted to establish the faction's headquarters on Sky Sea's back. Wang Kueji had entered the faction late and was happy to receive such a chance. He had to show his gratitude for the responsibility he had been trusted with. Lord City Lord, don't worry. I will do everything possible to meet the Class 5 spirit craftsman's needs. I won't turn down any task that I can complete. While he spoke, Wang Kueji understood why Lin Yuan had instructed him to nurture so many exploding spirit rock flowers. When the exploding spirit rock flowers were used in conjunction with the spirit qi that Lin Yuan had given him, the effects would be outstanding. However, this technique came at a very high cost. Once Wang Kueji got into the swing of his work, Hu Quan's burden was lessened significantly. Hu Chuan never thought the day would come when he would have a Class 5 creation master as a subordinate. Both Hu Chuan and Wang Kueji took their work seriously. They both shared the same goal and worked extremely well together. After Lin Yuan helped over 200 experts in Thick Soil City evolve their feys, many of whom had 2 to 3 feys that broke through simultaneously, he started using the spirit chi crystals to increase Green Vine's power. Green Vine was originally at Sovereign 2/Creation V. After it absorbed the spirit chi from the pile of spirit chi crystals, its power finally reached Sovereign X/Creation 8. It now had the chance to reach Immortal. Once it reached Immortal, Green Vine would be able to produce its immortal body. Lin Yuan had been looking forward to this for a long time. When Green Vine reached Immortal, Lin Yuan would have enough power to protect and save himself. When he used his precious instruments, fused with the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, and used frigid and the cold season poisonous fish to boost the precious instruments, he would be able to suppress other experts who had immortal feys. However, it would not be easy for Lin Yuan to use all these secret weapons simultaneously. On the other hand, Green Vine could attack enemies at any time and was not limited by anything. Celestial Sight stood next to Lin Yuan and looked at Green Vine, who had broken through and was about to evolve. It was ready to step in to help at any time. Pinnacle Creation breed phase needed to die and be reborn 9 times in order to evolve to immortal breed. They would be burned by holy fire and reduced to ashes 9 times before they evolved to immortal 9. At that time, its body would become a treasure vault and produce the eternal heart. At that step, it would be able to evolve to eternal and evolve to eternal 12. Every step along this path was much more of a struggle than when fantasy breed phase evolved to myth breed and then to creation breed. But with Lin Yuan possessing Celestial Sight, whose birth horoscope had awakened, there was hope. If the holy fire started to overwhelm Green Vine and it reached a critical point, Celestial Sight could intervene and prevent further damage. After Lin Yuan helped Green Vine to return to top condition, it would continue to train its body. Unlike the world cleansing and trial of world creation, where the key stage was at the end when the world grace and creation world ley lines descended from the sky, the key stage of Immortal 9 was during the process. Even if Celestial Sight had the ability to completely counter the holy fire and enable Green Vine to reach immortal without having to experience all the pain of training its body, the immortal body that would be produced from this would be very different from an immortal body that the holy fire had completely cleansed. It would be very difficult for the immortal body to be improved. Lin Yuan could not help Green Vine achieve the same refinement that came from the holy fire. Thus, Lin Yuan had no choice but to put Green Vine through the pain. Green Vine was also willing to go through the pain to become stronger. Chapter 2323 Entire Body Spirit Link. Compared to Green Vine's impact when it evolved to immortal breed, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the world cleansings and trials of world creation were inconsequential. If the world cleansing was a graze, the trial of world creation was a light knock, and the holy flames were like a slap during the evolution to immortal. In an instant, the earth seemed to turn to glass. A furnace of flames in the shape of a lotus flower inched toward Green Vine that was suspended in the air. There was the faint sound of chanting above the lotus flower-shaped furnace. It was the unique sound left behind from a space being burned. Green Vine thought that it would be suffering in the near future. But at the moment that the holy flames surrounded Green Vine, the flames did not start to behave violently but silently entered Green Vine's body instead and gathered in the vine that had absorbed the 5 gold snake scales. It was as though the flames that could penetrate heaven and earth were a river entering the sea. Despite feeling no pain, Green Vine felt its power slowly climbing. Eventually, a complete immortal body appeared at arm's reach of Green Vine. Green Vine could now choose to turn a part of its body into a fey. It did not hesitate to pick its tentacles. The 8 tentacles bloomed behind Green Vine like flowers. Now, Green Vine no longer needed to return to its main body to fight. It could now fight in its human form. Thus, the limit on Green Vine was removed, and it was now even stronger than before. Lin Yuan was shocked by Green Vine's changes, but he eventually attributed everything to the 5 dark gold snake scales. This motivated Lin Yuan to explore other worlds besides the main world even more. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Green Vine. Green Vine had just evolved to immortal and had not evolved from sovereign to high sovereign. Thus it had not gained new abilities. But the immortal Green Vine had gained another exclusive skill. Entire body medium, sacrifice the item that the vine has absorbed and release the source of the item through a medium. The released source will not have any knowledge but will possess all of its original power. Compare the proportion of energy that the source consists of within the item to determine how long the released source will be able to remain outside. The exclusive skill that Green Vine had gained when it reached immortal made Lin Yuan smile. He felt that this exclusive skill had revitalized Green Vine's fighting style and also allowed Swallow Same Source to become more flexible. Lin Yuan could use entire body medium to use up the items from Swallow Same Source, thereby changing the type of items absorbed by the vines. Thus, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about wasting the vines because he had not found suitable items. Entire body medium allowed Green Vine to gain a new combat technique. It was now no longer restricted to only doing physical and elemental combat. For example, Green Vine's vine had absorbed Begin Lady's bloodline. Even if Begin Lady was not by Lin Yuan's side, Green Vine could use Begin Lady's bloodline in its vines to summon Begin Lady. Frankly, Lin Yuan was the most curious about where the 5 dark gold snake scales had come from. Now, Green Vine had the ability to release the life form through its medium. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not instruct Green Vine to use entire body medium to sacrifice the 5 dark gold snake scales. The items released from the dark gold snake scales would give Lin Yuan a secret weapon with no discernible upper limit. There was a high chance that this secret weapon would be able to create a miracle when it was used. Lin Yuan still possessed a considerable number of spirit chi crystals. As Green Vine became stronger, it would require more spirit chi crystals for every stage of evolution. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan estimated that he possessed enough spirit chi crystals to help Green Vine evolve from Sovereign X to High Sovereign and gain new abilities. Lin Yuan crushed a large number of spirit chi crystals, and Green Vine absorbed a sea of pure spirit chi. Eventually, Green Vine successfully evolved its grade, and its overall aura became even more reserved and profound. Through true data, Lin Yuan saw that Green Vine's new ability was called Combined Vine's Defense. Combined Vine's Defense: pick a target to apply to and help it to defend against external attacks. The perfect touch Wisteria's own vitality will be sacrificed to protect the target it is applied to. Besides Green Vine's normal and elite, functional type abilities, all of its abilities from Silver to Sovereign were combat type. When Green Vine evolved to High Sovereign, its abilities changed from combat type to defense or healing type. As an ability, Combined Vine's Defense did not stand out. There were many feys that gained similar abilities when they evolved their grades. However, this ability made Lin Yuan both excited and happy. As his power continued to increase and he gained more subordinates, his combat abilities had also strengthened. However, his defensive abilities had not advanced by much. He fully relied on other experts to protect him. But with Green Vine's new ability, Lin Yuan finally had a strong defensive ability that made up for his lack of defensive abilities. He had also gained a new healing technique that could take some of the heavy healing load off of the Jasmine Lily. As a result of Green Vine's entire body medium, there were no longer any gaps on Green Vine's combat front. Rather than strengthening its combat abilities even further, it would be more beneficial for it to polish its defense and healing abilities. Lu Ji needed a sea of vitality when he used the Emperor Core of all insects. Since Green Vine was an immortal plant-type fey, its body was a well of vitality. When Green Vine used Combined Vine's Defense on Lu Ji, it could prevent Lu Ji from losing too much vitality and putting his life in danger. Green Vine came over to Lin Yuan and said softly, "Lin Yuan, no matter what dangers you encounter in the future, I will be able to shield you." As a plant-type fey, Green Vine only gained intelligence when it evolved to Diamond grade. It only started communicating with Lin Yuan when it evolved to Myth breed. At that time, Green Vine had been like a blank sheet of paper. Chapter 2324 Member of Royalty, comma. After spending time with Lin Yuan for the past few months, Green Vine understood how reality worked. Green Vine grew up in the Divine Wood Federation and followed Lin Yuan to the Great Lush and Iron Hammer Federations. It understood how cruel the world could be more than Lin Yuan's other feys. It felt this way the most strongly when it was in the Marsh world. Countless life forms gave up their lives for the sake of a slight improvement. But with Lin Yuan by its side, it could enjoy endless resources. All life forms were naturally able to evolve. Lin Yuan's provision of resources made it so easy for Green Vine to evolve that it felt slightly guilty. All of Lin Yuan's other feys had contributed to him in some way, while all Green Vine did was follow Lin Yuan around without doing anything useful. This was because Lin Yuan did not need its protection at all. Furthermore, it had been the one who needed protection from Begin Lady and Celestial Sight not long ago. Now that its power had increased, it could finally help Lin Yuan. Nothing would make Green Vine happier. Lin Yuan stored away his remaining spirit chi crystals. The larger in scale that Sky City grew to, the better of an idea it would be to have a reserve storage of spirit chi crystals just in case. This way, there would not be any issues that could not be solved. By now, 10,000 spirit chi crystals would not be of much help in increasing Green Vine's grade. At least 300,000 spirit chi crystals would be needed to evolve Green Vine to Eternal. It was difficult for Lin Yuan to obtain so many spirit chi crystals at short notice. Thus, there was no rush to continue evolving Green Vine. Green Vine, let's continue working hard together. Entire body medium will enable you to use swallow same source whenever you please. I will go and find some great things for you to absorb. After helping Green Vine to evolve, Lin Yuan returned to the marsh world and continued harvesting faith power from the marsh world's life forms. He wanted to see what the divine kingdom would look like once the single-cell organisms appeared. Presently, Lin Yuan was silently waiting for news from the Marsh West Circle. Even if the big source fruit sprouts were planted in Lin Yuan's territory, Lin Yuan had never even left the Marsh East Circle. As such, there was no way that any big source fruit sprouts could be found in the Marsh West Circle. Thus, the only possible result was the apostles and dictators who had left in search of the big source fruit sprouts to return empty-handed. They would prolong their search in the Marsh West Circle if they could not find anything. With how fast Evil Source was, the Freedom Federation's territory would devolve into a wreck. A soft white wool carpet adorned the floor of a magnificent castle. It once extended from the top of the castle to the garden outside, a testament to the contribution of many sheep who had sacrificed their wool for its creation. Despite its immaculate condition, the carpet was regularly replaced by a team of female attendants, who rolled it up and exchanged it for a new one. The retired carpet would be sent back to the Freedom Federation through a dimensional rift, where Class 5 weavers would repurpose it into exquisite garments displayed in their stores. In a few months' time, these clothes would await eager buyers. In the castle's fountain resided human-faced catfish, colossal creatures exceeding 3 meters in length. In order for the human-faced catfish to grow to such a size, the crying young girls on their backs had to have swallowed an untold number of innocents and raced up a thick ledger of sins. On the 4th level of the castle, a girl with flowing red hair and adorned in a shimmering gold dress sat at a table. She idly played with precious gems in her hand while inspecting the stack of receipts presented by a kneeling servant girl before her. Upon finishing her perusal of the receipts, a faintly intoxicated smile graced the girl's icy countenance. There sure is an abundance of resources in the marsh world. The dimensional life forms in the marsh world are finally willing to work together after all our repeated efforts at making contact. Apostles and dictators, these sure are interesting terms. I hope that they bring me some uncontracted sacred source life forms the next time they come. Hehe, this is amazing. Apparently, there is a way to get a preview of sacred source life forms. I can't let anyone else find out about this. The girl suddenly thought of something as she kicked the kneeling servant girl and said, "Nana and the Goddess of Mercy are getting into more trouble. Nana should be coming to visit us in the marsh world the day after tomorrow. What do you think will happen if I try to goad Nana and the Goddess of Mercy into fighting each other?" The servant girl's body trembled as she said softly in a careful and timid voice, "Your Majesty, I don't know anything about such things. But there's nothing you want to do that can't be done. Nana will need to find many helpers to take on the Goddess of Mercy. Given your good relationship with Nana, she will definitely turn to you." The girl raised her hand and slapped the servant girl, and fresh blood immediately started oozing from the corner of her mouth. The servant girl wiped the blood away in a well-practiced motion for fear of dirtying the carpet and being the reason for it being changed again. "Why say so much if you don't know anything? Leave. Remember that those people are only allowed to sleep for 2 hours each day. If they can't collect 2.5 tons of marsh soil in a week, feed them to my 3 human-faced catfish. It happens to be time for the human-faced catfish to evolve." The servant girl humbly bowed her head and crawled out of the room, fully aware that a slap would have awaited her as the best outcome, regardless of her response to the question. Every day, she threw bodies into the castle's fountain. A heavy sigh escaped the servant girl's lips as she contemplated her current state. She had managed to escape relatively unscathed, considering the circumstances. However, those unfortunate individuals digging for marsh soil would not be as fortunate. As they continued developing in the Marsh West Circle, obtaining marsh soil became increasingly more difficult. In their current situation, the most that a team could find with a full day's worth of work without rest or sleep was 2 tons of marsh soil. It was likely that there would be more people passing through the dimensional rift soon. Suddenly, the servant girl felt her heart skip a beat. It was as though something bad was about to happen. But the servant girl did not take long to suppress this feeling. What was the point of thinking so much? Chapter 2325 Sin of Arrogance. The servant girls sometimes gathered together to chat. All of them believed that they should kill any life form from the marsh world that they happened to encounter. Otherwise, the residue could snowball into serious trouble in the future. However, Kama changed her mind in the face of the resources provided by the apostles. But no matter how worried they were, none of them dared to voice their concerns. Kama was not alone. It seemed that the other members of royalty were also doing the same. Du Miao's territory had an especially high number of dimensional life forms. When the servant girl was delivering the message, she had no idea that her intuition would turn out to be right. All of the apostles and dimensional life forms she had interacted with were gathered and were humbly kneeling on the ground as they faced a plume of purple mist. There were two strange and creepy faces inside the mist. Interesting. Very interesting. Your words have tickled me. You have earned yourselves the chance to live. I can't believe such an interesting group exists. There sure are more and more weird things happening. Suddenly, the voice changed. You know what the consequences will be if you lie to me. Take me to see that group now. I want to find out if they are related to the big source fruit sprout. There were many groups that could be found in the marsh world. Evil Source did not think that one peculiar group was worthy of so much of her attention, even if those weaklings had some semblance of the power of a dictator's body when they worked together. The only thing that Evil Source was interested in was the big source fruit sprout. The big source fruit sprout could even cause special changes. The apostles from the Marsh West Circle usually did not mix with others. If those apostles truly had significant power or potential, they would have become a dictator's followers or gone to Marsh Abyss to develop. The apostles from the Marsh West Circle never imagined the day would come that they would see one of the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss in their remote corner of the Marsh world. This was an unimaginable honor. Evil Source was said to be eccentric, and her moods changed at the drop of a pin. She often killed the dictators under her for sport. The kneeling apostles were both excited and terrified. None of them dared to protest against her request and immediately led her in the direction of the Freedom Federation's territory. They also kick-started the ruin of the Freedom Federation's development in the Marsh world. Evil Source intended to have a good chat with the leader of this group. According to these apostles, the leader of this group was a dictator. Evil Source intended to attack Carnage Source and was in need of subordinates. Even if she could not bolster her combat power, bringing Source totems to Lin Yuan would also earn her a large amount of Source-type power. But she was stunned once she was led to the Freedom Federation's territory. This was because of the structure that was built within the Freedom Federation's territory. Evil Source had seen the new structures in Lin Yuan's territory while she had been staying in Marsh East Palace. The structures were all new and fascinating to her. They greatly differed from the buildings in the Marsh world, both in design and materials. Evil Source really liked that type of structure and thought about asking Lin Yuan if she could learn how to build them. Evil Source had essentially acknowledged that she was weaker than Lin Yuan by having such an idea. After all, she usually preferred to rob things she liked rather than ask about them. Evil Source's recent attitude toward Lin Yuan could be described as trying to butter him up, but this did not mean she no longer resented him. She had no choice but to act that way for the sake of Source-type power. But Evil Source could see hints of Lin Yuan in this new group. Evil Source's rage was uncontrollable, but she also happened to find the best punching bag to rent her anger on. She smirked coldly and waved her hand. The plume of purple mist started to spread while flickering with evil dark purple light. The apostles who Evil Source had allowed to leave were relieved. But at the same time, they were trying to come up with a way to seize this opportunity to join Evil Source's camp. Unfortunately, they had no clue that the purple mist had already surrounded them. The apostles did not have any time to react before they were dissolved in the mist. In the span of a single glint of the evil purple light, half of the Freedom Federation's territory had been swallowed. The weak did not stand any chance of fighting back and vanished in the evil light. A scream echoed through the White Castle. A girl with long red and gold hair appeared, adorned in a flowing beige dress. Beside her stood a majestic bird with vibrant 5-colored feathers, surpassing the beauty of most fey birds. However, the bird's neck was covered in fleshy boils, spreading upward and dominating its head. As the bird flapped its wings, ember and pink sap oozed from the boils. Upon contact with the air, the sap transformed into fiery lava, consuming the surrounding purple mist. Kama had been trying to come up with a way to force Nana and the Goddess of Mercy into a fight when Nana arrived. But she did not expect half of the inhabitants of her territory in the marsh world to lose their lives in the purple mist. The energy in the purple mist shocked Kama as the energy fluctuations were much stronger than her own. Kama had once sensed similar energy from the Mirror God. As a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, Kama was in the upper echelons of the main world and regarded everything as below her. Thus, despite sensing how powerful the energy of the purple mist was, Kama did not feel overly endangered. Otherwise, she would have decided to flee to seek out her enemy instead of summoning her main fey, the sky-supplementing pheasant that had broken through past eternal. It could be said that arrogance was the root of self-destruction. Chapter 2326 Death of the Sky-Supplementing Pheasant. Evil Source had attacked to vent her rage. At that moment, Evil Source did not even care about whether her attack would cause her to lose the big source fruit sprout. But not only had she failed to vent her anger, someone had even appeared to provoke her. This only fanned the flames of her fury to even greater heights. Evil Source sensed the aura of this female aura and the dimensional life form next to her that was equal parts beautiful and ugly. A cruel and stubborn smile appeared on her face. A dictator who had not even entered the samsara realm actually dared to take her on. It would be understandable if this was a samsara realm dictator. After all, she would have to be wary around a samsara realm dictator whose source totem abilities were still unknown to her. In such a case, she would try to avoid conflict for fear of capsizing herself. Mist Source and Hornless Dragon Source had butted heads at first. Only when Hornless Dragon Source gained the upper hand did Mist Source start to conduct himself with more restraint. Mist Source had gotten himself into big trouble because he underestimated a beginner samsara realm dictator. No matter how deranged Evil Source was, she always stayed clear of Mist Source, but this situation was different. Even if a Turning Wheel realm dictator had a source totem that could counter hers, like how pregnant poison could counter everything, she would be able to destroy that source totem due to the difference in their powers. Since this female dictator and her dimensional life form wanted to throw themselves toward death, Evil Source would not mind helping them pay the price for their stupidity. There were times when death brought more happiness than living did. Since Evil Source had locked on this strange Turning Wheel realm dictator, she now saw everything around her as a nuisance. Evil Source gently touched the hole on the side of her neck. The two faces started to spin wildly, and a low-pitched and messy noise was produced from both mouths. Purple and black boxes slowly formed in the purple mist. The boxes slowly opened, releasing an ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against each other. Soon, a large fish emerged from each purple and black box. If Lin Yuan had seen these strange fishes, he would have realized they resembled the leeches from his previous life. However, dark purple and black patterns were all over these strange leeches. There were 6 fins on one side of their bodies, while sharp teeth covered the other side. The disgusting creatures did not immediately start to damage the environment. Instead, their bodies started to crack into smaller pieces that were eventually hidden in the mist. The beautiful buildings, plant-type feys that decorated the space, various infrastructure, the spirit chi professionals who were working there, the smartly dressed elite spirit chi professionals, and the white dog eating a bowl full of sausages in front of the church, everything dead and alive was dissolved in the purple mist. The dead could not feel anything and had no idea that they were being broken down. But the living could feel their bodies being chewed up and consumed in the mist. Before they lost consciousness, they saw the others around them being minced up. Everything happened within the span of half a minute. Kama did not have any time to prepare at all. Once the purple mist dissipated, Kama suddenly realized that as far as she could sense, the city that the Freedom Federation had spent years building in the marsh world had vanished. Not a trace of it was left. If the ground had not been fortified to prevent the water from softening the ground, it would be as though the Freedom Federation had never ventured into the marsh world and begun development. All of this was beyond Kama's comprehension. Point 1. Kama knew that her sensing range was limited. Additionally, it was clear that the person in the mist had locked her using their aura and limited the range that her spiritual energy could reach. However, it was unlikely that the area beyond her range of sensing was in any better of a state. Otherwise, others might be able to plunder her damaged territory and cause her to lose out substantially. At that moment, Kama wanted to flee. She had not even been able to tell her opponent's methods. This was a very similar feeling to when she faced the mirror god. When Kama climbed onto the sky-supplementing pheasant's back, she suddenly noticed a figure wearing a purple robe in the slowly dissipating mist. The head on the figure's shoulders was spinning continuously. Both faces were looking at her with derision. This gaze filled Kama with trepidation. But at the same time, it was very familiar to her. It was the same gaze she used on the servant girls when she was in a bad mood and wanted to vent. Kama forced herself to calm down and put on the demeanor of a haughty member of royalty. "Who are you?" "You." Before Kama could finish speaking, a large cloud of purple and black mist appeared around the sky-supplementing pheasant. The purple and black mist turned into an even uglier creature than the human-faced catfish. This creature's appearance suited Kama's fancy. The creature continued to elongate until it became a long needle covered with purple and black patterns that were poised to skewer the sky-supplementing pheasant at any moment. The sky supplementing pheasant was water and poison type and not skilled at defense. Nonetheless, Kama could not remember the last time that the sky supplementing pheasant was injured. A horrible wail was ripped from the sky supplementing pheasant's throat. Although the sky supplementing pheasant was still flapping its wings, its body had violently crashed to the ground. Since the sky supplementing pheasant was above eternal, it had the ability to speak. But at that moment, it could not produce any sound from its throat because two things that were even thicker than the sky supplementing pheasant's body had pierced through its neck. A layer of grey and black crawled all over the leaking boils that covered the sky supplementing pheasant. The disgusting and off-putting boils seemed to capture all of the black and grey things' attention. Kama had been using her spiritual energy to communicate with the sky supplementing pheasant and give it orders. But now, the sky supplementing pheasant could not respond to Kama. Its body convulsed and flailed, but none of the movement was under the sky supplementing pheasant's control. Instead, it was being controlled by a higher life form that had invaded its body. Chapter 2327 Collapsed Bones. Although she was a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, Kama was not a creation master. Thus, she was not on as good terms with the god of fools and the mirror god as Nana was. More importantly, the goddess of mercy hated her more than she did Nana and often made things difficult for her. One of the ways that she did this was to steal her creation master resources. It had taken a lot of effort for Kama to use profits to secure a few pinnacle class 4 creation masters. But eventually, they were all poached by the goddess of mercy. Before she had time to take the issue up with the goddess of mercy, the latter came to see her first and humiliated her verbally. Given her lack of creation master resources, Kama did not have any other phase besides the sky supplementing pheasant that was eternal breed and above. Due to the sky supplementing pheasant being poison type, it was enough to boost her to become one of the members of royalty. Sometimes, the sky supplementing pheasant was enough for her to stand toe-to-toe against Nana. But now, it was clear that the sky supplementing pheasant would not be able to live. Kama's heart could not sink any lower. Now that the sky supplementing pheasant was dead, she would stand no chance of preserving her position as one of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty. She would lose the position despite possessing a higher devil. Even if Nana did not come after her, there was no way that the goddess of mercy would leave her alone. Evil Source had no idea that such thoughts were going through Kama's mind. If she did know, her mocking expression would intensify. After all, she never intended to allow this audacious toy to live. The purple mist was a part of Evil Source's abilities. Everything the mist consumed would become part of her meal, so she already noticed that something was wrong. The majority of the mangled bird on the ground had already been eaten. Yet, she could not sense even a hint of source-type power from it. Instead, her body had experienced recoil due to some unknown strength. Evil Source wanted to ignore this strength at first. But when she sensed it in even greater detail, the corners of her mouth turned up, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. Interesting. Could it be that this bird and the woman in the sky are creatures from a world outside of a dimensional rift? If that were the case, Evil Source intended to take a good look at what was so special about life forms outside of her own world. Just like how humans from the main world knew about the various dimensional rifts, so did the life forms from the marsh world. But due to the marsh world's environment, low-ranked life forms were fully preoccupied with trying to survive and were not concerned by the dimensional rifts at all. But once they reached Apostle, they would no longer have to worry about their survival. Thus, the Apostles started to study the dimensional rifts. They also thought about going through the dimensional rift to venture into other worlds. However, only low-ranked dimensional life forms were able to pass through the dimensional rifts. Moreover, no dimensional life form that had passed through a dimensional rift had ever returned. It went without saying that dictators knew more about dimensional rifts than apostles did. Evil Source had thought about forcing her way through a dimensional rift. But the dimensional hub had ended up putting a strong resistance against her. This not only did not get rid of her desire to venture into other worlds but also made her more interested than ever. Evil Source continued walking forward, and the purple mist billowed out from her robe, slowly forming a giant purple phantom silhouette behind her. The aura of the purple silhouette made a beeline for Kama. Evil Source used her boorish face to say, "Is your world exciting?" Evil Source's words broke through Kama's psychological defenses, and she became certain of Evil Source's goal for coming. It turned out that this person knew that she was not a native life form of the marsh world but an invader. She was attacking to punish the invader. Kama immediately made the decision to fuse with her higher devil, resulting in an instant transformation. As thick armor formed over her pale arms and legs, her hands and feet grew longer, transforming into daggers. At the same time, a smooth white tail emerged from the back of her body. 2 long scars materialized, stretching from her face to her neck, with crimson blood flowing within them. 4 long horns entwined her long gold and red hair, creating a barb-like formation behind her head. By contracting one of the 7 major devils, Kama would retain her position as a member of royalty despite losing her main fey. However, she had undergone an evolution with the higher devil she possessed. Cruel punishment was considered an exceptional devil. But due to bloodlines, the gap between the 7 major devils and other higher devils was uncrossable. Kama raised her fingers that resembled 10 long knives and pointed them at Evil Source as she yelled, "Collapsed bones!" Evil Source was completely unfamiliar with the power of higher devils. Evil Source felt like all the bones in her body had disappeared and melted into a puddle. But it did not take long for the feeling to disappear. Although the mystical strength still existed, it could no longer affect Evil Source. Kama enjoyed looking at her opponents writhing in pain every time she combined with her higher devil. Nothing brought her more joy than admiring the view of her opponents' bones disappearing and their bodies melting into a puddle that slowly died before her. But when Kama used collapsed bones on the terrifying life form from the marsh world in front of her, she did not expect that attack would be able to harm her opponent and turn the tables. No matter how arrogant she was, the sky supplementing pheasant's death was enough to prove how powerful her opponent was. Kama used her devil's ability to give her a chance to escape. The mirror god's other body had been guarding the other side of the dimensional rift, and it spent at least 12 hours each day patrolling the marsh world. In the past, there was nothing that Kama hated more than how controlling the mirror god was. But now she hoped that his body would be patrolling the territory. As long as she found the mirror god's other body, the mirror god's original body would rush into the marsh world instantly. Kama believed the mirror god would save her even though the sky supplementing pheasant had died. This was because she still possessed cruel punishment and could be of use to the mirror god. Chapter 2328 Leave immediately. The mirror god had already set his spirit fire alight. If even he could not overpower this scary life form from the marsh world, there was no way that the Freedom Federation would be able to continue harvesting beneficial resources from the marsh world. Instead, they would have to worry about the life forms in the marsh world noticing the Class 6 dimensional rift and retaliating against the main world. Unlike the Class 1 to 5 dimensional rifts, Class 6 dimensional rifts were not only one-way. They were two-way and did not limit the power of the dimensional life forms in any way. Once the terrifying life forms from the marsh world discovered the Class 6 dimensional rift entrance and crossed over, the residents of the Freedom Federation would be in serious danger. But Kama had forgotten to estimate Evil Source's power. She had not expected that she would only be able to hold Evil Source back for a few seconds after fusing with her higher devil and using her devil's ability. There was nothing that Evil Source hated more than being insulted by more inferior life forms. Moreover, Evil Source now saw Kama as her punching bag. But she had not been able to vent her rage properly before her punching bag nipped her. This feeling made Evil Source livid. Instead of using her Source Totem abilities, Evil Source took a large step forward, grabbed one of Kama's elongated arms, and twisted it off. Then, she plunged the saber-like arm into Kama's chest. Kama was both astonished and terrified as the pain coursed through her. Her opponent was much faster than she could imagine. With such speed, Kama would not be able to make it a kilometer away from there, much less flee to the Class 6 dimensional rift entrance to find the mirror god's other body. Kama now understood how those ants who she had pushed into the fountain to be fed to the human-faced catfishes felt. The moment Kama thought she was about to die, a strange power appeared from a distance away. She could not help but become lost in this charming yet dangerous aura. A thought struck Kama. Nana is here. She is not much more powerful than me, and it's clear that she's no match for this terrifying dimensional life form. But her appearance at least gives me a chance to continue living. So what if I'm not fast enough? If a scapegoat is willing to die in my stead, I'll have a higher chance of escaping to the Class 6 dimensional rift entrance. Kama said to Evil Source in a pitiful voice, Lordess. Please spare me. I can give you my loyalty and fight your enemies. The woman who has come is much stronger than me. While she spoke, Kama slowly retreated, pulling the distance between her and Evil Source to 15 meters. Evil Source did not mind this weakling turning wheel realm dictator playing tricks. In fact, she hoped that her prey would pull out more tricks to make this more interesting. But Evil Source had not expected this expert, who was supposed to be the strongest member of this group, to say such a thing. Was betrayal a small matter in this group? This immediately reminded Evil Source of Pregnant Poison, who had betrayed her to join Lin Yuan. This caused Evil Source's murderous rage toward Kama to intensify. Still, Evil Source did not mind letting this pathetic life form play out her final act. Evil Source had already ascertained that this female life form came from the other side of the dimensional rift. Evil Source had never crossed the dimensional rift and could not be certain what powers existed there. This slightly powerful girl should not mind sharing some useful information in exchange for being allowed to live. Once Evil Source extracted the information she needed, she could seal this female from the strange world inside her source totem and turn her into a venomous insect. Humans did not speak the language of the marsh world. If not for genius, Lin Yuan would not have been able to learn the language of the marsh world. But once one's power reached a certain level, they would be able to communicate through their spiritual energy and soul power so they could understand each other even without speaking the same language. Evil Source used her female face to say to Kama in a soft malicious voice, "If you don't want your other hand to pierce through your heart, why don't you piece it through the heart of your companion behind you?" Evil Source took a step back while she spoke to put even more distance between her and Kama. Evil Source's attitude caused Kama's heart to sink. She did not mind harming Nana, but harming her by using her as a scapegoat was not the same thing as harming her by attacking her. There was a very high chance that the mirror god's other body would appear at any time or even his main body. After this serious matter, the unaffected regions would have already made reports about this matter. This terrifying dimensional life form clearly had no kind intentions for her, nor did she try to take her in. If she attacked Nana and the mirror god happened to arrive at the same time, she would be doomed. Moreover, this opponent saw her as prey and was even willing to put distance between them. This was a clear sign that she was completely unbothered and much more powerful than she was. While Kama's emotions were a mess, Nana got closer. A beautiful middle-aged woman with a composed demeanor was standing next to Nana. Once Nana appeared, she took stock of the situation in front of her. When she saw that Kama had combined with her higher devil and that one of her hands had been stuck into her chest, Nana immediately realized how dire the situation was. Nana immediately led the Mother Disaster World faceless beast with her as they fled swiftly. Kama had been trying to come up with a way to take advantage of Nana so that she would be able to flee while ensuring that Nana did not die. Alas, Nana had no intention of saving her. Evil Source waved her hand, and purple mist formed a large hand that grabbed hold of Kama and slammed her violently into the ground. There was only one thought going through Evil Source's head. "I've been tricked." In Evil Source's eyes, Kama was now a messenger. She used her own situation to send a warning to her companions. She lost to Lin Yuan when it came to power. Now, she lost to a life form from another world when it came to intelligence. Anger spurred Evil Source to charge at Kama. Chapter 2329 Would you want such good luck? The ball of silver light burned silently and immediately blocked the image of Evil Source advancing. Evil Source sensed a power equal to her own from these flames. In fact, it was slightly stronger than her own source totem. But the difference in their abilities could be made up with power. Evil Source looked at the mirror forming next to Kama. When the mirror cracked, a human figure walked out. This figure completely ignored Evil Source and headed directly to Kama. Evil Source suddenly frowned, and her killing intent intensified. But instead of attacking, she left the mirror god alone. This did not match her usual style. In the past, she would have definitely clashed with this unknown life form. Both of them were of similar levels, and she clearly won out when it came to power. What was with the act? Evil Source had not attacked because Lin Yuan had just taught Evil Source a good lesson. Moreover, she was the weakest of the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss and had lost the book that represented her power. She had fallen so low that even Carnage Source had the courage to mock her. She first came to the Marsh West Circle to search for the big source fruit sprout. Once word got out, the others would definitely personally lead their subordinates over. At that time, she could tell them about this life form from another world, and they could come up with a way to deal with the situation together. That way, she would not have to suffer the full blowback herself. There were life forms of similar rank from other worlds, and they might not be able to gain the upper hand in the fights that took place in the other worlds. Her position would be boosted if any of them fell into danger during a fight. Evil Source suddenly thought of something. If 10,000 Source had lost the big source fruit sprout, why didn't he come here himself to search for it? It was likely that he knew about the existence of this foreign life form and had secretly lost to this life form. Thus, he had sent his subordinates to search secretly. Otherwise, there was no reason for 10,000 Source not to personally search for something as precious as a big source fruit sprout. This made Evil Source even more certain that there was indeed a big source fruit sprout lost in the Marsh West Circle. Evil Source decided to take advantage of being the first to arrive and set up camp so she would be able to form an alliance to take on this foreign life form. This would give her speaking authority during later discussions. There were usually almost no strong winds in the Marsh West Circle. There was only some slight wind when large dimensional life forms ran across the ground or soared in the sky. But now, there were strong gales from the Marsh West Circle that were flying across the muddy ground, covering the ground in a black layer that was almost half a meter thick. The wind was not restricted to the Marsh West Circle. Fresh City, which the Freedom Federation had built, was currently also at the mercy of a storm. Many roofs of houses flew off and ended up hurting pedestrians. Although the Freedom Federation had been developing in the Marsh world, the members of royalty held all meetings in the Freedom Mystic Temple. This was the first time the royalty members were meeting at the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. Moreover, every single member of royalty was present at this time. This did not commonly occur. The figures seated on the chairs all had strange expressions. Besides a few of them who looked worried, most looked as though they were trying to devise schemes. Even the red and gold-haired Kama, who looked crestfallen after taking such a beating in the Marsh world, looked as though the gears in her mind were turning quickly. The Goddess of Mercy looked at the mirror god seated nearby and instinctively touched her abdomen. It was as though there was still lingering pain from being burned by spirit fire. The Goddess of Mercy's teeth ground together. If only the Goddess of Mercy had set her spirit fire alight, she would have already attacked the mirror god. Usually, the Goddess of Mercy loved to scheme. But at that moment, she saw no need to do so. Whether she could take the next step would depend on Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Mercy had only become hedonistic when she lost hope in advancing her power. But now that she had newfound hope, she was no longer interested in turning fairy source-type life forms into dolls. Since there was nothing she wanted, the Goddess of Mercy acted with even less restraint than ever. She flicked her fishtail as she played with the strands of hair hanging down past her neck. She looked at the miserable Kama and said mockingly, "Kama, I told you long ago that it isn't auspicious to be nurturing so many of the human-faced catfishes. You might become part of the patterns on the human-faced catfishes anytime. Your sky-supplementing pheasant is dead. You must be missing your partner, who you put so much effort into nurturing." The Goddess of Mercy's words caused the expressions of everyone present to change. But no one said anything to stop her. The Goddess of Mercy was a Class 5 creation master. Regardless of how many things Kama had to say against the Goddess of Mercy behind her back, she still had to appear to want her favor. Moreover, the Goddess of Mercy was a lunatic on the same level as the Mirror God and God of Fools. Ticking her off would be the same as asking her to seek revenge on you. Kama was not capable of taking on the Goddess of Mercy. In the past, she did not want to make an enemy of the Goddess of Mercy. But she could afford to now. So what if I own a few of the human-faced catfishes? I'm still doing less harm than when you make dolls out of the fairy source-type life forms. Everyone here is well aware of how you get the fairy source-type life forms. Aside from powerful experts, even weak spirit chi professionals could not bear it when their phase died. They would immediately become aware once their phase died. Although Kama had not verbally said anything, she cursed at the Goddess of Mercy freely in her mind. Kama's restraint did not stop the Goddess of Mercy, who was angered by the sight of the mirror god. The Goddess of Mercy continued to say with derision, "Hee, there is a close link between the powerful dimensional life form being able to trespass your territory with ease and you forming ties with all those apostles and dictators. So, you must take responsibility for this. You are lucky. You managed to survive without needing Nana's help. You are shockingly lucky." Kama could no longer hold herself back even after promising herself that she would keep silent. "What? Good luck? Would you want such good luck?" Chapter 2330 The Goddess of Mercy's Firepower. Once Kama took responsibility for this matter, all the resources she had accumulated in the decades since becoming a member of royalty would be stripped away. At that time, she would truly be left with nothing. Kama still needed to depend on these resources to make her comeback. Thus, she said resolutely, "I wasn't the one who started forming ties with the dimensional life forms. Who here hasn't traded with the Marsh dimensional life forms for uncontracted sacred source life forms?" Kama had just finished speaking, and the Goddess of Mercy did not have the chance to respond before a pleasant yet cold voice said, "All of this happened when you were standing guard, so it's reasonable for you to take responsibility. I'm sure everyone here agrees. If you don't agree, we will take a vote." Kama clenched her fists tightly. Nana had abandoned her. But rather than giving her an explanation, she was now attacking her. Does she really think I am a fool just because I hold my tongue? They expect me to take responsibility just because I was the one standing guard. But even if the goddess of mercy had been the one standing guard, she would have suffered the same ending if she had not set her spirit fire alight. Just as Kama was about to argue with Nana, multiple voices chimed in with their agreement with what Nana said. My thoughts exactly. Whoever was standing guard should take responsibility. Kama was too careless. My losses are serious, so someone needs to take responsibility. As the voices of agreement grew louder, Kama's fists gradually relaxed. Although Kama had predicted her consequences, she had not expected them to rally together to kick her down so quickly. All of them were ready to eliminate her despite not having come up with a solution. Kama remembered the conditions that Mirror God had for saving her. Kama steeled herself and looked in the direction of the Mirror God, only to see that he was already staring at her. Kama nodded slightly at the Mirror God, and he said in the most imposing voice he could muster, "Okay, let's first try to come up with a way to address this threat. We can deal with Kama after we've neutralized the threat. Kama will stay with me before the threat is resolved so she can tell me about what happened." The Mirror God's words did not calm Kama down. But the people in front of her had changed from a group who just had to give up their wealth to being a group who had transferred their wealth to one person in order to gain their protection. Nana had been bullied by the goddess of mercy many times. She was only able to continue to sit there and share the same status as the goddess of mercy because of support from the god of fools and Mirror God. Up until now, the entire Mystic Temple meeting had been a joke. The goddess of mercy and Mirror God's positions were untouchable. The goddess of mercy's attempts to rise in opposition had threatened her position, and she was not in any better state than the rest of them. The Freedom Federation's members of royalty all had some skeletons in their closets, but unlike the goddess of mercy, their circumstances were not hopeless. However, the goddess of mercy's recent actions had been much too unusual. It was as though she had been injected with passion and no longer acted in a cavalier manner. In the past, she never hesitated to make their lives difficult. But now, it was as though she had come alive. Perhaps she had thought things through. After all, the Mirror God and God of Fools would never allow her to take that step. Her situation might be classified as terrible, but the Goddess of Mercy and Nana were not doing any better. At the end of freedom was submission. This was the philosophy of the Freedom Federation. Once the Mirror God spoke, everyone besides the Goddess of Mercy wore uncomfortable expressions, which quickly disappeared. None of them said anything and silently agreed with what the Mirror God said. The Goddess of Mercy had already experienced such an environment many times. She chuckled coldly and already had an insult prepared. But eventually, she did not poke the bear that was the Mirror God. The Mirror God had already set his spirit fire alight. If she fought him, she would be the one who ended up suffering. Since the Mirror God wanted to save Kama, she would keep her hands off Kama. The Goddess of Mercy silently shot a look at Kama. But when she looked back at Nana, her gaze became mocking again. Kama, whether you will earn a chance depends on how useful you are. If we have to fault Kama, the error isn't serious. She was weaker than her opponent because she lacks talent and can't handle such important assignments. However, it was vile of Nana to abandon Kama when she was in danger. If Nana had been willing to work with Kama to take on the enemy, Kama's sky-supplementing pheasant might not have died, and the Freedom Federation would not have suffered such heavy losses. Kama's lungs almost exploded with anger when she heard the first part of what the Goddess of Mercy said. The Mirror God already decided to save me. I can't believe you chose to disgust me when you realized you couldn't touch me. If not for the fact that I'm unable to beat you, I would rip your face into pieces and peel the scales off your tail. But when she heard the latter part of what the Goddess of Mercy said, Kama's attitude toward the Goddess of Mercy swung to the other side of the spectrum. Kama never expected the day would come when the Goddess of Mercy would speak up on her behalf. She had witnessed how much firepower the Goddess of Mercy had when she spoke during the Mystic Temple meetings. There were many times that she had not even bothered to take the Mirror God's pride into consideration. Kama knew that her chance for revenge was there. She pulled on an even more pained expression. I never expected such an outcome either. If Nana had fought with me, we would definitely have been able to last till the Mirror God arrived to help. The territory wouldn't have been destroyed to such an extent too. Nana has to take responsibility for the death of my sky-supplementing pheasant. Nana was still feeling waves of fear. If she had left any later, the disaster world faceless beast would have died there and then. Nana's mind was not on the mystic temple meeting at all. If I had helped you instead of fleeing from a dimensional life form who is as powerful as an expert who has set their spirit fire alight, I would have rushed toward my death. Nana saw this as normal, yet the goddess of mercy had turned it into a reason to condemn her. Usually, everyone would understand if she just explained that the dimensional life form had reached the level of an expert who had set their spirit fire alight. Yet, Kama had stabbed her publicly and misconstrued the situation. Chapter 2331 The Lapdog's Wrongful Display. Nana frowned as she saw devil patterns already appearing on Kama's face. Kama was not backing off at all in the face of Nana's pressure. What a joke! I am no different from the mirror god's servant now. My higher devil, cruel punishment, still has some use to the mirror god while it remains alive. No matter how much the mirror god valued Nana, he would never give up on the profits I could bring him. We have the same source of support. You would never kill me, no matter how angry you are at me. Moreover, the scary dimensional life form did not kill my sacred source life form. I still have both my higher devil and sacred source life form. Even if I no longer have any feys, you will have to pay an even larger price for killing me. You and I were the only two who saw what happened in the marsh world. After we both give our own accounts, it will all depend on who is more persuasive. Kama had given all of her profits to the mirror god, and everyone else had already been drained. Thus, the scales were tipped toward her from the beginning. Kama knew that even if Nana's profits had been taken, they would not be shared with her. Nonetheless, Kama would be delighted as long as Nana suffered. The goddess of mercy fell silent after stirring trouble as she waited for things to stew and bubble. If she tried to needle Nana anymore, the mirror god might take action to settle the dispute. Kama, you must buck up. Otherwise, just watch how I teach you a good lesson later on. Nana looked at Kama with a gaze full of resentment. If she truly never had the intention of helping Kama, why would she have gone all the way there and almost put herself in danger? Kama, the sky supplementing pheasant was dead by the time I arrived. You know what kind of sorry state you were in at that time. I haven't set my spirit fire alight. How was I supposed to save you from a dimensional life form as powerful as an expert who has set their spirit fire alight? Kama did not rebuke Nana immediately. Xiuyin's sacred source life form, the truth scale, had the ability to judge truth from lies. If everyone was telling the truth scale would not react. But if any lies were told, the truth scale would immediately drop a weight on the liar. Xiuyin was on good terms with Nana and had been waiting for Nana to become a Class 5 creation master. Hence, she had already summoned the truth scale. From then on, no one would be permitted to tell a lie. But Kama did not have to lie to pressure Nana with ethics. Nana, you have always been against me. You not only wished for the sky supplementing pheasant to die but me as well. If Lord Mirror God had been any slower, I wouldn't have survived long enough to be sitting here. Kama had intentionally added the word Lord when she addressed the Mirror God. This was a message to everyone present that she was one of the Mirror God's people. Those at rock bottom did not have anywhere further to fall. There was nothing for her to be afraid of. It was time to hide behind an honorable cause. The truth scale's weight did not fall on Kama because she had said what Nana had been thinking. Nana did not expect Kama to have survived a confrontation with a dimensional life form who had power equivalent to spirit fire. But Nana noticed a flaw in what Kama said and instinctively picked at it. No, you. But before Nana could finish speaking, a weight dropped down on her head. Nana felt as though she had been locked up. The truth scale had made a judgment about what had just happened. Nana's no was meant to begin her rebuke of what Kama had said. But the truth scale had judged it as a response to the meaning of Kama's words. A strange expression came over Xiuyin's face, and she immediately recalled the truth scale. Damn! She wanted to be a lapdog but ended up scratching the one she was trying to curry favor with. Xiuyin knew that Nana and Kama were in the midst of butting heads. The truth scale's judgment had pushed Nana towards the disadvantageous side. Nana exerted some effort and removed the locks from the weights that the truth scale had dropped on her. Kama raised her palm and angrily slammed it down on the armrest of her chair. Nana, everyone knows about the relationship between you and Xiuyin. The truth scale's abilities can't be fabricated. What else do you have to say? Do I really have to bring the dimensional life form who you fled from here to act as your witness? My main fey, the sky supplementing pheasant, is already dead. I only survived, thanks to Lord Mirror God. What can I do to you? All I want is justice. Kama's words caused 4 longhorns to protrude from the head of Nana, who had been restraining herself all this time. The goddess of mercy was taken aback by how out of character Kama was acting. The goddess of mercy thought that Kama was just an idiot who only knew how to nurture the human-faced catfishes. But it turned out that there was much more to her, and she was extremely scheming. Even her crying was perfect. It did not look forced at all, and she still managed to express all the emotions she wanted to express. The mirror god could not protect Nana even if he wanted to now. This was Kama's solo battle, and she had gained the upper hand over Nana. It was time for her to bring some of the others over to her side. The goddess of mercy spoke mockingly and said, Kama is indeed useless now. I can understand why a piece of trash would seek justice. If Kama has any requests for me in the future and is willing to pay an acceptable price, I'm willing to provide her with Creation Master resources. When Kama heard what the goddess of mercy said, her facade of pain broke. What do you mean I'm useless? You're the piece of trash that can't increase her power. I still have my higher devil and sacred source life form, while the mirror god has a potion that can heal spiritual injuries. Now that I'm loyal to the mirror god, he will eventually give me a potion bottle. Once I consume it, my spiritual injury will be healed. I'll have to slowly build up my phase powers, but there's no question that I'll be stronger than you. What do you mean you'll be willing to provide me with the Creation Master resources I need? That sounds fine and dandy, but will I even be able to afford the price? The last time I asked you to concoct a bottle of fire elemental potion for me, you inflated the price by twice the normal rate. Rather than going to you for Creation Master resources, I'll be better off trading for them from the Mirror God. It would even be cheaper to trade for them from the Azure Federation. Chapter 2332. Please have some self-awareness. When the Goddess of Mercy expressed her sympathy for Kama, the group saw that the Mirror God was unmoved. Du Miao, who had suffered the most from the first Emperor Shark clan's massacre, was the first to speak. If that's the case, I suggest having Nana and Kama make up for the losses in the Marsh world together. Kama will be in charge of paying for the losses while Nana will be in charge of rebuilding. Du Miao's words soon earned the agreement of the group majority. Nana's tightly clenched fist relaxed when she heard what Du Miao said. Just when everyone thought that Nana was going to protest, she said calmly, no problem. I will provide the resources for the rebuilding once the situation in the Marsh world has been settled. Recently, I've been preparing to break through to Class 5 Creation Master, so I won't be participating in the events in the Marsh world. The Mirror God turned to look at Nana, and displeasure flashed across her eyes. No one agreed with what she said, and even Kama had not reacted yet. Nana twisted her neck relaxedly before she leaned back in her chair as though nothing that was happening was related to her in any way. The Marsh world was so large that it was difficult to search. The average dimensional life form was extremely powerful, and building a territory in the Marsh world would undoubtedly disturb their way of life. It was practically impossible. There was more than one dimensional life form in the Marsh world who had power equivalent to an expert who had set their spirit fire alight. If there was only one such life form, it would be seated at the top of the pyramid and would not have to make a personal trip to the Freedom Federation's territory to cause trouble. Regardless of whether they started battling the moment they encountered each other, they would squabble all the time over profits even if they decided to share the space. The power of just that dimensional life form was enough to necessitate the Mirror God and the God of Fools' combined efforts. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that they would be able to kill it. It would be premature to begin rebuilding before this situation was settled. Nana had already witnessed how terrifying that life form could be. It was now their turn. Nana noticed the Mirror God looking at her, as well as the displeasure in his eyes. In response, she shrugged nonchalantly. Nana was on the cusp of evolving to a Class 5 Creation Master. She now understood why the Goddess of Mercy felt so much hostility toward the Mirror God and God of Fools. There was a chance she would end up like the Goddess of Mercy one day. But she stood no chance of fighting back. This fight in the Marsh world was her one opportunity. Perhaps the Goddess of Mercy, who she hated with fervor, could be a better friend to her than the Mirror God was. While the meeting was progressing in the Freedom Mystic Temple, the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss were also having a meeting of their own in the Marsh world. Evil Source was staring at the short man with average features and wearing a white robe who was standing in front of her with unbridled fury. Evil Source would have attacked Eternal Source if she had not lost the book, even if they both ended up seriously injured. She was the one who had discovered the group from another world first, and she was also the one who had shared the news first. Yet, Eternal Source had immediately started to push her into a corner and made her seem like the one who had instigated the fight against the life forms from the other world. Since she had lost her book, the others all joined Eternal Source's side. She was pushed to the back of the 7 seats and was lumped together with Carnage Source. Nothing could be more humiliating. If Lin Yuan saw what a sorry state Evil Source was and knew what she was thinking, he could not hold himself back from saying, "Please have some self-awareness. They might not be targeting you because you lost the book but because your social skills are too lousy. Plus, your brain has never worked properly, and it's difficult for anyone to believe in your leadership skills." Eternal Source looked at Evil Source, who was glaring at him angrily, and gently rapped the table as he said, "Evil Source, you need to understand that I'm just a leader in name. But when we really take action, the 7 of us send out individual commands. No one can control you, so there's no need for you to look at me like that. You're seated at the end next to Carnage Source because we agreed that the books represent our authority. Not only did you agree to this, but you were the one who suggested it." Eternal Source did not hate Evil Source but rather could not stand her. Unless Evil Source cut into his profits and caused trouble, Eternal Source could not be bothered to interact with Evil Source. If he had such time, he would take a nap on his throne. Why would he spend his time arguing with a lunatic instead? Eternal Source could not stand but tolerated Evil Source. However, Evil Source saw this as Eternal Source underestimating her. This made her want to target him even more. Mountain Ridge Source also could not stand Evil Source as she could never let things rest, not for even a moment. She had just lost her book to Lin Yuan, and now she was trying to cause trouble with Eternal Source. Luckily, Eternal Source had stolen the leadership position from Evil Source. If Evil Source had remained the leader, one could only imagine how much trouble would follow. Everyone's time was precious, and they had only gathered here because they had their own schemes. No one was willing to join Evil Source in her lunacy. In actuality, all of them owed Eternal Source a favor. Mist Source said, "That's right. Let's talk about the main matter. Evil Source, take your book back from 10,000 Source if you are so capable. If you do that, I'll willingly give up my seat as the 4th. Mist Source only wanted to put an end to the argument and redirect the topic back to the main point. He did not have any other intentions. Mist Source felt that he had just given Evil Source a segue she could use to move away from this issue. However, Evil Source saw it as Mist Source trying to show off. This caused Evil Source's gruff face to let out 2 cold scoffs. Nonetheless, she did not say anything else. This was not because Evil Source had learned self-discipline but because she was still after the thousands of units of Source-type power that she could trade from Lin Yuan. Evil Source planned on waiting until she obtained the Source-type power before she duked it out with these people here. When Evil Source settled down, Eternal Source said in a low voice, "Although we're here to look for the big Source fruit sprout that 10,000 Source lost, I suggest that we stop temporarily so we can work together to take on the invaders from the other world. By daring to come into our world, they must be prepared to be invaded by us. What do you think?" Chapter 2333 Eternal Source's Power. Instead of searching for the big Source fruit sprout, they were going to invade another world? It was not Evil Source's style to give up the benefits at hand in favor of indirect benefits. Moreover, were there really benefits to be obtained from trespassing into another world? There were also experts who were stronger than her from the other world, and she could not be sure how many of them there were. Invading another world was already dangerous in itself. Unfortunately, she had lost the bet to Lin Yuan and had been bumped down to the last seat. If they launched a crusade into another world, she would receive the smallest piece of the pie when they were dividing up profits. Evil Source had long decided on her short-term goal. She would first deepen her relationship with Lin Yuan and trade for sufficient Source-type power. Next, she would use the Source-type power to rapidly increase her power and declare war against Carnage Source and the rest to further strengthen herself. As such, Evil Source was unwilling to become part of the collaboration. Evil Source looked around and believed that she was not the only one thinking this way. After all, they had all been secretly fighting against each other for so many years and were all concocting schemes of their own. Thus, there was no way that they would be able to truly work together on the same side. Evil Source could not be sure, but given Carnage Source's state, he would never be willing to join the team because he would end up doing all the menial and hard labor. Evil Source said in a profound tone, "Eternal Source, I might be sitting on the last seat, but I'm not much weaker than you even without my book. I'm definitely much stronger than Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source. I suggest that they send subordinates into the alien world first to scout it out." The moment Evil Source spoke, Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source's countenances darkened. Eternal Source sensed this and was about to say something to mediate the situation when he heard Hornless Dragon Source say, I agree with this suggestion to have Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source send subordinates into the other world first to investigate the situation. We'll decide what to do next once they return with information. After all, we don't know anything about the life forms from the other world. If there aren't many useful resources in the other world or they are too powerful, we will be able to change our tactic from going on the offense to defense instead. Evil Source looked satisfied when she heard what Hornless Dragon Source said. Although she remained silent, she sat back and waited to see how the situation changed. Evil Source knew that Hornless Dragon Source was the most careful of the seven and least willing to take risks. Thus, Hornless Dragon Source would definitely agree to send out Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source, who were the weakest of the lot. Evil Source's words already did not sit well with Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source. But after hearing what Hornless Dragon Source said, the two of them spoke up. If Mountain Ridge Source and I are sent to the other world first as scouts, you will be sending us to become cannon fodder. Will you make up for our losses? You're right. If this is what you mean by working together, I will immediately back out and begin searching for the big source fruit sprouts. Now that they were both at risk of losing profits, Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source had formed an alliance and decided to back out together. A sly expression appeared on Hornless Dragon Source's face when he heard what Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source said. Hornless Dragon Source was very cautious, but he did not mind sending a few other experts out instead of putting himself in danger. Samsara realm dictators could recruit as many subordinates who were apostles as they wanted. If any died, they could be easily replaced. Hornless Dragon Source had agreed to have Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source send subordinates into the other world as an advance team and had even intended on convincing them to go with the team of subordinates because he, Mountain Ridge Source, and Carnage Source had all joined Lin Yuan's alliance. If both of them left, he would be the only major player in the alliance and could take advantage of the opportunity to deepen his relationship with Lin Yuan and trade for more resources. Alas, his plan had fallen through before he had a chance to implement it. This greatly displeased Hornless Dragon Source. Vine Source, who sat on the second seat, was furious by how the group had all drawn their swords so quickly. He shot Eternal Source a look of displeasure. Vine Source expected they would not divide the profits evenly if they worked together. Those of higher ranks would receive larger shares. There was already so much conflict before they started working together. The conflict would only grow once they actually started working together. If they did not have a way of ameliorating disagreements, they would be better off working on their own. The seven of them were not the only ones who knew about the big source fruit sprout. Would Eternal Source compensate them if someone else managed to find the big source fruit sprout while they were gathered there? Although Vine Source agreed that Eternal Source was powerful, he had always been too soft-hearted and did not possess resolution. If Evil Source dared to oppose him, Vine Source would have already eliminated her. Ever since Hornless Dragon Source spoke, Eternal Source had been silent. But now that the situation had morphed into such a state, he let out an explosion of powerful aura. The aura surprised Vine Source. After getting a detailed sense of Eternal Source's aura, Vine Source said in disbelief, "Your power has advanced." The other five had similar expressions. However, Evil Source's expression also included fear. It was as though Eternal Source would come after her now that his power had increased. Eternal Source turned to look at Vine Source and said calmly, "I have increased my power, but not to a significant extent. I still haven't broken past the Samsara realm. You can come to me for help in the future. Although I can't give you source-type power, I can guide you on how to break through. I'm sure my advice will be useful." Eternal Source's words caused Vine Source's heart to skip a beat. Although advice was not as practically useful as source-type power, he believed that advice was even more useful than source-type power. Eternal Source turned his gaze sharply to the rest and said, "Since I've decided to stay here as a leader, I hope you'll listen to what I have to say. With regard to profits, I can guarantee that everyone will be allocated profits according to their contributions. None of you will be at a disadvantage when we're investigating the foreign world." Chapter 2334 10,000 Sources Origin. Evil Source knew that if she wanted to regain her position, she would have to protect herself before she managed to increase her power. Once she obtained the thousands of units of pure source-type power from Lin Yuan and increased her power, she might be able to take on Eternal Source. A meeting of leaders could quickly produce a strategy. Since all of them wanted to start searching for the big source fruit sprouts as soon as possible and were afraid that it would fall into the hands of others, Eternal Source, Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Mist Source, Mountain Ridge Source, Carnage Source, and Evil Source led teams and began carrying out their assignments. While they were doing their assignments, the dictators felt as though their horizons had been broadened. They had no idea that structures could have such designs. There were also many fun toys from the other world. There were some life forms that did not contain any source-type power but still possessed a special energy system that allowed them to manipulate elemental energy to fight. It did not take long for them to begin prioritizing collecting what they found. As a result, their progress started to slow down. Once a few of the beautiful houses were plucked from the ground, they were transported away by some large dimensional life forms. At first, Evil Source enjoyed this task. She even regretted not nurturing more subordinates who could help her to collect the items more quickly. So far, she had collected much less than the other 6. Since they were allocating based on contributions, they did not assign specific regions. Due to her anxiousness, Evil Source killed some of her slower subordinates. But as more time passed, Evil Source strongly felt something was wrong. Evil Source had not focused on the surroundings when she fought Kama. She had only done a cursory check on the surroundings. Evil Source had used her Source Totem's ability and changed all the life forms and items in a 10,000 square meter radius into fine powder. She had not had the chance to pay attention to the surroundings once the fighting began. But now, as she was observing the appearance of these structures, Evil Source realized that they had different styles from Lin Yuan's buildings while the construction of the structures and materials used differed greatly. Evil Source's previous guess was that Lin Yuan had obtained the big source fruit sprouts from a life form from another world. There was a high chance that Lin Yuan had been the first to discover the dictators from another world and had been benefiting from them. But now, Evil Source's speculation changed. Could 10,000 Source be a life form from another world? If he truly comes from the Marsh world, there is no way no one has heard of him. Once this guess formed in her mind, Evil Source quickly dismissed it. No. I already fought with that foreign female life form. She doesn't possess source-type power or even faith power. This already makes her markedly different from 10,000 Source. Evil Source suddenly wondered if she should tell Lin Yuan about the life forms from another world. The 7 of them were the only ones around. But it was clear that Lin Yuan had the right to join their ranks. If she told Lin Yuan the news, his impression of her would improve, and she might even be able to take advantage of the situation. She could sow seeds of discord and cause Lin Yuan to feel displeasure toward Mist Source and Vine Source, who he had never met before. This would definitely bring her even more profits. There was no question that Eternal Source did not intend on telling Lin Yuan about the foreign invaders. All she needed was to add fuel to the flames and start false rumors. She would then be able to wash her hands off of everything, even if any problems cropped up. The meeting in the Freedom Mystic Temple had not ended even after 2 days had passed. However, bad news had already come from the Freedom Federation's territory in the Marsh world. This situation took the Mirror God by great surprise. He had assumed that his presence would strike fear into the life forms of the Marsh world. Yet, not only were the life forms unshaken by his presence, but they were also rising up and preparing to attack. The dimensional life forms, who were clearly slightly stronger than him, had already caused significant damage to the territory. It was difficult to calculate the value of the losses. It was clear that the dimensional life forms intended to fully destroy his entire territory. His brother had been the one who had decided to begin development in the Marsh world. The God of Fools had gone into seclusion not long after giving this order. The Mirror God knew that the God of Fools was not the impulsive type. Before he made this decision, he had already spoken in depth with the life forms from the dimensional world. At that time, he and his brother came to this decision because the dimensional life forms had looked up to experts and were rather lax. There had been no issues in all these years of the Freedom Federation expanding its territory in the Marsh world. There were even some dictators and apostles who had traded with them and formed a mutually beneficial relationship. Thus, why was the territory suddenly being attacked to such a degree? None of this sat right with the Mirror God. The Mirror God had a feeling that there was someone behind the scenes who was intentionally targeting the Freedom Federation. The first person that came to the Mirror God's mind was that old fogey from the Radiance Federation. But he soon pushed the idea out of his mind. The Radiance Federation's overall power fell short of the Freedom Federation's. The Radiance Federation had been building mirror cities in the Abyssal world and did not have time to implement other plans. Moreover, the Radiance Federation did not have the means to enter the Marsh world. After removing the Radiance Federation as a possibility, another possibility appeared in the Mirror God's mind. Tower Cannon. Could it be Tower Cannon? The Freedom Federation had been on good terms with Tower Cannon in the past. But ever since Li Yang led a team to the Radiance Federation to watch the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the relationship between the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon had cracked, and there was now suspicion between them. Could Tower Cannon be seeking revenge? The Mirror God had many doubts about Tower Cannon, but he could not confirm any of them. But the longer he pondered, the more he felt that this was the only feasible possibility. The relationship between the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon still existed, but it was weaker than before. The Mirror God had intended on using the Freedom Federation's own might to handle this episode of danger. But now, he changed his mind and decided to seek help from Tower Cannon. Tower Cannon's attitude would be able to confirm his guess. Chapter 2335 All should compensate. After speaking to Kama, the Mirror God added another line to himself. I want to see if Tower Cannon is behind this matter. If they are, my brother will have to step in to handle the situation even if he hasn't taken that step forward. I won't be capable of controlling the situation. I am currently the Freedom Federation's secret weapon. But the other side was not deterred even after encountering me. It's clear that they have even more and even stronger secret weapons. This was the first time the Mirror God encountered such a serious issue since he set his spirit fire alight. Ever since the Goddess of Mercy became allies with the Freedom Federation, she stopped seeing herself as part of the Freedom Federation. Ever since she fell prey to the Mirror God and God of Fools and lost the opportunity to continue increasing her power, the Goddess of Mercy changed her attitude toward the Freedom Federation. Since then, the Goddess of Mercy placed herself before everything else and no longer bothered to consider the Freedom Federation's overall profits. Otherwise, she would not have needled and pushed Kama and Nana into a corner. She also would not have gone to the Radiance Federation to protect GNU and completely neglected to think about whether her appearance would result in conflict between the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation. If she had not discovered that Lin Yuan possessed the Mermaid Emperor bloodline, the Goddess of Mercy would not have hesitated to step in to save GNU when his life was endangered. Thus, the Goddess of Mercy was very relaxed now when the Freedom Federation was being threatened. The Mirror God and God of Fools were not fit to be leaders. The burn scar left by spirit fire on her body was the best proof. The Goddess of Mercy intended to immediately return to her palace and gather everything there that was of value. This was so she could react accordingly if the dimensional life forms entered the main world through the Class 6 dimensional rift. The calm Goddess of Mercy looked at the Mirror God's grim expression and could not help but feel vindicated. Since the Mirror God was troubled, she might as well add to his troubles. I interacted with the people from Tower Cannon the least and don't understand your relationship with them. But you shouldn't get your hopes up even if they are around to help. Kama is weak, but her level is undeniable. They managed to kill her main Fey, and she was completely incapable of fighting back. It's evident that our enemy is extremely powerful. We might be able to handle 3 or 4 of these experts, but what if there are 10 or more of them? Will Tower Cannon's presence really solve everything? Moreover, I'm sure Du Miao and Luoan are well aware of Tower Cannon's attitude towards us. If that happens, we might end up comparing our losses rather than dividing up profits. The Goddess of Mercy did not look at Du Miao and Luoan when she spoke. Instead, she was fully focused on the Mirror God. The Goddess of Mercy did not care about how the two of them felt. But now that the Mirror God was frowning, the Goddess of Mercy was in a great mood. But at the same time, she chuckled to herself. I've interacted with Tower Cannon just as much as all of you. But all of you interact with Tower Cannon to trade with them while I interacted with 5th Page Truth to kill him. The Goddess of Mercy badly wanted to find out the truth and secrets of Tower Cannon and could use this event to properly analyze Tower Cannon as an observer. Du Miao rarely worked with the Class 5 creation masters from other federations. He mainly worked with the 1st Emperor Shark Clan and 3rd Page Eternal Sin. It was said that the Heavenly Family Cottage was the cause of the 1st Emperor Shark Clan's annihilation. Since the vast sea labyrinth, which oversaw all the oceans, did not look into the matter, Du Miao's losses were gigantic. The island whales he had arranged for the 1st Emperor Shark Clan to look after had all returned to the sea. If his partnership with Tower Cannon was also wrecked, his losses would be even greater. Du Miao steeled himself and, for the sake of his profits, said to the Mirror God, I don't mind getting in contact with Tower Cannon. The Goddess of Mercy had been waiting for someone to bring this up. Once the topic was mentioned, she would be able to continue the topic. This way, the Mirror God would not be able to trace the blame back to her. Moreover, the Goddess of Mercy was always stirring up trouble. Du Miao and the rest who had the same considerations as him could not stand by and watch as she sided with the Mirror God. All of them spoke up to protect their own profits. Du Miao, I understand where you're coming from. You don't agree with me contacting Tower Cannon because you're afraid of affecting your relationship with Tower Cannon. Many people are plotting in similar ways. But this isn't the time to do so. I agree with asking the people from Tower Cannon for help so we can consult them. Those who are working with Tower Cannon will offer more profits to compensate Tower Cannon as a way to strengthen your relationship with Tower Cannon. This will benefit your future dealings with them. The Goddess of Mercy's words caused Du Miao, Luoen, Li Yang, and many others' countenances to darken further. What did she mean by saying that many people were plotting in similar ways? Should she be saying such things so casually? If not now, when would be the right time to do so? Even the mirror god was calculating his own profits. Otherwise, he would not have instructed Nana and Kama to take responsibility for the destruction of the territory in the Marsh world. If Tower Cannon came to help and solved the issue for the Freedom Federation, why should they be the only ones who provided profits to compensate Tower Cannon? They should all be compensating Tower Cannon together. Moreover, Tower Cannon was no different from a bottomless hole. It would not be easy to compensate them. It was also complete nonsense to say they would strengthen their relationship with Tower Cannon. The Mirror God would never allow them to deepen their relationship with Tower Cannon. Du Miao had already been warned by the Mirror God when his connection with Tower Cannon became too deep. Since the Goddess of Mercy's words could irk Du Miao, Luoen, Li Yang, and the rest, she would be able to earn the agreement of the other members of royalty who did not work with Tower Cannon because her words secured their profits. Kama, Xiuyin, and Nana were among them. Kama, Nana, and Xiuyin almost had no dealing with Tower Cannon. If Li Yang, Luoen, Du Miao, and the rest were the only ones who had to pay for Tower Cannon's help, the three of them would be able to save their resources. Kama was especially happy if this happened. Nana was in charge of providing the resources that were used to rebuild the territory in the Marsh world. She had to make up for the resources that the others lost. Once she compensated them, she would be left with a pitiful number of resources. If she still had to pay resources to Tower Cannon, she would be left with even less. Meanwhile, Kama still needed these resources to make her comeback. Since she was loyal to the Mirror God, he would protect her but never share resources with her. Those at rock bottom did not have anywhere further to fall. She used to possess considerable power. But now that she was left with nothing, she would go for broke to safeguard her profits and remaining profits. Chapter 2336 The God of Fools is out of seclusion. Kama paused before continuing. Nana and I are already shouldering the resources for compensation and for the rebuilding of the territory. Please don't include us in the resources needed for Tower Cannon and anything else. The rest of you can handle it. Once she was done speaking, Kama straightened her posture and silently waited for the rest to respond. Kama's words made her out to be desperate, but she had actually said this after deep thought. Given her weakened position, Kama knew that no one would side with her even if she represented the profits of some of them. Thus, she decided to take an indirect route to attach herself to Nana. Xiuyin was loyal to Nana, but she had made a mistake and caused Nana to lose her speaking authority. Now that she had the chance, she would definitely do her best to safeguard Nana's profits. Moreover, Nana's profits also resulted in her own profits. What Kama needed now was allies she could rely on. When Nana and Xiuyin heard what Kama said, they continued looking at her with hatred, but the hatred had lessened significantly. The Goddess of Mercy clicked her tongue before she said mockingly, "Your compensation and rebuilding of the territory are separate matters from the resources needed to pay Tower Cannon for helping the Freedom Federation to take on a powerful enemy. You sure are sly for lumping the two matters together." The Goddess of Mercy had jumped sides several times and decided not to speak anymore. Now that she had fully muddied the waters, all of them would begin fighting for the sake of profits, even if the Mirror God was present. The Goddess of Mercy knew that the people from Tower Cannon would come eventually. She had done what she did because she wanted to lure the God of Fools out. After investigating for a long time and using some hidden methods to differentiate auras, the Mermaid King bloodline allowed the Goddess of Mercy to sense that the Mirror God had been pretending to be the God of Fools. So, where had the real God of Fools gone? Was he in seclusion, or had something happened to him? This information was very important to the Goddess of Mercy, and she badly wanted to learn the truth. While the members of royalty were gunning for profits, a hoarse voice echoed in the Freedom Mystic Temple. A man wearing a long white robe with two red patterns on it appeared on the seat next to the Mirror God. Soon, the figure on the seat changed into shards of glass. Once the man appeared, surprise spread across the mirror god's face. The goddess of mercy assumed that the mirror god would go and fetch the god of fools out of seclusion when he realized that he could not handle the situation. Yet, the god of fools appeared on his own accord. The goddess of mercy sensed the god of fools' aura and realized that it had strengthened significantly from when she last saw him. No wonder she had heard a few crows caws when she was leaving her palace. The mirror god said with uncontrollable excitement to the man next to him, "Big brother, have you broken through?" The god of fools nodded before shaking his head. "I have increased my power, but I'm still a way away from a breakthrough. The gap is harder to cross than I expected. It's no small feat to create a kingdom out of spirit fire. Some special type of power is needed to do so. Spirit chi alone is not enough." Ever since the god of fools appeared, the look of pure hatred on the goddess of mercy's face became hard to hide. The mirror god was the one who had hurt her, but the one pulling the strings was the god of fools. The god of fools looked around before his eyes landed on Kama's face. "Come to my palace later. The rest will share the cost of paying tower cannon together. Since we know what sacred source life forms are produced when the high-level apostles die, we can come up with a scheme to trick the dimensional life forms into the main world. Then, we'll be able to net the dimensional life forms who dared to enter the main world all at once." The god of fools' words had taken control of the entire scene. Firstly, the god of fools changed their tactics from being on the defense to going on the offense. Instead of spending resources on defense, they were going to spend resources to lay a trap and capture even more resources. This way of thinking was a better fit for the sly members of royalty. Li Yang, who had been instructed to make contact with Tower Cannon, let out a sigh of relief. Additionally, many wicked plots started forming in his head. To expedite the retrieval of information about the Marsh West Circle, Lin Yuan had provided pregnant poison with a thoughts letter paper. Wen Yu's elemental paper produced the thoughts letter paper, and she could recall it if she wanted. Thus, there was no worry that anything bad would happen even if one of the thoughts letter paper was lost. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to obtain information about the Marsh West Circle from pregnant poison. When he saw the information from pregnant poison, Lin Yuan knew that the Freedom Federation would not be causing trouble in the main world for a long time. Lin Yuan thought that the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss would send their subordinates to the Marsh West Circle once they heard about the loss of the big source fruit sprouts. But he did not expect the 7 figures to gather together because Evil Source had discovered the Freedom Federation's territory and attacked it of her own accord. They were actually plotting to take on the Freedom Federation together. Lin Yuan felt that it was necessary for him to make a trip to the Marsh West Circle. He intended to plant the Abundance Treasure Tree in Marsh Abyss so he could take control of those powerful dictators. Now that foreign invaders had been discovered in the Marsh West Circle, and with the lure of the big source fruit sprouts, almost all of the experts from the Marsh world had gathered. Now that all those experts were gathered, they would have to hold meetings to discuss their next steps. The people from the Freedom Federation were no fools. After interacting with Evil Source, they could gauge the power of the life forms from the Marsh world. Thus, the Freedom Federation would definitely retaliate. Rather than going to the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation for help, the Freedom Federation would turn to Tower Cannon first. Lin Yuan did not mind the Marsh world's dictators and apostles clashing against the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon. However, underestimating their enemies would come with heavy costs. When the top experts from Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation joined forces, they might be enough to overcome the Marsh world. The existence of the Abundance Treasure Tree caused everything in the Marsh world to become Lin Yuan's possession. It went without saying that Lin Yuan had to treasure and protect his possessions. Thus, after Lin Yuan had made his decision, he immediately headed to the Marsh West Circle. Chapter 2337 Crime of Vanishing. It would not seem strange for Lin Yuan to head to the Marsh West Circle since he had lost his big source fruit sprout there. In the past, Lin Yuan would be putting himself in danger if he headed to the Marsh West Circle with just Begin Lady for protection. But now that Greenvine had entire body medium, its immortal exclusive skill, he could produce the main body that the dark gold snake scales came from. Lin Yuan was now capable of taking on enemies. Thus, he did not need to be afraid when he took this trip. Lin Yuan did not spread the news that he would be heading to the Marsh West Circle. He only brought Begin Lady with him this time and kept Celestial Sight in the territory. He did not want anything to happen to his territory while he was at the Marsh West Circle. Klein Hub had been open all this time. If an issue could not be resolved, Lin Yuan had instructed Celestial Sight to do its best to protect Sky City's main members and flee into Klein Hub. Lin Yuan heard White Speak's news before arriving at the Marsh West Circle. Evil Source had actually provided him with an honest report of the situation at the Marsh West Circle. It matched what Pregnant Poison had told him. This took Lin Yuan by great surprise. But it did not take long for him to understand that Evil Source must have been pushed out of her fair share of profits at the Marsh West Circle because she had lost the book that represented her authority. From his past interactions with Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Carnage Source, Lin Yuan could tell that the competition in the Marsh world was much more intense than he imagined. Previously, Carnage Source had been the weakest of the lot. But now that Evil Source had lost her authority, the other dictators who used to tolerate her would immediately try to trample over her. People not only kicked those who were down in the main world. The phenomenon applied to the Marsh world as well. Lift Marsh had moved Lin Yuan's territory near Marsh East Palace, and Evil Source had seen the interior construction of his territory. Lin Yuan was unsure about how the Freedom Federation's architecture looked. However, the spirit craftsmen from the main world passed on their craft to each other and used similar spiritual materials. Thus, Evil Source would definitely be able to tell that something was wrong. Even if Evil Source did not think that he was a life form from the main world, she would, at the very least, think that he had ties to the main world. In spite of the circumstances, Evil Source still chose to send him the report that would bring him to the Marsh West Circle. Hence, there was a high chance that she was planning an ambush. Regardless, Lin Yuan was already preparing to plant the abundance treasure tree in the Marsh world. Thus, he need not be concerned. Although he had never met Eternal Source, Mist Source, and Vine Source, they were already fruits on the abundance treasure tree and had become targets that were under his control. Since Lin Yuan was going to cause a war to break out between the Freedom Federation and the Marsh world, he decided to do the best job possible. He could also use his opportunity to find out what Tower Cannon's goal and real identity was. If there was really a dead world behind Tower Cannon, why had they lain low for so many years in the main world? Meanwhile, the gem-covered island looked just as it always did. It was as though this island was completely untouched by time. As the fountain flowed, every drop grazed past a statue. Willpower's in-law slowly slid down the statue's body and gathered deep in the island. The only change to the island that could be spoken of was that there were now 6 towers instead of the original 8. A short-haired woman was squinting as she looked into the distance as though she was deep in thought. Guilt flashed across her eyes. It was as though she was going to drag someone into a deep abyss at any moment and lock them away for their crimes. He. This is interesting. The Freedom Federation actually chose to seek help from Tower Cannon. They're like a mouse that encountered a cat and plans to eat arsenic to kill the cat. When one attempts the impossible in a bid to take an opponent down, one will have to prepare for the opponent to retaliate. I've already spread the news, and a meeting will soon be held to discuss the matter. When First Page Fate died, First Page Crimson popped out of nowhere. Now that Sixth Page Lashing has returned to his group, I can't wait to see if someone will step in to fill the spot of the Sixth Page. A thought struck the girl. She looked at a painting on the wall that depicted a golden blooming thorn apple flower. Seventh Page War. No matter how lucky you are, you won't be able to escape. If you continue to hide and do things one of the 8 pages shouldn't do, First Page Crimson will go after you. The girl tapped the air twice, and a grey mist materialized. Black flames were swirling within the grey mist, and 2 hands emerged from the flames. One of the hands was red and shone with black fiery light, while the other was black and shone with red fiery light. At that moment, Third Page Eternal Sin no longer looked as though she was going to drag someone to their doom. Now, she looked sincere. Wicked Sin, make a choice. While she spoke, the black aura turned into a giant snake that crashed into the red ball of flames on the black hand. Another black snake emerged from the ball of black flames on the red hand. However, it was much larger than the other snake. When she saw this, Third Page Eternal Sin's expression calmed down. Every creature sins. Existence itself deepens sin. My sins have become heavier. It looks like there won't be any danger with this collaboration with the Freedom Federation. Let's see how much my sins will increase in the next decade. Every time the Sacred Source Lifeform World of Sin used Choice of Sins, Third Page Eternal Sin had to pay a heavy price. Thus, every time it predicted sins, Third Page Eternal Sin looked to predict more at one time. When Third Page Eternal Sin decided to investigate deeper, the black snake that had morphed from the sins was like a snowball that had been thrown into boiling water as the sins started to vanish until all that was left was a trace of sin power that was even thinner than a strand of hair floating slowly. This situation caused Third Page Eternal Sin to frown, and she looked astonished. She was only left with such a small amount of sin power. This was an even lower concentration of sin power than what a newborn possessed. In an instant, for the first time, third page Eternal Sin felt threatened. Could it be that she would meet her doom in the next decade? Third page Eternal Sin closed her eyes and did not decide to struggle. She also did not tell the organization she belonged to. Sins determined everything in life. Chapter 2338 The Real Sleeper's Revival. Third page Eternal Sin thought back to how all of fifth page Truth's sins had disappeared the last time she checked on him. Soon after, fifth page Truth truly ended up biting the dust on the startling Lines continent. Given that fifth page Truth had intended to sacrifice all the life forms in the startling Lines continent to evolve his sacred source life form, his sins should be mountainous. She wondered who had killed fifth page Truth. If first page Fate was still around, he could have used his sacred source life form, the Fate editor, to write out what had happened. Eventually, third page Eternal Sin let out a small breath. Luckily, she was not in the same situation as fifth page Truth. All of fifth page Truth's sins had disappeared while she still had a small trace of hers left. This meant that it was not sealed in stone that she was going to die. The clear fountain water that contained willpower and law power flowed to the base of the island. Usually, the fountain water flowing on the island would end up in the sea. But the fountain water gathered inside a large castle for some strange reason. The materials used to build the castle walls were the same as that used to build the 6 towers on the island. There were marks and scars left all over the walls, and it was hard to imagine how much time had passed to degrade the castle to such an extent. A girl wearing a long black skirt with an enchanting candle flickering in her eyes flicked the hair in front of her chest, and an introspective smile spread across her lips. She looked at the 4 coffins with auras flowing out of them and mumbled, "Crimson, violet, light green, and falling rainbow are about to be revived. The king's royal coffin only has enough resources to revive 4 at once. I can't remember how much longer it'll be until the sacred battle. There isn't a need to prolong the sleeper's revival anymore. The little puppets are either dead or disobedient. They are playing games of collusion using their positions as the 8 pages." While the girl spoke, a girl wearing a uniform with 2 grey wings on her back rushed in and knelt on the ground as she said formally, "Mother, I wasn't able to carry out your plan properly." A transparent black light appeared in the palm of the girl's hand, and a purple candle burning with a black flame appeared within the black light. The girl tossed the candle to the kneeling girl. She did not give second page Revival the chance to react before she was burned to wisps of hot air by the black candle flame. "You're just one of the toys I created 10,000 years ago because I was bored. How dare you guess what I'm thinking? Since you couldn't carry out my plan, that makes you useless. Useless beings deserve to die. There must have been billions of life forms who have already died in this Class 1 world. The idiot thought the sleeper's revival was meant to revive us. When did we lose our lives? Let me now implement the real meaning of the sleeper's revival. The sleepless death is almost fused with the ley lines. At that time, the unended sleeper will officially begin. You should all cause trouble before that happens. The Marsh world is a side-dimensional world to a Class 1 world. Even if their combat power remains intact, they won't be able to produce even 15 samsaras. The Freedom Federation actually thinks that because they know about Tower Cannon's origins, they can compare the Death World with the Marsh world. If only the Fairy Institution didn't deem the Death World to be inauspicious and forbidden." Second page Warbler Candle clenched her jaw tightly and stopped any more words from coming out. First page Crimson's royal coffin seemed to sense something and started vibrating slightly. It was as though a power had appeared and was preparing to open the royal coffin. Second page Warbler Candle lifted her finger, and the dark purple candle landed on first page Crimson's royal coffin. "Crimson, even after all these years, you still don't trust me. But it's your turn to sleep, so I call all the shots in Tower Cannon. According to your calculations, the 3 major federations will compete 3 years later. When will Wave Glow, Concubine Winding, and Eyeshadow be truly revived?" After counting on her fingers, second page Warbler Candle entered her own royal coffin and closed her eyes. But she did not close the lid of her royal coffin. The black flame of the dark purple coffin on first page Crimson's royal coffin had not been extinguished. With thoughts swirling in her head, third page Eternal Sin went to the suspended garden as per usual to attend Tower Cannon's meeting. It was not long before she furrowed her brow. Even seventh page War, who was all the way in the Dark Continent, rushed back to attend the meeting when she heard the news. Why were first page Crimson, who had appeared out of nowhere, and second page Revival, who never missed a meeting, absent now? Fifth page Truth's spot had not been filled since he was confirmed to be dead. Rather, the seat of the sixth page had been filled by a tall and skinny armor-wearing man with green hair. Third page Eternal Sin could be certain that she had never seen this man before. Third page Eternal Sin's gaze landed on seventh page War, 8th page Apoptosis, and the rest. She could tell from their expressions that they did not recognize this man either. At that moment, the green-haired man introduced himself. I am 6th page Parting Thorn, the new member of the 8 pages. With an austere expression, 3rd page Eternal Sin took a seat. The rest all assumed that 6th page Lashing had died in the Radiance Federation. However, 3rd page Eternal Sin knew he was not dead and living happily in the organization. In the past, 3rd page Eternal Sin felt that there was an invisible hand controlling Tower Cannon, and the 8 pages were all just pawns that the hand was moving around. Now, 3rd page Eternal Sin felt even more confident that her guess was right. There had been cases where the 8 pages of Tower Cannon were replaced. All those times, 3rd page Eternal Sin thought it was because 1st page Fate had been continuously recruiting new talented individuals. Once the incumbent members were unable to live up to their roles, they would be promptly replaced. But after 1st page Fate died, his position was also filled up quickly. Although Tower Cannon had lost members recently, there were still people to take their places. How did this 6th page Parting Thorn manage to join Tower Cannon? At that moment, 3rd page Eternal Sin suddenly strongly believed that the loss of so many of her sins in the next decade was related to Tower Cannon. 7th page War was on the worst terms with the Freedom Federation. The conflict with the Goddess of Mercy had almost caused both of them to lose their lives. Chapter 2339 Evidence that can't be hidden. When 7th page War saw that 2nd page Revival, who usually held her back, was not present, she could say without any pressure, I don't agree with helping the Freedom Federation. If any of you want to work with the Freedom Federation, you can do so yourself. For once, 8th page Apoptosis did not argue and agreed with what 7th page War said. Only 3rd page Eternal Sin and 4th page Instant Extinguishment worked with the Freedom Federation. 5th page Truth, 2nd page Revival, and the rest who were close to the 5th page Truth were not present at this meeting. Why would the rest of them get themselves in trouble? At that moment, 8th page Apoptosis heard 6th page Parting Thorn say resolutely, I suggest that all of us head to the Freedom Federation's Fresh City first. I think that as long as we're willing to help the Freedom Federation in their time of great danger, we might even be able to trade for the opportunity to enter the Marsh world. 6th page Parting Thorn's words immediately caught 7th page War's attention. The Marsh world was a very suitable place for her to gather nutrients. At first, 7th page War only had irreconcilable differences with the Goddess of Mercy. 7th page War had managed to kill the mermaids because of news she received from the Freedom Federation. Otherwise, 7th page War would never have been able to pinpoint where the Goddess of Mercy's mermaids were being kept. 7th page War had assumed that she had somehow made a good team with someone from the Freedom Federation who did not want the Goddess of Mercy to increase her power. But when 7th page War tried to offer a trade in the hopes of entering the Marsh world, no one from the Freedom Federation agreed. That matter had touched 7th page War's limit. She had helped them, but none of them were willing to help her when it was time for them to reciprocate. Did they think she was an idiot just because she did not lose her temper? But if she had another chance to enter the Marsh world, she would be able to nourish herself with the abundance of marsh soil that was there. After being nourished for 18 years, she would be able to try to cross that gap. 7th page War did not look anxious. The more eager she was, the less speaking authority she would have. 3rd page Eternal Sin and 4th page Instant Extinguishment would never leave their business partner in the lurch. If they refused to help the Freedom Federation now, they would never be able to work with the Freedom Federation again in the future. 6th page Parting Thorn had suggested they headed to Fresh City together. He was in more of a rush than 3rd page Eternal Sin and 4th page Instant Extinguishment. This sent many messages to 7th page War. 3rd page Eternal Sin, 4th page Instant Extinguishment, and 8th page Apoptosis all looked at 6th page Parting Thorn. This meant that 3 of them were trying to guess what 6th page Parting Thorn's identity was. She was part of an ancient organization like the 8 pages of Tower Cannon, yet she did not understand everything about it. Nothing could make 7th page War feel even more insulted. In the past, 7th page War would have definitely done all she could to investigate the situation thoroughly. But now, she wanted to leave Tower Cannon. Otherwise, she would not spend all of her time on the Dark Continent. Thus, 7th page War did not intend to pursue the quest to find out 6th page Parting Thorn's identity. Even if she was going to pursue the matter, she should not be the first one to speak because it could anger the one who controlled Tower Cannon. The choice most aligned with her profits would be to head into the marsh world first. After all, the Class 6 dimensional rift was just there, so she could just take shelter in the marsh world. Once the dust settled or she managed to break through her power, she would then leave the marsh world. 7th Page War always saw 3rd Page Eternal Sin as a perverse lunatic. However, 3rd Page Eternal Sin had yet to speak. After making her plans, 7th Page War's expression did not change, but she now felt content. 3rd Page Eternal Sin, 4th Page Instant Extinguishment, and 8th Page Apoptosis had no idea that 7th Page War was already starting her sabotage. 4th Page Instant Extinguishment looked deeply into 6th Page Parting Thorn's eyes. I'm not against helping the Freedom Federation. If we help the Freedom Federation, all of us will be able to obtain profits. But 6th Page Parting Thorn, don't you think that you should tell us about yourself? 4th Page Instant Extinguishment looked directly into 6th Page Parting Thorn's eyes when he spoke. The usually passive 8th Page Apoptosis immediately followed 4th Page Instant Extinguishment and released his aura to express his stance. 3rd Page Eternal Sin was silent, just like 7th Page War. When she thought about how she only had a small shred of sin left in the next decade, 3rd Page Eternal Sin could not do anything reckless. When he sensed that he was being targeted by 4th Page Instant Extinguishment and 8th Page Apoptosis, a maniacal yet menacing smile appeared on 6th Page Parting Thorn's face. An aura that fully overwhelmed that of 4th Page Instant Extinguishment and 8th Page Apoptosis burst out from within 6th Page Parting Thorn's body. 1st Page Crimson was the one who chose me. I have already officially assumed the 6th seat. Why do I need to tell you more about myself? As time passes and we get to know more about each other, we'll naturally learn how to get along. If you have doubts about my identity, you can take it up with 1st Page Crimson. You can remain here if you are unwilling to share in the Freedom Federation's profits. 6th Page Parting Thorn flew up and rushed off toward the Freedom Federation. 8th Page Apoptosis' expression shifted when he heard what 6th Page Parting Thorn said, while 3rd Page Eternal Sin sighed. The only one present who had not interacted with the Freedom Federation was 8th Page Apoptosis, and 6th Page Parting Thorn had fully grasped what he was thinking. Once the bait of profits had been tossed out, 8th Page Apoptosis would be too greedy to refuse. Tower Cannon was now involved in the war between the Freedom Federation and the dimensional life forms from the Marsh world. This must be what the puppeteer behind Tower Cannon wanted. If that were the case, it would be better for her to go with the flow, as this would help her to find out what she wanted to know. This time, Tower Cannon was not going to be able to hide the evidence of their secrets. Those who had schemes of their own headed in the direction that 6th Page Parting Thorn had left in. 4th Page Instant Extinguishment, who had the deepest connection with the Freedom Federation, approached 3rd Page Eternal Sin, 7th Page War, and 8th Page Apoptosis and said, "The Freedom Federation came to us for help because they are unable to handle the situation on their own. So even if we drain more of their resources, the Freedom Federation won't protest." Chapter 2340 Presence is generated. 4th Page Instant Extinguishment was the most skilled at scheming of them all. He spent almost every second plotting ways to trade for resources. Thus, no one was surprised to hear what he said. 8th Page Apoptosis saw that there was something strange about 4th Page Instant Extinguishment's gaze. They did not know whether to call 4th Page Instant Extinguishment brave or stupid for still being obsessed with resources at such a time. "No problem. But Instant Extinguishment, you need to help us fight for more resources. The more resources you attain for us, the more we'll give you in return." All three of them gave similar versions of such an answer to 4th Page Instant Extinguishment. If not because he was unfamiliar with 6th Page Parting Thorn, 4th Page Instant Extinguishment would have wanted to go to him and tie him down with profits as well. But 4th Page Instant Extinguishment did not do so because the other three were clearly very wary of 6th Page Parting Thorn. Hee. There would be much to receive from this trip to the Freedom Federation. It was time to rake in the profits. After speaking with these pages, he could go and discuss a deal with the Freedom Federation side. Both sides would be able to earn even more after their negotiation. 4th Page Instant Extinguishment stared at 6th Page Parting Thorn's back. If the other three sided with him, 6th Page Parting Thorn would not have more speaking authority than him, even if he possessed more power. Even if a conflict arose between him and 6th Page Parting Thorn, the people from the Freedom Federation would side with him as long as they were not stupid. 4th Page Instant Extinguishment was busy scheming and had no idea what kind of pressure 6th Page Parting Thorn was under. After 6th Page Parting Thorn was created, he had to watch how 6th Page Inverse Growth, who was technically his older brother, was burned to nothing but black smoke by their mother's candle. This was 6th page Partingthorn's first assignment. If he did anything that did not meet his mother's expectations, he would end up following in 6th page Inverse Growth's footsteps. The Freedom Federation's members of royalty rallied their strengths and stood guard by the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift in Fresh City as they prepared to invade the Marsh world. The meaning of this choice was that they had given up on all the fruits of the Freedom Federation's development in the Marsh world. This hurt not only the Freedom Federation's members of royalty's profits but also the Freedom Federation's overall profits that they had gained from all the years of development. Once they gave up on the fruits of all their years of labor in the Marsh world, the Freedom Federation would end up backtracking by 50 years. For the past 5 years, the Freedom Federation had started to receive gains from the Marsh world. But before that, the Freedom Federation had been using resources from the main world to build the territory in the Marsh world. The gains they had received from the Marsh world were far from balancing all the costs that the Freedom Federation had spent over the years. This was because when the Marsh Dimensional Rift first opened, many big families from the Freedom Federation had sent out almost half of their members into the Marsh world to carry out development there so they could get a slice of that giant cake. This turned the Marsh world into an even more competitive battlefield than the main world was. There was no way that there was time to retrieve all the citizens of the Freedom Federation amidst this abrupt choice to retreat in the face of danger. The high-level life forms from the Marsh world were just as intelligent as humans. There was a high chance that they would rig something during the retreating process. Thus, the Mirror God and God of Fools decided not to let anyone retreat to ensure that no high-level dimensional life form managed to sneak into the main world. After all, the main world was where the Freedom Federation was rooted. Since this method would seal off the link to the Class 6 Dimensional Rift, anyone who emerged would end up killed. This would prevent any news of the Freedom Federation's territory of the Marsh world being attacked from leaking. If the news got out, the elites of the Freedom Federation would go into hysterics. If the news made it to the Azure Federation or Radiance Federation, there was a high chance that the two federations would take advantage of the situation to attack the Freedom Federation, causing the Freedom Federation to have to deal with being sieged on both ends. The Goddess of Mercy looked at the Mirror God and God of Fools with derision. She felt that it was too cruel for the Mirror God and God of Fools to make such a decision against all odds. Her cruelty seemed like nothing compared to the two of them. Kama's expression was now extremely sour. She had been calculating how much resources she would have left after paying for the compensation all this time. But after what the Mirror God and God of Fools did, Kama could be sure that she did not have enough resources to pay the compensation. She was the biggest victim, yet she needed to pay for the God of Fools and Mirror God's decision. Resentment started to rise within Kama. It made her want to rip apart the God of Fools and Mirror God's flesh and crush their bones. The Goddess of Mercy looked up at the clear skies. She knew that the entire main world would fall into danger if she did not handle this matter well. At this moment, the image of a young man appeared in the Goddess of Mercy's mind. This image brought a smile to the Goddess of Mercy's face. Even if panic and chaos ensued, what would it have to do with her? All she needed to do was protect that young man. Before that happened, she would garner as many benefits from the Freedom Federation as she could. The Goddess of Mercy was suddenly rather disappointed because she knew that this young man already had formidable experts protecting him. He had the Moon Empress, Purple Love, the entire Radiance Federation, and the entire Heavenly Family Cottage. She did not have much of a presence in front of these people. Every time this thought arose in her head, the Goddess of Mercy had the urge to rush to Lin Yuan's side. One's presence had to be generated. In Fresh City, below the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift, a vast plantation of blood-sucking ghost vines thrived. These vines drew sustenance from the aura of devils emanating from the nearby demon church. Their insatiable appetite allowed them to consume more than 50 kilograms of flesh per minute. Despite the presence of 500 of these voracious vines, they struggled to digest the sheer volume of flesh that accumulated. Meanwhile, over 20 void pig crocodiles were enlisted to aid in this colossal task. These formidable creatures could devour nearly 5 tons of flesh in a single opening of their jaws. Their lava-like stomachs swiftly processed the consumed flesh, while the red scales on their backs facilitated efficient heat dissipation, relieving the strain on their hard-working organs. Consequently, the feces produced by the void pig crocodile were harder than rocks, completing the intricate ecological cycle of this unique marsh ecosystem. Even Du Miao, who was always happy to sacrifice others for the sake of his profits, could no longer stay silent. Chapter 2341 Lin Yuan's arrival. When it came to cruelty, the only true contenders were the God of Fools and the Mirror God. No one else in the Freedom Federation, not even the goddess of mercy, would make such a decision. The god of fools and mirror god stated that they were afraid that a powerful dimensional life form could end up hiding among those who were fleeing. This was a very good reason. But in actuality, there were ways to tell humans and dimensional life forms apart. Even if others were incapable of making the differentiation, there was no way the 12 members of royalty would fail to sense them with their auras. Thus, the reason that the mirror god and god of fools gave was not as legitimate as they made it out to be. Rather than saying that the mirror god and god of fools wanted to prevent dimensional life forms from invading, they were actually sacrificing the people and items in the marsh world to drag out their disadvantageous circumstances until the backup from Tower Cannon arrived to discuss the next steps. No wall in the world was without cracks. Although the elite families from the Freedom Federation were currently unaware of the significant losses that they had suffered, they would not be kept in the dark forever. Once they found out about what had happened in the marsh world and the decision that the mirror god and the god of fools had made, there was a high possibility that dissent would arise among them even if the Freedom Federation managed to make it out of this incident safely. This thought caused Du Miao to sigh. Nana and the rest shared Du Miao's thoughts. Besides the instigators, the god of fools and mirror god, as well as the goddess of mercy, who no longer cared about the Freedom Federation's welfare, all the rest felt the same way. Given the time, the help should have arrived from Tower Cannon if they had indeed decided to come. With fourth page instant extinguishment around, even if the Freedom Federation managed to overcome this incident, they would be left significantly poorer than before. Every time he traded with fourth page instant extinguishment, Du Miao was shocked by his greediness. Lin Yuan had already arrived at the Marsh West Circle. He did not plant the abundance treasure tree immediately after arriving. Instead, he headed off in the direction that Pregnant Poison had pointed out to him. Evil Source had willingly offered him information, so Lin Yuan told Pregnant Poison to also send word to Evil Source. Pregnant Poison never expected to receive such a task. She was under significant mental stress whenever she interacted with Evil Source and knew that the latter would love to pound her until she was only left with an inch of her life before grinding her to dust. But she thought about how she had Lin Yuan watching her back, and it could be said that Evil Source was very humble in front of him. If Evil Source dared to touch Pregnant Poison, it would greatly insult Lin Yuan. To do so would go against her current style of staying within the lines. There was no way that Evil Source would give up on a plan she had been carrying out for so long just to vent her anger. Given Pregnant Poison's understanding of Evil Source, she had to have an ulterior motive for acting so humble and inferior in front of Lin Yuan. Since Evil Source could not lay a hand on her, Pregnant Poison did now lower her aura in front of Evil Source but bolstered it instead. Evil Source was very put off by the strong front that Pregnant Poison was putting on. Evil Source did not intend to touch Pregnant Poison because she did not think it was worth making an enemy out of Lin Yuan. But now that Pregnant Poison was acting so high and mighty, Evil Source's hand itched unconsciously, and there were several times that she almost lost control and closed her hand over Pregnant Poison's neck. But she managed to restrain herself each time by thinking about the over 50,000 units of Source-type power. Evil Source was curious about how Lin Yuan had managed to send instructions to Pregnant Poison so quickly from so far away. Could it be related to his Source totem? Evil Source confirmed with Pregnant Poison a few times that Lin Yuan had not informed anyone else besides her that he had arrived at the Marsh West Circle. This delighted Evil Source. This meant that Lin Yuan saw her as more important than the others. Evil Source immediately prepared to welcome Lin Yuan with Pregnant Poison. At first, Pregnant Poison intended to welcome Lin Yuan by herself because it would allow her to spend even more time with him. As things stood, she was just one of Lin Yuan's minions. She would only benefit by interacting with him as much as possible. Even if Pregnant Poison dared to keep her back straight in front of Evil Source, she would never dare to reject Evil Source's request. Pregnant Poison was well aware of how eccentric and reckless Evil Source was. Evil Source was already towing the line at this point. Evil Source had planned everything in great detail. She was currently the weakest of the 7 of them and would only be able to raise her rank among the 7 if she had help from an external source of help like Lin Yuan. Evil Source had been thinking about what she needed to do to make others believe that she was close with Lin Yuan. If it was possible, Evil Source wanted to try the technique that Lin Yuan used to boost his dictator's power. He had actually managed to boost a Turning Wheel Realm dictator to the Samsara realm. This was a phenomenon that Evil Source had never seen before. Lin Yuan told Pregnant Poison to inform Evil Source because he had a goal of his own. Although Pregnant Poison represented him in the search, the other dictators and apostles believed that she was there for the big source fruit sprouts. This caused Pregnant Poison to become rivals with the other dictators and apostles. Thus, all of the apostles and dictators were definitely feeling very averse toward her. As such, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to speak to the key players unless he was with Evil Source. Pregnant Poison did not have the connections, while only the 7 figures inner circle subordinates would be able to recognize him. Evil Source could display her power to prove her identity, while Lin Yuan could not because he was still a B-rank spirit chi professional. After the dimensional life forms interacted with life forms from the main world, Lin Yuan no longer kept Green Vine with him. He would also use Begin Lady's power as little as possible. After all, a fairy's power also came from spirit chi and was different from the source-type power that was prevalent in the marsh world. After all, Begin Lady was attached to the corner of Lin Yuan's eye. If anything happened, he could use Begin Lady to defend himself. While Begin Lady was defending him, Lin Yuan would be able to summon Green Vine to use entire body medium. Pregnant Poison spotted Lin Yuan and was about to go up to him to greet him. Alas, Evil Source did not give her the chance to do so. Evil Source blocked her, and the strong force of her shoulder prevented Pregnant Poison from being able to take another step forward. Chapter 2342 Vine Source's Target. When Evil Source analyzed Lin Yuan's expression, she saw no hint of a smile on his cold face. Evil Source immediately reacted. They had all come to search for the big source fruit sprouts. Hence, they were all trying to rob Lin Yuan. There was no reason for him to smile when the others tried to rob him. Moreover, anyone would be feeling as grumpy as Lin Yuan if they had also lost something like the big source fruit sprouts. Evil Source did not say anything else but immediately started walking to lead the way. Halfway, Evil Source turned and said to Lin Yuan seriously, 10,000 Source, we are already allies and have traded precious resources. Now, all 6 of them are going mad searching for the big source fruit sprouts. There's no way they will release the big source fruit sprouts to you after they find them. So, I suggest that we also become allies on this matter. If anything happens, I will stand by you unconditionally. I only have one request, that we split the resources in half. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Evil Source was driving a wedge between him and the other dictators. The 6 of them had come for the big source fruit sprouts, but they had just fallen for his scam. Would Evil Source release the big source fruit sprouts to him if she found them? It was likely that Evil Source's life had not been smooth sailing ever since she lost the bet and the Greenfield secret treasure. Otherwise, from the way that Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source treated Evil Source in the past, Evil Source must be leading a comfortable life. Lin Yuan revealed a mysterious smile and asked, I thought that we considered each other in all matters now that we've become allies. I didn't expect you to only be allying on one matter. Evil Source was stunned. Was Lin Yuan such an honest person? He was actually serious when he said he wanted to form an alliance. An alliance like that in the marsh world would already have crumbled. It was a fact that none of them ended well. Evil Source had been thinking about how to reply to Lin Yuan when he went on to say, the division of resources will definitely be equal. You don't have to worry that I'll take the lion's share. When you work with me, you can be assured that the resources you acquire with your own power will all go to you. Evil Source did not say anything when she heard Lin Yuan say this because his words already met her expectations. Although she had less authority, Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the rest would not be able to suppress her now. Lin Yuan knew that he would soon be able to meet Eternal Source, Mist Source, and Vine Source for the first time. Once he met 3 of them, he would have met all 7 figures from Marsh Abyss. At that time, all Lin Yuan needed to do was come up with a reason to send a declaration to the 7 dictators from Marsh Abyss and invite all experts from the various Marsh circles to the Marsh West Circle. The invaders from another world would be a very good reason. This would not only set off the dimensional life forms danger alerts but also encompass profits. At that time, Lin Yuan would definitely be able to reap a huge basket of profits from the abundance treasure tree. When Evil Source brought Lin Yuan into the tent, he placed the brocade box containing the abundance treasure tree by the side. The abundance treasure tree's roots could even penetrate radium easily. The thin brocade box could never hold the abundance treasure tree back. Lin Yuan instructed Pregnant Poison to stay next to the brocade box. If anyone else placed such a suspicious item next to the tent where the 7 dictators from Marsh Abyss were taking shelter, it would definitely be checked. But the one who had placed the box there was Lin Yuan, who was even stronger than Samsara Realm dictators. All the Samsara Realm dictators had already acknowledged Lin Yuan's identity, so Eternal Source and Hornless Dragon Source's subordinates dared not ask Pregnant Poison to open the brocade box. Lin Yuan had used his blood to form a contract with the abundance treasure tree. He knew that once the abundance treasure tree was planted in the ground, it would take some time for the roots to fully spread out. Lin Yuan intended to stall for time in the tent. Pregnant poison guarded the abundance treasure tree, and her body would be the best measure. Once pregnant poison had been fully infected by the abundance treasure tree's soil roots ability and became a fruit on the abundance treasure tree, Lin Yuan would know that the abundance treasure tree was fully rooted in the ground. At that time, the main power in Marsh Abyss would be controlled by him through the abundance treasure tree. At that time, even if the dictators from the Marsh world wanted to invade the main world, Lin Yuan would not have to be afraid of them harming factions aside from the Freedom Federation. When Lin Yuan and Evil Source stepped into the tent, the 6 pairs of eyes in the tent immediately focused on Lin Yuan. 3 of the 6 pairs of eyes that were familiar to him nodded while the other 2 were inquiring, and the last was suspicious. Lin Yuan had already expected this suspicious gaze. Since Eternal Source, Mist Source, and Vine Source had not been attracted to Marsh East Palace, it meant that 3 of them were not accepting of this new dictator who had popped out of nowhere. According to what Evil Source said, the one seated in the center was Eternal Source. Eternal Source was extremely suspicious and distrustful of him. But this was a much kinder gaze than the one that Vine Source was shooting at him. It was easy to tell Mist Source and Vine Source apart because their namesakes could be seen all over their bodies. No dictator wanted to be mistaken for another dictator when their name was spoken. A plume of grayish-black mist rose from Mist Source's body that occasionally thinned into a few wisps of yellow smoke. Almost half of the dimensional life forms possessed venom in their bodies, and 1/3 of them used their venom during combat. It was clear that Mist Source was one of them. Although Vine Source's body was in human form, numerous vines were growing from his body. The vines were inky green, and the small leaves on the vines were covered with sharp teeth. This was a dictator who had evolved from a carnivorous plant. Carnivorous plants were almost at the top of the food chain in the Marsh world. Vine Source's hostility toward him could not be clearer. It was so obvious that Lin Yuan felt it from the moment he stepped foot into the tent. Lin Yuan could be certain that he had never butted heads with Vine Source before. Thus, the reason for this enmity was rather strange. But once something happened, there had to be a reasonable explanation for it. It was likely that Vine Source's enmity resulted from a discussion with Eternal Source and Mist Source. Chapter 2343 It was time to flex. Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source sat toward the back and did not have speaking authority, but Hornless Dragon Source, who occupied the 3rd seat, definitely did. However, he maintained his silence. Lin Yuan knew that if he did not flex his abilities while he was being suspected, he would not only be underestimated but maybe even suppressed. Thus, it was time for him to flex. Green Vine's entire body medium, Lin Yuan's safety net, was the only thing he had that could stand toe-to-toe against the dictators in the tent. He would never use it unless he had absolutely no choice. Moreover, using entire body medium came at a much too high a cost. Lin Yuan did not know when he would be able to find something else that was similar to the dark gold snake scale, so he could not rely on himself to flex but on other dictators. Lin Yuan turned his gaze onto Evil Source. The fact that Evil Source had come to greet him meant that she held no sway in this tent. Lin Yuan had not been acquainted with Evil Source for long, but this short period was enough for him to get a good sense of her character. He had defeated Evil Source, won the Greenfield secret treasure from her, and accepted Pregnant Poison's loyalty. All of these were hits to Evil Source's pride. Yet, she was still able to bring herself to get close to him and even wanted to work with him. This showed that she was the type to be able to endure humiliation for the sake of a higher cause. If one who could endure humiliation for the sake of a higher cause had the chance to rise up, they would definitely get their revenge for all the humiliation they suffered. As such, Lin Yuan was willing to give Evil Source the chance to rise up before he used her as his sword. There were 8 chairs in the tent. The 4th ones on the left and right sides were empty. This meant that the 7th and 8th seats were empty. It was clear that these 2 seats were left for him and Evil Source. Lin Yuan did not need to try and find a reason to cause trouble. The seat they had assigned to him for his first meeting was reason enough. There was no way that the other 6 dictators who were present did not know. But since they did not act, it meant that they were waiting for him to make his move. Seeing was believing. Carnage Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mountain Ridge Source had seen his abilities but had yet to experience them. Evil Source, it looks like we're seated right at the back. If we have to sit at the back, we might as well not sit at all or snatch the seats we deserve. Lin Yuan's words stunned Evil Source. When Lin Yuan used the word us, Evil Source knew that Lin Yuan was about to place both of them on the same side. This both excited and delighted her. Firstly, she was in a weak position and did not have much speaking authority among the 7 of them. Evil Source felt pricked by being seated right at the end. Now that Lin Yuan wanted to snatch their rightful seats back and she had someone to rely on, she could do everything that she had been holding back from doing. Evil Source turned her head until the female side was forward-facing and said in a chilling voice, 10,000 Source, I was already planning to do so. Evil Source had planned her scheme in great detail. Firstly, she could be certain that even if Eternal Source, Mist Source, or Vine Source managed to defeat her and Lin Yuan, they could not do anything to them because no one would be willing to risk death just to fight for seats. Even if Evil Source had not lost the Greenfield secret treasure, she would end up grievously injured to the point that it would take more than thousands of years to recover and maybe even never return to her peak condition if she took on Carnage Source seriously. There was no way that Eternal Source, Mist Source, and Vine Source would do something that even she would not do. Hornless Dragon Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Carnage Source had already joined Lin Yuan's alliance. If a conflict broke out, the three of them might not side with Eternal Source and the rest. Even Vine Source, who was hostile toward Lin Yuan, was also stunned. It was true that Vine Source wanted to come off as imposing, as per his discussion with Eternal Source and Mist Source. He had also hinted to the rest in the beginning, and none of them expressed any hint of opposition. However, Vine Source did not expect Lin Yuan to be so tough and to refuse to take even the smallest step backward. As a result, those who were trying to perform pressure techniques from the shadows had no choice but to bring them all out into the open. Eternal Source and Mist Source started to assess Lin Yuan all over again. Ever since they found out that life forms from another world could invade their world, they had suspected Lin Yuan's identity more than once. The time in the marsh world was calculated in centuries. Dictators had a very long lifespan. Things that happened in centuries seemed like months. Lin Yuan had appeared out of nowhere and established himself in the marsh world in such a short span of time. The overlap of the two incidents was much too coincidental. This was why such a situation of daggers being possibly drawn at any moment arose. The one in the tent feeling the most awkward was not Eternal Source, Vine Source, and Mist Source but Dictator Hornless Dragon Source. Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source sat on the third seat to the left and the third seat to the right. Thus, they were considered fifth and sixth. Given their positions, they did not have much speaking authority and could not give much effective input. Yet, he joined Lin Yuan's alliance and even traded with him despite sitting in the third seat. He had even made great efforts to join the alliance and see the trade through. With things the way they were, he could not be feeling more awkward. He was so awkward that he could not continue looking at Lin Yuan. Hornless Dragon Source had prepared the apostles he intended to send to the Marsh East Palace. But given the circumstances, he would be a disloyal cad who had betrayed the alliance. Was Lin Yuan really going to permit the trade? Hornless Dragon Source thought that with Vine Source trying to needle Lin Yuan with the support of the other six, Lin Yuan would down any protest or at least keep it to the extent of a sour expression. Yet, Lin Yuan had up and gone to flip the table over. This was not surprising as Lin Yuan was the one who had offered the big and small source fruits as betting stakes in the face of Evil Source's provocation. Hornless Dragon Source looked at Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source. Hornless Dragon Source noticed that Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source's expressions were not any better than his own, and they were also currently looking at him. When the three of their gazes met, Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source looked at Hornless Dragon Source questioningly as though they were waiting for him to give his opinion. Chapter 2344 Why are you so strong-headed? After all, even with Lin Yuan included, Eternal Source was the strongest of them all. Eternal Source was already one step away from breaking past the Samsara realm. It was more than fair to say he was at pinnacle Samsara. Vine Source's power was also terrifying, and even Eternal Source was often wary. Eternal Source and Mist Source were like conjoined twins who ruled over the palace in Marsh Abyss together. Hornless Dragon Source did not have to think to know that Mist Source would always be on the same side as Eternal Source. Thus, there was no question that Eternal Source's side was stronger. However, Lin Yuan was capable of boosting dictators. Hornless Dragon Source had personally witnessed Lin Yuan boost a Turning Wheel Realm dictator almost to the Samsara realm. It was possible that Evil Source would be able to stand toe-to-toe against Eternal Source once Lin Yuan had boosted her. The crux of the matter was that he would not be able to obtain the large amount of Source-type power from Lin Yuan if she sided with Eternal Source. As a female, Mountain Ridge Source was already used to being vain and selfish. The side that she chose would be the stronger one. Thus, Mountain Ridge Source decided to follow Hornless Dragon Source. However, Carnage Source's mindset was completely different from Mountain Ridge Source's. Carnage Source had the weakest power overall. He not only wanted to protect himself but also secure benefits. Thus, the best choice for him would be to follow Lin Yuan. But if there was a need for a mediator to stand in the middle after choosing to side with Lin Yuan, he would assume that position. He had already performed similar jobs many times in the past. Lin Yuan's current goal was to stall for time, so he gave the other dictators sufficient time to react after he spoke. His style of action led Eternal Source to think that there was no way he was from another world. Eternal Source had caught many life forms from another world in the past few days. After some experiments, he found that they did not contain Source-type power or even faith power. Eternal Source learned from Mountain Ridge Source about Lin Yuan's half-man and half-fish dictator's body, how he could use faith power to unleash his Source totem ability, and how he could trade pure Source-type power for faith power. Thus, he had already eliminated the possibility of Lin Yuan being from that other world. 10,000 Source, I will do a re-ranking in the future when you visit the palace in Marshabis. Unfortunately, you'll have to make do with the 7th seat. Evil Source shall take the 8th seat since she lost her book. It was already a great humiliation for her to take the 7th seat. But now, she was asked to take the 8th seat instead. She was even used as an olive branch to appease Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan decided to take the olive branch, the only one who would suffer was her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Evil Source could no longer hold back and immediately said to. Evil Source said after Eternal Source was done speaking, it looks like we were really meant for the 7th and 8th seats. Regardless of the angle we take to look at the matter, we both deserve the same seat. I can't take this lying down. Brother 10,000 Source, are you willing to stay silent? Lin Yuan looked at Evil Source in shock. She was trying to fan the flames of dissent. In actuality, there was nothing for him to be dissatisfied about because all these people seated around him were fruits on the abundance treasure tree, making them his possessions. What was the point in him stooping down to the level of his possessions? Evil Source was so enraged that she was ready to strike at any moment. Hence, Lin Yuan might as well let her see it through because he needed to demonstrate his power to gain speaking authority. This would also enable him to stall for as long as possible. Lin Yuan chuckled coldly. Why trouble me if you already intend on doing a re-ranking? Are the others here unwilling to trouble themselves? While he spoke, Lin Yuan boosted Evil Source with his faith power. The pure faith power took the form of a strip of light that landed on Evil Source's body. Evil Source immediately felt a great power filling her up and strengthening her. She craved yet had never had the opportunity to touch such power. Evil Source could sense all the small shackles around her being broken and lost herself in this feeling. However, this was just the beginning. Hornless Dragon Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Carnage Source knew that Lin Yuan was very strong-headed. Lin Yuan had not hesitated to take Evil Source up on her bet. But now, Eternal Source had clearly already extended an olive branch. Why did he have to be so strong-headed? It made things much more difficult for the three of them. The three of them could have remained silent and pretended that they were not part of this. But if swords really started crossing, they would have no choice but to pick a side. Neither side would be a good choice. Eternal Source and Mist Source were shocked but also activated their dictators' bodies in preparation for the potential impending battle. On the other hand, Vine Source, who had been the first to express animosity toward Lin Yuan, reacted a beat slower. He had only acted hostile toward Lin Yuan because he wanted to test him. If they really started fighting, he would either end up seriously injured or have to suffer serious consequences that resulted in his rank dropping. Evil Source was a prime example of that. Moreover, they could end up with both sides being seriously injured. Lin Yuan might not treasure his life, but Vine Source sure did. He was an elite carnivorous plant, not a smelly, dirty fish that rolled around in the mud. When Eternal Source and Mist Source reacted, they also wanted to test Lin Yuan's abilities to see to what extent he could boost Evil Source's power. This would also determine how they treated him from here on out. It did not take long before Mist Source and Eternal Source's brows were deeply furrowed as they realized that Evil Source's originally already overwhelming power was currently skyrocketing. Mist Source was slightly weaker than Eternal Source. At that moment, Mist Source could sense that the boosted Evil Source was even stronger than Eternal Source. It went without saying that Eternal Source had sensed that as well. Eternal Source was only a step away from crossing that gate. Although Evil Source was in a similar condition, she was much better reinforced. It would take him 200 to 300 years of hard work before he was able to reach Evil Source's current state. Eternal Source's first thought was that he had butted heads with a troublesome enemy. At that moment, an idea appeared in Eternal Source's mind. Chapter 2345 7 into 1. This thought caused Eternal Source's heart to start pounding. The focus of every life form in the marsh world was to increase their power. From the pathetic creatures that lacked intelligence to the functional dimensional life forms, and even elite dictators, all of them were unable to escape from this carnal desire. It went without saying that some life forms chose not to be involved, but they were a very small minority that Eternal Source was obviously not a part of. If Eternal Source wanted to remain uninvolved, he would not have gone to the Marsh West Circle to search for the big source fruit sprouts or started a movement against the invaders from the foreign world. Thus, Lin Yuan's ability to boost Evil Source was extremely attractive to Eternal Source now. However, for the moment, Eternal Source could not find a way to convince Lin Yuan to help him. The conflict had already formed. Unless he was willing to take a step back, there was a high chance that a wedge would be driven between him and Lin Yuan. Moreover, taking a step back would result in him forsaking Vine Source and Hornless Dragon Source. Mist Source might be able to forgive him, but the others might not. Eternal Source sighed and decided to wait until the storm in front of him calmed down. Evil Source and Lin Yuan had managed to patch things up after their bet. This meant that Lin Yuan was not only bothered by present matters but also considered future potential benefits and losses. But before Eternal Source acted, Evil Source broke through again and promptly changed Eternal Source's mind. It turned out that Lin Yuan was not done with boosting Evil Source. Evil Source's power had previously reached advanced Samsara realm. But now, she had broken through past the Samsara realm. Although her level had not increased, there was no question that she now possessed power beyond the Samsara realm. With this power, they did not need to proceed with a fight. It was evident that he would be no match for Evil Source. Eternal Source did not look at Evil Source. Instead, he fixed his steady gaze on Lin Yuan and said, "I will give up my position to you and voluntarily drop my rank. Evil Source will remain on the 8th seat since she lost her book." Eternal Source knew that given the circumstances, it was not Evil Source that determined whether he was at a disadvantage but Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan was not there to boost Evil Source, the latter would have obediently taken the last seat. Evil Source ground her teeth together when she heard what Eternal Source said and fought the urge to pummel him. As she sensed the gargantuan power she now possessed, Evil Source was well aware that she could beat Eternal Source. At the same time, she was shocked by Lin Yuan's boosting ability. It could be said that even if Lin Yuan chose to side with Carnage Source, he would possess a large share of speaking authority. Evil Source did not know why, but she instinctively feared Lin Yuan, although they were clearly allies and had built a positive working relationship. Evil Source did not know how Lin Yuan felt about Eternal Source's actions and dared not make any moves without this knowledge for fear of angering Lin Yuan. Just like Eternal Source, Evil Source's gaze landed on Lin Yuan. Evil Source was very curious to know what Lin Yuan's next moves were. She had chosen to side with him when he was establishing his power. If Lin Yuan tossed her aside and left her to the 8th seat after being given the 1st seat, she would not want to continue interacting with him in any other ways besides trading with him for pure source-type power. When faced with someone you could not afford to cross, the best thing to do was to avoid them. A faint smile played on Lin Yuan's lips when he heard what Eternal Source said. He knew that he had secured the largest share of speaking power. Now, he could stall for as long as he pleased. It turned out that the dictators from the Marsh world based their authority and ranking on the Greenfield secret treasure. Evil Source sure was reckless. She had dared to bet on the Greenfield secret treasure despite having no clue about how strong he was. If he used the abundance treasure tree to take control of the 7 dictators in the tent, would he also be able to take the Greenfield secret treasures from the 6 of them and try to fuse the 7 together? This thought instantly filled Lin Yuan with excitement. The Fountain of Faith had already refined the Secret of the Dead, Volume 5, Sinking Song, and the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High, so they were now fused with him. The abilities of just one of the Greenfield Secret Treasures were already astonishing. What would happen if all 7 were combined? Lin Yuan looked into Eternal Source's eyes and agreed with what he said. Eternal Source was about to let out a sigh of relief when Lin Yuan went on to say, "You're the ones who decided that the treasures determined authority, not me. Have Evil Source take her regular seat while the rest shift down. The ranking should be based on power and not a treasure that isn't even useful in a fight." Evil Source's chest tightened when she heard Lin Yuan agree to what Eternal Source said. But after he spoke up for her, Evil Source could not help but lean toward him. Evil Source knew that even if Lin Yuan had not demonstrated his boosting ability and had insisted on not compromising, Eternal Source would have taken a step back for the sake of the big picture. Evil Source knew that Eternal Source always looked out for the big picture. It was because he thought about the big picture that Evil Source sometimes acted inappropriately despite knowing that she was weaker than him. But now that Lin Yuan had demonstrated his powerful boosting ability and Eternal Source was so clearly tempted, there was no question that she would be able to occupy the 5th seat. Mist Source and Vine Source were not upset with Evil Source moving up the rank. Mist Source always supported Eternal Source's decisions unwaveringly. Vine Source's rank was originally higher than Evil Source, so he was unaffected by the shift. Carnage Source thought he had finally managed to one-up Evil Source, yet he was the one who had taken a hit as he was back in the last seat. Moreover, he had not done anything when Lin Yuan had been targeted and even silently favored Eternal Source. This action had definitely pulled him, and Lin Yuan even further apart. He had truly suffered a double loss. Just like when Carnage Source had not dared to be too hasty to side with Lin Yuan, he had still lost his speaking authority. Chapter 2346 The Abundance Treasure Tree's Result. While Eternal Source spoke, he walked over to Vine Source and gestured for Vine Source to give up his seat. Since he had proposed to give up his seat to Lin Yuan, he would be satisfied as long as his pride remained intact from now on. This was because Eternal Source wanted to establish a connection with Lin Yuan. It did not take long before the 8 seats were filled again. As Eternal Source sat on the 2nd seat, he looked around at the expressions of every dictator around him before he said, "The goal of us gathering together is to invade the other world once we've completely eliminated all the life forms from the other world who have entered our world. Let's continue that topic." Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He had already guessed that none of the 7 dictators from Marsh Abyss were peace-seeking, and they had indeed already decided to invade the main world. However, Lin Yuan was in no rush to stop them, nor did he voice out any opinions. Instead, he continued to wait quietly until the Abundance Treasure Tree took root. Vine Source was the first one who reacted to what Eternal Source said. "I have no problems with invading the other world, but I don't want to take over the land there. I will need someone to oversee the land and convert it into resources to be given back to me. Otherwise, I have no interest in invading the other world." Vine Source had expressed his opinion from the standpoint of a carnivorous plant. The more he learned about the other world, the less it appealed to him. The buildings there might be beautiful, but it was much more comfortable to be buried in top-grade marsh soil than living in those buildings. The other world did not have faith power or source-type power that he needed to absorb. Vine Source saw no point in invading such an impoverished world. Was it going to become a place for them to hold subordinates? But he had already turned all the subordinates who made mistakes into his fertilizer. It would not benefit him in any way to let these snacks roam freely in another world. Eternal Source had guessed that Vine Source would say this, but he had yet to determine the right response. Frankly, Eternal Source did not have any need to invade the other world either, and he could likely say the same for the other dictators. Firstly, their own world was already extremely expansive. Not even the most inferior dimensional life forms lacked Earth resources. However, it was every expert's instinct to conquer unknown worlds. Everyone shared the same thoughts, but Vine Source had to go and bring up the issue that they were all trying to avoid. Eternal Source was irked by how Vine Source wanted to sacrifice the benefits of others to protect himself. Vine Source noticed this but did not care. Every meeting in Marsh Abyss had basically the same aim of distributing resources and profits. It had already become common for all of them to argue. The only difference was that this time, Lin Yuan was there. There was no question that Lin Yuan would fight for his profits. After Vine Source was done speaking, Mountain Ridge Source, who had not spoken much, continued. "I want the same as Vine Source. I don't want land in the other world, either. Additionally, I think that we should all go into the other world together. There's no need for advanced scouting." Mountain Ridge Source looked at Carnage Source while she spoke. She knew that she could not place her hopes in Mountain Ridge Source. With Eternal Source around, Mist Source had no opinions of his own and listened wholly to Eternal Source. Eternal Source would not sacrifice Mist Source as fodder, either. Thus, she and Carnage Source were the clear and only choices to be the scouts who headed into the other world first. It was an inevitable outcome that they would have no choice but to face. It would be more effective to pose the question before the discussion reached its conclusion, preventing external pressure from forcing their hands and leaving them with no alternative. Currently, the outcome of their fight for profits had not emerged. As such, some of them could be willing to try and gain favor with her and Carnage Source, hoping they would join their team and bolster their support. Carnage Source caught Mountain Ridge Source's glance and said, "Mountain Ridge Source is right. Since we're all interested in the other world, let's scout it out together. If any one of us goes alone, they'll only be able to take around 3 teams of subordinates with him. When the resources are being allocated, these 3 teams will have to gain an additional 8% of profits as a reward for undertaking risk. Carnage Source was very intelligent. While he added to what Mountain Ridge Source said, he also gave the others a way to back down that would not hurt their pride. Evil Source had said that the experts from the other world had experts who were comparable to the Samsara realm, but the other world was unaware of that. They had already cleaned out all traces of the other world from the marsh world. Thus, the experts from the other would definitely retaliate. Every group would have 20 members, consisting of 1 dictator leading 19 apostles. If only 8% of profits were needed to gain the labor of 3 dictators and 57 apostles, it would be a worthwhile deal. Evil Source used to be Carnage Source's subordinate and was disgusted by Carnage Source's smug expression. Evil Source felt that she had found her opportunity for revenge. Evil Source was well aware of Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source's concerns. When Lin Yuan arrived, Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source had not chosen to join his side. Thus, it was highly likely that he would leave them behind. Evil Source said in a chilling voice, "Carnage Source, you seem to have forgotten about one thing. You can only use collective terms if we're all of equal standing. You are the weakest one here. Who should be sending scouts if not you?" Evil Source's words caused Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source's expressions to darken. Even Mountain Ridge Source, who was usually composed, almost lost her temper. What did she just say? They were all having a discussion at the same table. How could someone who had lost her book be of higher standing than them? If the 2 of them had to send all the subordinates as fodder into the other world, they would suffer serious losses. This would result in the 2 of them, who were already the weakest, falling even further down the ladder. How could they recruit more apostles and dictators then? Evil Source did not allow Mountain Ridge Source to lose her temper and said mockingly, "You can be compensated with resources, but the amount can't exceed 3% of the profits." Lin Yuan finally understood how the top experts from Marsh Abyss held their ground and argued. It was no wonder that alliances were rarely found in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan did not want to listen to them bicker anymore. Chapter 2347 Complete Control. The Abundance Treasure Tree took root faster than Lin Yuan expected. From the moment pregnant poison became a fruit on the Abundance Treasure Tree, Lin Yuan could clearly sense that he was now able to control whether she lived or died. It was clear that pregnant poison was able to sense this as well because Lin Yuan could sense fear from the fruit on the Abundance Treasure Tree that represented pregnant poison. But he did not know if pregnant poison was afraid of the Abundance Treasure Tree or him. After all, she knew that he was the one who had planted the Abundance Treasure Tree. Lin Yuan could not be bothered to find out how pregnant poison truly felt and started to make his plans. It took 3 seconds for the Abundance Treasure Tree to use soil roots to turn pregnant poison into a fruit. This amount of time was nothing to a dictator. The Abundance Treasure Tree's method of controlling was to slowly take control while it was spreading out. Soon, more fruits appeared on the Abundance Treasure Tree. They belonged to the 7 dictators and their subordinates. The target that the Abundance Treasure Tree made into a fruit would be bound to the Abundance Treasure Tree. If the subordinates standing outside were not already silent and were immediately prevented from speaking once they were turned into fruits, they would have gone into hysterics. If taking control of a turning wheel realm dictator took only 3 seconds, then what about Samsara realm dictators? Lin Yuan estimated that it would take over 8 seconds. Anything could happen in the tent in the span of a minute. If any issue cropped up, the other dictators would be sure to point fingers at him first. The other 7 had known each other for thousands of years while he was a new face. Even if some of the Samsara realm dictators had been controlled, Lin Yuan would have to face multiple enemies at once within the minute. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan did not want to waste the 5 dark gold snake scales by instructing Green Vine to use entire body medium. Thus, it was time to put his acting chops to the test. If he was the first to be controlled, the other dictators would be unlikely to point their fingers at a victim. With this thought, Lin Yuan suddenly shoved the table in front of him before his entire body appeared to have been paralyzed as he was frozen in the act of shoving. His actions instantly startled the other 7 dictators. Vine Source started looking at him warily. Evil Source instinctively stood up and went over to his side. Eternal Source could not think of a reason for Lin Yuan to react so violently so abruptly. No matter how strong Lin Yuan was, he could not take on so many enemies at once. When Eternal Source tried his best, he could even hold back Evil Source when Lin Yuan was boosting her. Lin Yuan was about to be surrounded by numerous experts. Furthermore, if Lin Yuan wanted to strike, he could have attacked alongside Evil Source just now. There was no need to wait until this moment. Eternal Source observed that Lin Yuan's current state was very strange. It was as though he was stuck. The veins on his head were protruding, and his lips were twitching, yet he was incapable of producing a single sound. While Eternal Source was guessing what could have happened, Carnage Source started exhibiting the same actions with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked astonished the moment that Carnage Source was controlled. Who has taken control of me? While he acted, Lin Yuan used his bloodline to communicate with the Abundance Treasure Tree to instruct it to warn Carnage Source not to speak flippantly. A slip of the tongue from Carnage Source would only result in his death. Although Carnage Source was also a part of the Abundance Treasure Tree's power, Lin Yuan would not sacrifice bigger profits for the sake of minuscule ones. Lin Yuan's performance could only carry on if all the dictators the Abundance Treasure Tree had taken control of were turned into mutes. When they saw the expression on Lin Yuan's face and the other questioning looks around, Eternal Source, Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and the rest looked around as well while they continued to observe Carnage Source's developments. Lin Yuan only said that he had been controlled, but it seemed as though there were no other effects. Soon, Carnage Source was able to move. But when he sat back down, Mountain Ridge Source, who sat next to him, started exhibiting signs of being controlled. This made Eternal Source, Mist Source, and the rest certain that something serious had happened. Could the experts from another world have come to cause trouble? Lin Yuan only instructed the Abundance Treasure Tree to warn Carnage Source but did not reveal himself to Carnage Source. Hence, when Carnage Source sensed its current state, he looked at Lin Yuan knowingly. He also felt much less disturbed than he did before. Even someone as powerful as Lin Yuan was unable to resist being taken control of. Thus, it was only natural that he had also fallen. Lin Yuan did not know that his performance had become a source of comfort for Carnage Source. Once Mountain Ridge Source was able to move, Mist Source was next to be taken under control. It was as though they were in the middle of a relay. Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Mist Source, and Eternal Source all activated their dictators' bodies. They huddled together with their backs against each other as their auras exploded out, and they tried to seek out their enemy. Alas, this could not stop them from being taken control of, and the four of them soon fell as well. It took 10 seconds for a Samsara Realm dictator to be taken control of, 2 seconds slower than Lin Yuan had predicted. Once all of the dictators had been taken control of, Mountain Ridge Source and Eternal Source suddenly looked at Lin Yuan, and Mountain Ridge Source hissed. 10,000 Source, you're the one controlling us. Mountain Ridge Source's words attracted the attention of all the other dictators. Eternal Source roared furiously, what technique are you using? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Since the 7 of them were all under the Abundance Treasure Tree's control now, there was no longer any need for him to continue acting. In actuality, Eternal Source had been looking at him even before he had been taken control of. It was clear that Eternal Source had sensed from then that there was something about Lin Yuan that did not seem right. Taking control of each of them took 10 seconds, but his performance had only lasted 8 seconds. This was indeed cause for suspicion. A dictator's sensitivity was indeed nothing to scoff at. Lin Yuan lazily reclined back on the chair and tapped the table as he said, not only can I take control of the 7 of you, but I can even take control of all the other life forms in the world. I took control of all your subordinates outside the entrance before I moved on to you. I now decide whether you live or die. So, I'm sure you know what to do. I don't want you to die, so I won't be making an example out of anyone, and I hope you won't give me the chance to do so. Otherwise, the only result waiting for you is death. Chapter 2348 This is my world to start with. Eternal Source did his best to retract all of his aura and stabilize his tone. 10,000 Source, am I right to say that you leaked the news of losing a big source fruit sprouts just to lure us here? Lin Yuan did not try to lie and nodded, praising Eternal Source, your guess is right. You have acute instincts and have what it takes to be a leader. If you're willing, you can lead the other 6 from now on. The days of an ecosystem of individual kings are over. I want unity and nothing else. Lin Yuan's words caused the expressions of everyone besides Eternal Source and Mist Source to change, but none dared to protest as they knew they were no longer in control of whether they lived or died. None of them were willing to play around with their own lives. Evil Source and Vine Source had killed thousands of subordinates to make examples out of them. Life was far from being regarded as valuable in the marsh world. Eternal Source did not look happy or excited after receiving Lin Yuan's praise. Instead, he mulled over Lin Yuan's last statement. A moment later, Eternal Source felt it would not necessarily be bad if the factions of the marsh world could become one. No matter how capable of looking at the big picture Eternal Source was, he still placed his profits before everything when he considered matters. It was clear that Lin Yuan's words aligned with Eternal Source's prophets. But Eternal Source did not agree immediately. Instead, he asked Lin Yuan quickly, "Are you a life form from this world?" Lin Yuan was even more impressed with Eternal Source when he heard that. He did not reply immediately but asked in response, "What do you define as a life form from this world?" Eternal Source had not anticipated this question from Lin Yuan. Eternal Source mulled over the question for a moment before he answered, "A life form who was born and raised on this land or sincerely wants to safeguard the lives here will be considered a life form from this world." Lin Yuan replied, "The root of this world is a tree. All of you are fruits on this tree. The tree is linked to my bloodline, making this my world. Wouldn't you say that that makes me a life form from this world? So, as life forms that were produced in this world, that makes you my citizens." Lin Yuan did not try to hide the existence of the abundance treasure tree because these 7 dictators who represented the highest power in the marsh world were already considered his citizens. There were no drawbacks to letting them know about the truth of their world. Moreover, once the abundance treasure tree took full control of the marsh world would eventually be fused with the other worlds. Hence, the earlier the life forms knew about the truth of the marsh world, the better it would be. While he spoke, Lin Yuan took out 7 diamond fey storage boxes and handed one to each of the 7 dictators. "Use your spiritual energy to retrieve the big and small source fruit sprouts from this spatial equipment. If you guide the big and small source fruit sprouts with your source type power and water them with the spirit fluids inside the spatial equipment, you'll be able to attain the big and small source fruits." Eternal Source quickly used his spiritual energy to check inside the diamond fey storage box. What he saw caused his expression to freeze. There were 300 big and small source fruit sprouts inside. He could not imagine how many big and small source fruits could be grown from them. Previously, he still had some doubts about what Lin Yuan was saying. He had lived in the marsh world for thousands of years and was the strongest being in this entire world. Yet, someone just came along and told him that he was nothing but a mere citizen. It would be difficult for even the most magnanimous person to accept this reality. But once Lin Yuan gifted them the big and small source fruit sprouts, it became very difficult for Eternal Source to continue denying this fact. At that moment, Vine Source frowned and said, "The potions meant to water the big and small source fruit sprouts have the exact same energy aura as the other world. You claim that we're your citizens, but are you actually in cahoots with the other world?" Lin Yuan did not rebuke what Vine Source said, nor did he confirm it. If he had to be technical about it, Lin Yuan now had ties to 4 worlds. The first was the previous world from his previous life, next was the main world, then the marsh world, and finally, the divine kingdom in his mind. Lin Yuan intended to scale greater heights in the future, so he no longer belonged to just one world. You might have entered the samsara realm, but your viewpoint is much too narrow. In the future, you'll have the chance to explore new worlds and learn about their ways of life. The dimensional rift that leads to the main world, or the other world as you call it, is anchored to the marsh world and is under your protection. My suggestion is that you don't pass through this class 6 dimensional rift into the main world because you will immediately find yourself under a violent attack that you are unlikely to survive. For now, use these big and small source fruit sprouts to improve yourselves." Lin Yuan had succinctly described the pros and cons and believed that dictators who could reach the samsara realm were no fools. He distributed the big and small source fruits because the abundance treasure tree allowed him to take full control of the marsh world. Since the marsh world was now part of his private power, it would be worth investing in it, regardless of how much resources it took. Furthermore, Lin Yuan did not need these big and small source fruits as leverage over these dictators anymore. He now controlled them and could allocate the marsh world's resources as he saw fit. Lastly, the big and small source fruits would be the best tool to settle them down. After all, it was difficult for such haughty beings who saw themselves as above all else to become his subordinates. If he did not use something to settle them, they would start to plot and scheme against him even if they listened to his orders while under the abundance treasure tree's control. This was not what Lin Yuan wanted. Eternal Source had seen the truth and was just praised by Lin Yuan. He quickly said, "Don't worry. We will defend that class 6 dimensional rift with our lives and focus on increasing our power first." This was the first time that Eternal Source heard that the world he belonged to was called the marsh world and that the other world it was linked to was called the main world. Lin Yuan's revelation of such information made him seem even more mysterious and enigmatic. Chapter 2349 I Want All the Books. Lin Yuan's finger tapped continuously on the surface of the table while he spoke. Every tap was like the ominous ringing of the bell of death to Eternal Source, Mist Source, and Vine Source. It was as though any word they uttered could set Lin Yuan off and result in their life coming to an end. This feeling was uncomfortable for these 7 upper echelon members, but there was nothing they could do about it because their lives were now firmly in Lin Yuan's hands. Given the circumstances, it seemed reasonable for Lin Yuan to say that he was their master. But Lin Yuan was considerate of them and did not force them to address him as though they were his servants. Anyone who spoke out in protest of him now would just be stupid. Stupid people never met good endings. Vine Source said, "Master, I will do my best to do anything you say. If there's anything you need, let me know anytime. As long as it's something within my capabilities, I will perform my best. I will still try my best even if it's outside of my capabilities." Hornless Dragon Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and the rest all turned to look at Vine Source when they heard what he said. The Vine Source that they knew was full of himself and refused to submit to even Eternal Source. Yet, he was now putting on such a submissive attitude and was even willing to call Lin Yuan by master. Wasn't this bordering on pathetic? The only one present who was unsurprised was Eternal Source. For all these years, it seemed as though Vine Source had been butting heads with him. But the truth was that privately, Vine Source was even more submissive to him than Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source were. Vine Source was the kind to be well aware of what he needed to do. This affected him in many ways. Hence, Vine Source's current display was not surprising in the slightest. Now, Lin Yuan was sitting at the helm, on a seat even higher than Eternal Source had ever attained. He could not easily control Vine Source's life, but Lin Yuan could. He had managed to attain Lin Yuan's praise and establish a link to his betters. It was clear that Vine Source wanted to earn Lin Yuan's praise to earn even more profits. It was clear from how he distributed so many of the big and small source fruit sprouts to the 7 of them that Lin Yuan was not the stingy kind. When one worked for such a person, praise was surely followed by rewards. When Lin Yuan heard what Vine Source said, he injected 1,000 units of pure source type power into Vine Source's body to complement him. Next, Lin Yuan issued his orders. "Besides increasing your power like what I just told you to do, you will help me to gather marsh soil. Marsh soil is useful to me. I also need these crystals." Lin Yuan took out law crystals and world crystals and placed them on the table. Vine Source's expression soured when Lin Yuan mentioned that he needed marsh soil. No other type of life form in the marsh world needed marsh soil more than carnivorous plants. But having just been rewarded by Lin Yuan, Vine Source decided to give all of the top-grade marsh soil he had to Lin Yuan. After all, marsh soil would never be as beneficial to him as pure source type power was. He possessed the most marsh soil of the 7 of them. Lin Yuan had rewarded him for just expressing his stance. It was likely that Lin Yuan would reward him again after receiving so much marsh soil. As for the 2 types of crystals that Lin Yuan just showed them, Vine Source had more than he could ever want of those. When the life forms from the marsh world died, the only value that those who had not been apostles had was their source crystals. Although the source crystals could not be absorbed, they made for a decent luxury item. The other 6 shared Vine Source's thoughts. Besides Evil Source, who had not collected many source crystals and tossed away many that had been useless, the rest all had a fairly well-padded storage of source crystals. Once the 7 of them responded with their agreement, Lin Yuan was silently amazed. Now that he had taken control of the 7 of them, it was almost too easy to glean resources from the marsh world. Lin Yuan gave each of them 2,000 units of pure source type power to show that he approved of their decisions. Now that he had given them positive reinforcement, it was time to switch up his tactics to negative reinforcement. This was the best opportunity to gather all 7 of the marsh world's treasures, and Lin Yuan could not let this chance slip by. If any accidents cropped up in the future and one of them ended up losing their treasure, things would become much more difficult for Lin Yuan. "Since you said that the books you possess represent your authority in the marsh world, you should give the books to me now that I own the yoke of power in the marsh world." Lin Yuan's words immediately caused the atmosphere to tense up. Even Eternal Source, who had been praised the most by Lin Yuan, and Vine Source, who had addressed Lin Yuan as master, did not immediately respond. After all, for the past thousands of years, all of them saw their books as the most important thing in their lives. None of them were willing to let go of their books without a fight. This was in spite of all of them knowing that there was no point in their feeling unwilling. When they heard what Lin Yuan said, the most relaxed one was Evil Source because she had already handed her book over to him long ago. Evil Source had been oppressed by the other 6 before Lin Yuan arrived. She was still harboring resentment over that. Evil Source had obtained significant benefits ever since she joined Lin Yuan. She had not only managed to gain the upper hand against the 6 of them, but Lin Yuan even elevated her from her original ranking of 8th to 5th. Eternal Source and Vine Source had all expressed their stances, and it was now Evil Source's turn to do so. Vine Source had called Lin Yuan master even though he was stronger than her. Evil Source no longer felt unwilling to call Lin Yuan master. I agree with master's request. We are now all loyal to him and are his subordinates. It only makes sense that all the books go to him. I think anyone who doesn't want to hand out his book is trying to plot something nefarious. Those who harbor nefarious thoughts must die. Evil Source shifted her gaze away from the 6 of them and knelt in front of Lin Yuan on one knee as she said, Master, if any of them are unwilling to listen to your order, please boost me again and give me the chance to remove the traitor. Evil Source spoke loudly and sternly. She completely ignored the fact that she had just betrayed the integrity of the others. Chapter 2357 Books into a Tome. Was Evil Source going to kill them in a boosted state if they did not hand over their books? This was the thought running through the minds of most of the dictators. Previously, none of them realized that Evil Source had such potential to be a bootlicker that she was even willing to get down on her knees so easily. But no matter how doubtful they were or how unwilling they were to hand over their books, none of them dared to oppose what Lin Yuan said. It would not be wise to test the fragility of life in the presence of a stronger being. Eventually, Eternal Source gnashed his teeth and summoned his book before handing it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the book and saw that it was called Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 1, Fertile Land. When Mist Source saw that Eternal Source had handed his book over to Lin Yuan, he hurriedly did the same. After Lin Yuan stored the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 1, Fertile Land in the Fountain of Faith in his divine kingdom, he received the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 5, Deception Bud from Mist Source. Now that Lin Yuan had 3 volumes and even Eternal Source, the strongest of the lot, had handed over his book, the other 4 soon handed over their own books. Lin Yuan looked over the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 3, Pulling Sprout, the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 3, Abundance, the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 6, Nurturing Fruit, and the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 7, New Green. With the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High that he already possessed, he now had all 7 volumes of the Greenfield Secret Treasure. Lin Yuan stored these 6 Greenfield Secret Treasures inside the Fountain of Faith in his divine kingdom. After being nourished by the Fountain of Faith, the 6 other Greenfield Secret Treasures immediately triggered the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High. The 7 Greenfield Secret Treasures let out the same light. Suddenly, the 7 books fused together into a heavy tome that greatly resembled the heavy dictionaries from Lin Yuan's previous life. Soon, the thick tome sunk into the Fountain of Faith and started to wildly absorb the faith power within the Fountain of Faith. Lin Yuan guessed that once this thick tome had absorbed sufficient faith power, he would be able to flip through it and discover its abilities. For some reason, Lin Yuan had the feeling that this thick book was pregnant with life. This was a very similar feeling to when the 2 endless gems fused together to produce the Abundance Treasure Tree. Lin Yuan did not immediately investigate the newly produced tome. Instead, he said to Eternal Source and the others, I'm sure you know the other Samsara realm dictators in the Marsh world. Go and gather all of them. You can come up with the reason yourselves. Furthermore, relocate all of your palaces from Marsh Abyss to this position and begin guarding it. If any issues appear, you will have to bear the consequences. The Freedom Federation would definitely become antsy if the life forms from the Marsh world did not invade the main world. At that time, they would definitely send people into the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift to check on the situation in the Marsh world and confirm if they could continue developing within the Marsh world. The Freedom Federation had already suffered destruction once. It was unlikely that they would be willing to give up on the massive treasure trove that was the Marsh world. Humans were greedy by nature, especially when it came to the things they used to possess. As such, he needed to gather all the power in the Marsh world and guard the Abundance Treasure Tree that was currently controlling the Marsh world using soil roots. It could be said that to Lin Yuan, his journey in the Marsh world had reached a checkpoint. All he needed to do was nurture Lift Marsh with a large amount of the marsh soil as well as collect the Law Crystals, World Crystals, and various source totems. The Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift could not be closed, and the Freedom Federation needed to dedicate a large amount of power to guard Fresh City. At the very least, the Mirror God and God of Fools, who had set their spirit fires alight, needed to remain in Fresh City. As long as the situation in the Marsh world remained active, the Freedom Federation would not dare to cause trouble for the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation in the main world. Otherwise, they could suffer losses on both fronts. Lin Yuan had accomplished his goal for the meeting and given out all the instructions he needed to give. Meanwhile, things had progressed to a stalemate in the Freedom Federation. The Goddess of Mercy thought that she had become an outside party. Yet, she was still angered by how shameless fourth page instant extinguishment was. Can fourth page instant extinguishment's words represent the will of Tower Cannon? Fourth page instant extinguishment immediately cast a look at the rest, including sixth page Parting Thorn, and said slowly, "You need to get one thing straight. You're the ones who begged us to come. We are not the ones who offered to help. So if you can't afford to pay this price, we can leave right now. We are aware of the happenings in the dimensional world, so us being here will help you to take on some of the risk." Besides her fury, there was also an undetectable hint of mocking on the Goddess of Mercy's face. "Ha! You know about the happenings in the marsh world? You haven't even set your spirit fire alight. The powerful dictators in the marsh world are almost no different from Kama. If you knew that you'd need to face experts in the marsh world who have set their spirit fires alight, you probably wouldn't have dared to come, no matter how high of a price the Freedom Federation offered." Given the way that the Mirror God and God of Fools' style of handling things, there was no way that they had told Tower Cannon about the situation there. The God of Fools narrowed his eyes as he looked at fourth page instant extinguishment. "I was under the assumption that the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon are old friends. Are you sure that this is how you want to proceed with trades?" Third page Eternal Sin had not wanted to come to help and had only done so eventually for the sake of resources. Thus, she had been silently observing the expressions of everyone present and trying to judge their thoughts from their expressions and minute movements. For example, Kama's expression had been downcast at first. But it became more relieved once they arrived. On the other hand, fourth page instant extinguishment had opened with such an exaggerated request. If the Freedom Federation could have made do without Tower Cannon's help, they would have already turned down Tower Cannon. Yet, not only had they not done so, but they were even trying to negotiate. This meant that they were unable to handle the problem in the dimensional world on their own. This meant that no matter how high the price was, the Freedom Federation would agree to pay it as long as they could afford to. Chapter 2351 Exploiting the Situation for Peril. Third page Eternal Sin said to the God of Fools without a shred of mercy, "You must have decided to come to us for help because you can't fix the problem yourselves. Now that we're here to help you, you should be grateful instead of negotiating. Is this how you treat your allies? I think that once the Freedom Federation regains its territory in the Marsh world, you should give us a share of your profits for the next 10 years. Third page Eternal Sin's words caused the ever-composed God of Fools' face to sink. A powerful aura exploded forth from the God of Fools. Third page Eternal Sin did not shrink back because of this. Instead, she released her own aura to counter the God of Fools. The clashing of auras caused the atmosphere to become extremely tense. The God of Fools, Mirror God, and other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty were not the only ones looking at third page Eternal Sin with shock. Even fourth page Instant Extinguishment, seventh page War, 8th page Apoptosis, and the other members of Tower Cannon were also looking at third page Eternal Sin in astonishment. Since when did third page Eternal Sin's power break through? There had been absolutely no hint of such news before this. It seemed that third page Eternal Sin's power had reached the same level as second page Revival. Although third page Eternal Sin's actions were always difficult to understand, she did not keep a high profile, nor was she overly greedy. Was she acting this way because she was arrogant now that her power had broken through? Although fourth page Instant Extinguishment, seventh page War, and 8th page Apoptosis did not hope for third page Eternal Sin to break through, it seemed that third page Eternal Sin's power now rivaled that of the Mirror God and God of Fools. The Mirror God and God of Fools now had to consider third page Eternal Sin's pride. After third page Eternal Sin said that, her gaze swept across the faces of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty until it landed on the God of Fools and Mirror God to impose her formidability. Third page Eternal Sin knew that the God of Fools and Mirror God would not give way when such large profits were involved even if she had set her spirit fire alight. There was no way that the Mirror God and God of Fools would be willing to let the Freedom Federation work for Tower Cannon for 10 years for nothing in return. Thus, the Mirror God and God of Fools' refusal was only to be expected. If the God of Fools and Mirror God begrudgingly agreed to her request, it would mean that they were faced with an issue of life and death. The God of Fools paused for some time before he said, "I can agree to your request, but I have conditions. Tower Cannon has to provide both the labor and power to help the Freedom Federation reclaim our territory in the Marsh world." Third page Eternal Sin looked austere when she heard what the God of Fools said. How could an issue that even the God of Fools and Mirror God, who had set their spirit fires alight, could not solve be easy to deal with. The Fresh City had gathered almost all of its combat power in Fresh City. Rather than preparing to launch a counterattack, they were retreating and preparing their defenses. It seemed that the apostles and dictators from the Marsh world intended to pass through the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift to invade the main world. 3rd page Eternal Sin looked at 4th page Instant Extinguishment. Although 4th page Instant Extinguishment was not considered intelligent, he was not stupid either. Hence, he had to have noticed the issue as well. She had set the scene, so it was time for 4th page Instant Extinguishment to receive the baton from her. Things progressed exactly as 3rd page Eternal Sin expected. 4th page Instant Extinguishment had gleaned some useful information from 3rd page Eternal Sin and the God of Fools conversation and understood the situation that the Freedom Federation was facing. At first, 4th page Instant Extinguishment felt that 3rd page Eternal Sin was too greedy. But now, he felt that 3rd page Eternal Sin's asking price had been too low. Giving us 10 years of the profits earned from the Marsh world will indeed show us the Freedom Federation's sincerity. But there are some things that need more than sincerity. We will send labor to guard the entrance of Fresh City. If any dimensional life form pokes its head through, we will deal with it. We can also help to reclaim your territory in the dimensional world. But the Freedom Federation's royalty has to be present when we do so. If any of you are absent, we will halt our efforts to reclaim your territory in the Marsh world. 4th page Instant Extinguishment was not only greedy but was also very risk-averse. Thus, he did not want to risk without ensuring the Freedom Federation had his back. 4th page Instant Extinguishment's words had torn apart the Freedom Federation's hope of keeping themselves away from the danger and forced them to be involved in addressing the issue. 7th page War and 8th page Apoptosis rarely worked with the Freedom Federation in the past, but they knew that this was the best opportunity to take advantage of the situation to earn a windfall. Thus, they all sided with 4th page Instant Extinguishment. 7th page War and 8th page Apoptosis were also unwilling to take on any risk. After all, given the Freedom Federation's attitude, it was evident that there was an extremely fearsome life form in the Marsh world. It would be stupid to clash with that life form before discovering its exact capabilities. The Mirror God asked 3rd page Eternal Sin coldly, Tower Cannon is trying to take advantage of the situation to push us into danger. Are you saying that Tower Cannon will never come to ask the Freedom Federation for help in the future? We never asked for so much when we helped you in the past. The Mirror God's attitude caused 4th page Instant Extinguishment's expression to darken significantly. What is he doing? I was clearly the one making the request, but he crossed over me to speak to 3rd page Eternal Sin. Do I not have the right to speak to you and the Mirror God on behalf of Tower Cannon? He is underestimating me. 4th page Instant Extinguishment prioritized his pride, and this was a great insult to him. 3rd page Eternal Sin had seen through everything and did not want to continue wasting her breath on the Mirror God. She said to 4th page Instant Extinguishment, you should remember how they helped you. 4th page Instant Extinguishment, you shouldn't be ungrateful. 4th page Instant Extinguishment rolled his eyes at the Mirror God. I would have almost forgotten about it if the Mirror God hadn't brought it up. It's true that someone did me a small favor, but the person who helped me said that it was a personal favor and had nothing to do with the Freedom Federation. Chapter 2352 Can he say such a thing? 4th page Instant Extinguishment's words caused 7th page War and 8th page Apoptosis to look at each other. Could he say such a thing? Both of them had sensed the shifts in emotions of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty. The Freedom Federation's members of royalty all had their own schemes and plotted for the sake of their individual profits. This was a fact that all of them admitted to, but no one spoke openly about. The situation changed completely once this matter was brought out into the open, as it made the members of royalty seem unworthy to hold their stations and responsibilities. But amongst the Freedom Federation's royalty, one of them saw nothing wrong with this situation. She was even thrilled by it, as though she was a member of the audience watching an exciting show. Someone who had the experience of losing profits would be able to see the truth the most clearly. The Goddess of Mercy looked at the Mirror God and God of Fools in amusement as she knew that there could only be one possible ending to this situation, which was that the Mirror God and God of Fools would use their power to settle this matter. Even if no one brought this matter up before, like 4th page Instant Extinguishment had just done, there had been many similar situations in the past. In all those awkward situations, many members of royalty had suffered at the hands of the Mirror God and God of Fools. Kama was the one who had suffered the most. Frankly, the Goddess of Mercy did not fare much better either. Just as the Goddess of Mercy predicted, the God of Fools eventually stepped in to make a decision. It will be just as we said. You will guard Fresh City with us. When it's time to reclaim our territory, we will head into the marsh world with you. Eventually, they also settled the confrontation that the God of Fools and Mirror God had started. The Goddess of Mercy did not know what Kama and the Mirror God encountered in the marsh world to make the Mirror God this cautious. If the Mirror God did not think that he was at a disadvantage, he would already have charged into the marsh world. If they did not enter the marsh world again, they would not be able to understand the power that existed there or what its limits were. Therefore, their reliance would be on tower cannon to defend Fresh City, and they would not be able to venture into the marsh world for confirmation. Without reclaiming their territory in the marsh world, fulfilling their promise to tower cannon would be impossible. Thus, it could not be said that they had lost in their fight against tower cannon. As long as they did not reclaim their territory, they would be able to continue grasping the upper hand against tower cannon. However, if anyone in tower cannon was intelligent, they would stop such a thing from happening. The thought had only just crossed the Goddess of Mercy's mind before third page Eternal Sin blinked her sharp eyes and sneered. Who knows when the Freedom Federation will come to reclaim your territory? For every day that you don't appear in the territory in the marsh world while we're guarding Fresh City, you'll have to pay us 100 bottles of grade 4 potions and 10 bottles of grade 5 potions. You can decide how the payment will be allocated. We will return the potions to you once you arrive in the marsh world to reclaim your territory. This is the only way to ensure fairness. Third page Eternal Sin's words caused the Mirror God's jaw to clench. He turned his gaze onto the God of Fools, and it was only after the God of Fools nodded that he said, I agree to Tower Cannon's terms. We will pay you with the potions daily while you are guarding Fresh City. Fresh City was almost empty as all of their strongest experts were stationed in a 5 km square meter radius around the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. There were also massive movements in the Marsh world. But this was not a result of the threat from the Freedom Federation but because the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss had all moved their palaces to the Marsh West Circle with the intention of making the Marsh West Circle their new home. They even shifted the other factions from Marsh Abyss with them. The 7 dictators made a joint announcement to invite all of the dictators with them to the Marsh West Circle. This was the first time these 7 figures had made a joint announcement since they appeared in Marsh Abyss. This announcement also said that every dictator who came would be able to obtain a certain amount of pure source type power. Once they reached the level of dictator, they no longer cared about faith power. It was easy to obtain faith power as long as they took in apostles, but the dictators needed to refine source type power in their bodies. So almost all of the dictators and apostles in the Marsh world collectively rushed to the Marsh West Circle. It so happened that the news of Dictator 10,000 Source losing his big source fruit sprouts was still traveling around. They might be able to stumble on them if they went to the Marsh West Circle. As several factors came together, almost all of the power in the Marsh world gathered in the Marsh West Circle. The Abundance Treasure Tree was taking control of more life forms in the Marsh world with each passing second. The powerful life forms who were hurrying over for different reasons all eventually became a fruit on the Abundance Treasure Tree. As of that moment, Lin Yuan was no longer in the Marsh world because the Moon Empress had notified him that the Azure Federation had fully retreated from the water dimensional world. They had also activated a large portion of their martial power and sealed off a 50 km radius around the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. The Azure Federation chose to seal off the area with ice. Hundreds of Spirit Chi professionals who contracted ice-type feys instructed their feys to fortify the wall of ice that extended to the bottom of the sea to prevent the ice from melting. It could be said that the Azure Federation was in a worse position than the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation when it came to their Class 6 Dimensional Rift. The Freedom Federation was in crisis because Lin Yuan had conquered the Marsh world and used the power of the factions in the Marsh world to push the Freedom Federation into a corner to halt them from continuing to cause trouble in the main world. This also stopped the Freedom Federation from continuing to collect resources from the Marsh world, such as source totems, which were very beneficial to Spirit Chi professionals. The Radiance Federation only needed to address the temperature issue in order to venture into the Abyss Dimensional Rift. They were perfectly capable of building mirror cities in the Abyss Dimensional Rift to help the Radiance Federation expand their territory. They would also be able to collect useful resources from the Abyssal world so that the Federation would no longer be limited by territory or resources and be able to substantially broaden their development. All this time, the Azure Federation had been envious of the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation. Chapter 2353 Aiding the Azure Federation. But both humans and the life forms from the water world were made of flesh. Once the life forms from the water world were killed, the life forms' corpses would rot in the sea. The decay rate was much quicker in the sea than in the air. Thus, the large-scale slaughter of dimensional life forms would contaminate the entire water mass. Even Thearch-class experts without special feys would put themselves at risk of never being able to leave the mass of water if they did not leave immediately. The poison in the dimensional life forms' bodies had plagued the spirit chi professionals for a long time. According to research from the Radiance Federation scholars, the poison continuously evolved and became stronger. The Azure Federation was made up of many islands, and all their resources came from the sea. The water world dimensional rifts had also been opening at random around the sea. But there had never been any cases of the Azure Federation's citizens being poisoned after consuming the seafood from the sea until a few years ago. After experiments and analysis, it was discovered that the poison in the seafood was very similar to that of venomous dimensional life forms but had a much lower concentration. It was low enough that the fish and shellfish did not immediately decay after death like the water world dimensional life forms. Humans were at the top of the food chain, but regardless of the sturdiness of spirit chi professionals' bodies and the certain degree of resistance they had to venom, it would be easy for regular people to fall prey once they were exposed. The Azure Federation had been troubled for the past few years. They guarded the treasure trove that was the Class 6 water world dimensional world but could not begin harvesting its resources. Now, not only had they failed to obtain the resources, but many dimensional life forms were emerging from the water world dimensional rift and destroying the surrounding environment. At first, the Azure Federation dispatched spirit chi professionals like they usually did to kill the water world dimensional life forms. But it did not take long before the quantity of water world dimensional life form became so overwhelming that the Azure Federation started to understand the seriousness of the issue. Once the spirit chi professionals eliminated the dimensional life forms, their own bodies and the bodies of their feys soon started to display different degrees of decay due to being submerged in the water for too long. Luckily, many healing-type feys could neutralize such levels of decay. But while the spirit chi professionals and feys had been saved, many aquatic feys in the sea died as a result of the poison. When the sea environment was damaged, its resources would also be reduced. Clearing out the poison from the dimensional life forms' bodies had become an issue that the Azure Federation needed to face. Once the concentration of poison in the water crossed a certain threshold, it evaporated into the air along with the poisonous elements. In just a short 2 months, more than half of the population of regular people living in the Azure Federation started showing signs of falling sick. Eventually, the 12 aristocratic families decided to give up on harvesting resources from the sea. All of the healing-type spirit chi professionals working in the government had also been activated to patrol around and heal whoever needed help. The Azure Federation decided to give up its own development to protect every regular person's lives. However, just having the healing-type spirit chi professionals patrol around was not enough to solve the issue because there continued to be dimensional life forms streaming out from the Class 6 water world dimensional rift. Even if the spirit chi professionals from the Azure Federation did not attack the water world dimensional life forms, the feys who lived in the sea would put their lives on the line to protect their home. Every part of the sea also had members of the 8 clans of sea emperors protecting it. As such, news spread quickly, and the 8 clans of sea emperors immediately pulled aid from other areas to kill the water world dimensional life forms. The entire sea was soon turned into a bubbling mass of poisonous fluid. Eventually, 6 of the 12 aristocratic families sent out their own experts to meet and discuss with the sea clans. As the poison spread across the sea clans' profits were also diminished. The experts from the other 6 aristocratic families did a general spring cleaning of the water world dimensional life forms around the Class 6 water world dimensional rift before they sealed off the 10-kilometer radius around the Class 6 water world dimensional rift. Next, they gathered the power of the entire Federation to cleanse the sea of venom and activated all of the spirit chi professionals who contracted ice-type feys to seal off the sea with an ice wall. Since the Class 6 water world dimensional rift was located deep in the sea at a depth of over 8 kilometers, an ice wall could not be erected to cover the entire depth. Thus, they could only settle for expanding the area and erecting the wall in the most shallow part of the sea. It did not take long before the experts from the Azure Federation were relieved by this decision because, for some reason, the number of water world dimensional life forms emerging from the water world dimensional rift increased. If they had insisted on building the ice wall around a 10 square kilometer area, the ice wall would have quickly been destroyed by the dimensional life forms. Then, all of their efforts would have been for nothing. The Azure Federation had already burned a hole in their pockets, cleansing the pollution from the sea. If they had to pay the same price again, the Azure Federation might never be able to recover. The Azure Federation could build an ice wall to contain the water world dimensional life forms on their own. However, they could not keep the ice wall from melting for long in a sea with a temperature of over 25 degrees. Eventually, the 12 aristocratic families decided to seek help from the Radiance Federation in the hopes of receiving aid from them. Although the Azure Federation had always remained a neutral party and could seek help from either the Freedom Federation or Radiance Federation, it still chose the Radiance Federation in the end. This was in spite of them knowing that the Radiance Federation was in the process of venturing into the abyssal world and needed a large number of spirit chi professionals who had contracted ice-type feys, so the chances of them agreeing to help were low. But after taking a vote, many of the Azure Federation's aristocratic families did not want to become too close to the Freedom Federation. Frankly, the 12 aristocratic families made a decision about who they would choose if they had to pick a side between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. If one did not need to make an immediate decision, one would start to hesitate and ponder. No one wanted to suffer unnecessary losses because of their decision. But once they made the necessary choice and removed all objective elements, they would be able to make a clear-headed decision. It was like when one had $20 and two things they wanted to buy to eat. They would eventually make a decision when they got too hungry. Chapter 2354 Lin Yuan's Honesty with the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan wanted to ask her about the dimensional rift in the water world. But even after a day had passed since he returned to the Radiance Federation, he still had not heard back from her. If Yinlin had not already formed a contract with the Sagittarius Throne and the Sagittarius Throne's contract was still intact, Lin Yuan would have suspected that something bad had befallen Yinlin in the Azure Federation. Lin Yuan had no other way of getting in touch with Yinlin besides through the Thoughts letter paper. Yinlin had never asked the Astronomical Parliament for help. However, Lin Yuan could not relax until he heard back from Yinlin. By the time Lin Yuan returned to the Divine Wood Federation from the Marsh World, then back to the Radiance Federation, the Radiance Federation's members of royalty had finished their meeting and decided to help the Azure Federation. The Radiance Federation had not encountered any serious issues, and the development in the abyssal world was going smoothly. Due to the venture into the abyssal world, many spirit chi professionals in the Radiance Federation had chosen to contract ice-type feys. Thus, sending out a large group of spirit chi professionals who had contracted ice-type feys would not put much of a dent in the Radiance Federation's development into the abyssal world. If they could earn the Azure Federation's friendship through this event, it would be extremely beneficial for them in their war against the Freedom Federation. Hence, the Radiance Federation had begun putting together a team. Most of the people who were part of the aid team were part of the City Guard's reserve teams. After all, this trip was just to strengthen the ice wall using ice-type feys. There was no need for experts with actual battle experience. Besides sending labor, a member of royalty was also needed to lead the team. Night Leaning Moon wanted to lead the team at first, but there were many things that the spirit guards needed to do that Night Leaning Moon needed to be present for. The Space-Time Elder remained in the Radiance Federation and could not leave because of his fey. Thus, the Moon Empress took up this responsibility. At that moment, Lin Yuan was having dinner with the Moon Empress in the Radiant Moon Palace. Little Yuan, I will be heading to the Azure Federation tomorrow. Leaning Moon told Little G to come with me, and she said that Little G had contracted several insect species carcinoma feys that are skilled at removing venom from water. Do you have plans to go to the Azure Federation to train? Lu Ji had already told Lin Yuan that he was going to the Azure Federation. Lu Ji had contracted the poison-consuming water lice and spike poison grain fly that had both reached Diamond X/Legend. The poison-consuming water lice's diet consisted of poison, and its body would start to multiply quickly after absorbing poison. Once the army of poison-consuming water lice had grown to a certain scale, they would absorb all of the venom in the water. Although the spike poison grain fly did not consume poison, it laid eggs in water that needed a large amount of poison to hatch. When Lu Ji first contracted these two insect species carcinoma feys, he did not intend to rely on them for battle. It only happened to be a coincidence that these two carcinoma feys could be of help now to eliminate the poison in the environment. Lin Yuan no longer had much to do in the Marsh World. Moreover, he could go to the Marsh World anytime through Klein Hub in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. The Startling Lines continent was in the midst of its prime. After Lin Yuan gave out a large number of feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline, the Divine Wood, Great Lush, and Iron Hammer Federations all started developing rapidly. Listen was currently laying out the trade routes across the Startling Lines continent. There was no longer any need for Lin Yuan to be in the Startling Lines continent, so the best choice for him now would be to head to the Azure Federation. Firstly, Lin Yuan was worried about Yinlin and would be able to search for her immediately if he went to the Azure Federation. If Yinlin was really in danger and needed help, he would be able to rescue her as soon as possible. Secondly, Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline came from Dark Blue, which was a sacred source life form from the water world. Thus, Lin Yuan badly wanted to explore the water world to uncover the secrets of the mermaids and see if he could find a way to improve his mermaid bloodline. Lin Yuan nodded as he said to the Moon Empress, "Master, I would like to go to the Azure Federation with you. When we're in the Azure Federation, and if we have the chance to enter the water world, you'll be able to gain another moon." The Moon Empress poured out a glass of juice for Lin Yuan before hope flashed across her eyes. "I do have such a goal for this trip to the Azure Federation. But we won't be able to use the same method we used in the Marsh world to obtain the water world's moon. This time, we're going to the Azure Federation to provide aid. Our goal is to establish a partnership with the Azure Federation and deepen our relationship with them. Given the circumstances, we won't be able to steal the moon from the water world." A thought struck the Moon Empress, and she asked, "Little Yuan, you are able to enter the Marsh world freely. How has your progress in the Marsh world been going?" Lin Yuan thought about the sacred cry moon beast that was still in the sky in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan had been having a whale of a time developing in the Marsh world and had completely forgotten about the sacred cry moon beast's existence. There were Samsara realm dictators in the Marsh world, so it was likely that the sacred cry moon beast was having a difficult time hiding its aura all this time in the Marsh world. There was no way that the sacred cry moon beast would dare to spy on what was happening on the ground in order to avoid powerful Samsara realm dictators like Eternal Source and Mist Source from sensing its presence. Previously, although Lin Yuan had been lady, he had not been able to stand on solid ground in the Marsh world. But now that he had the abundance treasure tree and controlled all of the dictators in the entire Marsh world, so they were all part of his power, Lin Yuan knew that the Freedom Federation no longer posed a threat to him. If he wanted, he could eliminate the entire Freedom Federation. The Freedom Federation was already at a disadvantage in its fight against the Marsh world. From Begin Lady and Celestial Sight's Heaven's Trials, Lin Yuan learned that there was a much wider world out there. Lin Yuan was preparing to have a good talk with the Moon Empress to tell her everything that was going on with him. Ever since she accepted him as her disciple, the Moon Empress had put Lin Yuan before her in everything. Lin Yuan wanted to do his best to repay her and help her to cross the level of spirit fire. Chapter 2355 One Samsara, One Legacy. The Moon Empress could not stave off the shock from appearing on her face when she heard what Lin Yuan said. After exploring the abyssal world, she also came to know that the powerful abyss demons were called dictators. However, she was still in the exploratory stage. How did Lin Yuan manage to find out so much about the Marsh world in such a short time? If he had found out all that about the Marsh world, it could no longer be said that he was venturing into the Marsh world but that he had completely seen through it. Otherwise, there was no way he would have had the chance to learn about the Marsh world's combat system. The Moon Empress had also grown her power from that of a weak seedling to the Class 6 creation master she was today, who stood at the helm of the Radiance Federation. Thus, she was well aware of what it took to completely see through something. It was impossible that Lin Yuan would lie to her, especially when it came to such matters. He could only be speaking the truth. The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan had been building his faction secretly and had even found a way to enter the Marsh world. However, she had no clue that his development in the Marsh world had been so rapid. The Radiance Federation had already built mirror cities in the abyssal world, but they were still a long way off from turning the abyssal world inside out and learning all of its secrets. The Moon Empress decided not to ask Lin Yuan any follow-up questions because she knew that Lin Yuan needed to tell her about something. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan with a solemn expression as she waited for him to continue speaking. But what he said next caused astonishment to appear on the Moon Empress' face. "Master, has the Goddess of Mercy sent news over? I am the cause of the current situation in the Freedom Federation. Its territory in the Marsh world has been completely destroyed. They won't be able to cause trouble in the main world for a long time." The Freedom Federation had started developing in the dimensional world many years before the Radiance Federation started to do so. They had already shifted almost one-third of their operations into the Marsh world. If the Freedom Federation's territory in the Marsh world had truly been destroyed, this would be a catastrophic blow to the Freedom Federation. "Little Yuan, when did this happen?" Lin Yuan did some calculations in his head before he said, "About a day ago. If the Goddess of Mercy doesn't send information about this matter within 3 days, she is no longer worthy to be considered an ally of the Radiance Federation." Lin Yuan spoke seriously, and everything he said had been in consideration of the Radiance Federation. It could be said that the ties between Lin Yuan and the Goddess of Mercy ran deep. The Goddess of Mercy had protected him from fifth page truth and had even momentarily been at a disadvantage because of it. At that time, the Goddess of Mercy had no idea that Lin Yuan had been lady to help him. She had worked even harder than Purple Love to protect him. It could be said that Lin Yuan and the Goddess of Mercy had a working relationship even if they could not be considered friends. If the Goddess of Mercy sought him out for help in the future, he would definitely not hesitate to agree. In the past, Lin Yuan needed to put his guard up against the Goddess of Mercy. But now, he no longer needed to be afraid. The Goddess of Mercy had not set her spirit fire alight so she could not pose a threat to him. Additionally, he had begun Lady and Celestial Sight and even took control of many Marsh World experts. Even if the Goddess of Mercy had set her spirit fire alight, she would not be able to touch him. Given the circumstances, Lin Yuan no longer needed to be afraid of any schemes that the Goddess of Mercy could be hatching against him. He also did not have to be concerned while he was helping her. But despite all that, the personal relationship between Lin Yuan and the Goddess of Mercy did not affect his judgment when he decided between siding with her or the Radiance Federation. There was a matter that the Moon Empress had been thinking about for the past 2 days. The Radiance Federation had sent a portion of its manpower over to the Azure Federation as aid. Would the Freedom Federation take advantage of this opportunity to attack the Radiance Federation? If what Lin Yuan said was true, that everything that the Freedom Federation had built in the Marsh world had been wrecked and was struggling just to stay afloat, there was no way they would be able to plot to take the Radiance Federation down until they got themselves out of their own pickle. In all her life, the Moon Empress had never been as shocked as she was today. I will prepare to hold an imperial meeting now to discuss this matter with the other members of royalty. Lin Yuan nodded. If it was possible, Lin Yuan still hoped that the Goddess of Mercy could remain allies with the Radiance Federation. Given her style of doing things, there was no way she would be able to join the Radiance Federation, but she could work together with the Radiance Federation toward a common goal. Before the Moon Empress moved, Lin Yuan took out a diamond fey storage box. This diamond fey storage box was an insect-shaped brooch. Although it looked intricate, it did not match the Moon Empress aura at all. Yet, the Moon Empress was stunned when she saw this diamond fey storage box. She remembered that it was the one she had given him after she killed Cheng Wu for hunting him. Why was Lin Yuan giving her this diamond fey storage box now? Master, all this time you've been the one protecting me. Now, it's time for me to protect you. You should be able to use all of the resources inside. The Moon Empress reached out and received the insect-shaped brooch. Holding it in her hands, she was suddenly filled with a strange feeling. She had given Lin Yuan the resources back then as his master. Yet, he had refused to take anything. As a new master, she had been speechless and left at a loss. But now, it was as though this fey storage box that had returned to her had transmigrated or become a legacy. The Moon Empress used her spiritual energy to look inside this fey storage box, and her eyes widened immediately. The Moon Empress's aura even became messy. She could not figure out what her disciple had been doing to develop and improve himself. He increased power way too quickly. Every spirit-mouthed peony inside contained spirit chi, and it was so pure that even a Class 6 creation master like her could not hope to produce something close to it. The Moon Empress had already received similar spirit chi from Lin Yuan in the past. Back then, she thought that he had to pay a high cost or that obtaining such pure spirit chi would be very difficult for him. But now, it seemed that that was not the case. Chapter 2356 Time to Clash. Every Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearl had an outer layer, and there were also a fair number of the legendary Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls. Although the Moon Empress was now a Class 6 creation master, she still had her limitations when it came to creation master resources. With this level and amount of resources, it would not be long before her birth horoscope broke through, and she was able to try setting her spirit fire alight. Now, with the available resources, she would be able to facilitate the evolution of the phase she previously could not due to the limited resources. Although she had become a Class 6 creation master and was powerful, the Moon Empress still could not escape the limitation of lacking creation master resources. This was the reason Class 5 creation masters were always unwilling to help top factions. But now, all of the Moon Empress problems had been fixed by Lin Yuan with ease. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan and asked seriously, "Little Yuan, will you be affected if you give me these spirit-mouthed peonies and elemental pearls?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "Master, I won't be affected at all. When you use them all up, all you need to do is let me know." Lin Yuan had told the Moon Empress about everything aside from Morbius. He was now able to protect himself in the main world. The only real threats to Lin Yuan were the beings from other worlds. Thus, there was no need for Lin Yuan to keep secrets from those closest to him. "Master, if there's anyone you want to help, you can give out these spiritual materials like you do with the golden lotus brocade pearls." It's time for the Radiance Federation to rise up in the main world. Even if the Goddess of Mercy doesn't tell us about this incident, the Freedom Federation will no longer threaten us. If they dare to plot anything wicked, the Marsh world will immediately come through the Class 6 dimensional rift to invade the Freedom Federation and force them to retreat in order to defend themselves. Otherwise, they'll have to handle battle on both fronts. I'm sure they'll know what the right decision is. But Master, I am worried about Tower Cannon. They might have a dimensional world behind them. That dimensional world's power and level will definitely, at the very least, match up to that of the Marsh world. Lin Yuan had not said this because he wanted to alarm her. He had said this after serious analysis and thought. He had a reason for saying this. Firstly, the dimensional world behind Tower Cannon was the only one that successfully invaded the main world and managed to exist there for thousands of years. Given his understanding of the Marsh world, Lin Yuan did not believe that the Marsh world would be able to do the same. The Greenfield secret treasures could be equivalent to the secret of the dead. It was an undeniable fact that there was an unknown dimensional world supporting Tower Cannon. There was no way that the current 8 pages were stronger than the Samsara realm dictators, who were equivalents of experts who had set their spirit fire alight. Second page revival had appeared at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. In terms of power, Tower Cannon's current 8 pages did not have the right to own the secret of the dead. Tower Cannon had another master. Moreover, the dimensional rifts opened at random in the main world. Although the opened Class 6 dimensional rift would allow the main world to be connected to one of the dimensional worlds, it did not prevent there from being other Class 1 to 5 dimensional rifts from opening in the main world. There had to be a complete dimensional world behind Tower Cannon. The person behind Tower Cannon had either taken full control of the dimensional world with something like the Abundance Treasure Tree, or the Dead World was not one of the dimensional worlds that branched off from the main world. It was possible that another world had found a way to link up to the main world. The 5 dark gold snake scales could serve as evidence for many of Lin Yuan's far-fetched guesses. Thus, for this entire time, Lin Yuan had been fearful of Tower Cannon but also guessing what the Sleeper's revival plan was. If not for the fact that he did not know where the other 8 pages were, Lin Yuan would have wanted to send a few Samsara realm dictators to capture one of the 8 pages and use them to pull back the shroud of mystery hanging over Tower Cannon. In a choice between life and death, there were few who would be willing to die in order to protect a secret. Once an appropriate technique was utilized, one would always be able to get the information they wanted. The Moon Empress nodded in agreement when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She raised her hand and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder before saying in a complex yet relieved voice, "Little Yuan, you might have been chosen to become a part of the Radiance 100 sequence, but I've always seen you as a young boy. Now, you've already grown to become even more impressive than I am. But you need to remember to always prioritize your own power no matter what. The external things will always remain so. I will be going ahead to the Imperial Court. When I get back, we can have a good talk." The Moon Empress turned into a moonbeam and disappeared from the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan picked up his teacup and downed the 3 treasures tea. "I have been staying on the sidelines for long enough. No more. At the very least, there is no need to remain on the sidelines in the main world. If Tower Cannon is planning some big scary scheme, we might as well all show our real skills and have a good clash on the battlefield." Besides learning about the origins of the mermaid bloodline, Lin Yuan also wanted to conquer the water world. The more dimensional worlds he conquered, the more endless gems and secrets he would gain, and the power he possessed would increase. This would give him a better chance in the clash against Tower Cannon. Lin Yuan needed to do his best to increase his power before Tower Cannon enacted the Sleeper's revival plan. Raising his Spirit Chi professional rank quickly was difficult because there were no shortcuts. The only way was to slowly accumulate and climb the ladder. However, he could increase his power in other ways besides raising his Spirit Chi professional rank. Lu Ji stayed in the Midnight Palace with Night Leaning Moon while Wen Yu remained in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan had been communicating with Wen Yu through the Thoughts letter paper. Chu Xi had been training under Cold Moon's tutelage. It could be said that Lin Yuan was fully free. Lin Yuan had already given an order to Whitespeak, who represented him in the Marsh world. He told Whitespeak to organize the Samsara realm dictators, who the Abundance Treasure Tree had taken control of, so they could be prepared to be deployed at any time. Chapter 2357 Student becomes the Master. Once Lift Marsh arrived at the Marsh West Circle where the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift was, the Samsara Realm dictators would turn into part of Lin Yuan's power that he could control at will to do battle for him. Without the Abundance Treasure Tree's soil roots to take control of them, Lin Yuan would not dare to bring the Samsara realm dictators into the marsh world even if they had already sworn their loyalties to him. But now that they were under his control, it did not matter. Even if he brought them into the main world, he would be able to handle them effectively if they dared to have any wicked thoughts. Furthermore, there was a high chance that the marsh world would eventually combine with the main world. It might be good for the life forms in the marsh world to get to know the main world and experience it sooner. Furthermore, the place where Lin Yuan was most likely to encounter danger was the water world. It would not be difficult for the Samsara realm dictators to adapt from a dimensional world to another world. There was also a high chance that they would voluntarily gain admiration for him because of his actions. With this thought, Lin Yuan stretched. He returned to his residence on Leaning Moon Mountain to take a hot bath while he enjoyed a rare pocket of free time. Lin Yuan had placed the mountain bud imprint on Yin Lin during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. If she was hurt, the jasmine lily would heal her immediately through the mountain bud imprint. There was no point in being worried now. Everything would have to wait until he went to the Azure Federation with the Moon Empress. Otherwise, given his position as a member of the Radiance 100 sequence and the fact that he had openly fought against the Freedom Federation, his identity was in a slightly precarious spot, and it would not be appropriate for him to make such a high-profile visit to the Azure Federation on his own. Even if he went to the Azure Federation on his own, he would not be able to break past the seal to enter the water world to find Yin Lin. When Yu sensed the Astronomical Parliament and noticed that Yin Lin's contract with the Sagittarius throne had not been broken, but she had lost her connection to the Astronomical Parliament. This meant that she was definitely in the water world. However, Lin Yuan did not understand why Yin Lin could not use the Thoughts letter paper if she was in the water world, as the Thoughts letter paper could communicate through dimensions. Lin Yuan instructed Wen Yu to collect source totems, which were uncontracted sacred source life forms, from the marsh world. When these source totems were organized, their origins would become clear. Lin Yuan intended to gather a substantial pile of uncontracted sacred source life forms before giving a portion of them to the Moon Empress to bolster the strength of her subordinates. As long as one was capable of contracting a sacred source life form, it did not matter who formed the contract with the sacred source life form. Thus, it went without saying that it would be best to increase one's own power as much as possible. Lin Yuan could be certain that the Moon Empress was aware of this. Since the Radiance Federation was providing aid to the Azure Federation, they could not wait for too long. Furthermore, what Lin Yuan just said had eliminated all of the risks and problems faced by the Radiance Federation. Thus, the Imperial meeting only lasted for an hour before the Moon Empress returned to the Radiant Moon Palace. Since most of the city guards and spirit guards were gathered in the royal capital, even those who were using the path set up by Ostrich Logistics needed to do so in batches. This entire process took an entire day. Neither Lin Yuan nor the Moon Empress slept that night as they conversed through the night, sitting by the jade table in the inner palace. After that night, the Moon Empress realized that not only had her perception changed, but so had her mindset. She also came up with a new goal. Previously, the Moon Empress' goal was to awaken her birth horoscope. After that, it was to set her spirit fire alight. But now, she realized that her goal was no longer so simple. She now wanted to adventure into worlds beyond the main world. This was just like when Lin Yuan first heard that there were other federations besides the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress' current goal was the same as Lin Yuan's goal then. Now that her horizons had been broadened, the Moon Empress saw many things differently. Now, she no longer saw the Freedom Federation as a threat. As the dawn broke through the darkness and the sunlight crept into every corner of the Radiance Federation, the Moon Empress stood up and smiled as she said, "Little Yuan, I intend on going into seclusion with the resources you've given me once we're back from the Azure Federation. I might be able to protect you again in the future." The Moon Empress said this because she was hopeful. Previously, the Moon Empress had decided to take in a disciple because she had lost almost all hope of living. Once she took Lin Yuan in, not only did he grow continuously, but the Moon Empress had not stopped growing either. However, Lin Yuan grew in terms of power, while the Moon Empress grew in terms of her mindset, emotional quotient and sense of responsibility. The Moon Empress had always been duty-bound. Her previous accomplishments and talent backed up her confidence. But now, in front of Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress knew what it meant by the student becoming the master. She had only been a master for about a year before her disciple left her far in the dust. The Moon Empress suddenly felt that the only highlight of her mastership was when she saved Lin Yuan from being hunted by Cheng Wu. Although she had protected Lin Yuan from the evolving dimensional rift, Lin Yuan had contracted a healing type Fey, and he might have been able to heal himself after he awoke. The Moon Empress felt that she had not done much for Lin Yuan ever since he became her disciple. Yet, he had never stopped giving back to her. It was possible that she would end up needing Lin Yuan's protection in the future. Although this was how she felt, the Moon Empress did not think that she was being replaced. Although she had an endless lifespan, she could always take on a new perspective as long as she adjusted her mindset. The Moon Empress really wanted to see how far Lin Yuan could go. Due to the seriousness of the matter and the island whale's relatively slow speed, it would take more than 2 weeks to travel to the Azure Federation on the island whale. Regardless of how long the Azure Federation could hold on, the Moon Empress always sought efficiency and would not be willing to spend too much time traveling. Chapter 2358 Totem Moon. The Moon Empress' seemingly casual gesture caused the day to suddenly turn dark. A bright moon appeared in the sky and started to grow larger. Once it reached a certain extent, the crowd realized with shock that the moon was sinking to the ground like a stone. But when the moon landed, it did not cause any damage and remained suspended 50 meters above the royal capital. The Moon Empress took Lin Yuan's hand and morphed into a moonbeam as she brought Lin Yuan to the moon's surface. As he stood on the moon, Lin Yuan gained an objective view of his knowledge of science. The earth from his previous life had clearly been circular, but the ground had been flat. Yet, Lin Yuan noticed the ground below him was flat on this moon. This was enough to tell just how large this moon above the royal capital was. Ostrich Logistics sent out 100,000 of the hollow crystal shellfish that used the surface of the moon as the point of teleportation to send all of the reserve city guards and spirit guards to the moon. The hollow crystal shellfish's teleportation was extremely fast, and they could teleport a person every 10 seconds. Although this speed of teleportation did not seem to matter with this number of people, as long as the hollow crystal shellfish had sufficient water, they could send tens of thousands of people to the moon every second. The Radiance Federation dispatched 5 million Spirit Chi professionals with Ice-type feys to the Azure Federation, transporting them to the moon in less than an hour. Upon arrival, they organized themselves into teams, forming numerous square formations within larger ones. Each square formation had its own leader, ensuring efficient communication despite the large number of people present. After registering and confirming every expert, reports were sent from the smaller square formations to the larger ones, which then forwarded the reports to the deputy captains of each city's city guards. Zhou Ming, representing the spirit guards, and the deputy captains of the 32 cities' city guards presented their reports to the Moon Empress. They couldn't help but cast glances toward the Moon Empress as they delivered their reports. 6 months ago, Lin Yuan only had some notoriety among the factions. When his name was mentioned, they would think of him as the Moon Empress disciple. But now, Lin Yuan had become a hero of the Radiance Federation and was a household name. There were countless people who saw him as an inspiration and example they worked toward. The youngest of the deputy captains of city guards had already reached middle age. But they all looked young because they lived in the world of spirit chi. Almost every deputy captain had descendants, and many of their grandchildren were even older than Lin Yuan. All of them knew how intense their descendants were about chasing Lin Yuan's image. They would have stopped their juniors if they were being so zealous about trying to emulate another person. But since they knew how much Lin Yuan had contributed to the Radiance Federation and how he had managed to turn the tide to save the Radiance Federation, they were not against but were even supportive of their juniors trying to chase a celebrity like Lin Yuan. These deputy captains also saw how their juniors had changed from being comfortably complacent to finding joy in working hard in their bid to become like their idol Lin Yuan. In the past, their descendants had to be forced to sit down to learn about Fey Observer and Spiritual Ingredient Analyst knowledge. But now, they were diligent even without anyone watching over them. They were even all aiming to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Such behavior was a sign of their growth and improvement. Although Lin Yuan was not yet a Radiance envoy, his power made it a guarantee that he would be able to become one. Besides representing the Radiance Federation's youth to battle other federations and bring honor to the Radiance Federation, the Radiance Envoy's responsibilities also included being an example to the Radiance Federation's youth and guiding them toward the right direction. Without the significance of leadership, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence would not be regarded to be as sacred as they were. Lin Yuan also happened to be a leader of the Radiance Federation's youth. When they first heard that the Moon Empress had taken in a disciple, many had gasped in envy and wondered who had been the lucky one to be accepted as her disciple. But when the Moon Empress disciple was mentioned now, the other members of royalty started to envy her for having found such an outstanding disciple. Lin Yuan's current achievements could not be detached from the guidance he had received from the Moon Empress. But it could not be denied that Lin Yuan was sufficiently impressive all on his own. If Lin Yuan had no potential, the Moon Empress would never have been able to prop him up, regardless of how much effort she put into teaching him. The Moon Empress noticed the city guards glancing at Lin Yuan. Normally, the Moon Empress would have been put off by someone being so distracted while reporting to her. She might even dole out punishment. But now, she did not have any intention of doing so. This was because her mindset had changed and because they were looking at her disciple. After all the deputy captains of city guards were done giving their reports, Zhou Ming took a step forward and bowed respectfully before he said, "The 800,000 members of the spirit guards are accounted for. No one is absent." The Moon Empress pressed her hand on the moon's surface and said, "Totem Moon, travel along the sea and head to the Azure Federation. Try not to affect the life forms in the sea along the way." When the giant moon heard the Moon Empress order, it wrapped itself in moonlight and flew off toward the Azure Federation. The Moon Empress said loudly in her cold voice, "The Azure Federation would never ask for our help unless their situation was absolutely dire. So we will be very busy once we arrive. You should take this journey time to rest and charge up on energy." Chapter 2359 The Azure Federation's Crisis. The Moon Empress raised her eyes and looked at the prepared warriors with readiness written all over their faces as she said seriously, "Besides regular use, most of these resources are used for healing or to restore the conditions of ice-type phase. I hope that all 5 million of you will make it back safely from this mission in the Azure Federation." While the Moon Empress was speaking, the Moon attendants distributed the Diamond Phase storage box. Soon, every leader of a 10,000 man team was holding a Diamond Phase storage box. The Diamond Phase storage boxes were filled to the brim with various resources, and there was no way that they came cheap. The reserve city guards and spirit guards never had the opportunity to make use of such resources. The Moon Empress' words and provision of such resources perfectly exemplified how she felt. All the leaders of the larger and smaller teams hoped that their comrades would be able to survive this mission. It was a simple word, but they always lost a few comrades in each mission. The sacrifice of their teammates had saved most of the lives that were present. It could be said that after 10 battles, even the luckiest person would end up owing his life to a teammate. Although most of the reserve city guards had never seen battle before, they still encountered danger when performing their usual tasks. The Moon Empress' words and actions were a source of comfort and recognition to every soldier who was putting his life on the line for the sake of the Radiance Federation. This was the first time that Lin Yuan was participating in such a big event. He was seen as a shining star in the marsh world, but he was still but a young 18-year-old boy in the main world. Since he was lucky enough this time to be going on a mission with his master, he intended to do his best to safeguard the lives of these reserve city guards and spirit guards. Totem Moon moved swiftly. As Lin Yuan stared at the boundless sea, he noticed that Totem Moon had been doing its best to retract its aura ever since it heard the Moon Empress warning. The Moon Empress had instructed Totem Moon not to release its moonlight because she was afraid that it would kill the weak aquatic life forms. Now that the Radiance Federation and Heavenly Family Cottage were allies and the Heavenly Family Cottage was linked to the vast sea labyrinth by marriage, the Radiance Federation needed to consider the vast sea labyrinth in its decisions. If Totem Moon killed a large number of aquatic life forms in its rush, the vast sea labyrinth would have to retaliate strongly to be accountable to all the life forms in the sea. Even if the life forms from the sea dared not have any complaints about the vast sea labyrinth, it would still result in the vast sea labyrinth losing some of its formidability. Every powerful faction prioritized its pride, and the vast sea labyrinth was no exception. If the vast sea labyrinth completely ignored how the Radiance Federation felt, the Radiance Federation would not consider the vast sea labyrinth either. Now that the Heavenly Family Cottage had become partners with the Radiance Federation and the Heavenly Family Cottage had always been on good terms with the vast sea labyrinth, the Radiance Federation would not give up on this rare opportunity. More than 60% of the main world was the sea. Purple Love had mentioned in the past that the vast sea labyrinth was even stronger than the Heavenly Family Cottage. If Lin Yuan had not taken full control of the marsh world, which resulted in both his faction and individual power shooting upward, the Radiance Federation would never be capable of standing toe-to-toe against the vast sea labyrinth. The positive relationship with the vast sea labyrinth had become an important strategic asset for the Radiance Federation. When the Azure Federation found out that the Moon Empress was the one leading the team, they sent 4 leaders of aristocratic families to greet her. This was enough to see how much the Azure Federation valued the Moon Empress and how badly they needed help from the Radiance Federation. Once the 4 leaders of aristocratic families met the Moon Empress, they intended to invite her to the Azure Palace. The Azure Palace had the same function as the Radiance Federation's imperial court, and it was managed by the 12 aristocratic families. The Moon Empress did not accept the privileges extended by the Azure Federation and said, "The warriors who came with me are all the best that the Radiance Federation has to offer. We are here to help you handle your problem." Just take us to the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. I will instruct Totem Moon to remain above the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. The moonlight is cold and won't affect the ice wall created by the ice-type phase. When the 4 leaders of aristocratic families heard what the Moon Empress said, they all felt her sincerity. It was necessary for them to extend such courtesies. It was a must to have such courtesies in the interactions between the federations. If any federation did not observe such courtesies, it would be seen as an affront. Once such negative impressions built up, things would be difficult to proceed smoothly. According to normal proceedings, the Azure Federation needed to spend at least a day welcoming the Moon Empress before they moved on to official business. Even if the Azure Federation's defenses could hold on for this one day, it would definitely result in the loss of many of their soldiers. Now that the Moon Empress had said that she wanted to do away with those steps, the Azure Federation could get their problem fixed without worrying about being rude. The Azure Federation already owed the Radiance Federation a huge favor. Now, they owed the Moon Empress another one. The Azure Federation was truly in dire straits. Every second would result in the loss of countless finances and the Spirit Chi professional lives. Hence, none of them decided to argue about courtesies. The 4 leaders of aristocratic families first expressed their gratitude to the Radiance Federation before they used their native customs to express their thanks to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress nodded before gesturing with her finger. As a result, despite not having arrived for long, the people from the Radiance Federation were immediately sent to a location almost 200 kilometers away from the main Azure Federation island. It was this place where dimensional life forms constantly surged wildly out from the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. The Azure Federation had many Spirit Chi professionals who had contracted Ice-type phase. Since the Azure Federation was by the sea, there was twice the number of Spirit Chi professionals with both Ice and Water-type phase in the Azure Federation than there were in the Radiance Federation. Chapter 2360 Dark Stream from the Back. But even if the Azure Federation had more Spirit Chi professionals who had contracted Ice-type phase, they were unable to continue. This was not because they could not handle the workload. If all they needed to do was maintain the ice wall, the millions of Spirit Chi professionals who had contracted Ice-type phase could have maintained the ice wall in batches on a roster. In front of such a crisis that needed to be faced by an entire federation, individual factions would decide to back away in the face of such insurmountable obstacles. However, the Azure Federation's success and failure depended on these ice-type phase. While the ice wall was freezing, it was also simultaneously melting. While the freezing and melting were happening, the inside of the ice wall would continuously be transferred to the nearby seawater. Most of the ice-type phase that the experts from the Azure Federation had contracted were submerged in the water, resulting in many of them being poisoned. When the ice-type phase were poisoned, they would start to vomit and bloat, their bodies would turn viscous, and their skin would start to decay. After an accumulation of all these effects, all the seawater on one side of the ice wall looked like the scene of a plague. As a result, the seawater outside of the ice wall was even fouler than inside of the ice wall. However, there was no time for the Azure Federation to clean the seawater. As more dimensional life forms emerged from the Water World Dimensional Rift, their overall power was raised. If anyone sent to clean the contaminated seawater broke the ice wall, all the work that the Azure Federation had put into setting up their defense would go to waste. Currently, the melted ice could only reach a radius of 30 kilometers around the ice wall. If the ice wall was damaged, it would coincidentally match up with the time when the currents were the fiercest. The venom would end up spreading to the Azure Federation very quickly. At that time, many of the residents would be left with no way of obtaining water for daily use. If the Azure Federation suffered one such blow, the 12 aristocratic families would lose all their current authority. As a result, the Spirit Chi professionals who had contracted Ice-type phase dared not help despite knowing that the seawater endangered their phase routes. After a prolonged period of deterring the water world dimensional life forms, another problem cropped up. There was now a vicious cycle happening in the seawater outside the ice wall. There were already Spirit Chi professionals who were losing their Ice-type phase due to the vicious cycle. Now that their contracted phase had died, their spiritual energy had been damaged, and they were as good as crippled. This was an even worse situation than Lu Ji had been in. In Lu Ji's case, at least the Insect Queen had been alive. As despondent as Lu Ji had been, he still had a thread of hope to hold onto. Many Spirit Chi professionals were unable to retrieve the corpses of their phase. As a result, their phase became part of the contamination and ended up harming their teammate phase, spreading the web of despair across the sea. Although there were many people, what they brought each other was not comfort but pity. It seemed as though this disaster would never come to a close. For the past few months, the spirit chi professionals who were guarding the sea could confirm that the number of water world dimensional life forms that had died in the sea had crossed the billions. However, this number was just the tip of the iceberg. The water world dimensional life forms had not been stopped from entering the main world. As Lin Yuan looked at this hellish scene, he could be certain that a big shift had occurred in the water world. Otherwise, given the intelligence of the water world dimensional life forms, there was no reason for them not to remain in the water world but to surge out and rush to their deaths instead. With such a situation, Lin Yuan felt that the biggest possibility was that a powerful life form in the water world had discovered the pathway that was the Class 6 water world dimensional rift and had become very interested in the main world. Thus, it was sending water world dimensional life forms to scout out the main world. There had to be more than just one apostle involved in order to send so many seemingly fearless dimensional life forms rushing out of the dimensional rift in such an orderly fashion. There was no way that an apostle had such capabilities. If it was compared to the Marsh world, it had to be a turning wheel realm dictator, at the very least, who could cause such a stir. Turning wheel realm dictators were very intelligent. Those who could become turning wheel realm dictators in the dimensional world were all opportunists who placed their own profits before everything else. If they did not act in such a way, it would be difficult for them to become apostles, much less dictators. Although dictators acted cautiously, such caution would eventually be replaced by curiosity. If any Samsara realm dictator found out about this and made a trip to the main world before returning, the Azure Federation would end up in a worse situation than the Freedom Federation. After all, Lin Yuan was there to keep the Samsara realm dictators from the Marsh world in check. But no one in the water world could restrain the Samsara realm dictators. Luckily, the Azure Federation had sought help from the Radiance Federation. If they had chosen to hold out on their own, it would be difficult to fix the situation once the powerful dictators and apostles from the water world entered the main world in droves. After all, even if they could not win, they could hide. There were plenty of places to hide in the main world seas. If a Samsara realm dictator chose to hide in the deep sea, there was no way they would be found unless they coincidentally bumped into each other during the search. However, there was something that Lin Yuan was curious about. If the Azure Federation had so many experts, why were they not doing anything about it? The Moon Empress seemed to see through Lin Yuan's suspicion and explained, the experts from the Azure Federation, whether it's those from the aristocratic families or those from the Class 3 and 4 families, have all awakened their beast patterns. It's difficult for the spirit chi professionals who have not awakened their beast patterns to make a living. So little Yuan, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Lin Yuan nodded in faint understanding. The Moon Empress went on to elaborate. Almost none of the spirit chi professionals maintaining the ice wall have awakened their beast patterns. This is because the experts who have awakened their beast patterns are better used to individual combat rather than acting in teams. Chapter 2361 Totem Moon Hanging High. Upon the arrival of the reserve city guards and spirit guards from the Radiance Federation at the island nearest to the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift, the Moon Empress issued a commanding order, her voice sharp and resolute. Totem Moon, harness your moonlight to transform and purify the dimensional life forms within the water. In response to the Moon Empress's directive, Totem Moon, which had been concealing its presence, emerged from the shadows and materialized in the sky above the Class 6 dimensional rift. Under the command of the Moon Empress, Totem Moon unleashed a cascade of moonlight, forming a shimmering belt that draped down from the sky. The celestial radiance transformed into a delicate, moon-colored shroud, enveloping the entire expanse of the sea. The moonlight penetrated deep into the seawater, illuminating its depths and stirring up the previously desolate region. Once teeming with aquatic life, the sea had been abandoned by its inhabitants due to contamination and the threat of powerful water world dimensional life forms. Those who had resisted had either succumbed to the predators or fallen victim to the venomous creatures. In response to this dire situation, the Moon Empress wasted no time. Instead of conventional combat, she ordered Totem Moon to unleash its moonbeams, causing the dimensional life forms to disintegrate into nothingness. The dimensional life forms that were left over, as well as those whose corpses had not had time to rot, melted under the moonlight. This caused the pressure on the entire battleground to lessen. Although the Azure Federation knew that the degree of contamination in the water was so serious that trying to get the situation under control would not be very effective, the Azure Federation did not stop trying to do so. This was in spite of the fact that attempting to control the situation took up a large amount of work and effort every second. The spirit chi professionals who had contracted ice-type feys never stopped doing their best to protect their home. Once they stopped trying to clean the poison out from the sea, it meant that they had given up on trying to protect their home. The Azure Federation would never make such a decision, whether it was for the sake of their Federation's development or morale. Now that Totem Moon had stopped the contamination from spreading, the Spirit Chi professionals who were trying to clean the contamination out from the sea could finally go all out. Totem Moon allowed all of the Azure Federation's members who were refusing to give up to let out a sigh of relief. The Moon Empress' reputation was known throughout the entire main world. Besides the factions who lay so low that they almost never interacted with the outside world, almost no factions had not heard of the Moon Empress. The bright and round moon was the Moon Empress symbol. The Moon Empress's participation meant the Radiance Federation was willing to help. The Azure Federation also organized itself into square formations and took turns fortifying the ice wall in rosters. Many leaders of the square formations bellowed orders when they saw the round moon, "Reinforcements are here. Everyone here will use up all of the spirit chi in their own bodies and in their phase bodies. Once the ice wall is fortified, give those who will be cleaning the sea half an hour." The venom in the sea was the most pressing and difficult problem at hand. If the issue of the contamination could be solved, the Azure Federation would not have been in such a desperate situation. Although it would take more than half an hour to clear out the contamination, half an hour was enough to significantly improve the situation. Lin Yuan looked at the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift in the distance, and the desire to enter the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift arose. Lin Yuan said to the Moon Empress standing next to him, "Master, I intend to take a look at the water world." The experts from the Azure Federation were already in position, and Lin Yuan did not want to explain too much. In the past, the Moon Empress would never have agreed to such a request. But now, the Moon Empress was aware of Lin Yuan's situation. Lin Yuan was now stronger than her. Thus, as worried as she was about Lin Yuan, she had no intention of trying to hold him back. The Moon Empress gently patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, adjusted his collar just like she did every time he left the Radiant Moon Palace, and said gently, "Little Yuan, safety comes first all the time." The Moon Empress' instinct had been to tell him to call her at the sign of any issues. But before she could get the words out, she remembered that he was even stronger than her now. She could no longer shelter him. Instead, she needed resources from him to elevate herself. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Master, don't worry. I will look out for my safety. I will alert you at once if there are any issues." The Moon Empress was stunned when Lin Yuan said the words she had wanted to say. A warm smile instinctively spread across her face. "Okay. Let me know if anything crops up." Lin Yuan immediately headed toward the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift with Lu Ji. Every single expert from the Azure Federation was curious about Lin Yuan. All the aristocratic families knew about the deep ties between Lin Yuan and Yin Lin. Otherwise, they would not have ridden in the same Fey carriage back in the Radiance Federation, and she would not have chosen to side with the Radiance Federation when the Radiance Federation was in trouble. Although Lin Yuan had defeated the Freedom Federation's third Freedom Envoy on behalf of the Radiance Federation and had power that exceeded that of his peers, he was still a member of the younger generation. How could the Moon Empress be willing to let her disciple be steeped in such danger? But the Moon Empress had already agreed. Now, the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift was not just a treasure vault to the Azure Federation but a burden. As the Moon Empress disciple, the Azure Federation should not have many questions about Lin Yuan entering the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. But eventually, the Azure Federation decided that it would be best to ask the Moon Empress one final time for confirmation. If the Moon Empress was still willing to allow her disciple to enter the water world after their question, nothing that happened to Lin Yuan could be attributed to the Azure Federation. One of the leaders of the 12 aristocratic families, the Azure Kite Crane family, asked the Moon Empress, "Moon Empress, no one has entered the water world dimensional rift yet to assess the situation over there. There has to be a group acting behind all this to result in so many dimensional life forms invading the main world." Chapter 2362 The Terror of Division. The leader of the Azure Kite Crane family spoke solemnly, but his intention was not to cause alarm. The facts were just as he said. In the abyssal world, the spirit chi professionals had to face extremely high environmental temperatures. But in the water world, the issue they needed to address was that of breathing underwater. If the spirit chi professionals did not contract phase like the green oxygen sea anemone, their oxygen supply would be cut off once they were in danger or startled. Many oxygen-producing aquatic phase recoiled once they felt endangered. Unless contracts were formed with these phase, they could not be prevented from performing such instinctive actions. The leader of the Azure Kite Crane family's intention was to ensure his caveat was as detailed as possible so the Moon Empress would not put the Azure Federation at the spot if there were any issues later on. When the Moon Empress heard what he said, she knew that he was afraid that something might happen to Lin Yuan in the water world that would end up negatively affecting the Azure Federation. She scoffed before saying, "My disciple and Chief Guard Yi's disciple have come especially to help the Azure Federation address the issue of the contamination of the Azure Federation sea. Just wait and see." The Moon Empress had said this to provide Lin Yuan with a reason. The fact was that Lin Yuan had brought Lu Ji with him just for this exact reason. Under Night Leaning Moon's nurturing, Lu Ji had activated the final weapon plan and contracted many insect species carcinoma feys. Night Leaning Moon had procured many of these insect species carcinoma feys from the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress did not know how strong Lu Ji currently was, but she did know how strong bronze/legend insect species carcinoma feys were. Insect species carcinoma feys had been the ones destroying human habitats. But now, they were finally being used by humans to benefit humans. The trial that the Azure Federation was facing would be the best chance to establish Lu Ji's reputation. Night Leaning Moon had intentionally sent Lu Ji over for this reason. The Moon Empress was willing to help Night Leaning Moon. Now, let the Azure Federation witness this miraculous phenomenon. Lin Yuan raised his hand to summon Blackie. At the sound of a roar, Lin Yuan and Lu Ji rode Blackie into the sky above the Azure Federation. When the experts from the Azure Federation saw the dragon species Fey that had pure flood dragon bloodline despite only being Diamond X/Fantasy V, they could not help but stare and think. The Moon Empress is indeed a Class 6 creation master. She actually managed to nurture her disciples Fey to such a degree. The Moon Empress did not know what these experts were thinking. If she did, she would definitely feel frustrated and embarrassed because despite being his master, she had no clue just how powerful Lin Yuan was or what kind of abilities his Feys had. She had never even seen many of his Feys. Lu Ji looked at Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan felt Lu Ji's gaze on him, he nodded. Immediately after, Lu Ji summoned the dimensional light moth that had turned into a fairy before instructing it to release the Feys it had taken control of specifically to absorb poison. One of them was the poison-consuming water lice, while the other was the spike poison grain fly. The poison-consuming water lice might have reached Diamond X/legend, but its body was around the size of a regular cockroach. It could be called tiny. Nonetheless, it was very skilled at multiplying itself. This was how it caused damage. The poison-consuming water lice multiplied by breaking itself up. 1 turned to 2, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. As this method of multiplying continued, it only needed to break itself up 10 times to produce 1024 bodies. When it broke itself up 100 times, it would produce a 30-figure number of bodies. The poison-consuming water lice's multiplication did not just rely on venom. It also relied on spirit chi, and it did not need much more than the average amount or concentration of spirit chi. 1 wisp of spirit chi would allow the poison-consuming water lice to continue multiplying endlessly. Once there was a large enough number of the poison-consuming water lice, they would cause damage that went beyond what was salvageable by human means. There had once been a poison-consuming water lice-linked disaster in the Radiance Federation's Polar North region. Luckily, there had been no large cities there. Once the Polar North region was sealed off and experts manually cordoned the area off, the poison-consuming water lice eventually died up due to overcrowding. It could be said that the poison-consuming water lice were not defeated by humans but killed themselves off. Every time the poison-consuming water lice multiplied, there would be one main mother and many auxiliary mothers. The main mother would hide itself away. The poison-consuming water lice would survive as long as it remained alive even if the auxiliary mothers died. Even when faced with the greatest of dangers, the main mother would instruct the auxiliary mothers and multiplied poison-consuming water lice to end their own lives so it could be left with the greatest amount of resources. This was how the poison-consuming water lice's main body was caught in the first place. Lu Ji tossed the green glowing poison-consuming water lice into the water and ordered it through the insect queen to begin multiplying in the water. As Lu Ji observed the poison-consuming water lice in the sea, he noticed that it took only 40 seconds for each multiplication to occur. This meant that the poison-consuming water lice would be able to cover a terrifying amount of space in half an hour and even clear out all the poison from the water. But in order to speed things up and do a deep cleaning of the venom deep in the sea, Lu Ji also tossed the spike poison grain fly into the sea. The spike poison grain fly's eggs thrived in water and needed both water and poison-type elements to hatch. Thus, the eggs' buoyancy did not matter, and they sank to the bottom of the sea. After each egg hatched, they turned into larvae that would swim toward the surface of the water while clearing the poison from the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, reaching thousands of meters underwater would be difficult for just the poison-consuming water lice. The last thing that the insect species carcinoma phase lacked was speed. Chapter 2363 Entering the Water World. From a certain standpoint, the Azure experts clearing out the contamination from the sea were submerged in water that contained an even higher concentration of venom. Otherwise, they would not be able to clean out the venom effectively. As a result, the number of Azure experts clearing out the venom fell more quickly than that of the phase. But it did not take long for the experts trying to clean the contaminated sea to realize that the concentration of poison in the sea was falling rapidly. It was clearly falling at a rate they could not achieve. As they looked around, these experts realized that yellow and brown creatures were swiftly spreading across the sea. The yellow and brown creatures shone with a faint green light and looked rather creepy. The Azure experts quickly realized that yellow and brown were not the color of the water but actually belonged to small insects that were rapidly growing in number. Everywhere the small insects went, the contamination from that area would disappear. As Lu Ji stood on Blackie, he ordered the Diamond/Legend Insect Queen, which had gained intelligence, to spread the other creatures across the sea to consume the venom. Once the venom in the sea was completely consumed, the creatures would self-destruct to become nutrients for the insects that no longer served any use. While Lu Ji was instructing the poison-consuming water lice, he was also controlling the spike poison grain flies. When the spike poison grain flies absorbed the poison from the sea and turned into larvae, they would continue consuming the poison as they moved upwards until they hatched. Once the larvae hatched, they would automatically attack the spirit chi professionals and feys at the surface of the sea. It was in their nature to absorb blood, and they could not control the urge. Thus, Lu Ji needed the spike poison grain flies to reach a depth of about 1,000 meters, where the poison-consuming water lice were cleaning the water, so they could all end their lives collectively. Otherwise, controlling the spike poison grain flies' nature would be very difficult for the insect queen. If the spike poison grain flies hurt the Azure experts, it would jeopardize this aid effort. This would have a serious impact on the relationship between the two federations. Lu Ji always kept this in mind. Once all the poison had been cleared out from the water, Lin Yuan nodded at Lu Ji before he placed his hand on Blackie's neck and Blackie dove into the water with Lin Yuan and Lu Ji on its back. The moonlight from Totem Moon could screen out targets from being hurt. Under Totem Moon's moonbeams, Lin Yuan would be kept safe from harm and even receive protection from Totem Moon. They were building the layers of ice to keep the water world dimensional life forms at bay and to wall up the poison. Totem Moon had addressed the problem of the invading water world dimensional life forms. If a turning wheel dictator appeared, Totem Moon could not handle the problem. No matter how strong the ice wall was, it could not sustain the attack of a turning wheel realm dictator. The issue of the poison in the sea had already been solved by the two Diamond/Legend insect species carcinoma phase, the poison-consuming water lice and spike poison grain fly. Lin Yuan could not help but feel slightly awkward when he saw this sight. If he had known about this situation in the Azure Federation in advance, he would have suggested to the Moon Empress that she not bring so many spirit chi professionals to the Azure Federation. That said, this did not mean that the spirit chi professionals had nothing to do. Totem Moon's barrier was limited in scope and needed to remain centered on the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. In a prolonged resistance effort, it was inevitable that some things would slip through the cracks. Many Water World Dimensional life forms had rushed to the surrounding seas to do harm, so at least a month would be needed to hunt all of them down. Lu Ji had single-handedly handled the contamination in the sea, so the Azure experts could not help but look at each other. Many of these experts had recognized the phase cleaning the poison as insect species carcinoma phase. The Radiance Federation had actually found a way to control diamond insect species carcinoma phase. And they were being controlled by a young man. Although many of them were brimming with questions, they did not ask them. A young man who could control such foundational power had to be the core of the Radiance Federation. The Azure experts remembered that the Radiance Federation liked to hide their power. When the Azure Federation asked for help, the Radiance Federation had been willing to send out one of their top young talented individuals to come personally to help. This was a huge show of sincerity and friendship that the Radiance Federation was extending to the Azure Federation. Now that Lin Yuan and Lu Ji had settled the issue of the poison in the sea, they moved through the ice wall and arrived at the entrance of the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan said to Lu Ji, who had the green oxygen sea anemone in his mouth, "Big brother Lu, wait for me here. I'll come out and let you know once you can enter." Lin Yuan raised his hand and summoned Eternal Source and Vine Source, two of the most powerful Samsara realm dictators from the Marsh world who had just stepped through Klein Hub in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. They were both dimensional life forms, and there was no guarantee that the water world's overall power would be stronger than that of the Marsh world. Moreover, it was not certain that there would be a Samsara realm dictator guarding the entrance to the Class 6 dimensional rift. Samsara realm dictators rarely did the work of pawns. Thus, there was no way that Eternal Source and Vine Source would encounter powerful enemies immediately after entering the water world. The apostles and dictators from the water world were more likely to be curious as they were not aware of the main world. This was the same feeling that Vine Source and Eternal Source had when they first noticed the entrance to the Marsh dimensional rift. Although the Azure Federation had not started developing the water world, some spirit chi professionals were already harvesting coral in the water world. There was a high chance that these spirit chi professionals had been discovered by the dimensional life forms in the water world, triggering this incident and resulting in waves of dimensional life forms rushing into the main world. After Lin Yuan summoned Eternal Source and Vine Source, they bowed to him. It was said that he who understood his situation was a wise man. If a man could not even comprehend the situation he was in, there was no way he would be able to live in a world ruled by the law of the jungle or become one of the strongest dictators in that world. Chapter 2364 Speak or Die. Even if they did not acknowledge him, it would not change the fact that he controlled their lives. After realizing that, Vine Source and Eternal Source readjusted their mindset and sincerely acknowledged his existence. Previously, Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the rest had been rivals, each a king in their own right. This situation did not change that system. The difference was that they had changed from purely being rivals to competing to see who could earn more praise and rewards from Lin Yuan. This was the frontier that they would be competing on from now on. After taking this change in, even Vine Source, who had felt the most hostility toward Lin Yuan, started to submit and admire him. When Eternal Source and Vine Source greeted him respectfully, Lin Yuan knew they understood their relationship's key point. They now knew what attitude they should be taking toward him. Lin Yuan did not say anything to them. All he did was nod before he gestured for them to pass through the Class 6 water world dimensional rift into the water world. Eternal Source and Vine Source's expressions turned serious when they sensed the aura flowing out from the water world dimensional rift. Vine Source asked, "Lord 10,000 Source, is this the tunnel that connects our world to the main world that you spoke about?" Lin Yuan nodded before shaking his head. "This is indeed a tunnel to a dimensional world, but it doesn't lead to your marsh world but a place called the water world. That world has the same energy source as your world. I now need you to enter that world to deal with the dimensional worlds at the entrance who have not changed into human form. Remember, leave all dimensional life forms in human form alive, regardless of whether they are apostles, dictators, or what you call life forms from another world. Don't let anything happen to them. This is the most important request. Do you understand?" When Vine Source and Eternal Source heard what Lin Yuan said, they looked at each other before nodding seriously. Although they had not known Lin Yuan for long, they thought that they knew him well. He was not the type to speak much. There had to be an important reason for him to be stressing his words so seriously. If they did not perform well, they might displease or anger him. Thus, both of them ensured to carve his words into their minds. Lin Yuan had stressed his words because there was a very high chance that Yin Lin was in the water world. For her to be unable to use the thoughts letter paper, she had to either have lost it or be under someone's control. Regardless of which reason it was, Eternal Source and Vine Source might mistakenly kill Yin Lin in the water world, and this was what Lin Yuan needed to prevent. After Eternal Source and Vine Source entered the Class 6 water world dimensional rift, Lin Yuan did not follow them. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan summoned Hornless Dragon Source and Evil Source and also sent them into the water world with the same orders. 5 minutes after Hornless Dragon Source and Evil Source entered the water world, Lin Yuan summoned Carnage Source. After giving the same orders to Carnage Source, he also additionally stressed for Carnage Source to return through the water world dimensional rift to alert him once it was confirmed that there were no issues on the other side. Lin Yuan needed to ensure his safety before entering the water world. Vine Source and Eternal Source were the strongest and could defeat powerful enemies. Thus, it was the best decision to send them in first. He sent an Evil Source and Hornless Dragon Source 5 minutes later because they could help if Eternal Source and Vine Source encountered enemies who were stronger than them. He had summoned Carnage Source on his own because Carnage Source's position was still shaky. Ever since Evil Source took Carnage Source's seat and was needled because of it, she would cause trouble for Carnage Source and make his life miserable whenever possible. Thus, Carnage Source had to be the one out of the 7 of them who most wanted to get on Lin Yuan's good side. As such, Carnage Source would not be on the same side as the other dictators. Lin Yuan felt most comfortable making use of such tools. It did not take Carnage Source to return after entering the water world. Once it was confirmed that there was no longer any threat, Lin Yuan entered the water world along with Carnage Source. Lin Yuan noticed that the water world was littered with corpses. A large number of water world dimensional life forms had been killed in violent fashions and were now floating on the sea. Their bodies should have rotted and contaminated the sea, but Vine Source did not give them the chance to decay. Numerous silver and grey vines that contained green light appeared from Vine Source's body. Each vine was covered with many tentacles that wrapped around the dimensional life forms' bodies before Vine Source absorbed them. Vine Source almost looked drunk. Purple and black smoke rolled out from Evil Source's body, and there seemed to be many insects crawling within it. There was a humanoid creature in each ball of purple and black smoke. These were the dictators and apostles from the water world. When Lin Yuan sensed them, he noticed that most of them were apostles and that there were only 4 dictators, all of whom were in the Turning Wheel realm. Lin Yuan nodded. If there were Samsara realm dictators present, Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the rest would be locked in a fearsome battle with them that might even last up to an entire day. The 4 Turning Wheel realm dictators from the water world were not tortured while they were ensconced in the purple and black smoke, but they all had looks of terror on their faces. Lin Yuan noticed that the dictators from the water world looked completely different from the dictators from the marsh world. Every dimensional world's fashion and external appearance bore the unique style of that specific dimensional world. Lin Yuan walked up to the first Turning Wheel realm and waved at Evil Source. Evil Source immediately released that Turning Wheel realm dictator from the purple and black smoke. Upon the command, Begin Lady swiftly morphed into a flowing current of pink and gold water. Her liquid form coiled around the female dictator, a woman with long green hair who donned a vintage-style skirt and bore peculiar scars on her hand. Chapter 2365 Gray's Sacred Hall. Finding Yinlin was the most important matter to Lin Yuan now. He intended to use the method of punishing one to establish an example. If one or several Turning Wheel realm dictators died, anyone who had spotted Yinlin would be sure to spill the beans. These 4 Turning Wheel realm dictators were the strongest of those who had been standing by the entrance to the water world dimensional rift. There was no other place for Yinlin to go, so there was no way that these few did not know anything about her whereabouts. The female Turning Wheel realm dictator who Lin Yuan had questioned looked at him in shock. Regular dictators were already considered at the top of the food chain in any dimensional world, much less Turning Wheel realm dictators. After being accustomed to being worshipped in the water world and charging her way over here, this female dictator was now being treated like a disposable toy. This new and perturbing feeling left the female Turning Wheel realm dictator speechless. At first, their plan was to guard the entrance of the dimensional rift so they could address any issues cropped up. Alas, they were not able to beat any of the 5 beings who showed up. Not only were they completely unable to fight back, but they were also taken down in record time. If not because their enemy only wanted to capture them and had no intention of killing them, they would already have died and turned into source totems while their bodies rotted away in the sea. Once this young man entered, the 5 powerful beings suddenly became extremely respectful. Furthermore, the pink and gold stream of water that had leaped up from this young man's body had even immediately restrained them. Isa could sense vitality within this pink and gold stream of water, meaning that it was a form of life form. No matter how hard she struggled, Isa could not break free from the stream of water. Isa did not have a shadow of doubt about the credibility of this young man's threat. Life meant as little in the water world as it did in the marsh world. If there was a chance to survive, there were none who would turn it down. Vine Source was currently devouring the floating rotting corpses. This pressure caused Isa to let out a shriek when she saw Yinlin's photo in Lin Yuan's hand before she hurriedly said to Lin Yuan through her spiritual energy, "I know where she is. I'm begging you to let me go. I come from Gray's Sacred Hall. On account of Gray's Sacred Hall, I hope that you'll let me live after I take you to her." The more power one possessed, the more terrified one would be when they were on the brink of death. These dictators were supposed to be above all other life forms. But now, they were no different from pathetic insects who could die at any moment. The instinct to beg for survival in a place ruled by the law of the jungle could override an expert's pride. When Lin Yuan heard that this Turning Wheel realm dictator knew where Yinlin was and wanted to take him to her, he knew that she must still be alive. Yinlin had indeed been captured by the experts from the water world. This perfectly explained why she was unable to ask the astronomical parliament for help through the Thought's letter paper. Besides being happy over finding her safe, Lin Yuan also remembered the faction that the Turning Wheel realm dictator had mentioned. She had called it Gray's Sacred Hall. The sacred source life form he had contracted was the sacred sword-wielding queen, and it was a fusion of the Sword of Service and Gray's Queen. The Gray's Queen's name overlapped with that of the Gray's Sacred Hall. It was possible that the Grace Queen had come from the water world. From its name, the Grace Queen had to be linked to the Grace Sacred Hall. For a Turning Wheel Realm dictator to mention Grace Sacred Hall when facing numerous Samsara Realm dictators, it meant that there had to be Samsara Realm dictators in Grace Sacred Hall. It was also possible that there were more than one of them. This thought caused the gears in Lin Yuan's head to begin moving. There were no disadvantages to becoming acquainted with Grace Sacred Hall, whether it was to ascertain the relationship with the Grace Queen or for the sake of conquering the water world. With the strongest powerhouses from the marsh world by his side, Lin Yuan could act however he pleased in the water world. Soon, the female Turning Wheel Realm dictator called Isa brought Lin Yuan to a palace built from shells and coral that stood out beautifully in the water. When the shells opened, light similar to the outer surface flow of pearls streamed out and radiantly lit up the space around them. Isa pointed at the palace and said, "The person you spoke of is in there." However, she had been hypnotized by Rainbow Scale and will only wake up sometime later. While she spoke, Isa looked behind her with worry. She was afraid that this young person would decide to harm Rainbow Scale after learning that. Lin Yuan did not intend to enter the palace. Instead, he said to Isa, "Bring her out. If she has suffered in any way, you will have to compensate me." Isa trembled as she scurried into the palace and carefully carried out the hypnotized Yin Lin. She was afraid that she would make a mistake that ended up costing her life. Lin Yuan relaxed once he saw that nothing seemed to be amiss with Yin Lin. He took out the jeweled cave golden toad and stored Yin Lin inside. He would be alerted immediately when she woke up. Next, Lin Yuan turned his amused gaze onto Isa. When he sensed the deep fear in Isa, he instructed Begin Lady to release her. The stream of pink and gold water that was Begin Lady returned to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at the frightened Isa and said, "I am curious about the situation in Grace Sacred Hall. Tell me about it, and I promise to let you live. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have much standing in Grace Sacred Hall. If you become loyal to me, I can give you the chance to make a name for yourself. Tell me about Grace Sacred Hall now, and I'll have your companions give me honest reports later as well. If your stories differ or you miss something out, I will have no choice but to retract my mercy." Lin Yuan's gaze was very serious, and Isa could easily tell what he was trying to get at. This allowed her to understand that the decision of whether she lived or died depended on the description she was about to give of Grace Sacred Hall. Chapter 2366 Mermaid Forbidden Sea. After being discovered, the figures from Grace Sacred Hall would surely eliminate her. But if she did not speak, she would die at that moment. Thus, the smartest choice would be to ensure that she survived for now. If this person could truly make use of her after she exposed Grace Sacred Hall, Grace Sacred Hall might not be able to eliminate her. The power exhibited by this young man matched the combat power of 6 Samsara Realm dictators. With this power, he was already stronger than Grace Sacred Hall and even matched up to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Ever since Grace Sacred Hall's previous rulers disappeared, they had fallen far from their previous mightiness. Although the Samsara Realm dictators had always maintained the position that their rulers would return, the fact was that they were all making preparations for their own sakes. With the fracturing in Grace Sacred Hall, it would already be fortunate if they did not push each other under the bus. There was no way that they would be able to put up a united front. With that thought, Isa said, "Grace Sacred Hall is in the Polar West Sea. It takes at least 2 months of swimming to get to the Polar West Sea. If you want to head there, I can lead the way. There are 2 rulers in Grace Sacred Hall, and they had a daughter. Later on, they fell out and started fighting. Eventually, both sides were seriously hurt. After passing on the position of the ruler to their daughter, they retreated and disappeared. At first, Grace Sacred Hall was unaffected by the disappearance of the 2 kings. But the daughter disappeared less than 3 years after taking the throne. The previous 2 rulers did not return either. Now, Grace Sacred Hall is being managed by 4 royal attendants, who have similar power to your servants and are Samsara Realm dictators. I am a scouting envoy of Lord Extreme Ocean, one of the 4 royal attendants. The other girls are also his subordinates. When we discovered this rift, we told only Lord Extreme Ocean about it. He made it clear that we were not to spread this information." Lin Yuan nodded gently. Isa's explanation was very detailed. She not only mentioned Grace Sacred Hall's power but also spoke about Grace Sacred Hall's structure. A scouting envoy under a royal attendant might not know about any other information. Lin Yuan started to think. He had 2 goals for coming to the water world. The first was to find Yin Lin, which he had already achieved. The second was to conquer the water world. He already had a clear plan for how he was going to go about conquering the water world. He would first find the 2 endless gems before he sought out the treasure of the water world. It was likely that the 2 endless gems in the water world would produce something similar to the abundance treasure tree once they fused with the pure land of bliss. That item would be the key to conquering the water world. According to the information from ISA, it took at least 2 months to swim from the Class 6 water world dimensional rift to the polar West Sea, where the Gray's Sacred Hall was. It was not difficult to imagine the swimming speed of a turning wheel realm dictator. Thus, the water world was likely larger than the marsh world. Lin Yuan had not relied on power to conquer the marsh world. Instead, he had relied on the abundance treasure tree, secretive plotting, and open scheming. If it took 2 months just to travel, it would take about a year for Lin Yuan to conquer the water world. Lin Yuan did not have so much time to spend in the water world, so he did not intend to take the long route when it came to conquering the water world. He decided to make contact with the top powerhouses in the water world. Extreme Ocean, to whom ISA was loyal, was a decent target. Lin Yuan had the combat power of 10 Samsara realm dictators under him and was even able to boost Samsara realm dictators. If he did not find Extreme Ocean a good match after making contact with him, he could use his subordinate's strength to kill Extreme Ocean. If they turned out to be a good match, Lin Yuan would be able to reach the inner circle of the water world. This would allow him to easily gain information about the upper echelon as well as confirm his hypothesis about the Grace Queen. ISA had also mentioned Mermaid Forbidden Sea in her description. If not because of the Grace Queen, Lin Yuan would have been more interested in Mermaid Forbidden Sea than he was now. That was because Mermaid Forbidden Sea's name immediately led him to link them with the mermaid bloodline. Lin Yuan could not help but see this as important. In the marsh world, the Samsara realm dictators ruled separately, and each had their own faction. But the Samsara realm dictators in the water world were split into 2 factions that were constantly competing with each other. Lin Yuan felt that the water world was more strongly united than the marsh world. If there were truly any issues, the water world's power should surpass the marsh world's because of their unity. Even if the 4 royal attendants from Gray's Sacred Hall had their own selfish motives and were always scheming internally, they would definitely band together to fight against the enemy together. If elite mermaids ruled Mermaid Forbidden Sea, they had to be working under one mind and were operated by only the most elite of mermaid bloodlines. This was because the ranking within mermaids was determined by power and the strength of their bloodline. This was why the Goddess of Mercy, who possessed the mermaid bloodline, was flooded with so many fantastical thoughts once she saw Lin Yuan. Go and report to Extreme Ocean, but don't say that you've been taken control of. Just tell him that everything is going well here and that the other world doesn't possess any overly strong powerhouses. It is a large treasure chest ready for the picking. As long as he makes a personal trip over, 1,000 units of source-type power will be yours. While Lin Yuan spoke, he lifted his hand and injected 1 unit of source-type power into ISA's body. When ISA sensed the purity of this unit of source-type power, she looked at Lin Yuan in shock. As a dictator, the purity of source-type power was a big priority for ISA. ISA had accepted rewards of source-type power from Extreme Ocean, but the source-type power she got from Extreme Ocean was far from being as pure as this unit she had just received from Lin Yuan. Since she had already betrayed Extreme Ocean, she no longer had any qualms about lying to convince him to come over. If ISA was able, she would even be willing to kill Extreme Ocean for the sake of this unit of source-type power, much less betraying him. Chapter 2367 Instant Appearance of the Crescent Moon. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. For this opportunity that only he was aware of, Extreme Ocean would immediately drop everything that he had on hand, regardless of how busy he was, in order to have the highest chance of attaining this opportunity. Presently, Gray's Sacred Hall did not have a monopoly in the water world and had to compete for power with Mermaid Forbidden Sea. But even if Gray's Sacred Hall held sole power, the 4 royal attendants would still be competing very actively. Given the speed of a Samsara realm dictator, Lin Yuan would be able to meet Extreme Ocean in less than 2 weeks. He hoped that Extreme Ocean was the rational type who would not refuse to cooperate even under the threat of death. If Extreme Ocean refused to work with him, he would have waited all this time for nothing. Vine Source was even better at absorbing poison than Lu Ji's 2 diamond/legend insect species Carcinoma feys were. Ever since Lin Yuan gained the ability to breathe in the water, he was no longer restrained by anything in the water world. On the other hand, Lu Ji needed the help of feys in order to breathe underwater. Lin Yuan decided to have Lu Jin stay in the Azure Federation. Lu Ji had done a big favor for the Azure Federation by helping them to remove the contamination from the sea around the Class 6 water world dimensional rift. On the one hand, Lu Ji would be able to continue helping the Azure Federation remove the contamination from the sea. Furthermore, Lu Ji would be able to benefit the Azure Federation in many other ways. As an Azure envoy, Yin Lin's disappearance was a serious matter to the Azure Federation. Lin Yuan might as well hand over the jeweled cave Golden Toad, which contained Yin Lin, to Lu Ji so that he would be able to bring her back to the Azure Federation. Yin Lin's family must be stricken with worry. Lin Yuan wanted to cause trouble in the water world and was more than capable of creating bigger waves here than he did in the marsh world because of the martial force he now possessed. Nonetheless, there was no rush. He could afford to wait for 2 weeks. He decided to continue asking Isa and the other 3 Turning Wheel Realm dictators about the water world while he waited for Extreme Ocean to arrive. Lin Yuan left the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift and handed Yin Lin to Lu Ji. In the past, Lu Ji would have been uncomfortable being unable to continue remaining by Lin Yuan's side. But ever since he saw everything that Lin Yuan did in the marsh world, Lu Ji realized how big the gap between them was. Thus, he no longer wanted to stubbornly remain by Lin Yuan's side but to do things within his capabilities that would truly be of help to Lin Yuan and focus on Sky City's development. Yin Lin was immediately sent to the Azure Cloud Leopard family's residence and began receiving treatment from a Class 5 Creation Master and several Thearch class healers who possessed Creation Breed Feys. She woke up in less than a day. When Lu Ji brought Yin Lin back, he made it clear that Lin Yuan was the one who had rescued her from the Water World Dimensional Rift. He also asked the Azure Federation not to send anyone into the Water World to disturb Lin Yuan until he emerged from the Water World Dimensional Rift. After a quick and simple discussion, the Azure Federation's 12 aristocratic families agreed to Lu Ji's request. This was because the Azure Federation owed a debt to Lu Ji. The Radiance Federation had helped the Azure Federation during its crisis, so they owed the Radiance Federation a huge favor. On the other hand, the 12 aristocratic families no longer saw the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift as a treasure trove. All the resources that the Azure Federation had harvested from the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift could not compare to the losses sustained during this disaster. The Moon Empress had to have a reliable reason for allowing her disciple to explore the Water World Dimensional Rift. The Azure Federation hoped that Lin Yuan would remain in the water world for some time. At the very least, there would be no more surges of water world dimensional life forms and further contamination of the sea. The Moon Empress was long aware that Lin Yuan wanted to enter the water world dimensional rift. She was still worried but could not hold him back. He was already far ahead of her. The entire marsh world had become part of Lin Yuan's possession. Thus, he would definitely have a safety net for when he entered the water world. The Moon Empress had heard from Purple Love about how Lin Yuan had emerged unharmed while 5th Page Truth had died after they were trapped together. The Moon Empress was there to guard the entrance of the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. The Azure Federation only needed to send an army of 10 million people to stand guard around the surroundings of the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. The Moon Empress instructed the 5 million reserve city guards and spirit guards to listen to Lu Ji's orders as he led them to the various bodies of water around the Azure Federation to clean the contamination. The Diamond/Legend poison-consuming water lice and spike poison grain fly only needed to multiply in the sea, and they would quickly spread across the sea to clear out the poison in the water. However, the spike poison grain fly would hurt the spirit chi professionals in its surroundings while it was cleaning the poison. Lu Ji could not bring himself to ask the Azure Federation to recall all of the spirit chi professionals they had sent out. Regardless of whether this would distress the Azure Federation, he was considered a junior. He would be humiliating the Azure Federation if he single-handedly solved the sea contamination issue that had been plaguing them. Meanwhile, the poison-consuming water lice could spread freely. However, if the water deep in the sea was not cleaned, the undercurrents would soon transport the poison to the surface. At that time, the sea would remain filled with poison, albeit of a smaller concentration. Even if the seawater diluted the poison from the rotting water world dimensional life forms that would eventually evaporate before falling to the ground again as rain, some traces of poison would still remain. Thus, even if they did not drink the rainwater that fell and the main water source became the water-type phase that produced water, the rainwater would still cause harm when they came into contact with skin, structures, plants, or phase. Lu Ji intended to use the poison-consuming water lice and spike poison grain fly to fix the contamination of the sea before Lin Yuan returned. It was actually thanks to Yin Lin that Lu Ji was able to obtain the firefly demon fetuses. All of his hard work now would be his way of repaying her. Time flew by. When people were especially busy, time often slipped by even faster. Chapter 2368 Extreme Ocean arrives. Although Turning Wheel Realm dictators did not possess the strongest combat power in a dimensional world, they did have the authority to access the core of the world. Even if there were more Samsara realm dictators in the water world than there were in the marsh world, the number would not differ by much. Thus, Lin Yuan formulated numerous guesses according to the information from Isa and the other three. It was highly possible that his guesses would allow him to access the highest level of the water world. Mermaid Forbidden Sea and Grace Sacred Hall were the two largest factions and competitors in the water world. Almost every powerful life form in the water world was part of either faction. The experts who did not join these two main factions would be bullied and ostracized by them, or they could join voluntarily. There were virtually no other paths they could take. Thus, after thousands of years, the apostles and dictators of the water world who used to fight individually had no choice but to join one of these two factions. When Grace Sacred Hall had two rulers, they had the upper hand over Mermaid Forbidden Sea. But after the two rulers had a daughter and fell out before disappearing, Grace Sacred Hall became shaky. From 1,500 years ago, Grace Sacred Hall started to slip and fall behind Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Lin Yuan did not agree that the two rulers had retreated into seclusion. It was highly possible that the Grace Queen, one of the two sacred source life forms fused to form the sacred sword-wielding queen, was the daughter born from the two rulers. Although the two rulers were in seclusion, they would never continue to stay hidden, even when their daughter died. Thus, it would not be right to say that they had retreated. As such, Lin Yuan made the bold guess that the two rulers of Grace Sacred Hall had met their ends long ago, eventually leading to the death of their daughter. After all, the four royal attendants were the ones who had spread the rumor about the two rulers going into seclusion. The four royal attendants were Samsara realm dictators. They had served the original two rulers, but they only had slightly less power than them. If the two rulers of Grace Sacred Hall were injured, the four royal attendants would definitely be capable of finishing the job by working together. From the fact that they were made royal attendants, it was clear that they were highly trusted by the two rulers of Grace Sacred Hall. If they decided to attack abruptly, it would be difficult to fend them off. If Evil Source, Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source joined forces to attack an injured Eternal Source and Vine Source, the two of them would still stand a chance of making it out. But if Mist Source, who had always followed Eternal Source loyally, decided to attack Eternal Source, he might be successful even if Eternal Source were uninjured. Lin Yuan did not tell Isa and the rest about his guess. Frankly, Lin Yuan could faintly tell from the descriptions that Isa and the rest gave that they actually had the same thoughts as him but dared not voice them out. Soon, Extreme Ocean, one of the four royal attendants, would be arriving. Lin Yuan believed that he would be able to verify his guess through Extreme Ocean. Isa and the rest did not know much about Mermaid Forbidden Sea. After all, they were not part of Mermaid Forbidden Sea. They would be attacked immediately if they even tried to get close to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. However, they had said firmly that the strength of the mermaid bloodline determined the ranking within Mermaid Forbidden Sea. There were currently 5 mermaid emperors in Mermaid Forbidden Sea who oversaw it. The 5 mermaid emperors were very united and always banded together to address problems. This even applied when they had arguments amongst themselves. Lin Yuan nodded to himself. This situation aligned with what he knew about the mermaid bloodline. The lower-ranked mermaid bloodlines had to serve the higher-ranked mermaid bloodlines. Due to their bloodlines, mermaids with elite bloodlines shared a very deep bond. The internal conflict of mermaids involved their species, and regardless of how hard they fought, it would only ever be within themselves. But it was a completely different matter when it was an external conflict. The mermaids would immediately join forces. This was the reason Mermaid Forbidden Sea had held down Grace Sacred Hall in recent years. Lin Yuan felt that it would be easy for him to assimilate into Mermaid Emperor clan with his Mermaid Emperor bloodline. He might even be given the position of the 6th Mermaid Emperor. Lin Yuan intended to take a personal trip to Mermaid Forbidden Sea when he finished his business with Grace Sacred Hall. They would become the final piece of the puzzle in his bid to take control of the entire water world. Suddenly, Isa said, "Lord Lin Yuan, please tell your subordinates to retract their auras. I can already faintly sense Lord Extreme Ocean's aura." Isa was very nervous about betraying Extreme Ocean. Although Lin Yuan and the rest had already retracted their auras, Isa could not help but mention it again. Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, "Since you were under orders to pass through the Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift to investigate the other world, you will need to show that you have some captives. For now, we'll act as your captives. This will allow you to put on a complete performance." Lin Yuan shot a look at Vine Source. 5 vines immediately sprouted from Vine Source's body that wrapped around Eternal Source, Carnage Source, Evil Source, and Hornless Dragon Source. Vine Source dared not wrap the vines around Lin Yuan. He was now Lin Yuan's subordinate, and it would not do for a subordinate to capture his master. Eternal Source, Evil Source, Vine Source, and the rest did their best to retract their auras. However, their clothes and tameless expressions had not changed. But this was enough. Now, Isa and the other three Turning Wheel Realm dictators were already fully loyal to Lin Yuan. Firstly, Lin Yuan had given them actual benefits. Secondly, they did not have any other choice but to go along with him. There was no way they would be well received after they betrayed Extreme Ocean. The likely ending was that they would end up as his meal. This was how he always treated traitors. The four of them fervently hoped that Lin Yuan would succeed. If he succeeded, it would mean either Extreme Ocean's demise or them joining Lin Yuan's subordinates. In either case, Extreme Ocean would no longer pose a threat to them. Soon, a man with light purple skin, gills on his face, and grayish-purple scales on his forehead appeared in Lin Yuan's eye line. As Lin Yuan looked at Extreme Ocean's face, he felt he did not resemble humans much. Rather, they looked very similar to when powerful sea creatures activated their immortal bodies. However, Isa and the other three looked like humans despite also being dictators from the water world. This situation was likely due to Extreme Ocean activating his dictator's body in his rush to hurry. Isa dared not move closer to Extreme Ocean, fearing that he would suddenly lash out at her. Chapter 2369 Just Who Are You? Isa's heart raced and pounded like a drum while she spoke. Although she had a calm expression on her face, her racing heart still caused her expression to change slightly. Extreme Ocean looked at Isa and asked coldly, "What? Are you afraid of me after spending all your time by my side? Why is your heart beating so quickly?" Water was a strong conductor in the water world. It was many times stronger than air. As a Samsara realm dictator, Extreme Ocean could clearly sense his surroundings, including the heartbeat of a Turning Wheel realm dictator. This was a situation that only Samsara realm dictators from the water world were aware of, so Isa and the other three had never heard of this before. If they had known about it, they would have informed Lin Yuan of it instead of placing their life on the line by trying to deceive Extreme Ocean with Lin Yuan like they were doing now. When Isa and the other three did not respond, Extreme Ocean shot a sharp look at Isa. "Why are you standing so far away? Come over now." Extreme Ocean had already sensed that something was wrong but had not acted on it. This was because he was very confident. As one of the four royal attendants of Gray's Sacred Hall, Extreme Ocean represented the top combat power of the water world. Even if his four subordinates rose up against him, he would not be in any danger. Hence, even if he encountered any issues, he was confident that he would be able to fix them. Furthermore, Extreme Ocean also felt that he was overthinking. He knew best what kind of characters his subordinates had. He did not believe that these four cowards would dare to do anything that harmed him. It was possible that their hearts were pounding so quickly because they had discovered something special in the other world. After being called out by Extreme Ocean, Isa was at a loss about what to do next. Should she go over to Extreme Ocean or stay as far away from him as possible to keep on the safe side? At that moment, Isa dared not meet Lin Yuan's gaze. If she looked at Lin Yuan now when he was supposed to be a captive, their plan would be blown wide open. Isa had no choice but to gnash her jaw and march over to Extreme Ocean. When Extreme Ocean saw Isa swimming over to him, he became more certain that he had been overly worried. Just as Extreme Ocean relaxed and instructed Isa to follow him as he swam toward Eternal Source, Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, and Carnage Source, he frowned. Extreme Ocean could not sense any aura from the five of them, but their demeanors were very similar to his own. Only the truly elite had such demeanors. Extreme Ocean did not believe that an elite from the other world would be stupid enough to personally enter an unknown world. With that thought, Extreme Ocean slowed down as unease bubbled up within him. Lin Yuan had already ordered the five of them to play things by ear. Extreme Ocean was near them and well within the attack range. Eternal Source was the first to release his aura as a signal. Eternal Source used his dictator's body to unleash his strongest attack. Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and the others followed immediately, and 5 attacks shot toward Extreme Ocean. Given the circumstances, Extreme Ocean was unable to defend himself effectively. Thus, he ended up badly injured. Although he was still alive, he almost failed to keep up his dictator's body. If not because of Lin Yuan, Eternal Source, Vine Source, Carnage Source, and the rest would have been on guard and completely unable to trust each other. They would never have allowed each other to enter their range of safety. Extreme Ocean had his suspicions but never expected to have fallen into such a large trap. Every apostle's source sacred body had a powerful ability. It went without saying that the same went for dictators. The 5 Samsara realm dictators' source totem attacks landed on Extreme Ocean, causing his body to begin rapidly breaking down. It was difficult for Extreme Ocean to fully put a stop to damage from such energy. After the attacks from the 5 Samsara realm dictators, there was still residue left over that continued to erode his body from within. Extreme Ocean let out an ear-piercing screech. Just who are you? Although Extreme Ocean was a dumb big-head carp, he was by now aware that Isa and his other subordinates had betrayed him. They had even lured him into this trap. Extreme Ocean was seething with anger. However, there was no point in being angry. There was no way he was a match for these 5 Samsara realm dictators. Now that his life was under threat, he could not be bothered to think about the traitors. However, not only was Extreme Ocean's sharp question not met with a response, but the 5 Samsara realm dictators attacked him again. It was clear that they intended to finish the job as soon as possible. Extreme Ocean was already heavily injured, and he eventually could not hold out against so many enemies. After the repeated attacks, Extreme Ocean's injuries only became more serious. During the battle, Vine Source found a chink in the armor and grabbed Extreme Ocean's source totem, cracking it slightly. Since there seemed to be no treasures like the abundance treasure tree in the water world, Lin Yuan could not take full control of the Samsara realm dictators from the water world. In order to take control of a Samsara realm dictator who had combat abilities, at least 2 Samsara realm dictators of the same grade were needed to stand guard. Even this had the possibility of the target eventually escaping. Thus, the best way to take control of Extreme Ocean was to cripple him and make it so he could no longer fight. As long as Extreme Ocean could still speak, Lin Yuan would be able to obtain the information he wanted. Extreme Ocean's questioning turned into hurling insults, which eventually became him begging for mercy. If he was only facing 2 Samsara realm dictators, Extreme Ocean would still have the courage to resist. But now that he was so seriously injured, trying to fight 5 Samsara realm dictators would only result in his death. Extreme Ocean did not know these dictators who were currently surrounding him. Since the opponent could take in Isa and the rest, they had to be able to take him in as well. Lin Yuan did not immediately tell Eternal Source and the other 4 to stop when he heard Extreme Ocean's pleas for mercy. Instead, he waited until Extreme Ocean was fully incapable of fighting back before he shouted for them to stop. The entire sea was roiling because of Eternal Source and the rest's attacks. Chapter 2370, the special part of the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen. Lin Yuan fixed his sharp gaze on the almost dead Extreme Ocean and said, "I'll ask, and you'll respond. If you give me the answer I want, I can spare your life." Extreme Ocean thought that his consciousness would slowly become blurrier until he eventually fully blacked out. He was one of the royal attendants of Grace Sacred Hall, yet he was about to be reduced to a floating corpse in the sea. This voice was like his savior, and Extreme Ocean looked over in Lin Yuan's direction. But what Lin Yuan said caused Extreme Ocean's chest to tighten. It turned out that this was the person who had caused him to be ambushed. However, Extreme Ocean did not understand why the 5 Samsara realm dictators were listening to this person. Extreme Ocean had said something similar to enemies and incompetent subordinates many times in the past. He had also promised to spare their lives, but none of those times had he honored his word. Extreme Ocean was terrified that he would end up with the same fate. But in spite of his fear, there was only one path he could go down at this point because he had no leverage for negotiation or the ability to fight back. All he could do was whatever the other side wanted. Extreme Ocean put on a humble attitude that he did not even exhibit to the 2 rulers of Grace Sacred Hall and said gently, "Ask me anything you want, and I'll reply without holding anything back. I hope you'll spare my life. I can work for you just like them." From Evil Source, Lin Yuan understood the meaning of putting on a fearsome demeanor in daily life but retreating into humility when push came to shove. It was clear that Extreme Ocean was very similar to Evil Source. Extreme Ocean enjoyed his long life, basked in luxury in the water world, and did not want to die so easily. It went without saying that he would fit nail and tooth for the chance to survive. Lin Yuan did not bother with courtesy and asked, "Did the 4 of you harm the rulers of Grace Sacred Hall?" Extreme Ocean's expression changed when he heard what Lin Yuan said, and his gaze instinctively shifted to Isa and the rest. How did this life form from another world know about the secrets of this world? He had to have found out from Isa and the rest. Regardless of what Isa and the rest said, they had to have the same thoughts to lead this life form from another world to make such a speculation. This thought caused Extreme Ocean's urge to kill to flare up. He would have gobbled up Isa and the rest if he was not at Lin Yuan's mercy. Isa and the other Turning Wheel Realm dictators had been watching Extreme Ocean's every move closely. The biggest threat to them now was Extreme Ocean. When Extreme Ocean said he would submit to Lin Yuan, Isa and the rest felt extremely disturbed. If they served the same master in the future and were given the power that Extreme Ocean possessed, Extreme Ocean would keep them under his thumb even if he dared not kill them. When Isa noticed Extreme Ocean's chilling gaze on her, she prayed that he would not make it out of this alive. Extreme Ocean could never condone such private speculations under his nose. If he made an admission, he would become a traitor to Grace Sacred Hall. Loyalty was vital in the water world. In a world where faith power was the foundational energy system, disloyalty was the equivalent of abandoning this energy system. When Pregnant Poison had betrayed Evil Source, she had done so to join Lin Yuan but was still scorned by East Glow and everything. Even external dictators and apostles started to look down on her. That was in the Marsh world, in a situation where the Samsara realm dictators fought for themselves and were not inclined to form alliances. In the water world, the dictators were split into two large factions. The loyalty within Mermaid Forbidden Sea was based on their bloodline ties, while the loyalty in Grace Sacred Hall was solely based on the Samsara realm dictator's own will. When Extreme Ocean did not respond immediately, Lin Yuan told Eternal Source behind him, "It looks like those attacks did not help him see the reality of the situation. Eternal Source, help him to fully wake up." Eternal Source immediately stepped forward. When Extreme Ocean heard what Lin Yuan said, the last of his worries were pounded away, and he said loudly, "I'll talk. Their deaths are indeed related to us four royal attendants." Extreme Ocean's response verified Lin Yuan's guess and also caused astonishment to spread across the faces of Isa and the other three. Guesses were just guesses. It was a completely different matter once they were verified. This explained why they stopped holding occasional meetings ever since their disappearance. The four royal attendants had sealed up the seas around Grace Sacred Hall for centuries. Isa had yet to be fully reliant on Extreme Ocean back then. She had been a servant to the imperial concubine. Isa could be certain that there had been no significant conflicts in Grace Sacred Hall. Extreme Ocean said that the two rulers had died. Apparently, they had been killed by their four trusted royal attendants. The four royal attendants had to have schemed for a long time in order to work together to kill the two rulers. Although Extreme Ocean had already answered his question, Lin Yuan did not stop there. Eternal Source continued using his Source Totem strength to ravage Extreme Ocean. Extreme Ocean could feel his injuries slowly becoming more serious, and he began letting out howls of agony. For the next 20 minutes, Extreme Ocean felt the terror of his life being stripped away. Extreme Ocean had still been worried and hesitant when he gave his reply. This meant that he was still being uncooperative despite being in such a sorry state. This would cause Lin Yuan to run up against more obstacles when he tried to ask further questions. As Lin Yuan listened to Extreme Ocean's weakening cries of agony, he shouted to Eternal Source to halt before asking Extreme Ocean, "This time, when I ask you a question, I hope you'll respond within 5 seconds." Lin Yuan's call to halt was like a blessing from an angel who had saved him. But what he said next was like the murmurings of a devil. How could Extreme Ocean have the courage not to respond to Lin Yuan? Extreme Ocean was sure that his torture would persist if he did not respond to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not give Extreme Ocean the time to give a response before he went on to ask, "You killed the two rulers of Grace Sacred Hall. But what about their daughter?" If Lin Yuan had asked this question previously, Extreme Ocean would never have answered, regardless of how destitute he was. Chapter 2371 Function of the Two Rulers' Totems. Lin Yuan looked surprised and proceeded to mull over the meaning of Extreme Ocean's words. What did he mean by she is better described as the product of the two rulers' fusion project? Could it be that she was not a product of love between the two rulers but was a project the two rulers had conducted to achieve some goal, but the fusion had failed? If that were the case, the two rulers should have reached the ceiling of the Samsara realm. From the aura that Extreme Ocean had just released and the power he exhibited while resisting, Begin Lady told him that he had reached advanced Samsara realm. He possessed a similar level of power as Mist Source and was only a hair's breadth away from becoming Evil Source's equal. Before the two rulers' fusion project failed, Grace Sacred Hall's four royal attendants dared not step out of line and were obediently subservient. It was likely that the two rulers had similar levels of power to Eternal Source and Vine Source. The offspring they produced had ended up as a part of his sacred source life form. Lin Yuan was taken aback by this. This explained why the sacred sword-wielding queen's function did not resemble that of any other sacred source life form. There was an effective way to confirm whether the Grace Queen was indeed related to the daughter the two rulers had produced. Lin Yuan immediately summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen. Although it had fused with the sword of service, the Grace Queen's aura still existed within the sacred sword-wielding queen. Lin Yuan did not need to voice his question. After sensing the sacred sword-wielding queen's aura, Extreme Ocean's gruff voice turned into a sound resembling that of a chicken being strangled as he let out an ear-piercing scream. How did you get your hands on the source totem of the ruler's offspring? Now that he had received a satisfactory response from Extreme Ocean, Lin Yuan returned the sacred sword-wielding queen to his soul, his guess now confirmed. Lin Yuan did not reply to Extreme Ocean and was about to ask Extreme Ocean more questions when Morbius' voice sounded in his head. Partner, weren't you frustrated by the sacred sword-wielding queen's slow increase of stars? If you can find the Grace Sacred Hall's two rulers' source totems, the sacred sword-wielding queen might be able to absorb them. The sacred sword-wielding queen's stars will receive a huge boost from that power that comes from the same roots as it does. Its abilities might even be strengthened. However, it goes without saying that if you decide not to strengthen the sacred sword-wielding queen and take the risk of triggering a transformation, the two rulers' source totems will also make a great second sacred source life form for you. Their source totems will definitely be compatible. Otherwise, given their power and all that they had to lose, they would never have dared to take such a hefty risk. Lin Yuan fell into deep thought when he heard what Morbius said. It could be said that Morbius had presented equally positive options to him. But eventually, he still decided to increase the sacred sword-wielding queen's stars. There were other source totems besides the source totems from the two rulers of Grace Sacred Hall that were compatible to be fused. Besides Morbius, the sacred sword-wielding queen was the reason Lin Yuan had so many resources now that he could use to build his enterprise and even use to turn Sky City into the ruler of the startling Lines continent. It took Lin Yuan about a minute and a half to make his decision. When Extreme Ocean first sensed the sacred sword-wielding queen's aura and demanded an answer from Lin Yuan, Eternal Source, Vine Source, Mist Source, Evil Source, and the rest immediately glared at him. According to the rules of the dimensional worlds, those of higher ranks had full control of those of lower ranks. Those of lower ranks had no right to decide their fates. It was extremely inappropriate for those of lower ranks to question those of higher ranks. If Lin Yuan were going to eliminate Extreme Ocean later, they might be able to express their loyalty to Lin Yuan if they acted first. At first, Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the rest had refused to acknowledge Lin Yuan. But times were completely different now. After spending some time as his subordinate and getting used to their positions, they were no longer vying for dominance but were competing with each other instead. Slowly, their feeling of indignance dissipated, and they started to crave his favor. Eternal Source had received significant benefits when Lin Yuan had trusted him with an important position. The more benefits they received, the more power they would be able to accumulate when they returned to the Marsh world. All dictators in the Marsh world had gathered in the Marsh West Circle. Now that Lin Yuan controlled the core strength of the Marsh world, the resources were no longer allocated according to the amount of power that the individual possessed. Rather, Lin Yuan made the allocations as he saw fit. Thus, they were better off trying to gain rewards by earning his favor rather than competing for benefits with each other. Extreme Ocean's question had been instinctive and out of shock. He was filled with regret the moment he uttered the words because he realized that he had acted out of turn. Once he asked his question, this young man had fallen silent as though he was pondering something. Could it be that this young man was deciding his fate? Yet, in spite of the grave danger he was in, Extreme Ocean was still overcome by curiosity. How had this invader gotten his hands on the source totem of the two rulers' offspring? The four royal attendants had been searching high and low all these years for the source totem of the two rulers' offspring but to no avail. At first, they thought that the two rulers had hidden the source totem away. But even after combing through all the possible places, they still came up empty. The four royal attendants started to suspect each other and wonder if one of them had hidden the source totem away. Source totems were powerful and effective combat techniques in the dimensional worlds and were always used as weapons. Previously, the royal attendants took to arms whenever there was any conflict. But ever since they started wondering if one of the four of them had secretly hidden the source totem away, they built up walls against each other and tried to avoid conflict as much as possible for fear that one of them would suddenly reveal their possession of the source totem. This ushered in a period of peace that ensued ever since the two rulers of Grace Sacred Hall passed away. But behind the peace was mutiny in Grace Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan did not know just how scheming Extreme Ocean was. Chapter 2372 Submission and Backstabbing. Hence, Lin Yuan asked Extreme Ocean, I'm sure Grace Sacred Hall has kept the two rulers' source totems, right? Extreme Ocean, who had already been terrified and was swamped in nervousness, did not hesitate to reply, "Lord, the two rulers' source totems are indeed still in Grace Sacred Hall. However, I am unable to obtain them on my own. There is a treasure vault in Grace Sacred Hall with 4 seals. The two rulers' source totems are locked inside. Each of the 4 royal attendants only possesses one of the seals, but all 4 are needed in order to open the treasure vault. If you want to obtain the two rulers' source totems, you will need to gather Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean. If you can trust me, please give me the chance to gather them. I am in 3rd place among the 4. If I go to gather them, they won't have their guards up, so I'll be able to use my venom to weaken them. With the combat power of your subordinates, they should be able to take control of the 3 of them." At that point, Extreme Ocean paused before he looked at Lin Yuan and said seriously, "Lord, if it's possible, I hope you'll allow me to manage them once you've tamed them. I promise not to disappoint you." Extreme Ocean's words caused Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the rest to look at him differently, as though he was extremely intelligent. Given the circumstances, he still remembered to fight for his own benefits and place his profits before all else. Extreme Ocean was the 3rd of the 4 royal attendants. Now, he wanted to take the top seat and manage the other 3 royal attendants. Extreme Ocean had chosen to bring the topic up while he was expressing his loyalty. There was a high possibility that Lin Yuan would agree at such a time. Once Lin Yuan agreed, the Grace Sacred Hall's 4 royal attendants would remain as one united body. This would give Extreme Ocean significant sway once he became Lin Yuan's subordinate. Just as Extreme Ocean had said, his power was ranked 3rd among the 4 royal attendants. The other 3 royal attendants would not think much of it if he called them together. Evil Source took a step forward before Lin Yuan responded to Extreme Ocean and took out a bottle made of the skull of a dimensional life form and handed it to Extreme Ocean as she said, "I don't know what kind of poison you possess that can control 3 Samsara realm dictators, but this poison of mine is definitely capable of doing so. Once the 3 of them drink this, their bodies will rot within half an hour, rendering them incapable of fighting back. You can use this poison on them and save us the effort. If you want to become loyal to our Lord, you better keep your thoughts in check. If you have any thoughts of colluding with the 3 of them, it means you aren't truly loyal to our Lord and are still trying to obtain some profits for yourself. I can't stand such wicked actions." Extreme Ocean's words contained leverage, and he believed that Lin Yuan would agree. But Lin Yuan's subordinate ended up speaking before Lin Yuan could reply. She had even accused him of harboring unorthodox thoughts. What kind of wicked thoughts could he have? His life was now in the hands of another. All he wanted was to obtain some benefits after he pledged his loyalty. Evil Source, Vine Source, Eternal Source, and the rest had just given him repeated lashings. None of them could say they attacked him with no thoughts of obtaining benefits for themselves. Why was it that now that he wanted to fight for benefits of his own, he was suddenly being called a backstabber? They were even accusing him of being disloyal. If curses could hurt, Extreme Ocean would already have cursed Evil Source into a bloody wreck. It went without saying that Lin Yuan knew what Extreme Ocean was thinking. However, he would never allow Extreme Ocean to get what he wanted. Since Lin Yuan still had no way of controlling the dictators in the water world, he could not allow them to collude. Lin Yuan told Extreme Ocean in a cold voice, "If you do well, it goes without saying that you'll be rewarded. If you don't do well, you'll receive your fair share of punishment as well. So I advise you to keep your thoughts in check and take the poison that Evil Source is holding out to you. Once they're poisoned and my effort is saved, I'll give you a reward. But if you don't poison them well, I will make you drink the poison instead and hand you over to the other 3 royal attendants. I'm sure that the other 3 royal attendants will have a deep resentment for you once you've betrayed them. I have a hobby of collecting source totems. I hope that you won't give me a chance to add you to my collection." Lin Yuan's words caused Extreme Ocean's heart to skip a beat. If he invited the other 3 to a banquet and poisoned them there, they would become his captives. If Lin Yuan found fault with him during this time and forced him to consume the poison instead, he would be at their mercy within half an hour once he lost all ability to fight back. At that time, he would become their punching bag, and there was no way that he would survive. The worst fate for a dictator was to become a source totem in someone else's collection. No one wanted such a fate. All other thoughts immediately vanished from Extreme Ocean's mind. After receiving the poison from Evil Source, Extreme Ocean endured the pain in his soul and took out an ember of his soul fire. Soul fire was the main method that dictators used to restrain other dictators. Once a soul fire had been cursed, the effects would be reflected back on the originator's soul. Extreme Ocean needed a valid excuse in order to invite the other 3 royal attendants to a banquet. Thus, he needed to make sufficient preparations. There was no way that Lin Yuan could watch over him during this entire time. He needed to expose his soul fire in order to set Lin Yuan at ease. After receiving Extreme Ocean's soul fire, Lin Yuan nodded. This was also a way of controlling Extreme Ocean, a samsara realm dictator. However, this was not an ironclad matter. If Extreme Ocean lost control, Lin Yuan could only make Extreme Ocean pay but could not kill him. However, Lin Yuan was not overly worried about Extreme Ocean. Firstly, Extreme Ocean had already seen his ability to control his subordinates. Even if this power was insufficient to crush Gray's Sacred Hall, it was enough to overwhelm them. Chapter 2373 New Sand Federation's Troubles. If Extreme Ocean truly wanted to rush to his death, Lin Yuan did not mind giving him a hand. Only 4 of the Samsara realm dictators in the Marsh world without the word source in their names had recognized that Lin Yuan was controlling them. With the inclusion of Begin Lady, Lin Yuan had a full 20 Samsara realm dictators in his arsenal. It would not require much effort to kill the 4 royal attendants with all this combat power. All scheming was futile in the face of overwhelming power. Extreme Ocean hurriedly assured Lin Yuan before he brought the poison from Evil Source with him to Gray's Sacred Hall. Now that Lin Yuan was done with handling Extreme Ocean, Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source and Carnage Source led ISA and the other 3 Turning Wheel Realm dictators into the Marsh world. Although ISA and the rest had already dedicated their loyalties, Lin Yuan could not trust these Turning Wheel Realm dictators before he obtained the Water World's version of the Abundance Treasure Tree. Lin Yuan was not affected in any way when ISA and the others entered the Marsh world. After all, he would not allow them to leave his realm of control. Lin Yuan only kept Eternal Source with him and instructed Eternal Source to take them on a rush journey. Lin Yuan wanted to make a trip to Mermaid Forbidden Sea while Extreme Ocean and the rest were at Gray's Sacred Hall so he could use his Mermaid Emperor bloodline to sense the situation there. This would shorten the time he would take to conquer the water world. Lin Yuan had a discussion with the Moon Empress during the journey. Once the journey to the water world came to an end, he intended to head into the Abyssal world. He would first help the Radiance Federation to tame the Abyssal world before he began developing in the Abyssal world. At that point, only the subterranean world and alien insect world would not be within his grasp. From now on, Lin Yuan needed to find the Class 6 subterranean and alien insect dimensional rifts. Lin Yuan would then be able to lead a team of dictators and apostles who represented undeniable overwhelming power into the dimensional worlds and search for the endless gems there. On the one hand, the endless gems could unlock Morbius phase. Furthermore, they could produce treasures like the Abundance Treasure Tree that would help Lin Yuan take full control of these dimensional worlds. Only the 3 major federations could take control of Class 6 dimensional rifts and establish development within them. For a federation like the Spirit Mother Federation that only had one Class 5 creation master, there was no way they had sufficient experts to hold off alien beast waves or break into dimensional worlds. Additionally, there was no guarantee that even the 3 major federations would be able to fully develop the dimensional worlds. The Azure Federation had not made much headway in their development of the dimensional world and had been blockaded by numerous obstacles. When the dictators from the water world discovered the Class 6 dimensional rift that was linked to the main world, it even resulted in an almost ruinous disaster for the Azure Federation. Hence, locating the Class 6 subterranean and alien insect dimensional rifts would not be difficult. All he needed to do was follow the catastrophes in the main world that were accompanied by the appearance of waves of subterranean life forms and alien insects, and the 2 Class 6 dimensional rifts would be nearby. Lin Yuan had heard the Moon Empress mention that the New Sand Federation had sought help from the other powerful federations 6 months ago. It was apparently due to a tsunami of alien insects that had appeared in their outskirt deserts. However, the alien insect wave seemed to be restricted by something and did not spread out. This was unlike alien insect waves from Class 1 to 5 alien insect dimensional rifts that would immediately spread out and attack any flesh-based life form they encountered. The New Sand Federation had been on high alert, and they were terrified that the alien insect wave would eventually bring the Federation to its knees. At that time, the Radiance Federation had been busy with the Radiance 100 sequence selection. As such, they were unable to help out the New Sand Federation. The Freedom Federation had been willing to help, but the New Sand Federation did not have a single Class 5 creation master and could not afford the Freedom Federation's fee. The Azure Federation had also expressed their willingness to help as they had not encountered their impending crisis yet. However, the New Sand Federation did not have any seas around it. The only coast it had was smaller than the Great Lush Federation's harbor. The New Sand Federation had not built a harbor on that coast. Instead, they had built the largest sewage system of the Federation there. This resulted in the new Sand Federation's relationship with the Sea clans becoming very strained. If not for the fact that the new Sand Federation had so few regions close to the sea that the Sea clans could not find the footing to launch their attacks, the Sea clans' armies would have already stormed the small harbor. Moreover, the entire body of water there was foul, and no Sea clan could endure being submerged in such filth. Otherwise, the Sea clans would have already declared war on the new Sand Federation. This incident had triggered the vast sea labyrinth. An expert from the vast sea labyrinth had stepped in to construct a moat made of coral that jutted 100 meters above the surface of the sea and extended around the new Sand Federation sea. This turned the new Sand Federation into a federation bordering the sea but also did not border the sea simultaneously. Moreover, the new Sand Federation had been hiring thieves and miscreants over the years to pretend to be bandits that traveled around the deserts to rob resources from the other federations. As a result, the surrounding federations all had access to grind with the new Sand Federation. The new Sand Federation only stopped working with bandits when they received a stern warning from the Sand Island continent that had Class 5 creation masters. However, the new Sand Federation maintained that they were not the culprits and continued to deny the accusations even when there was clear evidence against them. They refused to compensate the other federations for their losses, causing the other federations to release declarations that no factions were to offer help to the new Sand Federation. As a result, the new Sand Federation was fully besieged. The Azure Federation realized that they might not be thanked for helping the new Sand Federation, but they would definitely end up on the wrong side of the other federations. Thus, they eventually decided against helping the new Sand Federation. After the Moon Empress mentioned this incident, Lin Yuan started to form his own guess. It was likely that the entrance to the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift was somewhere within the new Sand Federation. It was likely that these alien insects were in no rush to spread out because some powerful dictators or apostles had entered the main world and were investigating this new territory. Once they had successfully scouted out the main world, it was likely that a disaster of insects would take over the new Sand Federation. Eventually, the effects of the disaster would spread past the new Sand Federation to the surrounding federations. Even the Sand Island continent, which was the strongest federation in the desert, would not be able to remain unscathed. Chapter 2374 Featherscale Winged Beast. Even the Sand Island continent, which had Class 5 creation masters, might not be able to beat one Samsara realm dictator. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to tell the Moon Empress about his guess once he returned to the Radiance Federation. Otherwise, once the insect army started to spread, the losses that the main world suffered would be immeasurable. Recently, Eternal Source had been feeling very at ease. He clearly became acquainted with Lin Yuan later than Evil Source, Carnage Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and the rest did. Yet, Lin Yuan clearly preferred to utilize him. After coming to the water world, Lin Yuan allowed Eternal Source to witness the boundlessness of the world. This also verified that what Lin Yuan had said previously was true. Eternal Source became an even firmer believer and stopped feeling any negativity towards Lin Yuan after seeing how he conducted his crusade in the water world. At first, he was content with being in the marsh world and living the life of an emperor. But now he had the chance to discover and venture into a wider world. As long as he did his job well, Lin Yuan would come to rely on him more and more. It could even reach a point where Lin Yuan could not live without him. As he continued conquering worlds alongside Lin Yuan, he eventually became a top expert in numerous worlds. Lord, do you need me to take you on this trip? During his time with Lin Yuan, Eternal Source discovered that Lin Yuan did not like to travel on his own. He always needed to be carried when he rushed from place to place. Eternal Source did not think this was due to his inability to travel alone. Since Lin Yuan could control all these Samsara realm dictators, he had to be even stronger than them. Eternal Source chalked it up to it being Lin Yuan's hobby or his way of demonstrating his status. In the past, Eternal Source would never have agreed to carry another person. But now, his mindset had changed, and he was no longer against allowing Lin Yuan to ride on him. Rather, he saw it as his privilege. Lin Yuan had only kept him behind. Others could not carry him even if they wanted to. Lin Yuan had not intended to have Eternal Source carry him. He could travel just as quickly when carried by Begin Lady's stream of water. He only kept Eternal Source with him so Eternal Source could fend off any dangers that cropped up. This would give Lin Yuan sufficient time to summon the other Samsara realm dictators from the marsh world through Klein Hub. Lin Yuan had not expected Eternal Source to volunteer to take him. However, not only was he not against the idea, but he had always been curious about what Eternal Source's true body was. Eternal Source's source totem ability was recall. After setting a specific time during combat, time could be turned back to that specific time. Both sides would retain their memories from before the backward turning of time. This source totem ability could save lives and increase the acceptable margin for error during combat. If there were any errors during battle, they could be smoothed over with recall. It went without saying that this ability was not foolproof. When there was interference from many other source totem abilities, accidents could happen when using recall. Eternal Source's source totem ability was a powerful individual combat ability. Eternal Source had managed to remain on top in the Marsh world and even convince the arrogant Vine Source and Hornless Dragon Source to submit to him because he had Mist Source following him. With Mist Source by his side, Eternal Source's source totem ability could be used at will. It was difficult for Lin Yuan to tell what Eternal Source's true body was from his source totem ability. Lin Yuan had always been curious about Eternal Source's true body. Okay, then I will have to trouble you to take me to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. After receiving Lin Yuan's order, Eternal Source's body started to glow with gold and green light as his body expanded rapidly, and many green and gold scales spread over the surface of his body. There was a layer of green and gold feathers on the scales. Each feather was only as wide as Lin Yuan's finger and looked minuscule on Eternal Source's body, which was now almost 1,000 meters long. However, Lin Yuan could sense that each of Eternal Source's feathers contained a large amount of power. Eternal Source's 4 limbs were very sturdy, and 3 pairs of slender wings sprouted from his back. He now resembled a dragon from the fairy tales of Lin Yuan's previous life. However, Eternal Source did not appear evil. Instead, he looked composed and completely unlike a life form from the Marsh world. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Eternal Source and found that he could not see all the data due to Eternal Source being a Samsara realm dictator, but he could see that Eternal Source was the feather scale winged beast. Eternal Source was a beast-type fey, making him an ever rarer life form in the Marsh world than Vine Source, a carnivorous plant. Lin Yuan leaped onto Eternal Source's back. Eternal Source spread his wings and flew off with Lin Yuan in the direction of Mermaid Forbidden Sea. During this time, Lin Yuan could feel dark blue continuously absorbing pure water elemental energy as well as top-grade strange water. His own top mermaid emperor bloodline was now stronger than it had been. It was even inching closer to a boundary. It was as though he would be able to reach new heights once he broke through this boundary. Lin Yuan wanted to try finding an opportunity in Mermaid Forbidden Sea that would enable Dark Blue's bloodline to transform. Lin Yuan encountered many water world life forms while on the way to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. They were of all shapes and sizes and had prehistoric features. Lin Yuan could not bring himself to find them beautiful. Luckily, the root power in the water world was the same as that of the Marsh world. Both used source-type power. When Eternal Source released his Samsara realm dictator aura, he could effectively scare off the water world dimensional life forms. All of the water world dimensional life forms fled away from Lin Yuan once they sensed Eternal Source's aura. The few impudent and ignorant apostles who insisted on drawing near were all killed by Eternal Source. This allowed Lin Yuan to collect many apostle source totems. While Lin Yuan was traveling to Mermaid Forbidden Sea, Extreme Ocean was in the middle of a messy conflict. He did not know what the next best step should be. Was he really going to poison the other 3 royal attendants before spending the rest of his life controlled by a life form from another world? Although he had given up his soul fire, the other party could only curse him through his soul and not kill him. Chapter 2375 Mountain Ridge Sources Worries. But when Extreme Ocean thought about how Lin Yuan had somehow managed to get his hands on the 2 rulers' offspring's source totem, Extreme Ocean could not help but cough and push down all his mutinous thoughts as he resolved to follow Lin Yuan's order to go through with the poisoning. Otherwise, it would be a small matter if the Samsara realm dictators just attacked him. But if he was killed, all the hardship he had gone through in turning himself from a regular dimensional life form into who he was today would have been for nothing. He had not even had the chance to spend time with his new concubines yet. Extreme Ocean was furious with Isa and the other Turning Wheel realm dictators. They were all his subordinates, and he believed that he treated them well. If not for him, there was no way any of them would have been able to live as comfortably as they were. Out of the 4 of them, he lavished the most affection on Grasswave. If not for his help, her enemies would have killed her immediately after becoming a Turning Wheel realm dictator. There was no way she could have successfully passed through the period of weakness. Yet, she was now scheming alongside the rest of them. If only she had secretly sent messages to him, he would never have ended up in the predicament that he was currently in. But in spite of his fury, he would never lay a hand on any of them. Extreme Ocean could tell that Lin Yuan was not the type to tolerate misbehavior by his subordinates. If he sought revenge on Grasswave, Isa, and the rest at such a time, Lin Yuan would definitely be displeased. This would not only affect his position but might even result in punishment. Lin Yuan did not know just how much Extreme Ocean hated Isa and the rest. Even if he knew, he would not exchange the lives of Isa and the rest just to make Extreme Ocean happy. Once he found the water world's 2 endless gems, the entire water world would fall into his hands just like the marsh world was. While on the way to Mermaid Forbidden Sea, Lin Yuan noticed that the amount of coral in the sea was increasing. There were also clam species dimensional life forms swimming around the corals. Various beautifully colored tentacles would reach out from the shells that changed colors when they made contact with the corals. This meant that there were predators of clams among the corals, as clams only developed such an ability to help them during times of danger. The closer they got to Mermaid Forbidden Sea, the fewer ugly sea beasts and strange invertebrates there were. According to the records, mermaids were a type of dimensional life form with a high standard of beauty. The existence of any ugly creatures in their living area would affect their moods. Thus, they usually chased all ugly creatures out of the area where they lived or killed those who refused to leave. Although Lin Yuan possessed the Mermaid Emperor bloodline, he did not believe that he had such inclinations. He was tolerant of all types of appearances. Lin Yuan instructed Eternal Source to retract his aura to see if this could lead to him bumping into a mermaid. This would allow him to verify if the facade he put up with Dark Blue's help and which managed to deceive the Goddess of Mercy would also be able to pull the wool over real mermaids. Apart from authenticating his bloodline, Lin Yuan also wanted to understand the situation in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Mermaid Forbidden Sea was extremely far from any other faction, and only life forms with the mermaid bloodline and a few aquatic clans were allowed to approach them. All other life forms who wanted to live within Mermaid Forbidden Sea's territory could only be relegated to one of the designated districts. Extreme Ocean knew that there were 5 mermaid emperors in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. But as long as Lin Yuan could find one real mermaid, he would be able to learn about Mermaid Forbidden Sea from them. While Eternal Source carried Lin Yuan around to search for mermaids, the dictators in the marsh world were examining Isa and the other dictators who came from another world. The life forms from the main world were already foreigners to the dictators from the marsh world, and the same went for the life forms from the water world. The dictators who were born in the marsh world had the same root power as the dictators born in the water world, but they had obvious differences when it came to their appearances and aura. The appearance of Isa and the rest was confirmation to Mountain Ridge Source, Mist Source, and all the other dictators with the word Source in their names that what Lin Yuan said was true. When Eternal Source, Vine Source, and the other 5 dictators were summoned away by Lin Yuan, Mountain Ridge Source had felt extremely threatened. As a result, Mountain Ridge Source, who never liked to join the fray, voluntarily colluded with Mist Source and other dictators without the word Source in their names. Most of the Samsara Realm dictators without the word Source in their names did not live in Marsh Abyss but did not want to be targeted by Mountain Ridge Source, Evil Source, and the rest. Mountain Ridge Source usually turned her nose up at these Samsara Realm dictators. But now that she was in such great need of a sense of security, Mountain Ridge Source started to have the desire to join forces with these Samsara Realm dictators. Now, any expert with power in the marsh world was under Lin Yuan's control. Thus, the only way to make it in the marsh world was to earn Lin Yuan's favor. Mountain Ridge Source had been wondering if Lin Yuan had not called her because he was displeased with her in some way. The other Samsara Realm dictators were very welcoming toward Mountain Ridge Source's offer to work together, but Mist Source was completely apathetic. It suddenly dawned on Mountain Ridge Source that Mist Source had always joined Eternal Source at the hip. It went without saying that Lin Yuan's reliance on Eternal Source would also benefit Mist Source. Thus, there was no need for Mist Source to be anxious. Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Vine Source, and the rest returned to the marsh world before Mountain Ridge Source could make her move. The only one who had not returned was Eternal Source. Thus, Mountain Ridge Source decided to extend her offer of collusion to Vine Source, Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and the rest. Vine Source, Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source were fairly upset with Lin Yuan's decision to only keep Eternal Source by his side. This meant that it was all but certain that Eternal Source had been designated as their leader. Previously, they had lost to Eternal Source when it came to power. Now, they had even lost in the competition to earn Lin Yuan's favor. Carnage Source was very open to Mountain Ridge Source's offer. However, Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Evil Source were clearly put off. The 3 of them had thought of Mountain Ridge Source as intelligent. But now, she seemed so stupid it was almost adorable. Trying to collude now was the equivalent of starting a rebellion. Would someone like Lin Yuan, always looking out for the big picture, allow a rebellion to form? There was no guarantee that this rebellion would have an impact on Eternal Source. Instead, it would inform Eternal Source of who was in the opposition. This would inevitably lead to him retaliating. Eternal Source was never merciful when it came to retaliation. Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Evil Source had experienced it more than once. Thus, they did not bother with Mountain Ridge Source. Chapter 2376 Palace at the Bottom of the Sea. Eventually, all Mountain Ridge Source could do was turn to Everything, who had already become one of Lin Yuan's most important subordinates. Lift Marsh had already carried Lin Yuan's territory to the Marsh West Circle, so it did not take Mountain Ridge Source much effort to find Everything. Everything chewed on Mountain Ridge Source's words before she said seriously, "Sister Mountain Ridge Source, there isn't a need for you to be so anxious. All you need to do is ensure that nothing goes wrong with the work that is part of your responsibility. I've always focused on doing what is expected of me, and the same goes for Whitespeak and East Glow. If Lord Lin Yuan needs you for anything, he will let you know directly. If you have any nefarious thoughts in the Marsh world and mess up a simple situation, there is no way that things will end well for you." Mountain Ridge Source only pushed her thoughts back in check when she heard what Everything said. Mountain Ridge Source could feel how frustrated and angry Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Evil Source were about Lin Yuan's favor for Eternal Source. However, the three of them could not vent their emotions. The Abundance Treasure Tree was still taking control of one-dimensional life form after another. Previously, it took 10 seconds for it to take control of a Samsara realm dictator. But now, it only took about 1 to 3 seconds. Vine Source and the rest felt even more fearful of Lin Yuan with every apostle that the Abundance Treasure Tree took control of. After 3 days of rushing along on their journey, Lin Yuan finally sensed the mermaid bloodline. These mermaid bloodline powers that he was sensing were not pure and were very spread out. It was likely that they were not coming from a large group of mermaids. Lin Yuan instructed Eternal Source to move toward the aura. This was when he saw a small group of about 20 mermaids harvesting corals as well as the small fish within the corals. Lin Yuan did not call out to them. Instead, he fused with dark blue despite being very far away and activated what the dictators called the dictator's body. A streak of mermaid emperor bloodline spread out within the sea. The instant Lin Yuan transformed, he sensed all the mermaids in the group tremble collectively before they started looking around wildly. Eventually, their eyes landed on Lin Yuan, and they bowed over and placed their hands neatly in front of their heads as they swished their tails to swim over to Lin Yuan. This was a similar posture to when children were respectfully waiting to receive celebratory money from their elders. When he saw the posture of these mermaids, Lin Yuan knew that his aura could deceive not only the goddess of mercy but also the mermaids from the water world. Once the mermaids swam closer, he finally understood how the inferior mermaids looked. They did not have stunning looks but were still prettier than regular people. When the bowed mermaids stopped in front of Lin Yuan, they knelt and started to kowtow to him as though he was a celestial being. Lin Yuan waved at these inferior mermaids and said, "How close is the nearest tribe?" One of the inferior mermaids hurriedly said, "Head 35 degrees southwest and you'll find our tribe 800 leagues away." "Emperor, we are just a small team from the tribe who came out to search for food. If you want to find our tribe, we can take you over this instant." Mermaids had a similar societal structure to humans. Mermaids naturally gathered together in tribes as they helped each other while living together in the sea. The mermaid tribes were organized and managed by the mermaids within them, who had the most elite bloodlines. This was what was written in the main world's records of mermaids. Lin Yuan asked the inferior mermaid who had just spoken, "Are there mermaids in your tribe with the Mermaid King bloodline?" The mermaid immediately shook her head and said, "The first elder of our tribe is only an intermediate mermaid. It is still far from the Mermaid King bloodline you mentioned. There is also a castle 14,000 leagues south of our tribe. It is the largest city in the vicinity. That is where the Mermaid Kings live." Lin Yuan immediately instructed Eternal Source to take him to the castle. The low and intermediate mermaids could only offer Lin Yuan very limited information. Once he found a mermaid with the Mermaid King bloodline, Lin Yuan would be able to begin his strategy surrounding Mermaid Forbidden Sea. It was highly likely that he would be able to find a way to evolve the mermaid bloodline from there. When Eternal Source heard what Lin Yuan said, he sped off in the southwest direction to search for the mentioned tribe before he rushed to the city to the south. Lin Yuan's Mermaid Emperor bloodline was very concentrated, and the inferior mermaids dared not look at his face when he spoke. In the mermaid world, showing respect to a mermaid who was 1 level higher was necessary. If the other mermaid was 2 levels higher, they would have to bow. If the other mermaid was 3 levels higher, they would not be able to meet their eyes. Directly meeting their gaze was considered blasphemous and a betrayal to the sacred mermaid bloodline. The inferior mermaids only lifted their heads when Lin Yuan removed his aura from the sea. The inferior mermaids who were out to hunt were lucky enough to sense the mermaid emperor bloodline aura today. This was considered an extremely high honor. Eternal Source was extremely fast. This was especially so once he had locked onto a target and was charging full steam ahead. Lin Yuan had not been sitting on Eternal Source's back for long before he caught sight of the outline of a magnificent city made of coral. If the residence of a mermaid king was already this grand, one could only imagine how the residence of a mermaid emperor would look. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to enter the city. There was a complicated process to get into the city. If he did not express his identity as a mermaid emperor, the guards would never allow him an Eternal Source to enter. He would definitely cause a big stir if he tried to barge in. Since he needed to reveal his identity regardless, Lin Yuan immediately revealed the full extent of his mermaid emperor bloodline. The entire sea started to quake. The sea clans that only needed to bow when they saw mermaid kings immediately fell to their knees in front of Lin Yuan's aura. The mermaids, who usually dared not meet the eyes of mermaid kings, immediately closed their eyes. They dared not show any signs of intending to look at him. A mermaid wearing a thin purple shawl with pink and purple scales on her tail emerged from the palace and was approaching Lin Yuan. Chapter 2377 Emperor's Partner. This mermaid with a pink and purple tail came up behind Lin Yuan, bowed politely to him, and asked, "Hello, Lord Emperor. Welcome to Luna's city. Your visit brings light to this humble dwelling. I hope you will take a seat in the palace." Lin Yuan saw this female called Luna with the king-class bloodline looking respectfully and shyly at him. He found this timid expression strange but was not unfamiliar with it because this was how the Goddess of Mercy looked at him in the past. From the Goddess of Mercy, Lin Yuan had already guessed that mermaids with the Mermaid Emperor bloodline were extremely attractive to mermaids with the Mermaid King bloodline. Now, his guess was verified through this mermaid called Luna. Normally, anything that was very attracted to him would appear to desire him rather than fear him. Clearly, the Goddess of Mercy was greedy and ruled by desire. If she encountered something that she wanted, there was no way that the Goddess of Mercy would do anything other than everything she could to get her hands on it. Although the Goddess of Mercy was on good terms with Lin Yuan and had used various methods to get on his good side, she was still very cruel at heart. She had used force and savage techniques to obtain the 100 units of pure fairy bloodline. Hence, if the Goddess of Mercy was attracted by his Mermaid Emperor bloodline, her usual style would be to treat him the same way she did to obtain the fairy bloodlines. However, the Goddess of Mercy did not do so. Lin Yuan now felt that he could try obtaining answers from Luna. Luna's reaction to him showed that the mermaids of lower bloodlines had absolute respect for those of more elite bloodlines. Furthermore, the mermaids with more elite bloodlines usually did not do anything that harmed inferior mermaids. Otherwise, the Turning Wheel Realm Luna should be terrified after sensing Eternal Source's aura rather than standing so brazenly next to him like she was doing now. With Eternal Source's power, it would be easy for him to kill Luna. Luna's reaction was enough to give Lin Yuan a broad sense of how the mermaid society worked. If the mermaid society was truly like how it was being presented now, it could be said that the mermaid world was fairer and had more trust than the human world. Lin Yuan remembered Extreme Ocean mentioning that Mermaid Forbidden Sea had 5 emperors. As a Turning Wheel Realm dictator, Luna had to have seen the 5 Samsara Realm mermaids with the Mermaid Emperor bloodline before. Lin Yuan was not one of the 5 emperors, yet Luna did not seem floored. This could be the key issue. Luna was not surprised to encounter another mermaid with the Mermaid Emperor bloodline in Mermaid Forbidden Sea, as it was possible that there were actually more than 5 mermaids possessing this rare bloodline. Alternatively, the mermaids with the Mermaid King bloodline might not harbor any malicious intentions when encountering mermaids from the Mermaid Emperor bloodline. Lin Yuan felt that the first possibility was unlikely. If there were truly so many mermaids with the Mermaid Emperor bloodline, Mermaid Forbidden Sea would be much more powerful than Grace Sacred Hall. If that were the case, Mermaid Forbidden Sea would already have completely beaten Grace Sacred Hall down instead of both continuing to compete for authority. Mermaids had very strong territorial awareness and needed a large territory to raise their mood. This was very similar to when humans were enthusiastic about decorating the rooms in their big houses. The King-class mermaids did not have their guards up against Emperor-class mermaids at all. This caused Lin Yuan to become curious about how Emperor-class mermaids would react to mermaids of his level. Soon, he arrived in the city where Luna lived. The entire city was decorated exquisitely, and it was clear that every coral had been carefully made. The molded coral resembled gems as they shone under the reflection of the undersea pearls. Lin Yuan felt it would take numerous years or even decades to build a city like this. After all, there were no life forms like the land imp in the water world. Lin Yuan spotted a group of mermaids kneeling on the ground the moment he stepped through the door. It was clear that they were trying to welcome him. Most of these mermaids dared not even look at him. Only a few of them, whose bloodlines were slightly above king class, dared to raise their heads to look at him. However, once he met their gazes, these mermaids would immediately pull their gazes away and look down at the ground. Frankly, Lin Yuan was not used to this feeling of being distinguished based on bloodline. The lowest bloodline in Luna's city was intermediate. Lin Yuan felt affectionate as he swam around the city of mermaids. This affection was not because he had visited similar mermaid cities before but came from his bloodline instead. Lin Yuan had only ever fused with Dark Blue in the marsh world to convince the dimensional life forms to acknowledge him as a dictator. He always changed back almost immediately. He rarely traveled while in his merman form. Swimming with a tail completely differed from walking on the ground or flying in the sky. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that with his contracts with the Source Sand and Dark Blue, it was as though he simultaneously belonged to the water, land, and sky. As he continued to swim forward, Lin Yuan had no idea that Luna and the other mermaids kneeling along the streets who dared to look at him were all looking astonished. The guess that Lin Yuan had after encountering Luna was right. However, it was not true that mermaids with the king-class bloodline felt nothing for mermaids with the emperor-class bloodline. They did crave the bloodline, and it was an innate desire for king-class mermaids. The craving could be described as the desire for courtship. The best way for king-class mermaids to improve their bloodline was to earn the favor of emperor-class mermaids, as this would enable them to improve the purity of their own bloodlines. Hence, all mermaids with inferior bloodlines became extremely tame and obedient in front of mermaids with the emperor-class bloodline. However, only mermaids with the Mermaid King bloodline could openly display themselves as bootlickers. If Lin Yuan complimented any random intermediate mermaid, the mermaid's position would be elevated to a level similar to Luna, even if Lin Yuan did not take this intermediate mermaid away with him. There was even a chance that in consideration of Lin Yuan, Luna would end up deferring to this intermediate mermaid in many matters. This was because mermaids were faithful lovers. Once they chose a partner, they would never change their decision. Once they decided on a partner, mermaid emperors would never part from them. Eternal Source, next to Lin Yuan, was not a mermaid. Chapter 2378 Seventh Emperor. The thought of Lin Yuan, who was a single mermaid emperor, visiting her city almost caused Luna to overheat with excitement. As Lin Yuan looked out across the city, he stopped swimming and turned to say to Luna, "I haven't been out swimming for a long time because I've been preoccupied with improving my bloodline. Before I went into seclusion, Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers were still around. Why aren't they around now?" A look of indignance crossed Luna's face. Ever since Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers disappeared, they now exist in name only. The 4 royal attendants spend all day fighting and don't care at all about developing Grace Sacred Hall. All they think about is how they can fight to elevate their position in Grace Sacred Hall. Grace Sacred Hall was already suffering from a great loss in combat power. But instead of trying to band together, all they do is fight and continue to diminish the combat power. There is no way that Grace Sacred Hall will be able to make a comeback. Previously, I was sent to check on Grace Sacred Hall. It is my understanding that there is something fishy about the disappearance of Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers. It is likely that the disappearance of the 2 rulers is related to the 4 royal attendants. After the 2 rulers disappeared, the 4 royal attendants did try to conduct a search. But they only persisted for 6 months before they gave up. If the disappearance of the 2 rulers isn't related to the 4 royal attendants, they should be searching for hundreds or even thousands of years. They only searched for 6 months because they needed to put up an act. Given Luna's scorn toward Grace Sacred Hall, Lin Yuan got a glimpse of just how powerful Mermaid Forbidden Sea was. If Mermaid Forbidden Sea did not have sufficient powerhouses to keep Grace Sacred Hall under their thumb, Mermaid Forbidden Sea would not feel so much disdain for Grace Sacred Hall. Luna's investigation of Grace Sacred Hall was very thorough. Her assessment was very similar to the reports from ISA, Extreme Ocean, and the rest. Her detailed investigation of an enemy faction demonstrated her extremely high competence. However, the 2 rulers were not just missing but were already dead. Even the daughter they had together had lost her life under unknown circumstances. It was clear that the 4 royal attendants had not killed the daughter. If they had done so, her source totem would not have fallen through the water world dimensional rift. Lin Yuan had always been curious about how the daughter had died. Just who killed the daughter right under the nose of the 4 royal attendants? After Luna told Lin Yuan about Grace Sacred Hall, she started introducing Mermaid Forbidden Sea to him. Lord Emperor, I'm not sure when you went into seclusion. Mermaid Forbidden Sea hasn't changed much in the past few years. The 5 emperors still rule us. With you included, there should be 6 rulers now. The good news is that one of the emperors has found a partner and that there should be another emperor appearing in the future. Many king-class mermaids choose to go into seclusion like you. However, all of them failed. They might have failed to improve their bloodlines, but 4 of them successfully boosted themselves from the Turning Wheel realm to the Samsara realm. Mermaid Forbidden Sea now has 11 Samsara realm mermaids. Lin Yuan was shocked and suspicious when he heard what Luna said. He was shocked because Mermaid Forbidden Sea already had 2 times the number of powerhouses than Grace Sacred Hall and was close to reaching 3 times. Moreover, Mermaid Forbidden Sea not only had mermaids as powerhouses but also had many sea beasts whose power could not be ignored. It was even possible that there could be Samsara realm sea beasts. Lin Yuan had expected Mermaid Forbidden Sea to be very strong, but he had not expected the extent to be so overwhelming. Mermaid Forbidden Sea alone could be considered the top combat power of the entire marsh world. The water world's top combat power was so much stronger than the marsh world's that it was astonishing. Lin Yuan was suspicious because what did the imminent appearance of a 7th emperor have to do with an emperor finding a partner? How were these 2 events related? If this was any other issue, Lin Yuan would have immediately asked Luna about anything that he was unsure about. But this matter concerned the mermaid's biggest secrets. Given the strength of his bloodline that he was exhibiting, he did not have a reason to probe deeper. Thus, he did not pose his questions to Luna. Instead, he decided to wait until he had a chance in the future to bait her into telling him the answer herself. Lin Yuan nodded at Luna. After he entered the palace, Luna immediately sent the servants away to prepare a bountiful feast to welcome Lin Yuan. Luna's mind was filled with unsavory thoughts and desires, but king-class mermaids could only silently stew in their desires for emperor-class mermaids. They could not express their yearning with too much enthusiasm. Otherwise, it would be considered as crossing the boundaries of their bloodline, and their species would immediately cast them aside. Eternal Source had been examining the interior design of the city. Luna had not shown her back to Eternal Source while she was speaking, so Eternal Source had heard everything word clearly. This allowed Eternal Source to recognize just how powerful Mermaid Forbidden Sea was. This led him to understand the importance of unity in a faction. If the mermaids of Mermaid Forbidden Sea were not bounded by their bloodline, they would never be this united, and Mermaid Forbidden Sea would not have developed as well as they had. Eternal Source now saw the direction he needed to work toward in his position as Lin Yuan's subordinate. After returning to the Marsh world, Eternal Source intended to deepen his ties with Vine Source, Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and the rest before he brought the entire Marsh world together. His actions would definitely earn him Lin Yuan's praise. Just when Luna was done preparing the delicacies of the water world and numerous elite mermaids were laying out the plates topped with food, Lin Yuan received a message from Wen Yu through the Thoughts letter paper. Young Master, Yin Lin has sent word through the Thoughts letter paper. You don't need to worry anymore. However, Bulletin Po is in trouble and may need our help. Lin Yuan's face fell when he saw Wen Yu's message. Lin Yuan always paid extra attention to the happenings in Bulletin Po's life during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meetings, so he was very clear about what was happening with Bulletin Po. Bulletin Po was not the type who liked to trouble others. He had to be in grave danger for him to reach out to Wen Yu. Chapter 2379 Marsh's 11 Armies. Ever since Bulletin Po demonstrated significant creation master talent and became a reserve disciple, he spent all his time by the Spirit Mother's side. Bulletin Po's elevated position brought not only privileges to him but also extended to his sister, who now enjoyed a life of luxury and constant attention. Despite the turmoil within the Spirit Mother Federation, nobody dared to target Bulletin Po's sister. Every citizen from the Spirit Mother Federation had tattoos that represented their lives as citizens of the Spirit Mother Federation. For example, if one was part of a Chamber of Commerce, they would have the name of the Chamber of Commerce tattooed on them. If one was lucky enough to serve the Earth Mothers in the Black Obsidian Towers, they would also be given a related tattoo. The more tattoos that a Spirit Chi professional from the Spirit Mother Federation had, the more fruitful of a life they had led. The entire Spirit Mother Federation seemed to be suppressed by something. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of lives buried under every obsidian tower. In such an environment, those of higher status had more speaking authority. A reserve Spirit Mother disciple was of similar status to a Sky Mother. As more reserve disciples were eliminated, there were eventually only 2 left. The next spirit mother would be chosen from the two of them. Thus, Buletinpo's value already exceeded that of a sky mother. A servant from an obsidian tower also walked on the streets with their head held high due to the formidability of the earth mother they served. Buletinpo did not have servants. All he had was a sister. Everyone around Buletinpo knew that he loved nothing more than her. Thus, even if anyone dared to cross him, they would not dare to put themselves in opposition against him by crossing his sister. As such, there could only be one possibility as to why Buletinpo was asking for help. The final fight to become the next spirit mother had begun. Lin Yuan had heard from Buletinpo in the past that the reserve disciple he was competing with came from a formidable background, as both families had numerous members who were sky mothers. The sky mother's role was to protect the spirit mother. Once they become a sky mother, they would belong fully to the spirit mother and would need to commit all the runes they comprehended to the spirit mother. Thus, they technically did not belong to any family. Even if the spirit mother wanted them to kill someone from their family or even their entire family, they would have to do it. Although sky mothers appeared to be afraid of angering the spirit mother and thus dared not help out their own families, sky mothers generally never forgot about their families and supported them from the shadows. The spirit mother was the only master of the spirit mother federation. If their descendant became the spirit mother, their family would gain top authority in the spirit mother federation. Lin Yuan did not know that there was such an unspoken culture in the spirit mother federation, but the spirit mother selection was a tradition in the spirit mother federation. There was no way that it would be solely performative. Given his competitor's strong rock of support, Buletinpo's talent would not be enough to carry him through on his own. Luckily, if Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone from this location in the water world, he would return to the same location when he exited the spirit lock spatial zone. Thus, he did not have to worry about his plan in the water world being delayed. Luna looked at Lin Yuan and smiled as she held up conch shell cups full of alcohol she had brewed for 1,000 years so they could clink glasses. But before Luna could speak, Lin Yuan said sternly, "Prepare a room for me now. I'm tired and need rest." Luna looked shocked when she heard what Lin Yuan said, and she was slightly confused about what he meant. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan was saying that he wanted to rest. Was this because he was truly tired, or did he find the banquet she prepared to be lacking? Luna knew that gluttony was a problem for her, and every one of her meals had to consist of a wide spread. Other mermaids with the king-class bloodline looked forward to the day they could join an emperor-class mermaid's camp and begin serving the emperor-class mermaid with the finest delicacies. But such thoughts never crossed Luna's mind. Thus, they immediately went into her mouth whenever she got her hands on any decent ingredients. Lin Yuan's words filled Luna with fear, but she dared not ask him what had happened. "Lord Emperor, my bed chamber is the most comfortable room in the entire city. I already sent servants to clean it up. I'll empty it out for you right now. I hope you'll be able to make do." Luna dared not suggest that he eat something before resting. With her heart racing with nervousness, Luna started leading the way. When they arrived at Luna's bed chamber, Lin Yuan waved at Luna, and she scuttled away quickly. Lin Yuan instructed Eternal Source to remain outside the bed chamber while he sat inside the room that seemed to be made of coral. Under the shining radiance of the pearls, Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone. Outside the bed chamber, Eternal Source sensed that Lin Yuan's aura had disappeared. But since Lin Yuan had instructed him to remain outside the door, Eternal Source did not enter the room to check. Eternal Source knew that Lin Yuan had many secrets, some of which he did not have the right to know. The less he knew, the better. But now, Eternal Source understood why Lin Yuan said that he did not belong to any world. Before he used his dictator's body, Lin Yuan's body contained the main source power of the main world. But when he used his dictator's body, his body contained the main source power of the dimensional worlds. He had clearly taken control of the marsh world but also belonged to the mermaid emperor clan of the water world. Furthermore, the mermaids in the water world did not seem to know Lin Yuan. All of these mysteries utterly befuddled Eternal Source. Having a master that was shrouded in mystery might enable his power to improve. Immediately after entering the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan entered the marsh world through Klein Hub. Once Lift Marsh arrived at the Marsh West Circle, Wen Yu started to organize the power within Marsh West Circle. Lin Yuan did not keep Wen Yu in the dark about the marsh world's secrets. When Wen Yu understood the situation, her brain immediately kicked into high gear. She felt that it was a huge undertaking to organize all these experts from the marsh world who were under Lin Yuan's control. Moreover, focusing on the 7 dictators with the word source in their names would result in the other Samsara realm and Turning Wheel realm dictators being neglected. Wen Yu decided that she would take a military approach to the marsh world. Every Samsara realm dictator would head an army. The Turning Wheel realm dictators would be assigned to the Samsara realm dictators' armies rather than letting the Samsara realm dictators have their pick. This would prevent collusion that would destabilize the armies. Every Turning Wheel realm dictator was not only under the control of a Samsara realm dictator but was also watching the Samsara realm dictator. The regular dictators would be under the Turning Wheel realm dictators, and the same for apostles. This division of the Marsh world's factions created 11 individual armies, each having a tree-like structure. Chapter 2380 The Spirit Mother's 9 Tests. If Lin Yuan had not already taken control of those Samsara realm and Turning Wheel realm dictators, Wen Yu's idea would have met with significant opposition. But all of these dictators knew that Wen Yu was one of Lin Yuan's people. If they did not listen to her, they would be making an enemy out of Lin Yuan. Thus, Vine Source, Evil Source, and the rest could only gnash their teeth and act according to their rank. But once the plan was fully implemented, it did not take long for Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, and the other Samsara realm dictators who had never encountered such military style before to notice its benefits. This caused them to look at Wen Yu differently. These Samsara realm dictators only saw Wen Yu as one of the accessories that hung off Lin Yuan. She was so weak that one small squeeze would kill her. But this weak female life form ended up changing the structure of the Marsh world. Vine Source, Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and the other Samsara realm dictators all felt the joy of being managed and directed. Vine Source and the rest were already very strong in the past and had a team of followers by their side. But most of the dictators and apostles in the Marsh world dared not get close to them, and they stayed far away. After dimensional life forms became dictators, they would never choose to become loyal to a stronger dictator unless they had needs. This was different from apostles, who all hoped to become loyal to dictators in order to find a source of support. The apostles preferred Turning Wheel realm and regular dictators over Samsara realm dictators as there was a greater risk of becoming cannon fodder by being around Samsara realm dictators. It took a month for Wen Yu to organize the Marsh world. She also instructed Mountain Ridge Source to pour a large amount of wastewater from the Marsh world into the Marsh dimensional rift. At first, the Freedom Federation thought that the Marsh world's silence was because they were preparing something big. But as time dragged on, they inevitably started to slacken. Wen Yu intended to make the people from the Freedom Federation antsy again so they would not cause trouble during the Azure Federation's time of crisis. Hence, Wen Yu had remained by the dimensional rift. Before informing Lin Yuan, Wen Yu had already arrived at Klein Hub's entrance. Once she met Lin Yuan, they both went into a nearby structure where they chose a room and began the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. From the moment they met, Wen Yu started to give Lin Yuan a detailed explanation of the situation. Young Master, the last of the Spirit Mother's 9 tests has been set. Buledin Po and his opponent, Ling Mo, will have to choose one Fey to form a contract with and will nurture their contracted Fey over the next month before they battle with each other. Normally, the winner of the 9 tests will become the sole reserve disciple and receive personal guidance from the Spirit Mother, while the loser will become the leader of the Sky Mothers. But for some reason, the Spirit Mother decided that this round of the 9 tests would be a fight to the death. The loser will be eliminated. Buledin Po has not even picked his Fey yet, but Ling Mo has already evolved a tiger species Fey to Gold/Legend. If we don't step in to help Buledin Po now, he's going to lose. But I'm also afraid that he won't win even if we help him. Being in the Spirit Mother Federation, Buledin Po was almost a world away from Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. The help they could offer from so far away was limited. There was no way that Wen Yu and Lin Yuan would be able to help Buledin Po as much as Ling Mo's 2 families could help him. Moreover, Wen Yu was very afraid for Buledin Po's safety. At first, Lin Yuan was extremely worried about Buledin Po as well. But his thinking quickly changed. The Spirit Mother's 9 tests were a big issue. The Spirit Mother would definitely be serious about choosing a successor. Not even the most outstanding Creation Master could be confident that they would be able to break through Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master to become a Class 5 Creation Master. The Spirit Mother's successors had always been Class 5 Creation Masters. This meant that the Spirit Mother had a way of passing down Class 5 Creation Master abilities. The previous one would vanish after each new Spirit Mother succeeded in the position. Thus, sacrifice had to be part of the equation in some way. The Spirit Mother had suddenly changed the rules of the Spirit Mother's 9 tests, so the 2 prospective successors now had to battle to the death. Rather than saying that this would make Buledin Po and Ling Mo take the tests seriously and increase their sense of urgency, it was a targeted effort to blot someone out. It was either because the Spirit Mother had learned about Buledin Po having the support of the Astronomical Parliament, or he did not want to give Ling Mo's two families the chance to manipulate the spirit mother selection. Lin Yuan felt that if the first option was the real reason, the spirit mother would already have taken Bulletin Po away for questioning. Regardless of perspective, the astronomical parliament helping Bulletin Po would be seen as an act of scheming to bring the spirit mother federation down. There was no way that the spirit mother would tolerate this. Thus, the second option was more likely. The fact that Bulletin Po was able to remain competitive in the spirit mother selection showed that the reserve disciples were only Class 3 creation masters at best. It was possible for a Class 3 creation master to concoct spirit fluids to evolve a Fey to Gold/Legend. However, this would take 6 to 8 bottles of spirit fluid. It was also vital to evolve the quality of tiger species Feys. Before the evolution of each grade, tiger species Feys needed to be in the best conditions so they would have the opportunity to evolve into fantasy breed and transform their bloodlines. They also needed to be fed spirit fluids that aided in the transformation of their bloodlines. It would be understandable if Ling Mo had achieved this in 2 weeks. But given that it had only taken him 2 to 3 days, there was no way that Ling Mo had concocted all of the spirit fluids on his own. Ling Mo's two families had to be involved in his cheating. It was likely that the spirit mother wanted to keep a lid on these two sky mother families because they were getting so powerful that they were encroaching on his authority. Thus, the spirit mother had no choice but to find a suitable reason to take them down a few notches. If that were the case, Lin Yuan would attract too much attention if he tried to help Bulletin Po, who up till now had only depended on his own talent. Even if he managed to help him defeat Ling Mo, it would be difficult to get past the spirit mother. If the spirit mother wanted to use Bulletin Po to eliminate Ling Mo and cut off the two sky mother families' ambitions before putting pressure on them, Bulletin Po would need to be stronger than Ling Mo. Hence, Bulletin Po needed to pick a Fey to evolve while waiting. It was likely that the spirit mother would eventually seek him out to give him a leg up. However, these were just Lin Yuan's guesses and not facts. He still needed to help Bulletin Po be as prepared as possible. Chapter 2381 Nothing will happen to you. All Lin Yuan needed to do was prepare spirit fluids and Feys in advance and use star spirit seed to transfer them to Bulletin Po when the time was right. However, in order to do this, he needed to find an explanation that Bulletin Po could give to the spirit mother about how he managed to nurture his Fey to the point that it was even strong enough to defeat Ling Mo, who had help from two sky mother families. As the head of the spirit mother federation, there was no way that the spirit mother was dumb. Furthermore, as a class 5 creation master, the spirit mother would have a good understanding of Bulletin Po's current creation master level and know what he was capable of. If he demonstrated powers far beyond his current capabilities, there was no way that the spirit mother would hand over the position to him. This thought gave Lin Yuan a headache. He previously thought that there were still 1 or 2 years to go before the spirit mother's 9 tests. But it had arrived faster than he expected. If it was held 2 years later instead, Lin Yuan would only need to secretly enable Bulletin Po to gain Class 4 Creation Master knowledge so he could become a Class 4 Creation Master. It was almost an impossibility for a young person in his 20s to become a Class 4 Creation Master. If a comparison had to be made, the Spirit Mother's reserve disciples would only be about as talented as Zhongzi and Gulang at best. But due to the discrepancy in their education, there was no way the Spirit Mother's disciples could compete with Zhongzi and Gulang. The sooner-than-expected arrival of the Spirit Mother's 9 tests threw a wrench into Lin Yuan's plans, and he was momentarily at a loss about his next step. If he did not help Bulletin Po and the Spirit Mother was not actually planning something, Bulletin Po would lose to Ling Mo. If he did help Bulletin Po, he would have no way of appeasing the Spirit Mother. If there were really no other solutions, all Lin Yuan could do was find a way to fetch Bulletin Po and his sister over. Since Bulletin Po was a member of the Astronomical Parliament, his survival was the most basic expectation that needed to be fulfilled. Lin Yuan would never have dared to make such a decision previously, as it would involve him snatching away one of the Spirit Mother's reserve disciples from a federation that had a Class 5 Creation Master. But now, he had the courage to do so. Firstly, he had the power to see this decision through. He could now make any decision with confidence. Vine Source, Eternal Source, and the other Samsara Realm dictators were definitely stronger than the Spirit Mother. None of them had shown their faces in public before. Thus, even if they did steal Bulletin Po away from the Spirit Mother Federation, the Spirit Mother would not link Lin Yuan as the culprit. After Lin Yuan and Wen Yu were seated on their golden thrones, it did not take long for Lu Ji's figure to show up on his golden throne. Lu Ji looked at Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, and the three of them immediately started communicating through their souls. Lu Ji frowned when he learned about Bulletin Po's predicament. He did not know what to do under such circumstances. The other members of the Astronomical Parliament appeared one by one. Since this was an impromptu parliamentary meeting, Luo Lan and Su Yiren did not appear immediately. Luo Lan and Su Yiren did not claim to have any urgent matters to attend to, and it was likely that they would appear in their seats soon. The main goal of this Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was to solve Bulletin Po's problem. When Bulletin Po appeared, Lin Yuan asked, "Tell me about your current situation." Bulletin Po was slightly panicked and started to plead with Lin Yuan, "Leo, if something happens to me, I hope that you can protect my sister." Bulletin Po had long known that Ling Mo had the support of two large factions. Among the Spirit Mother's reserved disciples, Ling Mo was one of the most arrogant. He never thought about others. Although the Spirit Mother's 9 tests had yet to come to an end, Ling Mo was already acting as though he had won. Half of the other reserved disciples were trying to gain favor with Ling Mo as though they were not actually his competitors. Ling Mo gave Bulletin Po extreme pressure. Both of them were Class 3 creation masters, but as they continued to study and improve their spirit fluid concoction abilities, Bulletin Po had pulled slightly ahead of Ling Mo in terms of their creation master level. Yet, Ling Mo beat Bulletin Po in every test. As such, Bulletin Po suspected that Ling Mo was not working on his own during the exams but was receiving help. Bulletin Po was very shocked when he realized that. He saw the Spirit Mother's 9 tests as a very solemn matter. How could one cheat when participating in such an event? Bulletin Po always assumed that the Spirit Mother would find an opportunity to punish Ling Mo, but it never happened, and Ling Mo was allowed to continue acting as he pleased. It was already extremely suspicious how Ling Mo came in first from the first to the 8th test. The Spirit Mother's attitude confused Bulletin Po. The first thing that came to Bulletin Po's mind was not his loss but his sister's future. Although he knew that he could potentially disappoint Lin Yuan and fail to become the Spirit Mother's successor, Bulletin Po still hoped that the Astronomical Parliament would help to save his sister. Lin Yuan interrupted Bulletin Po before he could finish speaking. "Nothing will happen to you. There are still 27 days until the end of the 9th test. I will station 2 experts to stay by your side to secretly protect and communicate with you. If you end up losing to Ling Mo in the final battle or at the moment right before you are killed, they will step in to save you. They will then take you and your sister out of the Spirit Mother Federation. You don't have to worry about your safety. We are here to discuss how we can solve the problem." Bulletin Po froze when he heard what Lin Yuan said. Bulletin Po had been trying to come up with a way for his sister to be saved even if he stopped being able to provide value. But despite knowing that once he lost his value and left the Spirit Mother Federation he would be nothing more than a regular Class 3 creation master, the Astronomical Parliament was still willing to save him and protect him from the dangers in the Spirit Mother Federation. Furthermore, his Class 3 creation master's abilities had come from Lin Yuan. As Bulletin Po thought about how he had first been saved and was being saved again now, his eyes welled up with tears. Wen Yu noticed how Bulletin Po was feeling and turned to say to the other members of the Astronomical Parliament, "The same goes for the rest of you. The Astronomical Parliament will do our best to help you whenever you are in danger. But it goes without saying that there is the prerequisite of us knowing your exact location. So you must do your best to ascertain your location. Otherwise, we won't be able to help you even if we want to." Wen Yu had not named any names, but she was clearly addressing Peace and Beisu. Peace was located in the Broiling Rock continent, while Beisu was in the Grotto continent, which did not exist on the main world's maps. The main world was extremely expansive, and the federations did not necessarily have to depend on trading in order to develop. If they wanted to begin sea trading, they would either lose many fearless sailors or require the island whales. This price was so high that it would be a loss to trade simple goods, but there needed to be a guarantee in order to trade valuable goods. Chapter 2382 Opening of the Class 6 Dimensional Rift. Hence, when it came to expanding the map of the main world, many federations did their best to explore further but were not overly ambitious. There were new federations invited to every new major federation meeting. Some of them were federations that already had federation envoys, while others were newly discovered federations that other federations had invited to participate in the major federation meeting. There were already almost 300 known federations in the main world. When the undiscovered federations were included, one could only guess how large the main world was. However, large federations like the Radiance, Azure, and Freedom Federations were on almost every if not every map of the main world. The undiscovered regions usually did not have strong experts. If there were sufficiently strong experts, the development or expansion of the federation would make the federation easily discoverable. The exploration of feys went both ways. Wen Yu's words confirmed the steps for Bei Su and Peace's future development and also set Wo Lun and the others at ease. At that moment, Yin Lin's figure appeared on the Sagittarius throne. Once she appeared, she hurriedly said, "My grandfather has been keeping me by his side, and I only just managed to come up with an excuse to return to my room. I'm late because I was afraid that my grandfather would discover the existence of the astronomical parliament." After her explanation, Yin Lin looked at Lin Yuan seriously and thanked him. She had no memory past being captured by powerful life forms from the water world. Once she woke up, she heard about what had happened from Lu Ji. She had been about to leave to thank Lin Yuan when she was informed by Lu Ji that Lin Yuan had gone into the water world. Yin Lin had personally witnessed the dangers of the water world, and she was terrified that Lin Yuan would fall into the same danger that she had. Soon after Yin Lin's appearance, Su Yiren and Luo Lan appeared in their respective north-south constellation seats. Su Yiren and Luo Lan had worried and anxious expressions as they said, "Leo, a large lake appeared where the snow celestial mountain used to be. When some people went to gather water, they reported that all the water in the enormous lake had disappeared. A giant rift appeared below the lake, and dimensional fluctuations are coming out from it. We went to take a look and noticed that there are dimensional life forms below the rift. We dared not venture further. This rift is very different from a Class 5 subterranean dimensional rift. The dimensional fluctuations from a Class 5 subterranean dimensional rift are definitely weaker than the dimensional fluctuations currently rippling out from this rift." Something clicked in Lin Yuan's mind when he heard what Luo Lan and Su Yiren said. He was suddenly overcome by insuppressible delight. It was likely that a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift had appeared where the snow celestial mountain used to be. If that were the case, it meant that what had opened in the grotto continent where Bei Su lived was not a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift. Lin Yuan was not aware of the location of the grotto continent. If a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift had opened in the grotto continent, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to find it. Now that the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift had opened on his territory, Lin Yuan could enter and explore it anytime. Lin Yuan remembered that some spirit attributes had been produced at the bottom of the lake that had appeared after the snow celestial mountain turned into a fairy. Lin Yuan had even given the lake an opportunity by throwing a fair amount of pure spirit chi crystals and water-type heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls into it. It was clear that due to the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift opening, the giant lake had lost all hope of becoming a fairy. This was enough to demonstrate how dangerous the path to becoming a fairy was. Su Yiren was filled with worry when she brought this matter up to Lin Yuan. The Freezing Hammer tribe was right beside the large lake. If any disaster broke out, the Freezing Hammer tribe would be the first to fall. If the Freezing Hammer tribe, which was essentially the capital of the Iron Hammer Federation, fell, all the authority that Luo Lan had built would start to crumble. It would be challenging to build crumbling authority. Su Yiren and Luo Lan had already given out the orders to gather all the spirit chi professionals in the Iron Hammer Federation who possessed gold and above feys to station themselves around the lake. Su Yiren and Luo Lan wanted to seek Lin Yuan's opinion so they could decide whether they should fill up the crater to try and seal off the rift. "Don't rush into anything. I will assign a few strong experts to help you guard the rift. They will also investigate the rift. If it is a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift, it will be a blessing for the Iron Hammer Federation." Su Yiren quickly understood what Lin Yuan was trying to say. But Luo Lan was too worried about the Iron Hammer Federation and did not comprehend his meaning immediately. If the person in front of her was not Lin Yuan but someone else, Luo Lan would have immediately asked, "Do you want to take over such a blessing? Also, what is a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift? Isn't the highest class of dimensional rift supposed to be Class 5? The bigger of a mess one was in, the more discombobulated one would be." Luo Lan needed to hear Yin Lin's explanation before she understood what a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift was. At that moment, all of Luo Lan's worries disappeared and were replaced by joy. It turned out that a Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift was a link to the subterranean world filled with abundant mineral resources. If she could enter the subterranean world and mine the minerals, the Iron Hammer Federation and even the entire Startling Lines continent would prosper. Lin Yuan had intended to use this astronomical parliamentary meeting to solve Bulletin Po's problem. He had not expected to receive such a piece of good news. After Bulletin Po described his situation, no one could devise a good solution. At that moment, Su Yiren suggested, "My suggestion is to wait and see how the Spirit Mother reacts." The two Sky Mother family's actions are indicative of them trying to take over the Spirit Mother's authority and prevent him from picking his own successor. How could the Spirit Mother sit by and allow such a thing to happen? Even if the Spirit Mother doesn't use Bulletin Po to eliminate Ling Mo, he will definitely take action against the two Sky Mother families. The Spirit Mother is at the height of fury and suspicion. Anything that Bulletin Po does could trigger the Spirit Mother's sensitive condition. I think you know what I'm getting at. Recently, Yin Lin and Su Yiren had been helping Bulletin Po to grow. He now saw Su Yiren as his second sister. Chapter 2383 See Emperor's Pearl. After the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting ended, Lin Yuan brought Wen Yu back to the marsh world before returning to the water world. In just half an hour, Lin Yuan had traveled through 3 worlds. Eternal Source was completely unaware of this. After Lin Yuan was done with what he needed to do, he left the bed chamber and headed to the main palace with Eternal Source. Lin Yuan intended to have dinner with Luna to try and bait information out of her. Lin Yuan's sudden departure had left Luna anxious and uneasy. When she saw Lin Yuan exit the bed chamber, Luna hurriedly went up to him and asked softly, "Lord Emperor, were the dishes not to your liking? I have already sent for new ones." Lin Yuan hurriedly waved his hands and replied, "You don't have to prepare more. The original ones were fine. I just wanted to rest." "Did you say that your name is Luna? How far is the nearest Emperor-class mermaid?" Luna blushed when she heard Lin Yuan call her name. Mermaids of higher ranks always had ulterior motives when they called out the names of mermaids of lower ranks. This was an openly acknowledged rule in the world of mermaids. When an Emperor-class mermaid called out the name of a King-class expert, the King-class mermaid would either become the Emperor-class mermaid's partner or a servant at the very least. It was an honor to serve a stronger mermaid with a more elite bloodline in the world of mermaids. Lin Yuan did not notice the change in Luna's expression as he was fully focused on examining Mermaid Forbidden Sea. The dimensional life forms from the marsh world could produce many fruits that had unique tastes. There were numerous ones that tasted even better than those from the main world. As such, Lin Yuan had been well fed when he was staying in Marsh East Palace. But who could have expected the mermaid diet to consist of corals and pearls? Lin Yuan was not at all curious about the taste of these corals and pearls. He was sure that if he bit into them out of curiosity, most of his teeth would fall out. Moreover, apart from the corals and pearls, numerous items resembled sea squirts. Luna ate comfortably as though they were jelly. However, the foul salty smell hit Lin Yuan even from a distance away. Lin Yuan liked to eat fish but could not eat any that had such a foul salty smell. Moreover, his palate had already been spoiled rotten by Lu Ji, so he could not stomach even the slightest unpleasant taste. Thus, Lin Yuan did not begin eating the pearls and corals like Luna was doing. Given how much Luna knew about Mermaid Forbidden Sea, it was likely that she also had information on the 5 mermaid emperors. The location of the 5 mermaid emperors might have been common knowledge in the water world. However, Lin Yuan had already found an excuse for himself. He already told Luna that he had been in seclusion. Hence, it was not strange for him to be unaware of some of the common knowledge in the water world. Mermaids led extremely long lives. A Samsara realm mermaid could easily live for more than thousands of years. Lin Yuan's lifespan would be much longer than Luna's, and she had no idea how old he was. Luna peeked at Lin Yuan as though she was trying to discern what he was thinking. But she eventually lost the courage to do so. She composed herself and started to answer Lin Yuan's questions seriously. Luna had been guessing how long Lin Yuan had been in seclusion. However, it was difficult for her to come up with an accurate answer. But it would not be appropriate for her to ask Lin Yuan. After all, they were not that close. She did not even know his name, and asking such a question would be extremely rude. Lin Yuan's question made Luna think that she had found the answer. That incident had taken place 3,500 years ago in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Before the incident, the 5 emperors had been living separately and would often change where they were living. But after the incident, all of them started living together and established the Mermaid Sacred Hall to stand toe-to-toe against Grace Sacred Hall. At that time, Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers seemed to be showing signs of crossing that gap. One of the mermaid emperors seemed to have done something to prevent the 2 rulers from taking that gap, which eventually resulted in the death of that mermaid emperor. Ever since then, the 2 rulers dared not bring those from Grace Sacred Hall with them anywhere near Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Since Lin Yuan did not know about this matter, it meant that he had already been in seclusion 3,500 years ago. Luna was only 3,000 years old. It was likely that she had not even been born when Lin Yuan had entered seclusion. Lord Emperor, all emperors currently reside in Mermaid Sacred Hall. Mermaid Sacred Hall is rather far from my city. Given the power of your subordinate, it will take him 7 days to reach there, even if he travels at top speed. If you go to Mermaid Sacred Hall, the other 5 emperors will definitely personally oversee the building of a new bed chamber for you. Lin Yuan nodded to himself. It seemed that the mermaid emperors were on close terms. They even worked together to build the bed chambers. Since his mermaid emperor identity could pull the wool over Luna's eyes, he likely would also succeed in deceiving the other emperor-class mermaids. If he did not meet with many obstructions in Mermaid Forbidden Sea, it would be much easier for him to take control of Mermaid Forbidden Sea. At the very least, he would not encounter any significant interference. With the Mermaid Emperor bloodline in his body, Lin Yuan felt innately positive toward mermaids. If it was possible, he did not want to harm mermaids. Where is Mermaid Sacred Hall? Luna hurriedly pointed to a spiral tower behind the main palace. Lord Emperor, I came from Mermaid Sacred Hall. In order to maintain a connection with Mermaid Sacred Hall, I had communication towers built along the entire path. I can get in contact with Mermaid Sacred Hall now using the communication towers. Would you like to communicate with Mermaid Sacred Hall? I can arrange for that now. Lin Yuan shook his head when he heard what Luna said. He now knew which direction to take to get to Mermaid Sacred Hall. A while later, I will personally head to Mermaid Sacred Hall. There's no need to communicate with them in advance. Now that I've rested in your city, I intend on taking a look at the sights in the water. Luna was slightly disappointed when she heard that. She had assumed that Lin Yuan would remain in her city for some time. He had clearly called out her name. At that moment, Lin Yuan handed Luna a pearl. The gleam of the pearl resembled an incomparably beautiful goddess. Chapter 2384 Lin Yuan and the Major Federation Meeting. Once Lin Yuan was finished speaking, he brought Eternal Source with him as they left Luna's city and headed toward Grace Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan had come to gain a general understanding of Mermaid Forbidden Sea and to see if he could deceive not only the Goddess of Mercy but other mermaids. After the series of events, it was proven that he could. Extreme Ocean would poison the other 3 royal attendants and would try to contact Lin Yuan before he acted. If Lin Yuan remained in Mermaid Forbidden Sea too long, Extreme Ocean would not be able to act. Eternal Source turned into the feather scale winged beast again and carried Lin Yuan off in the direction of Grace Sacred Hall. In all of her 3,000 years, Luna had never seen such a gorgeous pearl. The goddess-like glow was just like Lin Yuan's smile. Luna would not be this shocked if it was just a beautiful pearl. But besides being beautiful, the pearl also contained a pure and extremely strong power that could boost the mermaid bloodline. Luna knew that if she ate this pearl, her bloodline would be improved. Even if she could not reach the Mermaid Emperor level, she would still be much stronger than she currently was. After hesitating momentarily, Luna eventually wove this pearl in her hair and decided to keep it as a treasured item. The next time she saw Lin Yuan, she would muster the courage to ask him if he called out her name because he wanted to be with her. A man and woman were sitting in front of a table in a castle's basement in the Azure Federation. This castle was built 150 under a palace and was fully hidden away. The girl frowned and asked, Virgo, what do you think is happening in the main world? Why have there been disasters breaking out everywhere of late? The Azure Federation is in crisis, and the Freedom Federation and the Spirit Mother Federation, where Buletin Po resides, aren't at peace either. Even the startling Lines continent has been shaken. This is just the area we have knowledge about through the Astronomical Parliament. Who can say how many disasters are brewing in the places we can't see? Lu Ji cast Yin Lin a look of frustration. I've reminded you many times not to call me Virgo. We've worked together for so long and have become familiar with each other. You can just call me by my name. A thought seemed to strike Lu Ji as he said seriously, all the issues in the main world are related to the dimensional worlds. This isn't the dimensional rift's active period. Why have there been so many anomalous events? Besides the opening of Class 6 dimensional rifts, Class 1 to 5 dimensional rifts have also been opening much more frequently than before. It might not be as frequent as during the dimensional rift's active period, but the difference is slight. Lu Ji frowned as he mulled over when the anomalous events started, but he could not come up with an answer. Yin Lin smiled awkwardly. She was used to calling the members of the Astronomical Parliament by their titles. She called Lin Yuan Leo more times than she called his actual name. But it was indeed inappropriate to call a man Virgo. Lu Ji, I don't think there's any need to hold the Major Federation meeting 2 years later. Given Lin Yuan's current power, how could there be a member of the younger generation who could compete with him? It's not just Lin Yuan. With you and the insect species carcinoma phase you turned into fairies, no one will be able to touch you either. Lu Ji did not think that far. From the moment that Lin Yuan took control of the startling Lines continent alongside Lin Yuan, Lu Ji was no longer concerned about the major Federation meeting. Lin Yuan had taken control of the Marsh world, which had sufficient powerhouses that could crush the Freedom Federation. Unless the Freedom Federation joined forces with Tower Cannon, they were destined to lose the bet 2 years later. But if they did join forces with the Freedom Federation, there was no question that they would utilize underhanded tricks. Before Lu Ji could speak, Yin Lin sighed and added, if things continue cropping up over the next 2 years, the major Federation meeting might not be held as scheduled. I came to see you because I can't stop worrying about Lin Yuan and wanted to find out more current information from you. When he heard what Yin Lin said, Lu Ji said seriously, Lin Yuan won't put himself in danger casually. All we need to do is to trust him. He is so strong that we can never hope to catch up to him. Nothing will happen. If he really encounters an issue he can't solve on his own, we won't be of much help either. It will be better for us to do whatever is within our capabilities. Your Azure Envoy ranking has improved again. Rather than sitting here and worrying, your time will be better spent trying to find a way to address the issue of the polluted sea with me. You will be the one leading the team. I won't be able to benefit from my contributions to the Azure Federation, but you will. Lu Ji stood up when he spoke, so Yin Lin did not have any more opportunities to ask about Lin Yuan. Lu Ji had been worried about Lin Yuan's safety and was far from being as cavalier as he seemed. Since there was nothing he could do, he could only pray silently. Extreme Ocean had returned to the Grace Sacred Hall and acted as though nothing was amiss so he could begin plotting. He needed to find a natural and reasonable reason to invite Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean to a banquet. The distance between himself and the other three had increased due to the items left behind by the two rulers. All of them were on guard against each other and had not shared a meal together in more than a century. If he did not find a reasonable excuse, the three of them would definitely find his invitation suspicious. He would also be wary if any one of the three of them suddenly invited him to have a meal together. But no matter how wary they were of each other, it was unlikely that any of them would suspect that their food had been poisoned. After all, they still relied on each other to take on Mermaid Forbidden Sea together. Ever since Mermaid Sacred Hall was established, the mermaids began to occupy an increasingly large territory. Previously, Mermaid Forbidden Sea and Grace Sacred Hall shared the territory equally. But now, Mermaid Forbidden Sea had almost 2 times the size of the territory that Grace Sacred Hall did. With Grace Sacred Hall weakened, the royal attendants constantly worried for each other's safety. Thus, as long as he could gather them together, it was unlikely that they would pay too much attention to the food. At that time, half of his task would be accomplished. Extreme Ocean had his own poison as well as the one that Evil Source had given him. If both poisons were added together, he could handle the three of them or at least have ample time to flee, even if they did realize that something was wrong. Chapter 2385 Wine of Exquisite Water Waves. Extreme Ocean had been mulling over this for an entire week. Once he heard that Ancient Ocean had returned, Extreme Ocean decided to take action. The 4 royal attendants rarely had the opportunity to gather together. Usually, 2 of them remained in Grace Sacred Hall while the other 2 patrolled outside. If he held a banquet and poisoned them there, he would definitely be able to trap all 3 of them at once. Now that he had finally waited until the moment that the 4 of them were gathered, he could not afford to wait any longer. He had come up with a reason in the past week. However, using the wine of exquisite water waves on this was a waste. He had not been able to bring himself to use the wine of exquisite water waves ever since he obtained it 2,000 years ago. But now, he was going to use it on others. If he drank the bottle of wine of exquisite water waves, his body would definitely be able to transform. Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had been eyeing the wine of exquisite water waves for thousands of years. If he offered the wine of exquisite water waves, all 3 of them would rush over to get a taste even if they were all out. He intended to offer Lin Yuan this wine of exquisite water waves at a banquet. It was likely that Lin Yuan would appreciate this gesture. If Lin Yuan was unmoved, his losses would be significant. Extreme Ocean believed that Lin Yuan was not such a person. If Lin Yuan was such a person, he would not have accepted so many Samsara realm dictators into his camp. Extreme Ocean was well aware of the effects of his own poison. The target's entire body would go numb and begin to break down until they finally went unconscious. His poison was always effective against those who were weaker than him. But it might not be very effective on Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean. The 3 of them were of a similar power level to him and thus had substantial resistance against his poison. If he was only using his own poison, Extreme Ocean would not have much confidence. What filled him with confidence was the bottle of poison that Evil Source had given him. Extreme Ocean had asked for 2 bottles of the antidote from Evil Source. He had to use the wine of exquisite water waves this time, so he would drink the antidote before the banquet began. Extreme Ocean also wanted to try Evil Source's poison first and see if it interfered with his own poison. If it did interfere with his own poison and reduced the overall effectiveness, he would not be trapping Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean but would be feeding himself to them instead. With this thought, Extreme Ocean first added his poison into the wine before pouring 3 drops of Evil Source's poison into the cup and downing its contents. Soon after he consumed it, his brain went numb. This feeling caused him to feel numb. Extreme Ocean knew that this was due to the effects of his poison. The symptoms were not strong now due to the small quantity of poison. Extreme Ocean silently sat in front of the table, waiting for more symptoms to occur. But the effects of Evil Source's poison still had not appeared even after all the symptoms of his poison had disappeared. This situation caused cold sweat to begin dripping down Extreme Ocean's back, and he felt as though he had been stabbed in the back by Evil Source. There was no poison in the bottle. It was just a bottle of useless fluids. Extreme Ocean could already see himself being eliminated by the combined forces of Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Frozen Ocean if he tried to poison them with this. An idea suddenly popped into Extreme Ocean's head. Could this all be part of Lin Yuan's manipulations? But there was no reason for Lin Yuan to harm him. If Lin Yuan wanted to harm him, he could have done so long ago. After thinking for a moment, Extreme Ocean decided that this was due to Evil Source trying to harm him secretly. It was likely that Evil Source was afraid that he would show him up in front of Lin Yuan. The more Extreme Ocean thought about it, the angrier he became and circulated the source power in his body before violently slamming his hand down on the table. All that happened was a bang, but the table made of iron bone coral did not break. Extreme Ocean had exerted such a large amount of strength that his hand went numb. Extreme Ocean suddenly realized that there were numerous grey and purple worms crawling all over the blood vessels he used to circulate source-type power. The worms blocked his blood vessels and prevented him from transporting source-type power to his entire body. He could kill the purple and grey worms by forcefully pushing his source-type power through the blood vessels. However, the purple and grey blood worms consumed the source-type power in the blood vessels and multiplied quickly. After being held stuck by these 2 worms for almost 10 minutes, Extreme Ocean laughed soundlessly and consumed the antidote that Evil Source had given him. An unpleasant bitter taste filled his mouth and almost caused Extreme Ocean to choke. Less than a minute after the antidote entered his body, the grey and purple worms died and were ground up by the source-type power in his blood vessels. It turned out that Evil Source had not stabbed him in the back. The effects of the poison were only noticeable when the target circulated their source-type power. Extreme Ocean was filled with confidence now that he had experienced the effects of Evil Source's poison. He decided to add Evil Source's poison into the wine of exquisite water waves. He would serve the wine of exquisite water waves first and serve the dishes after the wine of exquisite water waves had been completely drunk. With his poison in the dishes, the purple and grey worms would already have spread throughout their bodies by the time the 3 of them noticed his poison. At that time, it would be he who would have them under his thumb and not the other way around. Now that he had made his decision, Extreme Ocean waved at a servant and said, "Go and send word to the other 3 royal attendants. Tell them that I'm willing to give up the key to the treasure vault and that I'm willing to share the wine of exquisite water waves with them. All you need to do is tell them what I said verbatim. Don't add another word." Smooth Flow was the servant who had been with Extreme Ocean for the longest. When the 2 rulers had still been around, Smooth Flow had already been with Extreme Ocean for thousands of years. Extreme Ocean usually liked to discuss all matters with Smooth Flow. But now, Smooth Flow could sense that Extreme Ocean was hiding something from him. The matter had to be grave to cause Extreme Ocean to react that way. It was likely that this had something to do with the dimensional rift that Extreme Ocean had discovered. Isa and the others had gone to deliver the news to Extreme Ocean, but only Extreme Ocean had returned, with Isa and the rest nowhere in sight. The wine of exquisite water waves was Extreme Ocean's most treasured item. Even if he had gone mad, he would never joke around using the wine of exquisite water waves. He could not even bear to drink it himself. How could he bear to offer it to guests at a banquet? Although Extreme Ocean was not the strongest of the 4 royal attendants, he had always been ambitious and dreamed of climbing to the top. It was just that he lacked the power to do so. If he handed over his key to the treasure vault, he would be dropping a rock on his own foot. Smooth Flow's brow remained deeply furrowed the entire journey to see Ancient Ocean. Chapter 2386 New Thearka's Scale. Left without a choice, All Smooth Flow could do was pass on the message according to Extreme Ocean's wishes. Smooth Flow only let out a breath of relief when he emerged from the palace of the final royal attendant, Frozen Ocean. Smooth Flow decided to have a good talk with Extreme Ocean in his capacity as his oldest servant. Extreme Ocean had a one-track mind. He did not think much, nor did he act much. If Smooth Flow was not Extreme Ocean's servant, he would have described Extreme Ocean as a brainless body with a good source totem. When Smooth Flow returned to the palace and was about to report to Extreme Ocean, he saw that Extreme Ocean had truly taken out the wine of exquisite water waves. Smooth Flow bowed to Extreme Ocean and walked over to him before he said, "Lord, I have sent out the message just like you asked. All the other 3 royal attendants are suspicious but are willing to participate in the banquet." As he watched Extreme Ocean swirl the cup that contained the wine of exquisite water waves, Smooth Flow said, "Lord, can you really bear to use it?" Extreme Ocean turned and looked at the worried Smooth Flow before he gently patted Smooth Flow's shoulder. "Smooth Flow, you have been with me for almost 5,000 years. You have done your job well all this time. Come, let's share a cup." The wine of exquisite water waves was always meant to be served to guests. The 3 of them won't leave until they have finished all of it. Extreme Ocean turned the jade teapot and poured out a shining substance resembling Amazonite into 2 cups. Extreme Ocean knew that Smooth Flow wanted to ask him for the reason. If this was any other matter, regardless of how big of a secret it was, Extreme Ocean would not have kept it from Smooth Flow. However, this matter concerned Lin Yuan and a faction from another world. The fewer people who knew about it, the safer it would be. Their companionship of over thousands of years was not worth more than personal profits. When Extreme Ocean tipped his head back and drank the wine of exquisite water waves, he immediately felt his body being cleansed. If Lin Yuan saw the wine of exquisite water waves that Extreme Ocean regarded as a precious treasure, he would be shaking his head in disappointment. To Lin Yuan, the wine of exquisite water waves was nothing more than a bottle of concentrated water elements. When judged based on the purity of elemental pearls, the purity of the water elements in the wine of exquisite water waves was only around 93%. At such a level, there would even be pearl radiance. When Smooth Flow did not pick up the cup containing the wine of exquisite water waves, Extreme Ocean personally placed the cup in Smooth Flow's hands and said seriously, "Smooth Flow, do you believe that there are other worlds besides this one?" Extreme Ocean clearly remembered asking Smooth Flow this question about 2,000 years ago. At that time, Smooth Flow had answered no. Frankly, Extreme Ocean's answer was the same at the time. He had asked Smooth Flow this question then because Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers had suddenly posed this question during a meeting. It had taken Extreme Ocean by great surprise. But he was asking the same question now with a completely different mindset because he already knew what the right answer was. Previously, Extreme Ocean wondered why the 2 rulers would try something so dangerously deadly, like fusing themselves when they were already so strong. But now, he had the answer. The 2 rulers had indeed been much stronger than the 4 royal attendants. The 2 rulers had recognized greater heights that had still been hidden from the 4 of them at the time. Thus, they did not stop trying to increase their power. Smooth Flow gave the same answer as he did last time. "Lord, you are already at the top of this world. How could a world exist that even you cannot see?" The edges of Extreme Ocean's lips curled. "Smooth Flow, do you think you'll eventually be able to see a world beyond this one? Hurry and drink up the wine of exquisite water waves. Once you've drunk the wine of exquisite water waves, you should be able to reach Pinnacle Turning Wheel Realm. Soon, you'll be able to experience what it's like to be part of the Samsara realm. There is the Deep Chasm Sea in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. It plays a big part in enabling Mermaid Forbidden Sea to produce as many Samsara realm dictators as they do. If the Deep Chasm Sea was in the Grace Sacred Hall's territory, the 2 rulers' fusion might not have failed. Smooth Flow had personally participated in the 2 rulers' assassination and had even contributed many useful ideas to Extreme Ocean that benefited him significantly. This was why his position with Extreme Ocean was so secure. Smooth Flow believed that the 2 rulers had died because of the 4 royal attendants. Otherwise, even if something had gone wrong with their fusion and producing their offspring, the 2 rulers should have recovered after thousands of years of recuperation. Extreme Ocean's mentioning of the Deep Chasm Sea caused Smooth Flow to recall a legend about the Deep Chasm Sea. "Lord, it's said that mermaids are life forms that come from the Deep Chasm Sea. I don't know if this is true. Is there really the mermaid's long-lost treasure, the new Thearchus scale, really in the Deep Chasm Sea?" Extreme Ocean had heard even more legends about Mermaid Forbidden Sea than Smooth Flow had. Firstly, it was difficult to tell which legend about Mermaid Forbidden Sea was true. Besides mermaids, other life forms were not allowed to reach the deepest regions of Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Moreover, Extreme Ocean had always been very suspicious about mermaids. It was clear that their bloodline distinction strongly ruled all of them. It was even said that the more elite mermaids even saw the inferior mermaids as worthless. However, elite mermaids were always willing to protect inferior mermaids. Grace Sacred Hall often had the chance to catch small mermaid teams. Grace Sacred Hall always wanted to try catching the small mermaid teams and forcing them to become spies. However, the idea had not come to fruition even after thousands of years had passed. Even the mermaids with the most inferior bloodlines were extremely stubborn. Extreme Ocean was arrogant but would never dare to flippantly bring up something that he was unsure of. The legend about the new Thearchus scale has always existed in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. It was said that gaining the new Thearchus scale from the Deep Chasm Sea would allow one's blood to reach Thearch class. However, there are no mermaids in the Mermaid Forbidden Sea with the Thearch class bloodline. If there were, there wouldn't be a place for Grace Sacred Hall in this world. So, there can't be any mermaid emperors who have already obtained the new Thearchus scale. If this legend is true, it hasn't been verified yet. The image of Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in Extreme Ocean's mind. Chapter 2387 Fall of Grace. A tall and imposing palace stood above the sea. It was made of strong stones and had two tall statues. The two statues initially had their arms outstretched and looked out empathetically at the boundless sea as though it was blessing all the creatures in the sea. But in the past few centuries, the statue of the two rulers had been chiseled so that their features and attire had been erased. The apostles and dimensional life forms had been altering the 2 over 4,000 meter tall statues until they had been turned into 4 large cabinets. The apostles played with the corals and pearls that they chiseled off the statues as they continued sternly instructing the dimensional life forms loyal to them. If the dimensional life forms slowed down their actions, they would immediately receive a scolding. Did you not eat your meals? Centuries of years have already passed, but the statues of the 4 lords still aren't complete. With how slow all of you are, what is the point of accepting you as believers? The apostles mercilessly killed the dimensional life forms that collapsed from exhaustion. It was as though these dimensional life forms were not also providing faith power to these apostles. This was not because the water world's apostles were cruel but because Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean sent subordinates to patrol the area every few days. There were many apostles who had been punished for being too slow. There were even some apostles who the royal attendants' subordinates had killed. As such, the apostles had no choice but to be so strict on the dimensional life forms who were loyal to them. A female apostle said to the male apostle in front of her, who had a sturdy physique and was currently shouting, "Swimming flood, the time that Lord Ink Ocean said is only a week away. However, the rocks are too hard, and chiseling is too slow. If brute force is exerted, the rocks might even shatter. Given the progress, there is no way that it will be completed in a week. Do you think that Lord Ink Ocean will kill us?" A sorrowful expression appeared on Swimming Flood's sunken face. "Foam Coral, you have asked me this question multiple times. Have you forgotten how your sister and my brother died? Lord Ink Ocean won't even hear our names if we don't finish in a week. The sea envoy sent by him will take us out. After all, apostles like us are a dime a dozen in the Sacred Hall. When we were first sent here, we thought that this would be an easy job. Who could have known that it would turn out to be so difficult?" The girl's fox-like green eyes also closed in despair. A moment later, her eyes opened, and she sighed in a low voice. The Sacred Hall has become increasingly cruel ever since the 2 rulers disappeared. The Sacred Hall had been united when the 2 rulers were still around. There was never widespread carnage like there is now. We finally managed to become apostles. Yet, our lives are as worthless as dimensional life forms. If the 2 rulers were still around, they would never allow something like this to happen. The male apostle with the sturdy physique hurriedly reached out and covered Foam Coral's mouth. "Have you gone mad? How dare you say such things? If this gets out, any patrolling sea envoy will put an end to your life even without informing the 4 lords. If the 2 rulers could appear, would we still be here trying to change the image of the statues to that of the 4 lords? If we do our jobs well, we will be able to answer to the patrolling sea envoys even if we don't manage to meet the deadline." This scene replayed all over Grace Sacred Hall. There were many apostles who even disregarded their status and joined the chiseling efforts as well. Foam Coral and Swimming Flood were among these apostles. While they chiseled away, Foam Coral asked, "Swimming Flood, news has just arrived that the patrolling sea envoys are all going to head to Lord Extreme Ocean's palace. The assessment will be pushed back by a week. If we join in the work, we should be able to finish the job in around 2.5 weeks. Swimming Flood's expression lightened. At the very least, they had crossed this obstacle. However, Swimming Flood found something to be strange. The relationship between the four rulers had always been contentious. Why were they suddenly gathering together? For now, Swimming Flood did not know if what came out of this gathering would be good or bad. When compared to Mermaid Sacred Hall, Grace Sacred Hall was getting weaker. The four royal attendants were currently the strongest powerhouses in Grace Sacred Hall. If they joined forces, they would be able to change Grace Sacred Hall's current awkward situation. But if four of them started to fight, Grace Sacred Hall would fall apart and break down. They were all sea beasts. Sea beasts did not have much weight in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. They would not be able to develop themselves as well as they did in Grace Sacred Hall. All of the life forms in Grace Sacred Hall were under the four royal attendants' authority. If the royal attendants started to fight, all of the life forms that were in Grace Sacred Hall's territory would also be embroiled in the fight. At that time, they would lose control over their own lives. Besides apostles, not even dictators were guaranteed to emerge from the battle unscathed. There were various delicious delicacies laid out in Extreme Ocean's palace. Extreme Ocean had sent out his close subordinate Smooth Flow to invite the other three royal attendants. He did this because he hoped the other three royal attendants would visit his palace privately. Yet, the three of them had pulled out all the stops and brought almost all the patrolling sea envoys. In a way, the three of them were tending to his pride. This was the truth. Given that Extreme Ocean was willing to offer something as precious as the wine of exquisite water waves in the banquet he was hosting, the three of them had to extend the proper courtesies regardless of what he was planning. However, this was not good news to Extreme Ocean at all. Evil Source's poison had been added to the wine of exquisite water waves. He only had 1 pot worth of wine of exquisite water waves, and there was no way that every patrolling sea envoy could get a taste. Moreover, if the poison was too diluted, its effects would also be dampened. Almost 20 patrolling sea envoys had arrived, each of them possessing Turning Wheel Realm dictator power. They were extremely obedient to Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean. If they were not poisoned, it would take a lot of effort for Extreme Ocean to deal with them. Thus, Extreme Ocean laid out a few tables of food, especially for these patrolling sea envoys, so they could consume food that contained his poison. Extreme Ocean could not be confident that his poison would work well on Samsara Realm dictators, but its effects were still strong enough on Turning Wheel Realm dictators. Chapter 2388 Focus on work and keep your mouth shut. Isa and the rest were patrolling sea envoys who had betrayed Extreme Ocean long ago, and he was aware of this. But Extreme Ocean said what he said because he wanted to find a reason to send Smooth Flow away. This was so that he would not have to worry about protecting Smooth Flow when a fight broke out. Smooth Flow found Extreme Ocean's order to be slightly suspicious. Extreme Ocean usually did not ask Smooth Flow to do jobs like passing on orders. But since Extreme Ocean had asked, Smooth Flow was not going to say no and immediately headed off in the direction where Isa and the rest were. At that moment, Extreme Ocean heard a soft scoff. You sure take good care of your subordinates. However, your subordinates don't seem too loyal. Extreme Ocean looked very awkward. Vine Source was the helper that Lin Yuan had sent. Extreme Ocean had been feeling at ease ever since he regained contact with Lin Yuan. However, Vine Source's tongue was forked, and he always had to add a few jabs between every few sentences. It was true that Isa and the rest were disloyal. But they would not have betrayed him if Vine Source and the rest had not used such extreme methods. Even he had been forced into submission, much less Isa and the rest. But all of them served the same master now and were considered colleagues. Did Vine Source have to make so many cutting remarks? Extreme Ocean's temper was not pleasant either. Just because he was fully submissive to Lin Yuan did not mean that he could remain as amiable toward Vine Source. Extreme Ocean sensed a familiar Mermaid Emperor aura from Lin Yuan. It did not match the auras of his subordinates at all. Extreme Ocean guessed that Vine Source and the rest were in the same situation as him. Lin Yuan had subjugated all of them. Extreme Ocean immediately rebuked, "Are your subordinates very loyal to you? Aren't you also doing the job of lackeys now? Take my advice and keep your mouth shut. If anything happens that impacts our Lord's plan, I will report the entire situation to him without holding anything back." Vine Source was used to living a life of luxury in the marsh world and detested insubordination. Although he was now under Lin Yuan's control and needed to dedicate his loyalty, no one besides Lin Yuan dared to utter a word against him. Even Eternal Source, who Lin Yuan was most reliant on, had to show him sufficient respect when they spoke. Yet, Extreme Ocean refused to keep his head down around Vine Source and even used Lin Yuan to exert pressure on him. Nonetheless, Vine Source could not stand such behavior. Extreme Ocean often caused trouble for him when it was unprovoked and even ordered him around. That crossed the line for Vine Source. Extreme Ocean, you are the one in charge of this assignment. My suggestion is that you assume the proper position. Otherwise, you can't blame me for being unable to help you. Extreme Ocean's chest tightened, but he did not back down. Based on what you said, I can also report to Lord Lin Yuan before the assignment begins. I'm sure Lord Lin Yuan won't mind switching out a helper for the plan's success. Do you really think that you'll be able to bring me down? I tested the effects of Evil Source's poison. When combined with my own poison, the other royal attendants will definitely lose a large portion of their abilities for some time. I can flee without any issues while they are under the effects of the poison. Lord Lin Yuan is waiting to hear from me. What do you think will happen to you if I tell Lord Lin Yuan about everything that happened here? So it would be better for you to focus on doing your work and keep your mouth shut. After Vine Source was beaten in a battle of words, he transformed into a seed that Extreme Ocean planted in a nearby flower pot. Next, Extreme Ocean called 2 servants over and instructed them to place the flower pot on a table in the hall. The table was not in use. Thus, placing the flower pot on it did not make it conspicuous. To add assurance, Extreme Ocean even buried a few shells that could create aura blocks in the flower pot. Now that all the preparations were complete, Extreme Ocean changed clothes and waited for the other 3 invitees of the banquet to arrive. When Extreme Ocean walked out from his bed chamber, he saw that Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean were already waiting for him in the main hall. When they spotted Extreme Ocean, Ancient Ocean, who never got along with Extreme Ocean, said in a cold voice, "You said that you will be serving the wine of exquisite water waves in a banquet that you want us to attend and that you have something that you need to discuss. We brought all the patrolling sea envoys over because of this. Yet, you, the host, arrived last. That is unacceptable. Extreme Ocean, don't you think that you owe us an explanation?" Extreme Ocean frowned when he heard what Ancient Ocean said, but his brow soon relaxed. They were about to fall into his trap and meet their doom. Thus, he did not mind leaving them with some of their pride for now. If Extreme Ocean and Ancient Ocean began squabbling, it would undoubtedly affect the progression of the plan. He had used Lin Yuan's plan to threaten Vine Source. If he acted without thought of Lin Yuan's plan, Vine Source would definitely use his actions to deal him a blow. Extreme Ocean did not want to give Vine Source such an opportunity. Extreme Ocean adjusted his emotions and said in a pained voice, "I wasn't planning on making such a late entrance. I was mulling over some matters and ended up delayed. Mermaid Forbidden Sea's overall power is increasing. They might appear to be at peace but have been in turmoil for some time. I invited all of you over so we can discuss Grace Sacred Hall's future together. I know that I'm not the strongest and that my abilities are limited. As such, I'm willing to offer my key to the treasure vault." Extreme Ocean solemnly took out his key and placed it on the table. Ancient Ocean had intended to put Extreme Ocean on the spot. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean knew of the deep hostility between Ancient Ocean and Extreme Ocean, so they did not step in. Both of them were trying to guess how Extreme Ocean would react. Although they had guessed that this gathering would not end on a positive note, they had not expected Extreme Ocean to say such a thing. The 4 of them were the heart of Grace Sacred Hall and divided up the territory into 4 districts that represented each of the 4 directions, and each one of them occupied one of the districts. The district that Extreme Ocean occupied happened to be the closest to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. It was completely possible for him to have caught wind of something that had yet to reach the other 3. Mermaid Sacred Hall had been oppressing Grace Sacred Hall. Mermaid Forbidden Sea was now a common plague for the 4 royal attendants. All of them were terrified that Mermaid Forbidden Sea would suddenly attack one day. Ink Ocean said in a low voice, "Extreme Ocean, if something has happened over in Mermaid Forbidden Sea, tell us about it quickly so that we'll be able to make preparations as soon as possible." Chapter 2389 Kings Patrolling the Sea. After watching the 3 gobble up the wine of exquisite water waves, Extreme Ocean drank his own cup of wine of exquisite water waves. Now that the 3 of them had finished their cups of wine of exquisite water waves, his goal had been achieved. What he needed to do now was to stall for time. It was said that lies could be uttered at the drop of a hat. Since he did not need to pay any price for lying, what was stopping him from running his mouth? It's true that there are already king-class mermaids patrolling around Mermaid Forbidden Sea. ISA and the rest discovered them while patrolling for me. All of you remember ISA, right? Frozen Ocean is on the best terms with ISA. She isn't with me because she has been keeping an eye on this matter. All of them were aware of how strong the royal attendants patrolling sea envoys were. The patrolling sea envoys represented the power of the royal attendants as well. Each time one of the 4 royal attendants took in a new Turning Wheel Realm patrolling sea envoy, they would boast about it to the others to parade around their influence. Frozen Ocean was slightly weaker than Ink Ocean but could compete for the top spot with him because he had the most number of patrolling sea envoys. Frozen Ocean had tried to poach from Extreme Ocean in the past. The one he had tried to poach was ISA. Extreme Ocean had always held a grudge against Frozen Ocean because of this. Every time the opportunity arose, he could not hold himself back from bringing it up and embarrassing Frozen Ocean. Extreme Ocean could not hold back from bringing it up even when they were plotting together. Extreme Ocean needed to keep the other royal attendants here and to keep the discussion alive by supplying them with fake information. The king-class mermaids in Mermaid Forbidden Sea held high statuses and were only below the 5 emperor-class mermaids. Normally, the king-class mermaids remained in their cities and protected the inferior mermaids who lived there. They would never roam around without intention. Once the king-class mermaids started to patrol the sea, it meant that something serious had happened. Thousands of years ago, Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers had led the 4 royal attendants in a clash against Mermaid Forbidden Sea. During the war, Mermaid Forbidden Sea had sent out king-class mermaids to patrol the sea. This was their highest level of war preparation. When they heard what Extreme Ocean said, the expressions of Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean and the patrolling sea envoys behind them all turned sour. Grace Sacred Hall no longer had the power to take on Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Mermaid Forbidden Sea had been silent until now. Were they acting now because they intended to wipe out Grace Sacred Hall? Grace Sacred Hall was rather weak now, and it was indeed the best time to strike. In the past, Mermaid Forbidden Sea had been gentle and showed no signs of attacking. This caused the royal attendants to think that the mermaids were only seeking peaceful days. Otherwise, they would not have been invested in changing the 2 rulers' statues. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Thus, Ink Ocean asked, "Are you sure that the information is right? My territory also overlaps with Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Why haven't I heard any news about patrolling king-class mermaids?" Once the 2 large factions clashed, neither side could wipe out the other side. After all, there were only 2 large factions in the water world. Regardless of which faction was stronger or weaker, completely eliminating the other side would kill half of all the water world life forms. Ink Ocean was always harsh and thorough in everything that he did. But the most he would be able to achieve when conquering Mermaid Forbidden Sea was to kill all of the mermaids. There was no way all of the sea beasts could be killed. Mermaid Forbidden Sea was large enough to accommodate all the sea beasts, so it was impossible to do so. But in order to ensure victory, the best method would be to kill the leaders of that faction. This would be the dictators who were currently gathered in Extreme Ocean's palace. Strange expressions came over many of the patrolling sea envoys after they heard this news. However, they quickly suppressed their expressions. The atmosphere turned tense. Some time passed before Ancient Ocean said, "I suggest that the 4 of us head out to investigate Mermaid Forbidden Sea. If there are really king-class mermaids patrolling around, we can catch a few of them and ask them about exactly what is happening. No matter how tightly their lips are sealed, there's no way they will be able to remain airtight." Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean's expressions were grim, and they did not immediately react to what Ancient Ocean said. Extreme Ocean peeked at Ancient Ocean. They had caught king-class mermaids in the past, and all of them had been almost impossible to crack. They would rather die than leak any information about the mermaids. Even if they were caught, no information could be pried out from them. Moreover, the news that king-class mermaids were patrolling around had been made up by Extreme Ocean. The king-class mermaids were still in their own cities. To catch them, one would need to enter their cities. This was the equivalent of trespassing into Grace Sacred Hall and would undoubtedly lead to war. Extreme Ocean had made up the lies to stall for time. Thus, as long as Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean remained in the palace, Extreme Ocean could adapt to any decision that came out of the discussion. "I agree with Ancient Ocean. The 4 of us will be able to look out for each other when we head to Mermaid Forbidden Sea. This will prevent things from getting out of control in the event of unexpected occurrences." Extreme Ocean finished speaking, and Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean nodded. Extreme Ocean saw that it was almost time and immediately instructed servants to serve up the food. At a moment like this, the four of us should be united and set aside our differences. Come, let's eat while we talk. Your patrolling sea envoys can join in too. With all four of us in Gray's Sacred Hall, the Emperor-class mermaids won't have the courage to act too rashly unless they plan on getting injured. The four of us should be able to take down a few of those Emperor-class mermaids. Extreme Ocean spoke with magnanimity. As a result, Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and the other patrolling sea envoys all started looking at him with a different light. They had not expected. Extreme Ocean had offered a treasure like the wine of exquisite water waves at a discussion about getting Gray's Sacred Hall out of its sticky situation. He was also clearly out for blood while looking out for the big picture. Frozen Ocean reached out and patted Extreme Ocean's shoulder. Since you're the one who discovered this matter and know the most about it, why don't you give up a detailed rundown of the situation? Extreme Ocean nodded seriously. I prepared these dishes especially. I even took out several items that used to be hidden away. Let's talk more after we're done eating. Extreme Ocean started tucking into the food. Extreme Ocean wanted to stall for time while evil source's poison spread throughout their bodies. But once the poison spread to a certain degree, they would be able to feel discomfort even if they did not circulate their source-type power. Chapter 2390 Gray's Sacred Hall under control. When Ancient Ocean, Frozen Ocean, Ink Ocean, and the other 20 patrolling sea envoys started eating the food, Extreme Ocean could not be bothered to continue with the act. His poison acted extremely swiftly, and these baited prey would soon notice something wrong. The various dictators all had different types of bodies, so some were weaker than the others. Suddenly, a female dictator with clear sea beast features placed her hand on her head as she felt rather dizzy. It was as though she would fall off the stool at any time. The male dictator next to her quickly propped her up. What's wrong, Sturgeon Hoof? Is your hidden illness acting up again? From my memory, you injured your abdomen and not your head. Once one became a turning wheel realm dictator, discomfort over lack of rest was no longer an issue. If there were any issues, it could only be because of an injury. Regardless, the male patrolling sea envoy would never guess that Sturgeon Hoof had been poisoned. At this moment, Sturgeon Hoof was experiencing a splitting headache. The pain and dizziness had exceeded the level that she could endure. Before Sturgeon Hoof could express how she was feeling, another patrolling sea envoy started exhibiting the same symptoms. The patrolling sea envoys realized that they had fallen into a trap, and chaos immediately broke out. Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean had known Extreme Ocean for 5,000 to 6,000 years. They were well aware of each other's methods. Out of the four of them, Extreme Ocean was the only one who was skilled at using poisons. This situation matched the effects of Extreme Ocean's poison exactly. The three of them immediately shot glares at Extreme Ocean. Ancient Ocean looked at Extreme Ocean with a complicated gaze and asked sharply, Extreme Ocean, you poisoned us. Have you betrayed us and joined Mermaid Forbidden Sea? Extreme Ocean's words had touched Ancient Ocean. But in actuality, they had been played by Extreme Ocean. This was an unforgivable sin. While Ancient Ocean was speaking, Extreme Ocean activated his Source Totem ability. Dark blue light started to swirl around Extreme Ocean's body, and eventually, 3 beams of light shot out and hit Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean, leaving large holes in each of them. The stronger poison in the food started to spread out around the wound. Extreme Ocean could cause such an extent of damage to the three of them because he had used all of his strength. Furthermore, they had been poisoned by evil source's poison and had been circulating their source-type power to counter the poison. Otherwise, Extreme Ocean would never have been able to produce such significant damage. Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean were on guard from the moment that Sturgeon Hoof pressed her head. If they could not even sense such a thing, there was no way they could live in peace for so long in the water world. At that moment, the three of them also sensed that the circulation of their source-type power through their blood vessels had been blocked. Extreme Ocean knew that his plan had been accomplished to perfection. He chuckled. All four of us have mermaid blood on our hands. Even if Mermaid Forbidden Sea is cooking up a scheme, they would never try to approach any of the four of us. It wasn't a waste to use the wine of exquisite water waves that I've treasured for so long because I've managed to poison all three of you. Frozen Ocean laboriously continued to clear out the blockage in his blood vessels caused by the poison as he snarled, Extreme Ocean, are you actually planning on taking 3 of us out so you can have sole authority in Gray's Sacred Hall? You aren't capable enough. Frozen Ocean spoke threateningly, and it did sting Extreme Ocean's ears. However, Extreme Ocean knew Frozen Ocean's words were true and factual. He was incapable of ruling over Grace Sacred Hall by himself. No matter how peace-loving the mermaid emperors were, there was no way they would hesitate to declare war on Grace Sacred Hall once they found out that the other 3 royal attendants had died, and there was only one Samsara realm dictator left ruling over Grace Sacred Hall. This way, they could erase Grace Sacred Hall and control the entire water world themselves. This would prevent more inferior mermaids from being threatened by Grace Sacred Hall and expand their territories so the mermaids had more space to live and move freely. Extreme Ocean nodded at Frozen Ocean in agreement. It's true that I'm incapable, but Lord Lin Yuan is. Vine Source, restrain the 3 of them and their patrolling sea envoys. I will go and send word to Lord Lin Yuan. Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean's eyes flew wide open when they heard what Extreme Ocean said. This was the first time that the 3 of them were hearing Lin Yuan and Vine Source's names. Extreme Ocean used to address the 2 rulers as Lord. Could this Lin Yuan be on the same level as the 2 rulers? Extreme Ocean did not join Mermaid Forbidden Sea but had joined a new faction instead. None of the 3 of them could have expected this. Extreme Ocean only just spoke, and the flower pot where Vine Source was hiding exploded open. The seed that Vine Source had transformed into germinated, and vines started to dance around wildly until Vine Source's figure was formed. Vine Source released his chilling aura, enveloping everyone within the hall, including Extreme Ocean. Vine Source's displeasure toward Extreme Ocean had reached a peak. How dare he order him to control these people while he went to report to Lord Lin Yuan? It was clear that whoever reported to Lin Yuan about the successful completion of the plan would leave a better impression on him. Yet, Vine Source did not have the means to fight with Extreme Ocean over this because he was only assisting Extreme Ocean while Extreme Ocean was the one actually leading this entire operation. With fury bubbling within him, a large number of brown and green vines emerged from Vine Source's body. The vines violently lashed Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and the other patrolling sea envoys. The vines quickly wrapped around Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and the other patrolling sea envoys, holding them captive. Many of the vines entered Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Frozen Ocean's bodies through the wounds on their bodies. Many years had passed since the 3 of them last let out cries of agony. Extreme Ocean ignored Vine Source's efforts to target him with his aura but was feeling increasing disdain towards Vine Source. It was likely that Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean would also become loyal to Lin Yuan. They would all be under the same master in the future and be colleagues. It would be difficult for the 3 of them to forget how they suffered today. Extreme Ocean did not have a choice but to act this way for the sake of carrying out the plan, but Vine Source did not have to do all that he was doing. Subordinates were different from the higher UPS. For higher UPS, power was the most important. As long as they had power, they would be able to preserve their status at the very least. However, subordinates not only needed sufficient power to prove their value but also needed to know how to work together. Otherwise, they would end up as scapegoats. Chapter 2391 All the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen does is eat. High up in the sea, Lin Yuan looked down on Grace Sacred Hall as he communicated with the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen in his mind. Neither dictators nor apostles retained the memory from their previous lives after they died and became sacred source life forms. They had no connection to their past lives. Thus, the sacred sword-wielding queen was not curious about what had happened in its past life at all. It only cared about the 2 rulers' source totems. Ever since the sacred sword-wielding queen swallowed the law staff's root power and increased its stars, it learned about the benefits of quickly increasing its stars and became very eager to continue increasing its stars. Lin Yuan immediately relaxed after learning what the sacred sword-wielding queen was thinking. If the sacred sword-wielding queen still saw itself as the 2 rulers' offspring and that the 4 attendants had murdered the 2 rulers, Lin Yuan would have to wipe out the 4 royal attendants for the sacred sword-wielding queen's sake. This would cause Lin Yuan to lose 4 Samsara realm dictator subordinates, representing combat power equivalent to the spirit fire level. Eternal Source looked at the calm Grace Sacred Hall and the towering statues in the distance being chiseled away as he fully appreciated the splendid expanse of this other world. Eternal Source's main body was the feather-scale winged beast and could survive well in all 3 types of territories, water, land, and sky. Eternal Source spent the most time in the lower parts of the marsh world and liked the underwater environment best. Eternal Source preferred the water world's environment to the muddy marshes. Because of his understanding of Vine Source, Eternal Source did not feel assured about Vine Source helping Extreme Ocean. Lord Lin Yuan, I need to stay with you to protect you. Why don't you order Hornless Dragon Source and Evil Source to hold down the fort? Vine Source's temper could end up ruining the plan. Eternal Source was not trying to undermine Vine Source. Eternal Source was already the subordinate that Lin Yuan relied on the most. If he undermined a companion now, this might leave a bad taste in Lin Yuan's mouth. Lin Yuan was in the midst of conquering another world. This world also had powerful Samsara realm dictators. Due to his bloodline, Lin Yuan definitely had high regard for the lives of mermaids. Thus, there was no guarantee that Eternal Source would be Lin Yuan's favorite forever. If Vine Source made a mistake that caused Lin Yuan to assign blame to the entire marsh world, that would be too unfair for Eternal Source. Lin Yuan shook his head gently when he heard what Eternal Source said. Vine Source acted wildly and with extreme violence. When he first arrived at the Marsh West Circle and met the 7 Samsara realm dictators with the word Source in their names, Vine Source had been the first to exhibit hostility. However, he was just acting as per his status and authority. But now, Vine Source no longer possessed such authority and was nothing more than a subordinate who needed to listen to all of Lin Yuan's orders. If Vine Source could not even complete such a small task and even caused trouble, Lin Yuan would no longer have any use for him. I believe that Vine Source will be able to do a good job. Extreme Ocean is the one leading this task. I'm sure Vine Source will be able to do something as simple as listen to what Extreme Ocean tells him to do. It should be about time for Extreme Ocean to come back with a report. Lin Yuan had only just spoken when Extreme Ocean, in his dictator's body state, appeared in Eternal Source's line of sight. Eternal Source could sense strong confidence from Lin Yuan. It was as though Lin Yuan understood Vine Source better than he did. But what Eternal Source did not know was that Lin Yuan intended to divide up and give away all of the Source-type power he had on hand once he was done organizing the power in the Marsh world. This was so he could help the top combatants in the Marsh world break through past the Samsara realm. If any one of them truly could not perform despite possessing power, there would be no point in nurturing them. When Extreme Ocean arrived next to Lin Yuan, he immediately lowered himself to one knee. This was the same position he had used to assume in front of the 2 rulers. Lord Lin Yuan, things were completed swimmingly. I used the wine of exquisite water waves to invite the 3 other royal attendants to my palace. The 3 of them and the patrolling sea envoys have all fallen for my plan and are poisoned. I also beat the 3 royal attendants into a sorry state so the poison could better enter their bodies through the wounds. After I settled everything, Vine Source is now helping to watch over the situation. I don't know if Vine Source is unhappy with my arrangement or just has a domineering personality. He has continuously been whipping the patrolling sea envoys and 3 heavily injured royal attendants. But he has performed so well that those patrolling sea envoys and royal attendants must be terrified of you now. Eternal Source did not have a deep impression of Extreme Ocean, but he remembered that Extreme Ocean had been betrayed by his subordinates. His subordinates' betrayal meant he lacked capabilities and a formidable aura. As such, Eternal Source never thought much of Extreme Ocean. Extreme Ocean's words allowed Eternal Source to understand what it meant to take credit while stabbing someone else. Extreme Ocean first mentioned that the assignment had been successfully completed because he had used the wine of exquisite water waves. Eternal Source did not know what the wine of exquisite water waves was, but it had to be very valuable for Extreme Ocean to bring it up. Extreme Ocean was trying to express that he used such a valuable item in order to complete the task set by Lin Yuan, and so was hoping for some compensation from him. Extreme Ocean said that the 3 royal attendants had been poisoned because of his scheme and that he had even injured the 3 royal attendants. All Vine Source did was manage the situation that had already been settled. He was essentially claiming all of the credit and erasing all of Vine Source's merits. Furthermore, he even mentioned that Vine Source had been whipping the 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys. This was his way of indicating that Vine Source was cruel and savage. If Lin Yuan was the type to overthink, he might think that Vine Source was unhappy with his plan. If that really was what Lin Yuan was thinking, there was no way that Vine Source would be able to explain himself out of this. Given Eternal Source's understanding of Vine Source, the latter had already decided to side with Lin Yuan after he clearly understood the circumstances. He understood that siding with Lin Yuan would bring him more benefits. As such, Vine Source would not have any adverse feelings about any tasks that Lin Yuan gave him. Vine Source's displeasure could only be directed toward Extreme Ocean. Vine Source did indeed have violent inclinations and often vented his fury when angered. The 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys he was supposed to be watching naturally became his punching bags. Eternal Source started to become fearful of the burly Extreme Ocean. Eternal Source was not afraid of an open fist fight. What he was afraid of was secret tricks being played in the shadows. He hoped that he would not have the chance to work with Extreme Ocean in the future. Even if they did have to work together, he would have to be the one taking charge. Otherwise, Extreme Ocean's words might erase all of his recognition, or he might even end up taking the blame for mistakes he did not commit. Chapter 2392 Sudden Changes. Vine Source had indeed beaten the 3 royal attendants and the patrolling sea envoys. This immediately caused Lin Yuan to brand Vine Source with personality flaws. "Let's go. Take me there." Lin Yuan called over Hornless Dragon Source, Mist Source, Evil Source, and the other 3 Samsara Realm dictators with whom he had not interacted much. Extreme Ocean was so shocked by Lin Yuan summoning 7 Samsara Realm dictators at once that he almost lost all strength in his body. Extreme Ocean had never seen so many Samsara Realm dictators before. According to his calculations, Lin Yuan already had an equal number of Samsara Realm dictators under him as Mermaid Forbidden Sea and Grace Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan had sent Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source to the Spirit Mother Federation. Otherwise, he would have summoned them over as well. Lin Yuan's actions were his way of demonstrating his power. This was so the other 3 royal attendants would be able to recognize his strength and would be more likely to set aside their pride and become his subordinates. If he was sufficiently powerful, the other 3 royal attendants would not dare to say no when he instructed them to give up their keys to Grace Sacred Hall's treasure vault so he could obtain the 2 rulers' source totems. If these 3 royal attendants could even see the slightest hope of preserving their resources even while under duress, they would definitely try to thrash their way free even if they were poisoned. Additionally, Lin Yuan was looking out for his own safety. Nothing bad could come out of always placing his safety first. The eye-catching group did not hide their auras and arrived at the palace where Vine Source was keeping watch over the 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys. Lin Yuan frowned before he even entered the palace. According to Vine Source's temperament and style, he would have brought the 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys to the palace entrance to await Lin Yuan's arrival. Yet, he had not done so. In fact, the entire palace was pin-drop silence. There was not even a hint of anger. Even if Vine Source had not expected him to arrive so soon, he should still be whipping the 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys to vent his anger. But no cries of pain could be heard. Lin Yuan looked at Extreme Ocean with a completely changed gaze. After a moment of silence, he said, "Go and call Vine Source out." Extreme Ocean instinctively replied, "Lord, there is still some of the wine of exquisite water waves. Once Evil Source clears out the poison, you can have a taste. There might not be another treasure like it in the entire Mermaid Forbidden Sea." Extreme Ocean knew that Lin Yuan came from another world. He felt Lin Yuan needed to taste the wine of exquisite water waves to recognize its value. When Lin Yuan still did not respond, Extreme Ocean started walking into his palace. He hoped that Ancient Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean were in the sorriest state possible and that the patrolling sea envoys were all but dead. Although Vine Source was stronger than him, at least he would not have to worry about Vine Source competing with him in the future. But upon entering the palace, Extreme Ocean sensed 2 terrifying strands of energy barreling toward him. Extreme Ocean instinctively used his source totem to defend himself. These 2 attacks contained 2 types of powers. Once they hit him, Extreme Ocean lost at least 1/6 of his life force. Different parts of his body started to decay simultaneously and were covered with grey and green algae. He now looked at least 10 years older than he used to. Extreme Ocean was very familiar with these 2 strands of energy. One of them was Ink Ocean's source totem's aging power while the other was Frozen Ocean's source totem's freezing decay power. Evil Source's poison had poisoned both of them, and his own poison had spread throughout their bodies. How could they still be able to launch a counterattack? Could it be that Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had experienced breakthroughs and that they had been keeping the fact that they had reached Pinnacle Samsara Realm a secret all this time? This was the only possible explanation for this situation. They had agreed to enter together, but Lin Yuan ended up instructing him to enter first. This was likely because Lin Yuan had noticed something. With Lin Yuan and the group of Samsara Realm dictators outside, he would not die even if he had been struck by Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean's attacks. However, he hoped that Lin Yuan would not misunderstand and think that he had colluded with Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean to lead him into a trap. While full of worries, Extreme Ocean quickly backed out of the palace. Given how he had been beaten to such a dogged state, it was unlikely that Lin Yuan would think of him as a traitor. However, it would be difficult to detach himself from the image of being incompetent. Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean rushed forward and picked up Extreme Ocean by his hands as they growled, "Extreme Ocean, we heard that you've become loyal to Lin Yuan. If we weren't trying to lure your master out and because it'd be easier to defeat your companion after you left, we would have already killed you when we noticed the poison. It so happens that we already possess your key, so we don't need to be afraid that you'll hide your key away as leverage for your life." Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had already rushed out of the palace while they were speaking. Frozen Ocean was about to begin torturing Extreme Ocean when he suddenly felt himself being frozen by the auras of 7 Samsara realm dictators. When they raised their heads and looked over, their expressions promptly changed. There turned out to be 7 Samsara realm dictators. If not for the fact that these auras did not belong to mermaids, Frozen Ocean would have suspected that Grace Sacred Hall was under attack by Mermaid Sacred Hall. After sensing the 7 Samsara realm dictators' auras, Frozen Ocean discovered that only 2 of their auras were similar to that of his own and Ink Ocean. One Samsara realm dictator's aura was only a step away from his own and Ink Ocean, while the other 5 had only recently entered the Samsara realm. He and Ink Ocean were injured, but it would not be impossible for them to escape. At that moment, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean heard a pleasant voice say, "The Lin Yuan you were talking about is me. You now have a choice. Either surrender or die." While he spoke, 7 beams of light formed from faith power shot out from his body and linked him to the 7 Samsara realm dictators. Up until now, the only one who had been boosted by Lin Yuan's source-type power was Evil Source. After being boosted by Lin Yuan, Evil Source had reached the same level as Eternal Source. As a result, Eternal Source had always been very curious about Lin Yuan's boosting abilities. But now that he was being boosted by Lin Yuan, Eternal Source suddenly realized that he had broken through past that block. Alas, he had not broken through that block with his own energy, so it had not disappeared. Now that he had broken through past that block, he could sense that the power in his body had changed. Eternal Source knew that he had surpassed the Samsara realm. Chapter 2393 Vine Sources Lesson. Previously, only Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean possessed comparable power, allowing them to collaborate or devise plans to undermine each other and escape. However, now, everyone's power level was nearly on par with the 2 of them. 2 individuals surpassed them by a small margin, while another was significantly stronger. Under these circumstances, it would be unrealistic to entertain the idea of escape. All the current events were intertwined with a young man named Lin Yuan. If they had not just witnessed it for themselves, Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean would not have believed that someone with a source totem would be able to produce such effects. Grace Sacred Hall had already been under Mermaid Forbidden Sea's thumb for some time. As Mermaid Forbidden Sea continued to grow stronger, Grace Sacred Hall eventually lost all capability of fighting with Mermaid Forbidden Sea. But if Lin Yuan was in Grace Sacred Hall, he alone could already evolve the 4 royal attendants. This would give Grace Sacred Hall a fighting chance of taking on or even defeating Mermaid Forbidden Sea. This fellow called Lin Yuan had given them 2 choices. They could either surrender or die. Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean had been furious with Extreme Ocean. But now that they understood the power of Lin Yuan's faction, they no longer had anything to be angry about. If Lin Yuan had encountered them first and not Extreme Ocean, they would also have made the same decision under the pressure of power and for the sake of preserving their own lives. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean looked at each other and saw deep frustration in each other's eyes. Lin Yuan looked at the conflicted Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean but did not continue forcing them. Instead, he gave them sufficient time to mull things over so they could understand their circumstances before they decided to become loyal to him. This would be a better choice than using force, like he did with Extreme Ocean. But if they eventually still failed to understand, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to use the same method he used on Extreme Ocean. He had set up a scheme when he dealt with Extreme Ocean and had not fully demonstrated his power to Extreme Ocean. But now, the situation was different. If he still needed to use martial force to push them into his camp after they witnessed his power, it would mean that there was something wrong with their brains, and they could not undertake heavy responsibilities. Normally, the higher UPS preferred loyal subordinates to the point of being willing to give up their lives. However, Lin Yuan was not taking control of the dimensional worlds using conventional methods. Lin Yuan would eventually find a treasure like the Abundance Treasure Tree to take full control of the water world. Then, he would not have to worry about gaining the loyalty of these dimensional life forms. Only those who were more active and intelligent would be able to accomplish the tasks set by Lin Yuan. After thinking everything through clearly, Frozen Ocean produced his soul fire and offered it up to Lin Yuan. Ink Ocean was extremely conflicted, but when he saw that Frozen Ocean had submitted, Ink Ocean had no choice but to come to the same decision. He produced his soul fire, which was representative of sincerity in the water world, and gave it to Lin Yuan. After accepting Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean's soul fires, Lin Yuan asked, "Where are Vine Source and Ancient Ocean? Call them out." Dictators could seriously injure each other but would not be able to kill each other quickly unless there was a large gap in power. This was why Carnage Source had managed to earn a place as one of the 7 major dictators in Marsh Abyss with only one Samsara Realm Source totem. Hence, it would not be easy for Vine Source and Ancient Ocean to die so quickly. Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean hurriedly entered the palace and carried out Ancient Ocean, who had fainted from the effects of the poison. The two of them had used their source-type power to help Ancient Ocean to kill the multiplying worms in his body that had blocked his blood vessels. However, Ancient Ocean was slightly weaker than Extreme Ocean and had consumed a large amount of Extreme Ocean's poison. Thus, he remained dizzy and could not think clearly. As for Vine Source, Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean had suddenly ambushed him and used their strongest attacks. After severely injuring Vine Source, they began violently beating him. They were at a greater advantage underwater. Furthermore, their aging and freezing decay powers continuously attacked their target's body and source totem. Under the barrage of attacks, Vine Source's injuries worsened until they eventually unleashed an attack chock full of their anger and utterly crushed Vine Source until the latter was completely incapable of fighting back. Even if one Samsara Realm dictator wanted to kill another, they wouldn't do it by directly attacking before obtaining their source totem. It would be too wasteful. The optimal approach was to capture the opponent, gradually drain their source-type power, and then retrieve their source totem once their power has been fully depleted. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean saw Vine Source as the best nutrient supplement and had intended to use the source-type power in Vine Source's body to recover from their injuries. But now, they had no choice but to carry Vine Source outside. However, they had not expected things to progress to such an extent, so their actions had been especially harsh. Was Lin Yuan going to punish them for beating his subordinate to such an extent? Frozen Ocean and Ink Ocean carefully carried out Vine Source, who had even lost the strength to speak. When they saw Vine Source in such a state, all of the Samsara Realm dictators from the Marsh world who were familiar with him all sucked in cold breaths. To Eternal Source, Mist Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Evil Source, Vine Source was a companion and rival. To the 3 Samsara Realm dictators who dared not include the word Source in their names, Vine Source had always been a target of their admiration. The 7 of them never expected to see the day that Vine Source would end up in such a sorry state. If they had been slightly harsher, Vine Source would only be left with his source totem. Vine Source's situation was a wake-up call for all the other Samsara Realm dictators. Vine Source had been under Lin Yuan's orders to work with Extreme Ocean. Yet, he made the individual decision to vent his anger on the 3 royal attendants and patrolling sea envoys. Lin Yuan should save Vine Source. But now, he decided that Vine Source needed to learn a lesson. Since the 2 of you are the ones who injured Vine Source, you will be the ones to heal him. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had only just become loyal to Lin Yuan. Thus, it went without saying that they dared not go against his order. Samsara Realm dictators had extremely high healing abilities. Vine Source's external injuries would heal themselves in less than 2 days as long as his body wasn't harmed further. After centuries of recuperation, his root injuries would also be mostly healed. When Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean received the order, they saw Lin Yuan wave his hand, releasing 2 green beams of light that landed on them. Instantly, they felt their bodies being replenished with vitality, and even their injured roots started to heal. Achieving this healing rate on their own would have taken them hundreds of years of recuperation. Chapter 2394 The 2 Rulers' Treasure Vault. With Lin Yuan's capabilities, why did he want them to take care of his servant? They knew they couldn't surpass Lin Yuan no matter how much power they used. Despite their suspicions, they refrained from asking any questions. At that moment, Lin Yuan spoke, addressing the dictators from the marsh and water worlds. From now on, no one is allowed to make impulsive decisions during assignments. Otherwise, you'll be confined to your own world. Normally, Lin Yuan wouldn't be so angry about Vine Source's actions. However, before sending Vine Source out, Lin Yuan had specifically briefed Vine Source on his plan. Lin Yuan intended to recruit the 4 royal attendants of Grace Sacred Hall into his camp. But Vine Source had taken it upon himself to punish the 3 royal attendants without consulting Lin Yuan, going against his explicit instructions. Every dictator from the Marsh world was aware that Lin Yuan hailed from another world. To them, being confined to their own world meant losing the opportunity to experience the outside world. The Samsara Realm dictators by Lin Yuan's side had all witnessed the wonders of the outside world. They understood the gravity of his request. However, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean were unaware of Lin Yuan's origins. Upon hearing the words own world, Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean seemed to grasp something. It dawned on them that Vine Source possessed a similar energy source but exuded a completely different aura. Could it be that all of them came from another world? The outside world mentioned by the two rulers wasn't mere speculation but a tangible reality. This was no surprise. The only reason to explain why these people possessed unknown power that was able to take on Mermaid Forbidden Sea was that they came from another world. If they followed such a person, they would have the chance to see the world that even the two rulers had been unable to lay their eyes on. Once Extreme Ocean removed the poison from Ancient Ocean's body and Lin Yuan was done healing Ancient Ocean, the latter also offered up his soul fire to Lin Yuan. The patrolling sea envoys had all been injured severely by Vine Source, and Lin Yuan healed them using the Jasmine Lily. However, he did not take their soul fires. These patrolling sea envoys were all under the 4 royal attendants' control. Now that the 4 royal attendants were under his control, the patrolling sea envoys only needed to remain loyal to the royal attendants. Once he obtained the 2 endless gems from the water world and took full control of the water world, the patrolling sea envoys would also fall under his control. Before Lin Yuan spoke, Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and Ancient Ocean hurriedly handed their keys to the treasure vault to Lin Yuan. They had already taken Extreme Ocean's key from him. With the 4 keys in hand, Lin Yuan immediately prepared to head to Grace Sacred Hall's treasure vault so he could take a look at all the resources that Grace Sacred Hall had accumulated over the years. He expected Grace Sacred Hall to have accumulated a large store of top-grade strange water. With sufficient top-grade strange water, Dark Blue could have its pick. This would improve Dark Blue's ability to control Source-type power. Otherwise, even if Lin Yuan became an A-rank Spirit Chi professional, Dark Blue would not be able to transform to Myth Breed. Upon discovering that Lin Yuan was heading towards the treasure vault, Frozen Ocean, Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Extreme Ocean expressed their desire to accompany him. Lin Yuan found this peculiar. The 4 of them had already pledged their loyalty to him. Was it possible that they were concerned he would claim everything in the treasure vault? Even if he did, it shouldn't concern them. Could it be that the 4 of them still harbored the audacity to oppose him? Noticing Lin Yuan's gaze, Extreme Ocean, who tended to overthink, grew anxious that Lin Yuan might misunderstand their intentions. He hastily offered an explanation, "Lord, in the past, only the 2 rulers had the right to enter Grace Sacred Hall's treasure vault. We have never had the chance to go in. After the 2 rulers died, the 4 of us split up the keys so that each of us had one. Thus, even if the other 3 gather together, they won't be able to enter the treasure vault with just their 3 keys. We might be in control of Grace Sacred Hall, but this reason has prevented us from learning what exactly is within the treasure vault. So Lord, if you don't mind, we would like to go with you to find out." Despite Extreme Ocean's explanation, Lin Yuan remained adamant in his decision not to allow the 4 of them to accompany him. Although the 4 of them had already entrusted Lin Yuan with their soul fires, it did not grant him complete control over them. If there were indeed incredible treasures in the vault, it was possible that the 4 of them would harbor wicked intentions. Lin Yuan couldn't bring the entire group of Marsh World dictators, including Eternal Source, with him to the treasure vault. Such an action would appear peculiar and suggest that he lacked power and needed protection. Hence, Lin Yuan would only take Eternal Source with him into the treasure vault so that Eternal Source would be able to handle any possible danger that arose. Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had already tried to gather information about his background. Lin Yuan did not hide the fact that he was from another world. Lin Yuan had considered many different reactions. But he never expected them to be amazed at the reality of the existence of other worlds. This meant that they had heard of other worlds. From their interactions, Lin Yuan learned that Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers had badly wanted to leave this world. They had been continuously claiming that there were other worlds besides this one. Samsara realm dictators were usually more pragmatic. Thus, Grace Sacred Hall's 2 rulers had to have a reason for making such a guess. The 2 rulers were now dead, and their offspring had become one of the 2 main parts of Lin Yuan's sacred source life form. Hence, he could only investigate how the 2 rulers found out about other worlds by looking in their treasure vault. If he could not find any clues from the treasure vault, this issue would remain a mystery forever. The treasure vault was constructed in the deepest section of Grace Sacred Hall. Its door featured 4 divots perfectly shaped to accommodate the 4 conch-shaped keys. Each key had a unique pattern, making it easy to identify the corresponding divot. Chapter 2395 The Third Endless Gem. Eternal Source diligently fulfilled his duty as a guard, positioning himself in front of Lin Yuan as the door to the treasure vault cracked open. He had faith in the word of the 4 royal attendants regarding the demise of the rulers. Considering their allegiance to Lin Yuan now, lying would have dire consequences. Despite knowing there was no immediate danger, Eternal Source followed the proper protocol. Accompanied by Eternal Source, Lin Yuan entered the treasure vault, which turned out to be much larger than anticipated. Years of accumulated wealth were housed within its walls. Extreme Ocean, Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and Ancient Ocean had not discussed the division of these resources, each holding only one key. As a result, the contents of the treasure vault had never been organized or divided. The rulers had displayed frugality, storing even beginner and intermediate grade strange water. The task of searching through this vast sea of resources seemed daunting. However, Lin Yuan had a plan. He dropped the source sand onto the water world seabed, where only a small portion consisted of soil, with the rest being corals and bones. The source sand began breaking down the corals and bones, mingling with close guard sand. The fine close guard sand transformed into an unrelenting grinder, aiding Lin Yuan in cleaning up the battlefield. The source sand was both skilled and happy to do such tasks. From the first time that the source sand cleaned a battlefield, Lin Yuan noticed that the source sand was very attracted to searching for profit. As the source sand continued to grind up the corals and bones, the thousands of streams of sand changed to tens of thousands of streams. The resources that had been filtered out were all placed within Lin Yuan's spatial equipment. Although the treasure vault was full, it was not messy. The precious resources were all placed in a separate area. The 4 royal attendants had said that the 2 rulers had entered the treasure vault before they died. All the dimensional life forms in the water world, including dictators, would start decaying rapidly after death. The 2 rulers' corpses had disappeared, but their 9-colored source totems sat neatly on the ground. Lin Yuan picked up the 2 rulers' source totems. When the sacred sword-wielding queen sensed the 2 rulers' source totems' auras, it immediately declared its hunger. Since Lin Yuan had already decided to feed the 2 rulers' source totems to the sacred sword-wielding queen, he gave them to it so it could absorb the energy and increase its stars as soon as possible. This was in spite of the knowledge that the 2 rulers' source totems could be fused to form an impressive sacred source life form. The sacred sword-wielding queen's stars only needed to be further improved slightly, and it would be able to reach 7 stars and gain a new ability. Besides the 2 rulers' source totems, there were also 4 boxes made of shells on a shelf. There were clear spirit fluctuations emanating from the boxes. Evidently, they were locked by spiritual energy. After the death of the 2 rulers, the 4 boxes no longer had any masters, so Lin Yuan could open them with ease. When Lin Yuan opened the leftmost box, he saw that it contained 19 9-colored source totems. Morbius' voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind, "Partner, none of the 19 dictator source totems come from regular dictators. 16 of them were left over by Turning Wheel Realm dictators after they died, while the remaining 3 come from dead Samsara Realm dictators. One of them clearly has mermaid aura. All source totems gain abilities once they reach the Turning Wheel Realm. My root power has recovered. You can pick your second sacred source life form from these 3 Samsara Realm dictator source totems. I suggest picking the 2 source totems that don't possess the mermaid bloodline. You already have the mermaid bloodline in your body. The source totem with the mermaid bloodline might clash with your own abilities." Lin Yuan nodded seriously. He had great expectations for his second sacred source life form. But he never expected to fuse the source totems of 2 Samsara Realm dictators. It was challenging for a dimensional life form to become an apostle. The source totem abilities of apostles were already powerful, much less that of dictators. Hence, Lin Yuan did not have many complaints about a sacred source life form formed from the fusion of 2 Samsara Realm dictator source totems. There were a total of 16 Turning Wheel Realm dictator source totems in the boxes. There had to be even more source totems from regular dictators. However, source totems from regular dictators clearly did not have the right to be displayed in this area. As the source sand continued to sort through the resources in the treasure vault, it quickly found the source totems from the regular dictators and apostles. After handing the 2 Samsara Realm dictator source totems to Morbius, Lin Yuan proceeded to open the second box. Inside, he found an assortment of translucent pipes with a distinct odor, seemingly crafted from the outer bones of a dimensional life form. These pipes contained various types of top-grade strange water. The box, measuring 1 meter thick and tall, was filled to the brim with pipes, offering a wide range of strange water options. It was evident that there were hundreds of different types of strange water in the box. This abundant supply would sustain Dark Blue for a long time, alleviating one of Lin Yuan's concerns. With the assurance of a sufficient quantity of strange water, Lin Yuan felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He then proceeded to open the third box, revealing an endless gem and 3 books. Spotting the azure endless gem, Lin Yuan made up his mind to unlock Blackie's abilities once Morbius finished absorbing this particular gem. Lin Yuan checked on the 3 books using true data and saw that they were called Vast Sea Secret Treasure, Volume 2, Flowing Blue Water, Vast Sea Secret Treasure, Volume 3, Wave Language, and Vast Sea Secret Treasure, Volume 6, Mysterious Ocean. Lin Yuan first gave the Endless Gem to Morbius before he placed the 3 books in his divine kingdom and soaked them in the Fountain of Faith. Lin Yuan was done collecting all the volumes of the Greenfield Secret Treasure from the Marsh World, so they now formed a tome. However, he still had not managed to fuse the tome with the Fountain of Faith. Lin Yuan did not know what abilities the tome of Greenfield Secret Treasure had, but he was not in any rush. Chapter 2396 Corpse that is on a higher level than the snake scale. Full of curiosity, Lin Yuan opened the 4th box and was greeted with the sight of half a corpse. The size of the corpse was akin to that of a pet cat, yet despite the length of time it had been here, only half of it had decayed. Despite its state, the corpse exuded a magnificent and solemn aura, giving it an air of dignity. Evidently, this half a corpse did not belong to the water world, as otherwise, it would have decomposed long ago. Even the corpses of the 2 rulers had not remained preserved for such an extended period. The fact that the corpse was stored in a box within the 2 rulers' treasure vault indicated that it had been there before their demise. This life form had been dead for thousands, or perhaps tens of thousands, of years, yet it still emitted a powerful aura, a testament to its former strength during its lifetime. The belief of the 2 rulers in the existence of another world was undoubtedly connected to this corpse. Furthermore, it was likely that they had derived benefits from it, considering their pinnacle samsara realm attainment and their imminent breakthroughs. Knowing that Greenvine could consume the exclusive skills of items through swallow same source and then utilize entire body medium to sacrifice the item without any concerns, Lin Yuan planned to have Greenvine consume this corpse. He was curious to see how much power it had retained from its living state. With his examination of all 4 boxes concluded, Lin Yuan knew it would take some time to compile a summary of the resources he had discovered. In the meantime, he decided to summon Greenvine so it could consume the corpse and unleash its potential. This would sate Lin Yuan's curiosity. With this thought, he summoned Greenvine and said, "Greenvine, use one of your vines to consume this corpse." During the last few times that Greenvine used swallow same source to consume other items, its vines always changed according to the item that it had consumed. Lin Yuan decided to judge the corpse's true identity based on the changes to Greenvine's vine. Greenvine swiftly transformed its body, extending its vines to reach a length of hundreds of meters. Among them, the 3 vines that had already consumed items surpassed the others in length. One of the remaining 5 vines swiftly wrapped itself around the box, dragging the corpse inside. Unexpectedly, the vine sprouted vibrant orange fur. Initially short and sparse, the fur rapidly grew thicker and more abundant. The vine transformation occurred slightly slower than when Greenvine consumed the 5 dark gold snake scales. Lin Yuan found this slightly surprising. Could it be that this half-corpse was of an even higher level than the 5 dark gold snake scales? Otherwise, there was no explanation for why Greenvine took longer to consume this corpse than it did the 5 dark gold snake scales. When Lin Yuan entered the treasure trove to organize and sort through the resources, Frozen Ocean, Ink Ocean, Ancient Ocean and Extreme Ocean were gathered together. They had all given Lin Yuan their soul fires, meaning they no longer needed to constantly protect their interests during conversations. At that moment, the 4 of them formed a unified front and shared the same pool of profits. However, the other 3 were hostile toward Extreme Ocean due to his betrayal of Grace Sacred Hall and the resulting consequences. Extreme Ocean had anticipated this reaction from the 3 of them, and he felt vexed but powerless to change the situation. There was no way to quickly appease their anger, and they were unable to act on their frustrations. To break the tension, Extreme Ocean said brusquely, "Lord Lin Yuan was the one who came up with the idea of taking over Grace Sacred Hall. If any of you had been in my place, you would have ended up in the same situation. I was being attacked at the time. Any of you would have made the same decision I did, right? So, rather than seeing me as the enemy, we should be trying to unite so we can handle the next trial. Vine Source must resent all of you that you've beaten him to such a state. Those Samsara realm dictators have similar auras, and it's clear that they come from the same world. The only way we'll be able to remain noticeable among all the Samsara realm dictators is to help each other. If you agree with what I just said, we can have a good talk. But if you don't agree, then there isn't any point in me continuing to waste my breath." After he was done speaking, Extreme Ocean acted as though he was going to leave. But he only took a few steps before Frozen Ocean hastily said, "Extreme Ocean, you aren't skilled at provocation. It makes you seem insincere. We should be banding together now. But, it'll be enough for just the three of us to unite. Having you won't make much of a difference either way. Don't overestimate your importance. Regardless of the reason, you're still the one who set us up. That is an undeniable fact. If you want to stay, you should pay up the apology that you owe us. From now on, you will rank last among us. Ancient Ocean will be in front of you. If you're unwilling, you can leave now. After you leave, none of the three of us will try to make contact with you again. Extreme Ocean initially intended to keep Frozen Ocean, Ancient Ocean, and Ink Ocean under his thumb. Yet, the tables had turned, and he was now the one at a disadvantage. Given Extreme Ocean's temper, he should be storming off now. However, Extreme Ocean did not have the courage to storm off due to the circumstances. He had not expected Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean's power to have advanced. It had almost ruined Lin Yuan's plan. As of now, Extreme Ocean still had no idea how Lin Yuan saw him. If the three of them kicked him out to fend for himself now, his future would be doomed. As such, Extreme Ocean chuckled and assumed his original demeanor. Although he did not say anything, his actions made it clear that he had agreed with what Frozen Ocean had just said. He was now the lowest ranked among the four of them. Extreme Ocean and Frozen Ocean had been the ones talking, while Ancient Ocean had been the one listening. Chapter 2397. So what if he was indignant? We have been fighting for the treasure vault for thousands of years, but it no longer has anything to do with us. Can you really stand it? Extreme Ocean, Ink Ocean, and Frozen Ocean all fell silent when they heard what Ancient Ocean said. Ancient Ocean had hit their sore spot. Can I stand it? Of course not. Who could? They all used to be at the top of the water world as they ruled a faction that was part of the highest level in the water world. However, everything had dissolved because of Lin Yuan's appearance. They not only lost the treasure vault but also their freedom. But what was the point in feeling indignant now? Frozen Ocean reached out and patted Ancient Ocean's shoulder. Ancient Ocean, you are stupid for asking such a question now. We don't have the right to feel indignant. Don't say such things in the future. If someone hears of it and tells Lin Yuan, we will be in trouble. Rather than feeling upset, we should come up with a way to outcompete that group so we will become more important to Lin Yuan. Frozen Ocean had come to terms with many things. Thus, he was not as conflicted as Ancient Ocean. Normally, there was no need for Frozen Ocean to warn Ancient Ocean. What Ancient Ocean thought and how he ended up would have nothing to do with Frozen Ocean. However, Frozen Ocean did not want to lose another ally, while there were only 4 of them. Moreover, if Ancient Ocean truly made a mistake, it was possible that Lin Yuan would place the blame on Extreme Ocean. If that happened, he would have no hope of distinguishing himself in front of Lin Yuan again. Ancient Ocean let out a soft sigh but did not say anything else. The silent Ink Ocean had completely different thoughts from Ancient Ocean and Frozen Ocean. Ink Ocean did not feel that there was anything to be indignant about. Winners claimed spoils while losers resigned themselves. This had been the way of the world since ancient times. Previously, Lin Yuan was able to kill them easily but did not do so. Instead, he accepted their loyalty, so they were now his subordinates. There was no way that being reduced to a rotting corpse floating in the sea while others freely used their source totems would be a better option than being alive. Each of the 4 royal attendants used to possess a key each. If only Ink Ocean's power had broken through, they would have something to say. However, Frozen Ocean's power had also broken through, and yet they still couldn't obtain all 4 keys to open the treasure vault. Once kings of this territory, the 4 of them were now managers under an even stronger faction. As Samsara realm dictators, they knew that Lin Yuan would surely utilize their abilities. The current circumstances were advantageous for their power growth. Ink Ocean anticipated that Lin Yuan would help them further enhance their abilities in the future. If Lin Yuan had the capability to come to their world, he could surely reach other worlds as well. The thought of leaving his own world to explore others excited Ink Ocean. However, Ink Ocean kept these thoughts to himself. He didn't understand why they had to stick together just because they came from the same world. Despite being colleagues for thousands of years, they had never gotten along well. Although they were now loyal to the same master, Ancient Ocean knew that they would still try to undermine each other in the future. Rather than feeling as despondent as Ancient Ocean, the cunning Extreme Ocean and short-sighted Frozen Ocean began discussing their future plans. They had no intention of collaborating with Lin Yuan's other subordinates like Vine Source and Evil Source. On the surface of the choppy sea, waves crashed intermittently onto an island covered in small plants. Nearly half of the island had been submerged as the waves relentlessly broke over it. Hungry reef sharks would sometimes leap onto the island to feed on the small plants. However, not a single seabird could be found on this treeless island, which was constantly disturbed by waves and lacked the appeal to attract them. Above the island, two figures soared through the sky: Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source. Initially, Mountain Ridge Source had been filled with anxiety and a lack of security. But now, those feelings had vanished completely. Lin Yuan had willingly assigned them to the main world and instructed them to guard someone. This made Mountain Ridge Source feel significant and valued. Carnage Source had realized how Mountain Ridge Source was feeling and could not help but say out of frustration, "Mountain Ridge Source, have you considered the possibility that the only reason we were sent on assignment instead of staying behind to guard the marsh world or accompany Lord Lin Yuan in his efforts to break into the water world is that our samsara realm power is the weakest of the lot?" Carnage Source had known Lin Yuan longer than Mountain Ridge Source had, so he believed that he could tell what kind of person Lin Yuan was. As long as they did not cause any trouble, against his orders, or caused significant damage, it was unlikely that Lin Yuan would lose his temper. With regards to Lin Yuan seeing them as important, Lin Yuan now saw Eternal Source as the most important. Lin Yuan intended to nurture Eternal Source into a leader. Given the circumstances, they did not need to put so much pressure on themselves. All they needed to do was focus on Lin Yuan's assignments. Mountain Ridge Source's current mentality caused Carnage Source to change his impression of her. Carnage Source had always seen Mountain Ridge Source as mild-mannered. But it turned out that that was all a facade. Mountain Ridge Source immediately felt awkward when she heard what Carnage Source said. She was about to instinctively rebuke Carnage Source when she realized he seemed to be speaking the truth. There was nothing that she could pinpoint to rebuke. It was true that out of all the dictators with the word Source in their names, they were in the lower tier of power. The place Lin Yuan called the main world was also filled with experts with samsara realm power. Thus, he sent Mountain Ridge and Carnage Source to the main world because he could not rely on the new samsara realm dictators. Carnage Source realized that he could have hurt Mountain Ridge Source's feelings and added, "You are still stronger than me. I can't beat you even with my samsara realm Source totem. But I was still sent out on assignment with Hornless Dragon Source and Vine Source. Lord Lin Yuan did not treat us differently at all. If Lord Lin Yuan treats Eternal Source as the most important, we can follow Eternal Source from now on instead of opposing him in everything." Chapter 2398 Electrical Arcs on the Vine. Mountain Ridge Source felt inspired by what Carnage Source said. Mountain Ridge Source always liked to associate with experts. Examples included powerful samsara realm dictators like Hornless Dragon Source, Evil Source, Vine Source, and Eternal Source. Mountain Ridge Source never bothered to include Carnage Source. But when she realized that Carnage Source had such intelligence, Mountain Ridge Source was now inclined to associate with Carnage Source. "Carnage Source, you already said that the two of us are the weakest. Since we are weak on our own, why don't we band together? We can discuss issues with each other, connect with samsara realm dictators from other worlds, and share resources." Carnage Source was very agreeable with Mountain Ridge Source's suggestion. Moreover, there are very few female samsara realm dictators. There were only 2 in the entire marsh world. Allying with Mountain Ridge Source allowed Carnage Source to see a glimmer of opportunity. Rather than allying with Mountain Ridge Source, Carnage Source would prefer to make Mountain Ridge Source his wife. After flying over the sea, they finally spotted sand in the distance. Carnage Source said softly, "We have almost reached our destination. Why is the main world that Lord Lin Yuan spoke of weaker than the dimensional worlds? None of the life forms we encountered along the way have even reached dictator level." Mountain Ridge Source said suspiciously, "Aside from dictators, we haven't even seen many who have reached the apostle level. However, there must be a reason for Lord Lin Yuan to call this the main world. As long as we remain by Lord Lin Yuan's side, we'll eventually be able to find out the answer. Lord Lin Yuan expressly told us to hide our auras, so we have to make sure to retract them properly. If we ruin Lord Lin Yuan's plan, we will never be able to become part of Lord Lin Yuan's inner circle. That would make this alliance pointless." At the same time that Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source retracted their auras and hid in the Spirit Mother Federation, Lin Yuan was watching the transformation of Green Vine's vine after consuming the half-corpse. If Lin Yuan's guess was right, the half-corpse should belong to a skunk-type life form. Green Vine was still a vine and could not take a form that was overly similar to a life form. Not all animals were like snakes. Snakes had bodies that were similar to vines, but animals had 4 limbs and a tail. It would be impossible for vines to grow these 2 features. Lin Yuan was certain that it was a skunk-type life form because after consuming the half-corpse, not only did orange fur grow out of the vine, but a special gland similar to that of a skunk's spray gland also grew out of its anterior. There were also obvious skunk features on what represented the head of the vine. After a head grew from green vine's vine, many fine electrical arcs appeared on the tip of the head. The electrical arcs were so fine that they were hard to see. However, the energy that radiated from them was even stronger than the fire spat out by the dark gold snake scales. Eternal Source had only been fearful of green vine's vine that was alight with dark gold flames. But he was terrified of these electrical arcs. This led Lin Yuan to confirm that the half-corpse came from a higher-level world. It was also already dead by the time it arrived there. If such a life form appeared in the water world, there would definitely be legends about it, and a group of Samsara realm dictators would not control the water world. After Green Vine consumed that half-corpse, Lin Yuan gained another secret weapon. There could not be fairies in the water world since there was no spirit chi. Hence, this corpse from a higher-level world did not descend from a heaven's trial. This allowed Lin Yuan to know that the life forms from other worlds had many ways of making their way to the main world. Thus, it was likely that the set of bones that had enabled Begin Lady to become a fairy did not come from the main world. If the other ways had ways of accessing the main world would also be able to tap into other worlds. After Lin Yuan kept Green Vine away, Source Sand was also done summarizing the resources in the treasure trove. Lin Yuan stored the better resources inside a spatial item and noticed that it was at least 1/10 full. The resources in Grace Sacred Hall's treasure vault almost equaled all of the resources that Lin Yuan had collected thus far. The experts in the marsh world were all selfing, unlike the water world, where authority was in the hands of two major factions. Hence, the resources from the marsh world had not been gathered together. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not intend to take all of the resources within the treasure vault. After he found the other endless gem and took control of all the life forms in the water world, Lin Yuan intended to give the resources that were not beneficial to him to the 4 royal attendants so they could continue to develop themselves. By the time he organized the 2 rulers' treasure vault and obtained what he wanted, he had already spent some time in the water world. At that moment, Lin Yuan planned to head to the area where the mermaid emperors resided in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Since they were rivals, the 4 royal attendants from Grace Sacred Hall understood Mermaid Forbidden Sea's circumstances. To Luna, Lin Yuan was an emperor-class mermaid who had been in seclusion for a long time. Lin Yuan could ask her about recent happenings in Mermaid Forbidden Sea but could not ask her about the secrets and common knowledge in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. However, he could ask the 4 royal attendants whatever he wanted. Eventually, he learned about the legend of the new Thearka's scale in the deep chasm Ci from the 4 of them. Ink Ocean was the oldest and the most knowledgeable of the 4 royal attendants, so he told Lin Yuan everything he knew without holding anything back. Lord Lin Yuan, the deep chasm Ci legend is not a fabrication. I can confirm its authenticity. Before Ancient Ocean and Extreme Ocean joined Grace Sacred Hall as royal attendants, and during Extreme Ocean's early acceptance by the 2 rulers, 3 emperor-class mermaids visited Grace Sacred Hall. They sought assistance from the 2 rulers. It seems that the activation of the deep chasm Ci requires electrical power, coinciding with the electrical-related abilities possessed by the 2 rulers. The rulers had already been aware of the legend of the new Thearka's scale within the deep chasm Ci. Chapter 2399 Stay and Guard. Ink Ocean paused, then added, "My lord, if you wish to attempt breaking the seal on the deep chasm Ci, you will need to find an expert who can control electrical energy. The deep chasm Ci, new Thearka's scale, and the mermaid Theark class bloodline, these were all pieces of information that Lin Yuan had gained in a short span of time." Suddenly, he recalled the half-corpse stored in the treasure vault of the 2 rulers. Upon consuming the half-corpse, Green Vine's vines gained electricity-related abilities. It all seemed too coincidental for Lin Yuan to ignore. Could it be that the electrical abilities of the 2 rulers were connected to that half-corpse? At present, Lin Yuan had no connections with experts who possessed electrical powers. While Extreme Ocean's energy was related to electricity, he was clearly not suitable for the task. Otherwise, the Emperor-class experts from Mermaid Forbidden Sea would have sought his help instead of approaching the 2 rulers. Although Green Vine's control over electrical energy was formidable, it was not enough to defeat a regular dictator. However, Lin Yuan realized that he could instruct Green Vine to use the entire body medium to recreate the image of the half-corpse when it was alive. While this would eventually cause the half-corpse to disappear, Lin Yuan believed it would be worth it if it meant obtaining the new Thearka's scale and awakening the mermaid Theark class bloodline. The mermaids held their bloodline in the highest regard. Lin Yuan believed that once his bloodline reached the Arc class, it would be easier for him to establish control over Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Approaching the Emperor-class mermaids as an Emperor-class mermaid himself might lower their guard, but he had to be wary of any potential plots against him. There was no way that the Emperor-class mermaids from Mermaid Forbidden Sea would not investigate and study him, a mermaid with the Mermaid Emperor bloodline who had appeared out of nowhere. But regardless, it should still be feasible for an Emperor-class mermaid to gain access to the Deep Chasm Sea. Lin Yuan would be able to jump into action once he made contact with the Deep Chasm Sea. Lin Yuan already had a clear plan for Mermaid Forbidden Sea. First, he was going to learn of the Deep Chasm Sea's location from the other mermaid emperors. Then, he was going to enter it to gain the new Thearchus scale. Legends were still just that. Regardless of how certain Ink Ocean was, Lin Yuan could not be certain that the legend was true. Nonetheless, he had to give it a try. Otherwise, there was no way that the Emperor-class mermaids from Mermaid Forbidden Sea would hand over the Endless Gem to him. Lin Yuan did not want to have a major clash with the mermaid emperors. Besides the fact that he felt affection toward mermaids due to the bloodline in his body, Luna had mentioned that there were more than 10 Samsara Realm dictators in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. This was less than the number of Samsara Realm dictators Lin Yuan possessed, but the number did not differ by much. Mermaid Forbidden Sea had been recharging themselves all these years, and it was possible that Luna was unaware of some new secret weapons. The dictators from the Marsh world were disadvantaged in an underwater battle. As he possessed the mermaid bloodline, Lin Yuan was aware of how much of an advantage it had during underwater battles. He could always use faith power to boost all the Samsara Realm dictators, but using force to take control of Mermaid Forbidden Sea would come at great cost as he would lose a significant amount of combat power. This clearly did not align with Lin Yuan's goal. Thus, he decided to use his intelligence to conquer Mermaid Forbidden Sea. Extreme Ocean coughed a few times after Ink Ocean was done speaking, as he knew he was the only one present with electricity-related abilities. It was likely that Lin Yuan would make use of him in order to unlock the Deep Chasm Sea. Ink Ocean had answered Lin Yuan's question honestly without thinking too deeply into the matter. When Ink Ocean heard Extreme Ocean's cough, he immediately understood what Extreme Ocean meant. The word stupid fish almost slipped past Ink Ocean's lips. How stupid did he have to be to step forward at such a time? Lin Yuan had already seen through all 4 of them, but they did not know the depths of his power. By reacting in such a way now, Extreme Ocean would definitely bring out a negative response from Lin Yuan. They had not been with Lin Yuan for long and were considered rookies. Rookies were no different from tools that were only remembered by their master when they were needed. There was no need for tools to promote themselves. If they really wanted to promote themselves, it would be better for them to speak openly. Trying tricks like this made him seem manipulative. Lin Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by Extreme Ocean's coughs. Lin Yuan looked sideways at Extreme Ocean and saw the latter staring at him. Lin Yuan immediately understood Extreme Ocean's intention, and his lips twitched. Extreme Ocean had almost led to his own downfall because of his lack of understanding of Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean's circumstances. It could also be said that Ink Ocean and Frozen Ocean had done too good a job of hiding themselves, and it was not Extreme Ocean who had been careless. Lin Yuan did not intend to fault Extreme Ocean for this. However, Extreme Ocean's error had indeed caused trouble for Vine Source. Yet, Extreme Ocean had not tried to compensate Extreme Ocean in any way. Rather, he even tried to kick Vine Source while he was down after Vine Source had been punished. After conquering the Marsh world and gaining control over more than 10 Samsara Realm dictators, Lin Yuan understood that not every Samsara Realm dictator could handle large responsibilities and could only serve as a decent fighter. Lin Yuan found that the only potential in the Marsh world came from Eternal Source. This was not because Lin Yuan had high expectations but because every individual trying to climb the ladder of power in the world would only care about their own profits. There were many dictators who toyed with their subordinates according to their moods. At the time that the Abundance Treasure Tree took control of Evil Source, the number of subordinates he had was less than 10% of the number he had killed over the past thousands of years. If Lin Yuan chose someone like Evil Source to lead, he would eventually slash away at his subordinates and diminish his power. After Lin Yuan learned this, he no longer held Samsara Realm dictators in as high of a regard as he used to when he came to the water world. Extreme Ocean coughed again as though he was trying to give Lin Yuan a reminder. Lin Yuan immediately answered, "It looks like Extreme Ocean's hidden injury isn't fully healed. So, he shall remain in Grace Sacred Hall this time to guard the area." Lin Yuan turned to look at Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean and Ancient Ocean before he continued. "All of you have expressed your wishes to head to other worlds. I am now giving you the chance to do so. It is the world where eternal source, vine source, and the rest came from. Chapter 2400 Stop Pretending. Extreme Ocean didn't anticipate that his actions would lead Lin Yuan to order him to stay behind while selecting Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and Ancient Ocean to accompany him to the other world. They were about to fulfill a wish that even the two rulers couldn't achieve. Someone needed to stay and watch over the water world. After witnessing Lin Yuan's ability to enhance his subordinates, Extreme Ocean had no doubt that he could conquer the Mermaid Forbidden Sea. But would Lin Yuan also command him to remain and guard the water world once he gained control of it? That would mean he could never leave. The thought filled Extreme Ocean with panic, his mind going blank. Lin Yuan seemed unwilling to engage with him. Extreme Ocean lacked the courage to demand further conversation from Lin Yuan. Even if he wanted to apologize and kneel down, Lin Yuan might not give him a chance. Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and Ancient Ocean had suppressed their desire to see the outside world due to the two rulers. Lin Yuan kept only Eternal Source by his side and sent all the other Samsara realm dictators to the marsh world. Lin Yuan aimed to travel from Grace Sacred Hall to Mermaid Forbidden Sea, a journey that would take nearly 10 days even with Eternal Source. During the next 10 days, Lin Yuan assigned a new task to the Samsara realm dictators, which was to create unrest and anxiety within the Freedom Federation. For nearly a month, there had been no disturbances in the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift, leading the Freedom Federation to grow complacent. They even reached out to the Azure Federation, seeking their assistance and potentially colluding to prevent the Azure Federation from forming an alliance with the Radiance Federation. Lu Ji and the Moon Empress remained unaware of these developments, but Yin Lin, now the third-ranked Azure Envoy, received the news and promptly reported it to Lin Yuan. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yuan realized he couldn't act until Extreme Ocean executed his plan. However, with the matters in Grace Sacred Hall settled, there was no longer a need to keep the entire group of Samsara realm dictators around. If there were sudden disturbances at the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift after a month, the members of the Freedom Federation's royalty would be unlikely to lower their guard again. Rumors suggested that the Freedom Federation sought assistance from Tower Cannon, and Lin Yuan was curious whether the experts from Tower Cannon were still within their ranks. If they had stayed with the Freedom Federation for a month, it meant that the Freedom Federation had offered a significant price to keep them and demonstrate their sincerity. As long as the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift remained, Lin Yuan could continue to strike blows against the Freedom Federation. In the past, Lin Yuan might have been very worried about the Azure Federation's views. But now, Lin Yuan felt that there was no longer any need for him to be overly concerned with the Azure Federation's attitude. If Lin Yuan wanted, it would not be difficult for him to conquer the main world after the water world just like he had done with the startling Lines continent. The only thing that made Lin Yuan nervous in the main world was Tower Cannon, the faction that had a legacy of thousands of years. While Lin Yuan was riding on Eternal Source and rushing through the Endless Sea, Fresh City in the Freedom Federation had already turned into a ghost town. Fresh City was one of the 3 major cities in the Freedom Federation. Besides the Freedom Federation's members of royalty, the experts from Tower Cannon, and 4 armies of feys, the only other living creatures were insects. The members of royalty had not ordered the citizens to leave Fresh City. However, the families living in Fresh City all had their own abilities. Within 10 days of the Mirror God and God of Fools deciding to conceal the news, the elite families with connections in Fresh City gradually learned the varying degrees of the truth. The royal members were stationed at the entrance of the Dimensional Rift, ready to defend against any potential enemy invasion. It was guaranteed that the infrastructure within the Dimensional Rift had been destroyed. The factions within Fresh City considered themselves fortunate. With the opening of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift, they had climbed the ranks within the Freedom Federation. Many mid-ranked factions had gained prominence over the past decade, taking advantage of the resources in the Marsh world. Due to the constant presence of the royal members guarding the Marsh world, the factions in Fresh City had never worried about its safety. They had invested their savings to maximize their gains from the resources. However, now that they couldn't recover their resources, they were reluctant to lose their human capital as well. Leaving Fresh City seemed like the best plan to protect themselves and their assets. But it was clear that attempting to leave Fresh City would result in severe punishment. Therefore, the most viable strategy was to spread the news and ensure that everyone knew. Even the ordinary citizens of Fresh City became aware of the situation and decided to leave together. By acting collectively, none of them had to risk their safety individually. The Mirror God and the other members of royalty had invested all their energy into appeasing Tower Cannon and guarding the Class 6 Dimensional Rift. Thus, the manually created mass hysteria spread far and wide within Fresh City in a mere 5 days. The mass hysteria spread so quickly that there was no way for the mirror god and god of fools to put a halt to it. But in order to prevent those who fled from Fresh City from spreading the panic to the rest of Fresh City, 3 armies were sent out from Fresh City to surround the area in a 500-kilometer radius. No one knew what happened outside Fresh City in the 15 days that it took for all of the residents to vacate the city. But when the 3 armies returned, the quantity of blood-consuming vines growing below the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift had multiplied. The vines toward the exterior were even thicker than those toward the interior. After 7th Page War saw this, she shot the mirror god and god of fools looks of disdain as she chuckled and sneered. Fresh City would have been better off if all of the dimensional life forms from the Marsh world had run out here. When neither the god of fools nor mirror god responded, the goddess of mercy said, "You're nothing more than a cruel flower. Why are you acting empathetic? Aren't you the one who decimated the Dark Continent? Stop pretending." 5th Page Truth had more honesty in his actions. He was even willing to offend the Heavenly Family Cottage in order to increase his power. When the Goddess of Mercy mentioned 5th Page Truth, 4th Page Instant Extinguishment, 7th Page War, 8th Page Apoptosis, and 6th Page Parting Thorn's expression did not change in the slightest. The members of Tower Cannon did not care about each other at all. Besides 6th Page Parting Thorn, the other 3 did not even know where 5th Page Truth had gone with his Tower of Truth.